Prologue, the contract of the demon spirit. Before heaven and earth were first born, everything began with chaos and ended with chaos. There is chaos, obliteration and blessing of all beings, is to all things for the spirit, blessing is not the same. The unpredictable, unseen, unspeakable and unbelievable, is God, and those with unpredictable magical powers are demons. Century after century, countless births of living beings have died out, while the gods have disappeared and the demons have survived, until there appeared such a group of born weak spirits in heaven and earth, neglected by the powerful spirits, despised by the demon spirits, but only blessed by the gods. Countless rituals and rites gradually converged into a kind of prayer dedicated to God. Then they after the heavenly to make up for the innate, based on all living things among the undying. This group of people called themselves Yin Huang. When the human race is more and more united and strong, but suddenly cannot get the response of the gods, in the face of the harsh living environment, the king of Zhou open gossip against the heavens, set etiquette, set up a code to become a contract about the 4 seas and 8 deserts of the demonic spirit. Honor this contract for the sealing of the demon. After the Zhou died out, the demon spirit will seal the original contract of the demon scattered. Later generations comprehended new deeds from the scattered original deeds, and the people and families who mastered these deeds were honored as demon sealers. The dispersal of these legacies, under the impetus of the demonic spirit, also indirectly led to the chaos of the country, so that the spring and autumn and warring states period of constant strife, until Qin unified the 6 countries, collected the world's contract, re-established the contract of the 6. But unfortunately, the contract of the 6 has not yet been completed by the demonic spirit counterattack. Although Qin died, but the demon spirit also paid a huge price, had to fall into a deep sleep to slow down the injury. After that, the country no longer had the ambition of sealing all the demons in the 4 seas, and the sealing of the demon master has gradually become a legend not known to the world. Chapter 1, SSS, Police District. In the 12th century of the universe, the only blue planet where life has been proven to exist, Blue Star, has entered a rare ice age. Global temperatures have dropped, sea levels have risen, the ice at the poles is expanding outward all the time, and the menace of the sea has far exceeded experts' predictions. Blue Star Arctic. A figure in green robes appeared in the sky above the North Pole, and his appearance made the entire white North Pole seem to have a touch of green, and even in the fringe of the North Pole, one could see the roiling green aurora borealis shrouding the sky above the North Pole. And at this point in time, the aurora should not have appeared, but the aurora appeared, and the cyan-colored aurora surrounded the man's body, as if it was born because of him and came for him. The man's figure was slender, with typical broad shoulders and thin waist, setting off this plain green robe and cloth shoes with an elegant temperament of a gentleman's face like jade, only to see him casually tear the space, and the space after tearing the extension of the void. There is a huge beast from which the wolf rolled out. The ferocious beast roared. It has a demon spirit, Jair. When has it ever suffered this kind of aggression? Sleeping well at home, was first kicked into the chaotic space? Not to mention, and so from the chaotic space out. Open your eyes, you are actually in a white Arctic land. Here, but there is an unspeakable existence sleeping here. Dongqing, what the hell do you want? Jarius flashed to a short distance away in an instant. He was worried that the man in front of him would kick him back again, so he kept a safe distance first. A great demonic spirit was actually afraid of a human being. This would spread out for fear that the demonic spirits would laugh their asses off. However, if this human was Dongqing, then it seemed acceptable. The contemporary Green Lord, who had given up the Green Dragon sequence and was instead infinitely close to a 10th ranked exalted level existence, was called Dongchang, or the man surrounded by the green aurora borealis. Wanting to take a look at what's buried underneath this North Pole. Who exactly is it? Dongqing's clear and cold eyes never even opened his eyes to look at Jarius. His eyes only had the ice field zone of the North Pole. The extreme cold of the North Pole is overflowing. It is obvious that something has stimulated the ice core of the North Pole, which has led to the expansion of the ice field. How about you tell me, what's hiding down here? Who exactly is it? In the sword's starry eyes, a greenish-colored light with a chilling effect looked towards Jaircanthus. But how could Jarius dare to say it? But since Dongqing had brought it here, it was naturally not up to Jarius to say if he wanted to or not. With a flash of green light, the entire aurora borealis seemed to freeze for an instant, and in the instant that Jarius didn't even have time to react, the green-colored robe took over all of its vision. I'll ask again, down here, who the hell is it? A majestic and arrogant tone, with the oppressive feeling of a superior, Jaircanthus was on the verge of crying. Dongqing casually gathered a green light, with endless pressure turned into a long whip. A whip will Jarius fly. Countless green light turned into a big net, let Jarius like a leather ball in the air above this piece of spinning and jumping. Every time the long whip lashed, it left cyan-colored wounds on Jaircanthus' body. Even the recovery ability of a great demon spirit level, coupled with the extraordinary concentration of aura at the North Pole, was unable to allow it to recover, but instead, because of its inability to dodge, it caused more and more injuries to be inflicted. As the 13th whip struck down, Dong Chang waved his hand to disperse the green-colored long whip. He lowered his eyes, his right arm flexed and gripped backward, his toes lightly stepped in the air, and the countless auroras then formed a long river for Dong Ching to step on. With one step and one fist, a huge green-colored deity text rose up in the air. There was the galloping of thousands of troops and horses, the stirring sound of war drums, the great power of the 6 nations combining together, and the hegemony of the world's unification. Only one step, only one fist. When the sky linged down, Jarius was afraid, and as this fist was still 3 inches away from it, he shouted, "It's it, the demon spirit emperor of the previous generation. It's not dead, it's right here under the North Pole. Are you sure?" The deed did not dissipate, the green light solidified, and the punch did not have the slightest intention of being withdrawn. Jair Canthus wanted to speak. It also did not dare to be sure, because that is the emperor of the demon spirit. Even if it fell off the throne, it was once an emperor. It should be it, the demon spirit of the entire continent. Only it has the qualification to invoke the ice core to heal the injury. That's also true. No wonder a few of Daming's venerable masters searched all over the world and couldn't find it. Dong Ching closed his fist, but the green light behind him did not dissipate, the deity wind did not dissipate, and that aura of exclusivity did not dissipate, so Jarius still had a numbscalp and did not dare to move at all. Ice falling to the ice field below, Dong Chang grabbed Jair Canthus and swooped down from a high altitude. "Holy, what are you doing?" Jair Canthus panicked. It was completely confused as to what this man was thinking. Wasn't it good to live well? Try how well it has recovered. Dong Ching's gaze was firm. Countless layers of ice melted under the green light, and almost instantly, Dong Chang arrived at the range where he could sense the ice core. The field of absolute 0 degrees was almost on the verge of solidifying the green light, but Dong Ching took one step and shattered the surrounding domains, and where he was, no one could exert pressure on him with any domain. But in the next second, a terrifying spiritual pressure came from the ground. The deity texts flowed behind Dong Chang, and he punched out to blast away this spiritual pressure. But the spiritual pressure that was blasted away carried the aura of an ice core, completely blocking the ice behind Dong Chang. It seemed trapped. Jarius laughed bitterly. He had fallen on 8 lifetimes of bad luck, trapped in this underground with this fellow piece. But Dong Ching didn't think so. Only trapped but not fighting. He laughed coldly. He thought that this emperor didn't have the certainty to completely seal him off, so he could only use such a compromise. Dong Ching was naturally able to turn around and leave, but this also meant that the purpose of this time was not productive. Aside from testing the waters, there was no way to change the status quo of the ice core being activated. "Since you want to recover, then I'll accompany you here for a while and see if you recover faster or if the aura behind me grows faster." A domineering and incomparable aura spread out in an instant. Dong Ching grabbed Jarius and said, "Borrowing your spiritual quality for a moment." There was no need to respond at all, as Jarius resigned himself to his fate. The extremely cold aura wrapped Dong Ching and Jarius together into an ice sculpture. But the flow of the mysterious deed did not stop for a moment. It was transforming Jarius' spiritual quality, while Jarius was also absorbing spiritual chi from the Arctic ice core. The transformed spiritual quality was transmitted into the ice core area at his feet through the deed, with Dong Ching as the relay. It both held back the demon spirit emperor's recovery so that he had to divide some of his energy to consume the ice core to suppress Dong Ching, and also borrowed the power of the ice core to create trouble for the demon spirit emperor in the reverse direction. At this moment, the demon spirit emperor, who had yet to awaken, felt the word disgust, and this, still, was made possible by himself. The expansion of the ice plane stopped, but how long can it stop slowing down? As Dong Chang said, it depends on this era, whether the growth rate can exceed the speed of his awakening. A few decades later, the base of the Arctic research team was built in 2004, but before that, there was already a base built in the deep underground that relied on the ice rock cavity. It was built in 1973. The team base was built on top of it. Even the members of the team only knew that there was a national strategic base down there, but had no way of knowing what existed inside. In the 5th year of the team's construction, the team members rarely saw the load elevator leading to the underground base light up with a rising sign. "One face to face, but do not dare to ask more. Wait until the elevator opens." They are dumbfounded, eyes of curiosity far more than disappointment, because what they saw was not academicians in tight protective suits or mysterious mutant creatures, but 2 people in the proper sense of the word. The man wearing a beige coat gave off an aura of non-irritation, and he was holding a child that was only 1/6 of his height in his broad palms. The child was born white, with a bright light in his eyes, but his demeanor gave off a dumbfounded feeling. Just these two? After witnessing these two people being taken away by the heavily armed special forces, someone from the science team said with great disappointment, it was as if the cells of their entire body had gone limp, with no fighting spirit to speak of. Someone snickered. It can't be counted as two. If you really want to say it, it should be 1.5. Roll roll roll. The person being snickered had waved his hand in a bad mood. The brain cells of science students are really hopeless. Just as his gaze swept over that elevator, he still carried a deep curiosity and panic. For that elevator leading to the underground base, it was like an abyss standing there forever. Regardless of how the research team rotated, it remained the same, like a Pandora's box, attracting their unconscious eyes to stay on it, and then amplifying their fear a little bit. But they didn't dare to go near it. When each of them joined the Arctic research team, they were all asked to sign the S-Class confidentiality agreement, as well as the SSS Class police area notice issued by all the security companies of Blue Star. However, they didn't realize that not only 1/6 of them would be taken away. The next day, the Blue Star All-Security Company issued a transfer order for the scientific research team, and the same heavily armed special team members took Chao Yang away under tight protection. The company would be reselecting a new person in charge to build a fortress in the North Pole. This matter was also heard by the Arctic underground base, the underground base that was constructed as a copper wall. The underground was completely built from T1 grade protective materials, and was fully capable of withstanding at least 10 minutes of bombardment from missiles of the same grade. If other protections were factored in, even T0 grade missiles wouldn't dare to say that they could be completely destroyed. In such an underground base, the existence of several absolute authority figures in the field of energy, as well as the most complete supporting equipment and team members in the world today. In addition, the leader is the undisputed number one in the field of mystery, Han Shuizheng. The leader Han, who was now past his prime, stood on the parapet as high as 2 floors to watch, and laughed with his colleague beside him. That Chao Yang kid is still very good, not bad indeed, showing great talent in the field of energy at a young age, and still a student of your favorite disciple. It shows. Professor Yan Dahua, who was also one of the top scholars in the country. Professor Yan was also quite optimistic about Chao Yang. It was just that Professor Chao, who was also on the side, was not happy and grunted coldly. Humph, I still need you guys to say that. Yo, look at old Chao's dejected behavior. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Old Han rarely praises his juniors. Professor Yan's coaxing made everyone laugh. That's right, old Chao went to invite dinner. Your grandson transferred back to become a deputy hospital to go, but the level can be much stronger than you back then. Go go go. Old Chao plate face, not loose mouth at all. Do not take the fruit as a meal. This transfer of his road can see the head. That is not good. Occult development of the rapid. You are not unaware of. Plunge into this field if it stops here. Then almost in rumored demon sealing realm hitched. In the end, it's still us who don't have an explanation for the company. That child shouldn't have been let go. There was a scholar who was very upset. Having stayed here for so long, in the end the only bit of hope was let go. Han Shuizheng, however, looked at the scholar and faintly said, the decision was made by me and passed by the above. Even if such an episode led to Chao Yang's transfer, it's not your turn to point fingers. After saying that, he withdrew his wrinkled hand and looked at everyone. Solving this difficult problem is our mission, and we have already called on too many resources, both public and private, to do so. So far, our progress has been pitifully slow, which can be called our incompetence. If it weren't for the help of these ancient families who have survived several disasters, we wouldn't be able to turn over a single trace right now. We can't have the luxury of but unlocking a child's secret because of our own incompetence. Have you guys ever thought about what if? What if we can't even unlock this child's secret? I let him go because I want him to have the opportunity to grow and the choice until he will finally be on our side. The more he was exposed to the occult and that isolated realm, the more powerless old Han felt. After a pause, Lao Han looked at that gentleman and said, this is also the country's tolerance and expectation. And that gentleman also raised his head to calmly stare at old Han until old Han withdrew his gaze and said, get to work. On the countless light screens, zoom in on every detail. Splicing these details together was a complete closure, and its intricate patterns were permeated with mystery. Mysterious enough to make those with unsteady minds obsessed to the point of wanting it at all costs, yet fearful enough to generally not dare to approach it, because there is no qualification to touch it. That is blasphemy. If you pull this picture farther away, countless infrastructures are connected to each other to lay the foundation of this base, and those silver-white tubes are filled with liquid nutrient silos, constant supply of energy. There is also a part of the tubes leading to the transparent glass pipe. In the dark place of the light vaguely exudes a trace of greenish color. Another section of these tubes was inserted into a huge ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was as tall as a 5-story building, and looking through this ice, you would find that the hidden secrets of this place were completely open in front of you. A huge beast occupies most of the space within the ice sculpture, and the image of the copy down shows that the beast will reach 7 or 8 floors of the appearance of the stretch. Face like a dragon's head, but only a single horn and has a hard scale. The degree of protection is not inferior to the T2 level, and even suspected that this is still after weakening the data show. Blue Star All Security Company gave the code name for the demon spirit 2 weeks I7, that is, the SS level of the big demon spirit, and after those ancient family identification, unanimously recognized it as the demon spirit Jarius. If only, but not worth all the Blue Star Security Company so laborious to build such an underground base. After all, the demonic spirit of the second week of the I really do not have 1,000 but also more than 100. Worth their attention is why the demon spirit Jarius appeared in this, and his enemy of this green shirt man in the end is what the gods. This was also the reason why the black shirt man had come here. Most importantly, was just how this green shirt man constructed the square formation with his raised hand. It was actually able to flow unceasingly under these circumstances, drawing energy from Jarius all the time. Then where did the drawn energy go? The answer given by Han Shuizhen was that it was fed back into the square formation itself, but the black shirt man who came here a year ago dismissed it, holding the child in one hand and pointing at the square formation with the other, saying blandly, "If you wanna know, go underground and see for yourself." Also, that thing is called a deed. The crowd of scholars thought it was a provocation, but Han Shuizhen frowned and immediately checked the energy data. In the huge stream of data, it took Han Shuizhen half a year to calculate the discrepancies with everyone's help, and the conclusion was, there was a problem with the underground base. This problem was the fundamental source of the SSS class police district. The police area did not turn into a disaster scene, but also because of that man and his palm flow, the deed. Everyone can see it, but who can take it away? Old Han glanced at the guy in black while burying his head and muttered in his mind, "Maybe that kid can." He was right to let that kid go. A piker's offense is not a crime, even if it's just a child. Dong Chang will appear again later. The young protagonist has already appeared. Chapter 2, The Prince of the Su Family. Jianghai City, Jiangyuan Province. See Transport Airport from the border to fly a special number of aircraft. Since the moment of receiving the landing report, the entire airport 13 groups of various departments of the force has been mobilized. They were notified that the safety of this airplane must be ensured. The airplane glided smoothly and stopped in the open space. After the hatch was opened, a middle-aged man wearing a beige overcoat holding a small white hand came out. The man wasn't a very good-looking man, but he had a kind of unruffled and authoritative temperament, which made people subconsciously unwilling to look directly at him. A large and a small two people walked not fast, but no one dared to go forward to block. All peacefully followed behind, watching their backs slowly out of the airport, until they got into a black commercial car far away. "Boss, what are these two people about?" a rather young airman muttered as he followed behind the captain of this plane. "To actually ask you to fly even though you're on vacation, boss, and you can't even take us with you. It's really evil." This special numbered airplane only had 2 captains, the front and vice captains, and a few special people of unknown origin, without any crew. The captain took a deep breath and said, "The man is the second head of our Jianghai Su family. Su Bi, that kid, if not wrong, is probably the first son of the Su family, the eldest son." I go. Empty, less envious eyes are almost squeezing out water. Really cast the right tire. That can be stronger than anything. So sad for him to have endless money to spend for the rest of his life. "Shut up you," the captain reprimanded, but he was also in awe of those 2 large and small figures. Inside the black commercial car, sitting side by side in the back of the size of 2 people, a waist plate upright, a twisted head looking out the window of the traffic flow ceaselessly but gradually far away. Silent atmosphere for a time frozen. The old Zhang is the Su family's old driver is also seen a lot of the world, but the face of this second head of the family or inexplicable fear, so he will always subconsciously glance to the rearview mirror of the car, to see that the second head of the young master personally to meet, is staring blankly, not enough to reach the bottom of the car's legs gently swing, the occasional cuts and dabs to see the old Zhang nervous. You have to know that this second master is trained in the military since childhood, usually even more strict discipline, where to tolerate such a casual behavior. But the old Zhang observed all the way, found that the second master did not even frown a little, let this little guy spontaneous self-indulgence. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The atmosphere that had been silent for a long time was still broken. The person who took the initiative to break it was the one that old Zhang did not expect. He had thought that it would be the second boss who would be concerned, or no more than a reprimand would be possible. "Someone is following us." The child's crisp and affirmative voice instantly broke the calm inside the car. Old Zhang's gaze condensed, but he did not see any suspicious vehicles in the rearview mirror. Just when old Zhang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Ahung made his lowered heart lift up again. "But don't worry, things like this you need to adapt as soon as possible." Suyi's gaze was calm as he watched this child make demands that did not fit his age. "I know, The child nodded his head, no longer sensing those with unknown sense. The trip reached a slightly empty place. Sui asked old Zhang to stop the car and lean against the side of the road. Instead, he instructed the child, "Tell me how many there are first." 9. The child did not hesitate. "Sui, play a game with second uncle. You'll report once for one less, okay?" The child called Sui, and old Zhang's heart was clear. "Good." Sui nodded in agreement. So Sui pushed the door and got out of the car. His lofty aura was particularly eye-catching under the piercing sunlight, and in Sui's perception, an originally non-existent point of light was getting bigger and bigger. Surprised gaze along the car door to look out. Little Sui seems to see a sun, and those people whose breath is unknown, compared to it is like dust. "Count it." A gentle voice came, and little Sui nodded vigorously. Then, a dust cloud disappeared, and Sui reported 8. The speed at which the numbers fell depended on how long Sui wanted to play the game. Outside the car, 3 of the 9 people with special branding on their necks had already fallen, and without exception, they were all instantaneous seconds. Black Sun's people? Interesting. Sui didn't think that a dark side organization like Black Sun was interesting, but rather he was amused by the fact that they were following Sui. But with just these stragglers, it shouldn't be enough for him to play this game with Sui. Can your Su family control that child? After the leader of the miscellaneous fish received a slap, the spirit quality in his body was completely disorganized, and it suddenly became bigger and smaller in Sui's perception. Control? Sui took a step out and had already arrived in front of the leader. He looked down at the leader and said contemptuously, "I don't like this word. It should be called taking care of." Then with one foot, he severed his vitality. The light that was suddenly big and small completely died out. 6. Sui's chime followed. As the second uncle, Sui had a rare smile. This child was much more obedient than those bear children imagined. Thus, these infamous Black Sun members became a game between him and a child. When Dusty was down to the last one, Sui suddenly exclaimed, "There's one more." Old Zhang leapt to his guard, but Sui's thickly reassuring words came through. "I knew there was one more." But little Sui reacted quite quickly. "Fighting with me and you dare to be distracted? The Su clan's second leader is truly extraordinary." Sui humbly smiled and said, "I'm flattered." And then the demonic blade light sliced through, breaking through the incoming person's spiritual quality protection. A dark purple wound branded on his chest, unable to heal for a long time. "Already stepped into the 6th rank, master?" The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and low. Looking at his unhealable wound, he knew that today's action was doomed to fail. If he continued to tangle, I'm afraid he would have to explain himself here. "What? Don't want to avenge your own men?" Sui gripped his knife tightly. He would love to leave this Black Sun member behind. Only then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to fully protect the vehicle. When it exploded, he would have to call out to his big brother for support. That would be too humiliating. The black-robed man coldly snorted, picked up the remaining half-dead henchman, twisted his head and laughed, slightly disappointed. Sui put away his knife and returned to the car, saying, "Ran away." Only then did this hanging heart of old Zhang completely drop. The 8 disappearing breaths are meeting Sui's gaze. An entire abyss seemed to be reflected in those black pupils, causing Sui to also be in a trance, and immediately sobered up. "As you thought." However, Sui closed the car door. His broad palm covered little Sui's hair, and softly said, "You cannot do this. As long as you can grow up safely, I think that both Big Brother and the old man will be very happy." "It won't grow tall," Mom said. The teenager followed Sui's example of pressing his eyebrows to express his dissatisfaction, but Sui's ice-cold demeanor rarely relaxed and smiled. "Your mom is right, but when you enter the Su family, just be yourself." Still ignoring the teenager's tightly locked eyebrows, Sui rubbed that overly peaceful and neat hair, without those scents unaccountably interfering. Sui placed his gaze outside the window and suddenly opened his mouth to point at a small stall outside and said, "I want to eat that. Is it okay?" Looking at the youngster without any unnecessary glances, Sui's cold eyes softened and nodded. "Then I will follow you, but only if you call out to second uncle." Old Zhang looked at Sui in surprise, this playful eyes and joking tone. Where is that thunderous Su Ershao? One must know that just now he had crisply disposed of 8 people from the Dark Side organization, but now he was doting on a child so much. "Second uncle, I want to eat that." "Fine, then I will let you." Sui held the teenager's hand and stood in front of the elder uncle's stall, just blocking most of it. For someone like this to suddenly come down from the car and say they want to eat rice dumplings, eldest uncle has really lived to see it. But business should still be done, and the elder uncle could tell at a glance that it was the teenager who wanted to eat. So he asked gently, "Little doll, which one do you want to eat?" Then let's have one of each." The teenager looks at the large and small pots of differently arranged dumplings and looks up at Sui. "It's okay, right, second uncle." Sui just smiled and nodded his head, handing the elder uncle a whole $1. signaling that he didn't need to look for it. The eldest uncle froze for a moment, not caring about this, not skillfully unwrapping the dumplings, one by one, sticking on the sugar and wrapping them up and handing them to Sui. He also took out a rusty copper coin from his pocket and shoved it into Sui's hand, saying, "If only my eldest grandson was as obedient and understanding as you are. Take it. It's just a worthless trinket." Sui's gaze did not find anything strange, so he did not stop it, but in Sui's eyes, this copper coin seemed to be full of arcane reasoning, causing the vortex in the depths of his consciousness to tremble. The teenager carefully put the copper coin into his pocket, holding the steaming dumplings in his arms, and said goodbye to his eldest uncle. The road back to the Su family's old mansion was long, so long that the teenager hugged the dumplings and had a dream. In the dream he met the person he missed the most while sitting with his father in the cold underground base. Over the shoulder long hair cascaded down just attached against the teenager's face. Itchy but comfortable. Xiao-E-O. The dumplings are delicious, aren't they? The familiar voice asked in a flirtatious tone. Sui looked at the empty in his arms, pursed his lips and shook his head very hard. Not good, not good. Not as good as Mom's package. The woman flexed her finger against Sui's brow, dotingly said, Xiaoyi's mouth is really sweet. Did Mom teach you to remember? Remembered? Anyone in this world can forget me, only you can't. Oh, Xiaoyi, remember? The blurred line of sight gradually became clear, and Sui frowned as he gathered his sight. Only then did he notice that the math teacher on the podium, whose hair was thinning to the point of extinction, was pointing at a formula, relentlessly naming names and asking the same sentence. When most people got enough performance to satisfy him, he would reveal his own smug smile, quite deadly. Sui shook his head, knowing that he had accidentally fallen asleep again. This kind of abnormal behavior makes Sui feel alert, thanks to several uncles' teaching. Sui can be regarded as the astronomy, geography, the art of war, and know a little bit about the tricky way. So will be the trick. These days drowsy, although by the class teacher pulled out to criticize a few times, but today he has vaguely perceived the source of abnormality in where. Just as Sui gazed out the window, thinking about how to lay the trap, the eyes of the math teacher on the stage suddenly turned cold. Sui, you answer this question. The low voice made a class of 36 students not dare to breathe more than a breath. Sui raised his eyebrows and knew in his heart that this was the math teacher catching the typical. Long ago, Sui is not the same as in the past. Stood up has been nearly 1 meter 8 people. Slender figure and fitted small suit uniform. The teenager's stature set off the elegance of the incomparable. If you can automatically ignore that look of sleepy eyes, probably as a sunshine slightly intoxicated leisurely beautiful boy. The eyes of the whole class convergence also cannot let the teenager to stay. 1 step is 2 steps across to the podium. Gently pinch a chalk. It is lightly written to the top. The arm can reach the most comfortable position. Under the stage was still worried about the students. See him this side of the handy look, but also a lot of relief. But the chalk was put away, and there was only one word for solution. Sui spread his hands, full of apologies. Will not. Math teacher is also a headache. This student teach also do not listen. Do not teach him also casually contest at top 10 age. It really gave the subject teachers a lesson. Really can not teach such a student. The person who taught such a student is now inspecting the prohibited seashore. Seeing Sui with an indifferent look, completely not putting him as a teacher in his eyes, the teacher was furious and said, You don't look like a high school student all day long. You're either sleeping or gawking. So if you want to see it, go out and see it for yourself. However, taking into account the classmates watching, and Sui, this guy's classmates are quite good. See, the impact is not good. The teacher's tone of voice slowed down and said, Cough. One side standing to go. If you're distracted in class again, I'll let your homeroom teacher clean you up. I know. Sui skimmed his lips, not taking it seriously at all. As long as the ranking of the whole school didn't fall out of the top 100, the homeroom teacher wouldn't say anything. She would just say something long and hard, and continue with the same old rhetoric. However, if the matter reaches the aunt's ears, it will not be good to live. Sui said in his heart. Sui put his hands behind his back and stood sharply on the corridor to look into the wind. Seemingly light-hearted, but in reality, his eyes were glowing. A slightly hot sensation came from his palm, causing Sui to have both joy and sorrow in his heart. The deed in his palm lit up. The math teacher turned his face, then looked at the class and asked, Is there any student who wants to try this question? The class was silent. Just out of the one said will not. This up is not to hit people's face well. The teacher, the small mind with really clean. I'll do it. Crisp and decisive voice rang out. Very recognizable. Rise, but a girl wearing a yellow dress. High ponytail seems to be her pride, is swinging out of a striking arc. Even though she couldn't reach the solution even if she stood on her tiptoes, she still had to move a bench to step on it and wrote down her answer next to the solution. The question wasn't very hard. And the answer didn't need to be complicated. It just needed a beginning and an end. The story in between is probably called Being Young. The girl slowly stopped writing, her gaze crossed the blackboard, passed through the open door, and landed on the teenager in the corridor who never paid a single attention to this place, recalling the moment when she bumped into each other at the beginning of the school year. Muyuan Senior High School. Rain pattered down, she carried a black umbrella, accompanied by her elders. The adults' conversations were uninteresting, but for the sake of etiquette, she still stayed at the side not too far away, not too close and well-behaved, until a reckless teenager came bounding through the school gates in a panic, toppling a book as if it were as free as the cloudy heavens. It wasn't until he appeared in front of her that the teenager reacted to the fact that she had an extra person under her umbrella. He said, "Yeah, classmate, why do you take such a big umbrella? Choose the day, lend me a rub." The teenager frank but with witty words upset the mood of the young girl. The abnormal temperature all of a sudden make her a little panic. A time stuttering cannot say a word, only nodded. However, the teenager who cares about these things, originally is lowered to hide in the body, naturally did not notice the classmate's flustered eyes and red and white face, or to lament. This is how many teenagers should be the first love model. Not waiting for the young girl's response, looked at the table and then hurriedly said, "I have to go," and then late to be late. The girl just nodded her head, not waiting for a reaction, was stunned to see the teenager continue to top the book in the rain away. The way he was running in the rain seemed a little silly. "That's a language book, right?" the teenage girl muttered. This scene was naturally seen by the elders, but the young girl's back was turned to them but they didn't notice anything. It was only the eldest uncle who leaned over and laughed softly. The Su family's kid, really energetic. The young girl looked back at the eldest uncle and asked, "Where is he?" The school director at the side bent over slightly and said, "He, from the senior high school's key 7th class. The grades are quite good, it's just that he's not well disciplined." Uncle laughed. "Of course you can't discipline him." The unknown director had to smile with him, but the young girl ignored it and spoke to her eldest uncle. "Then I'll go to class 7 as well." "But that's senior year," the director said in surprise. After all, the girl was only a freshman before she turned over. The thoughtful elder uncle looked down at the young girl's affirmative gaze and nodded. "That's fine. It's okay for our talking family's little girl to be a little different." The director personally brought the young girl into class 7. The originally noisy class 7 instantly quieted down, not because of this director. Rather, it was the quiet young girl beside the director, as if the clamor was untainted beauty. If everything was near the direction of beauty, then at this moment class 7 was very much in line with this. Director Wang briefly introduced her, Tan Yuning, the high achiever who had transferred from Magic City and so on. "Well, it's her." Sui naturally recognized this girl as the classmate whose umbrella he had just rubbed against, and without waiting for the director to say anything, he immediately got up and took the black umbrella and school bag in her hand, and placed them on the single table to the right. Before Tan Yuning could say anything, Sui said first, "It's so nice here, airy and breathable, and you can look at the scenery of the 4 seasons outside. It's very beautiful. I want to sit here, but the old class won't even give me a seat." "Finish," like the class teacher said in a serious way, "to cherish awe." The young girl was amused, and her originally unnatural demeanor soothed. Because of her arrival and extinguished, the joy is also once again ignited. Director Wang satisfied with holding the eye sockets to leave, thinking, or this kid will come to things. On second thought, he was afraid of bringing down the little girl, but this is the pearl of the Tan family. However, when he saw through the window that Tan Yuan was integrating into the collective atmosphere, he still resisted the urge to take Sui out and educate him. On this side, Sui arranged for Tan Yuaning and said with satisfaction, "Now we're clear. I'll be sitting across from you, twisting my head to cross another one. 2, 4 is me." Sui returned to his seat before a quiet sentence instantly let the talk of moon gel color blush. "If not, the occasion is not right. All want to kick him a foot," he said. "The small suit uniform is not suitable for you. You are too skinny. Wear a skirt to look better." So next, class 7 witnessed Sui's extreme vision. After all, you could question Sui's character, but definitely not his taste. So what are you focusing on again? The Su family's male son. Chapter 3, Demon Spirits. Talking about Yuning naturally thought, as if the weight of the question was just to elicit such light and heavy thoughts. Even she herself did not understand. Everyone's applause, teachers' praise, did not let that teenager slightly look back. But the young girl did not return to her seat, but walked behind the teenager, patting his shoulders down. The playful look made the teenager stay for a moment before noticing that the direction of her finger was inside the class. He obediently copied his right hand into his pocket, but he didn't notice the hint of surprise that flashed under the teenager's eyes. "Let me go back?" Sui inexplicably understood. Tan Yuning shook her head. "I made it." Sui shyly scratched his head and responded, "Well, it's very impressive looking. No wonder that UMO kid said that he was under a lot of pressure because of your appearance the other day. So can I invite you back? Sui lost his voice and laughed. Alright, seeing as you're personally out of the way, I'll go back, but you have to give me a reason to do so, otherwise how disgraceful I would be. The math teacher black-faced, looking at the dejected Sui, gritting his teeth. You're outside. Tan Yuning paused as if she was trying to think of a reason, causing Sui to attach himself and listen. It's too humiliating. Ha 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 ha. The scene of full-blown laughter was also thanks to the two protagonists pouring their hearts out. Only Sui, who was petrified on the spot, could only break his teeth and suppress it himself, honestly returning to his seat to sulk under the watchful eyes of the whole class and the teacher. The class continued, but the little note was operating in the dark. Are you angry? Aha. After a moment, the note came through. The young girl struggled to think. Then don't be mad. Okay. The teenager gently raised his head to see the young girl who was blocking the sunlight, as if there was the holiness of moonlight. Okay. Sui's gaze still fell outside the window. He detected the aura of demonic spirits in this campus. The so-called demon spirits, i.e., powerful beings in the world that were different from living beings, naturally plundered the aura of heaven and earth, and formed spirit qualities with a very high degree of alienation. These spirit qualities were enough to allow an ordinary person to be dissolved in a short period of time, or to become an accomplice to the demon spirits. Rumor has it that powerful demon spirits are comparable to the holy spirits that only exist in legends, and the holy spirits are already the most powerful existence under the gods. It could be seen how invincible the demon spirits were in the era when the gods didn't exist and the living beings were weak. At this time, the demon spirits' civil unrest, the human race to take advantage of the trend of the rise, the establishment of the dynasty, the unification of the tribes together to fight against the demon spirit, successively set the wisdom of the nation and the crystallization of the times, has created the Shang-Chi, Zhou-Qi, due to the creation of the Qi text, resulting in the human race as a separate fight against the demon spirit of the heritage. The demon spirit therefore feel the danger, trying to cut off the human dynasty. The Shang-Chi became a half-finished product, and the Zhou-Qi was cut up. However, after the demon spirits experienced civil strife and battles with the human race, the vast majority of the great demons fell into a deep sleep, and the human race ushered in a period of development, and 100 schools of thought opened up, allowing the human race, which had been greatly wounded, to rekindle the fire of the starry field. More and more deeds were produced, and more demon sealing masters appeared. The unusual lethargy these days, as well as the images of memories that would always surface, all warned Sui that a special demonic spirit had appeared by his side. Most importantly, the deed in his palm had sensed this demonic spirit. He had waited for so many years, but he had finally waited for a demonic spirit that was able to make the palm covenant appear to sense it. Tonight, he was going to go and explore carefully, and must find the location where this demonic spirit was hiding. With the range of the covenant's sensing, he had a premonition that this demonic spirit was definitely on campus. However, a demonic spirit that could cause even the palm deed text to sense it would definitely not be an ordinary demonic spirit. Although many powerful demonic spirits had stopped wandering off the earth during the war, there were still many newborn demonic spirits that needed to draw on the aura of heaven and earth to slowly strengthen themselves, and this was the task that the current demon sealer had to do. Sealing or suppressing these demon spirits is the mission of the demon sealer. The powerful demon spirits had already slumbered and perished under the sacrifices of their forefathers. This era needed to build a solid enough barrier in a period of peace. Sui knew that. Don't look at it as if nothing was happening now, but the coastal areas of East China were constantly suffering from the aggression of demon spirits, and the war over there was far beyond the imagination of those who were living peacefully in the interior. If not for his internship experience in the military school, Sui would not have seen that scene that looked like the end of the world, and in his memories, there was a big secret buried under the North Pole. If this secret was revealed, perhaps the peace of the entire world would cease. It was night. Sui took advantage of the dormitory lights out before going to bed for a few moments. In the large campus sneak, after a few days of stepping on the spot, Sui has classified 5 different levels according to the strength of the sensation: no sensation, normal, slight, strong and palpitation. These 5 levels indicated how close he was to the target, and if he reached the point of palpitations, it was almost as close as face to face. It should be here, Sui muttered to himself with an ugly face. In the dark garden, it was as if Sui had put on a coat of night, blending in perfectly, and the general direction he was facing. Directly in front of him was the forbidden place where the boys stopped, the girls' dormitory. Sui could hardly accept it and lowered his head, looking at the golden-colored light that slightly lit up in his right palm, lighting up and fading away as if he were breathing. For a moment excitement and pain were not divided, walking hand in hand. The excitement was that Sui had identified the specific location of this demonic spirit. The pain was this demonic spirit born in the wrong place? Why is it here? Sui couldn't figure it out. and secretly speculated, is it possible that this thing still has a special fetish for peeping? By the way, are demonic spirits gender neutral? How do they pass on their offspring? If they don't distinguish between genders, is it asexual reproduction or cell separation? One question after another gradually became scientific. If there was a demon spirit in hand, please don't doubt Sui's scientific spirit and good learning qualities. Unfortunately, this was already considered the closest Sui had gotten to a demonic spirit alone, and even the temperature of his palm began to roll up. But Sui's heart was bitter. The aggravation of only being able to watch from afar and not being able to enter alone was hard to describe. Considering his upright identity, Sui still chose to withdraw first. Looking around, night vision without pressure, Sui noticed that only a few sporadic small couples are still lingering. Not intending to disturb them, Sui threw the cover of the environment quietly from the bushes, cat waist out, the shape of the agile as a cheetah. But Sui suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around with a bad smile and shouted, "The director of education is coming." Saying that, a light extremely cooperated to hit over. F***CK. The fried Sui stiffened and turned back. Not far from where Director Wang, who was making his rounds, had already arrived at the sound. Day after day pretending to be a ghost and being scared by ghosts. You can imagine how depressed Sui is at this moment. Who would have thought that this day just happened to bump into the director's inspection? Fortunately, there are a few scattered figures running away to delay Director Wang's footsteps. Otherwise Sui would not be able to escape this fate. Borrowing the darkness of the night and the shadows of the buildings, Sui made several jumps in succession to avoid Director Wang's death stare, and successfully escaped from the scene of the crime. "It's so exciting," he breathed a little sigh of relief. "What did you kid do?" Umo saw Sui, who had just climbed up the stairs and was calming his heartbeat, from this end of the third floor. Anticipating that there must be something fishy going on, Umo waited for Sui to return to the dormitory and leaned over with a smile on his face. Sui blankly glanced at him. This four-eyed boy usually didn't have great eyesight, but his awareness was quite good at this time. Class 9's Wang Jingwen and that old Lu from our class. Ahem. Sui recalled those few escaped figures, with his memory direct human brain comparison of who is who. Immediately decided to casually throw out two to put off this guy, with a you-know-what look. Umo understood, but didn't relax on Sui in the slightest because of it. The gaze that was used to solve equations stared at him earnestly, making the already weak-minded Sui's heart flutter. "You kid has a problem. You're the one with a problem," Umo said non-committally. "Then it's also you who has a problem first. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This day can't chat anymore." Sui just wanted to hurry up to come to a yellow flower big girl to collect this demon. "Are you?" Umo confirmed that there was no one else in these two people's dormitory before hesitantly opening his mouth. "Having something with her?" "1, 2, Sui, who had black lines all over his head, asked uncertainly, "This her? It can't be Tan Yuning, right?" Umo gave a which made Sui sigh in relief. "Just a friend." "What else?" Sui replied carelessly. "She's not lodging. It can't be her even if I'm running away for a rendezvous in the small garden." Oh, Umo realized. So it was to the small garden behind the girls' dormitory. No wonder it came back so late. Class 1 school bully Li Mei is the letter that I entrusted me to give you the day before yesterday. Class 3 that class flower is the chocolate that I entrusted me to stuff into your pocket the day before yesterday. Senior 2 and the schoolgirl is the love letter that I asked me to give you yesterday. I remembered to put it in your school bag. Umo thought carefully and felt that he also had to count the last weeks to be rigorous, completely disregarding the black face of the person in question who was publicly executed. One by one. "Okay, so which one did you actually accept?" Sui looked at Umo's taken for granted look, forcibly resisting the urge to kick him out of 317, then coldly asked back, "What about you? What are you doing staring at Tan Yuning all the time?" Alright, the negotiations between the two sides broke down, and the court declared Umo as the plaintiff to be socially brain-dead on the spot. No matter how Umo's CPU was running, he just didn't know how to answer this question, so he could only say sullenly, "At least she's pretty, isn't she? It's well known. No doubt about it." Then, Umo stifled his red face and said, "Then she's also very good at studying. At least her score control ability is much better than yours." Sui looked at Umo with a look of disgust. Why is this guy like a dummy when it comes to this kind of question? He didn't look like this when he was just interrogated. So that was the big one. Now it's the small one himself. "Yes," she stabilized second. "You're still fighting with the next rocket class, that childhood friend Fansiki, about first and third." Sui teased. "Fansiki, she, Umo muttered, half unable to speak. "What's wrong with her? She's not, but she's also quite good looking." Umo suddenly straightened up, amusing Sui. After a bit of clamor, the hostess ants came to check the rooms one by one. Sui and Umo as the top students did not have any special care, to the point as also to turn out the lights. Two people as a bunk bed roommates. listening to each other's breathing can judge the other asleep or not. So Sui is still thinking about how to enter the girls' dormitory. Umo rolled over and turned his head to face downward. Through the moonlight can vaguely see Sui's pair of deep like the bottom of a well eyes. A lot of strange things have been happening lately. Sui was interrupted in his thoughts, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Tell me, you also know the rules of the rocket class. Fainting is troublesome, but the 3 rocket classes combined are already more than half. They've all been called home to reflect, and I almost did today." Umo was still a bit scared when he recalled the emptiness in that dream. "After I talked to them, I realized that everyone has been having frequent nightmares lately, and they're all in a cold sweat in the morning, but they can't remember what the nightmares are, leading to mental depression." Sui listened carefully, but was a little confused. Having nightmares was normal, and not being able to remember what the dreams were was also normal, but the combination together with the large-scale phenomenon, it was very abnormal. Did you have a nightmare?" Facing Umo's inquiry, Sui returned, "I don't know what I dreamed. How can I be sure that it was a nightmare? During the daytime, I had some more nightmare fragments floating in my mind." Umo's voice was trembling a bit as he said, "I feel as if it's torturing me. What fragments did you see?" Umo was speechless for a long time before he said before going to sleep, "Intuition tells me that you're looking for something. Whatever you're going to do, please be sure to be careful." Perhaps exposure to the occult had caused Umo to have these strangely acute senses, but Sui wasn't prepared to say anything more. Good. Sui didn't know what to say, as his dream wasn't a fragment, nor was it a nightmare, much less any fear regarding it, but perhaps, that recurring image was Sui's greatest nightmare. With the growth of science, the public has gotten rid of many stereotypes, and now the development and popularization of the occult is also speeding up. Perhaps some people feel that it is not a good thing to let the public contact too early, but the sooner you realize the connection between the spirits, all things and people, the sooner you can face the unknown, right? The truly powerful demonic spirits are still sleeping. It's not too late for everything. Just, how should one go in and bring this demonic spirit to justice? Not, deed to the text? This entire night, Sui was in deep thought. Chapter 4, Basic Deeds. The bell rang at 7:30 in the morning, and the two of them went straight to the restaurant as if nothing had happened. Sui doesn't care if Umo slept well last night, and Umo doesn't worry about whether Sui is trying to find the thing he wants or not. The two of them ate their breakfast unannounced, because the rocket class is on the west side. Umo sends Sui back. If Sui hadn't intentionally controlled the points when he was first divided into classes, Umo wouldn't have needed to face Fansiki alone. With the two of them together, the battle of words would barely rival Fansiki. At the entrance of Class 7, Tan Yuning had already seen the two people traveling together from the 3rd floor. Sui, slightly joyful voice good like a gust of wind around the wind chime suddenly faster. Umo saw this and said, "Come on, you go up by yourself." Sui is also a big head. Said, "This girl today is how?" Said Lady It, "Do not pretend at all." When Sui showed his head on the 3rd floor, she looked at him with a smile on her face, as if she had been waiting for a long time for someone she had been expecting for a long time to come to her appointment. In the face of him, the heartbeat of the ups and downs of the heart still leaps more than, "For you." Talking Moon Ning's hand behind her back handed over an exquisite gift bag. In fact, Sui noticed the first time he saw Talking Moon Ning. After all, Sui's eyes were really good, and he thought he was much better than Umo. Moreover, today, Tan Yuning seems to have changed into a sky blue dress with knee-high socks and white shoes, which has the pure flavor of a neighboring sister. Sui received the gift bag, weighing the not heavy look, casually asked, "What is it?" In fact, he is not curious about what is in the gift bag, but today is not a special day. Labor Day? Children's Day? 1 month anniversary of meeting each other? Can't it be my birthday? It's a custom in my hometown. Every year on September 1st, we send out a gift, and if the recipient accepts it, they have to promise an agreement. Talking about the moon gel out of the head, smiling pressure bent eyebrows into a crescent moon. Agreement? Sui heart thumped, lowered his head to explore the gift bag, hiding a touch of melancholy. Just he hid very well. Even if the heart is fine as talk, moon gel can only keenly feel the person in front of him seems to be in a somewhat depressed mood. I received the gift, so what kind of agreement do I have to fulfill? Tan Yuning's painting style suddenly changed, playfully said, "You guess?" Then there was only a fragrant wind that was slow to dissipate, and a playful back stepping on the drums of the ponytail out of sight. This scene was naturally seen by many people, and everyone's mixed discussions seemed to have a focus. The topic of a handsome boy and beautiful girl combination debut was never a problem in this famous Jiang high school, but how did the Talk family's eldest young lady blindly follow the trend as well? No one could figure out that a good old Missy would actually curry favor with others as well. Look at you. Look at you. Still saying these two don't have anything. Say pure friendship. Fart. Chang Zi die with that heart of yours. Some people are pointing their fingers in this way, and in the meantime, they are comforting their friends. I've already said that their relationship is not the same. That said, Sui, that boy's family, what background? Have not heard of what? I haven't seen him wear any name brands, but a few school uniforms over and over again, primping a lot of times. That's right, that brat Sui is not as good as Brother Chang. The man who was called Brother Chang's face became more and more ugly, and the muscular man who was half a head taller than Sui held up his jean jacket as if it was a shirt. But it seems like the director of our school can't do anything about him. His grades are quite good. Fake it. I haven't seen him enter the rocket class. Talking about you, Ning didn't get in either. You guys said his last name is Su. It can't be that Su, right? Silence. Everyone who heard this thought that this guy's head was broken. The last name of Su is a lot of places to go. I have never heard of the Su family these years there are any descendants to support the door. The school manager is Su Muhei. Arranging a few Su family members to come in is not a problem. It's not impossible for someone to think about it. Even if they are Su family members, they won't be able to match them. I haven't heard of anyone of the same age in the Su family's direct line. Didn't you say there was one earlier? Fake. It's just to fool the media. You really believe it? If it were true, there would have been a lot of rumors already. Why should we have to guess? That's enough. Chao Chang interrupted them in a deep voice. If you have enough to eat, go run a couple laps. Everyone saw the backbone of the main body have soared, but also embarrassed to add fuel to the fire. One by one, gray slinking back to their respective classes. Chao Chang understands in the bottom of his heart. He can enter here because his father is the director of the Central Zhejiang Research Institute, and everyone is willing to get acquainted with him. In the end, he still hopes to get on the Central Zhejiang Research Institutes both through the line of each other. But for people like Sui, they don't care about that at all. Talking about the moon gel is even bluntly rejected his good intentions. Expressed no interest. There are only two possibilities for not being interested in the field of occultism. One is ignorance and the other is the bottom line. Coming from the family and supporters behind them, either one could be said to be worthy of pride. Sui, which one do you belong to? Ignoring those tall tales, Sui returned to his seat and carefully unwrapped the gift, which contained baked cookies with a crispy and soft flavor, which was very good. Known ability of talking Moon Ning, culinary arts, dim sum +1. In addition to this, there were some handmade jewelry, as well as a pair of black open-fingered gloves. Sui was surprised as he took them out, remembering the shiny deed on his palm. It seemed that he did need such a glove. When did she notice it? Sui could only barely get it to give a little response when he concentrated on sensing it, and there wouldn't be any abnormality at all during normal times. So it must have been yesterday. Sui remembered. It was when she tapped herself back from behind. So one has no defense against her? This can't be good. If Uncle San knows about this, he'll have to go back for extra practice again. Sui held his forehead and had a headache. And the last gift was a postcard with the snow-capped Changbai mountain on the front. On the back was the promise, next year in September, send me a gift as well. Sui looked sideways at Tan Yuning, who also happened to be looking at him to open the gift. Good. The mouthpiece opens out, and the smile that emerges on the face of the person who sees it is like a lit firework, making it unforgettable for a long time. But looking back, Sui was still fretting about his proper business. This day's evening self-study, Sui simply skipped it. The small garden was empty, and Sui suddenly spotted a sneaky figure. UMO? The silhouette froze in place and just wouldn't turn back, which made Sui more certain of who this was. Rather, he didn't expect that this fellow actually came to the small garden even before him. Patting Umo's shoulder, Sui asked, "What a coincidence. You skipped class too?" Umo turned his head and tried to pretend he didn't recognize him, but Sui directly said, "I don't need to see your face when you stand there with your legs in a circle. I know it's you." No longer able to ignore, Umo picked up the weapon of anger and swung his fist in the air. Sui's hands, unless standing, and let him hit. Otherwise 10 UMO is not enough for Sui to clean up. After the two were silent for a long time, it was Umo who took the lead to break the calm and asked, "Are you so sure that the source of the problem is in here?" "Of course I'm not sure. It's not like I'm a human nature self-propelled radar." Sui's taken for granted look made Umo couldn't help but send him a blank stare. "Just dry watching? If I say it's really not possible, just go to the police." Umo came up with an idea, and then said, "I heard that there are security companies that specialize in managing this kind of special phenomenon, and they are very mysterious. I don't know if I can get a glimpse of the real thing this time. Boy, this could be our closest chance to the world's hidden secrets." "Ha," Sui nonchalantly added. "Nice try. On a nationwide scale, if every school can call out these people if there's the slightest breeze, then they don't have enough people by far, let alone hitching a ride with us." Sui was well aware of the system within this security company. If we don't have conclusive evidence to show that it's nonsense, who will take care of our affairs at that time? Besides, don't you want to see with your own eyes whether those terrifying existences that the so-called occult points to are sacred or demonic? Sui gazed at Umo and said, other people intervening will not give you and I the chance. Umo fell silent, the strong signal of his heart telling him that he couldn't do that. This opportunity is what he longed for, but his intuition reflected, how many kilograms do you not count? The swollen face is fat but to be bad luck. Sensibility and rationality of each end. Each other tug-of-war that rope is Umo's heartstrings now. Long tangled Umo asked, do you have any certainty? Then added uneasily, I mean, if it's really a so-called demonic spirit, do you have any way to deal with it? Like what? Chicken blood seemed to be better making Umo froze for a moment and said, for example, well, talisman paper, peachwood swords, eye-opening leaves, whatever. Why don't we get some dog's blood? It has to be a rooster's. Unmarried is best. That's child's urine. Sui belabored a bit and said in a bad mood, should I give you another demon mirror? Ah, right. Umo clapped his hands like he suddenly realized, I almost forgot. Sui already didn't want to bother with this nerd at all. Watched too many TV dramas, right? Umo also knows that it's not reliable, but he really doesn't have much of a bottom in his heart, so he can only find himself something that can bring a little sense of security to avoid evil spirits. Knowing something like the deed? Looking at Sui's calm eyes, Umo suddenly felt relieved. The panic of facing the unknown seemed to be less difficult to face because Sui was there. At least psychologically, that was the case. Physically it was out of Umo's hands. He added in his mind, know a little. Legend has it that it was King Wan of Zhou who acted out the circumference of the heavens and deduced something from the return of the latter heaven to the first heaven, which was called the deeds by the later generations. Some deeds are recorded in books, like Taoist scriptures or something. To look at it with modern concepts, it's something like an extremely complex energy matrix or square array. Umo briefly stated the ones he knew and also expressed his own understanding. Sui, however, shook his head and said, it's already impossible to prove who the qi actually originated from, but the Zhou qi was undoubtedly perfected from King Wan of Zhou but only after several generations. The feeling it gives me is not the so-called matrix, as it is more like a living thing without a concrete consciousness. Living thing? Umo bowed his head in contemplation and began to corroborate this from the canonical texts in his mind. But there were so many different schools and sects of occultism, and until now there were also many different opinions. No particularly representative paradigms had appeared yet, so Umo kept this statement first and asked, using the contract to form a covenant, you can seal a demon into a vein, suppressing the innate in the middle of the latter day of the circumference of the sky. It is also known as sealing the demon in the body, getting the great freedom on earth and enjoying the freedom. True or false? The Great Wall is still there today. When have you seen Qin Shi Huang? Sui's sentence was an embarrassment to Umo. So what's next? Can you get a deed? The genuine kind. I've seen some Taoist priests cheat consumers with souvenirs. Don't try to fool me. Umo patted his chest and said that he was very knowledgeable. For example, there are many souvenir collections. In fact, in Sui's opinion, it's a big injustice that has too much pocket money and no place to spend it. Sui smiled and assured, don't worry, it's as good as fake. Saying this, Umo opened his hand. Sui scratched around on it, and then closed his pen in a dashing manner, leaving Umo with a face full of question marks. Just this? But the next second after the exit, a faint suction force came out from the palm, as if some tiny and mysterious factor was sucked away from the air, and that was the aura. When the suction lasted for a full minute, a little bit of light flickered, connecting together exactly the veins that Sui had just sketched. Is this a deed? Sui nodded his head, except that this was the most basic deity one from the military school system learning, tightly able to absorb and store a little bit of aura in the air. How amazing. Umo looked infatuated. What beauty, what childhood sweethearts, are far inferior to the mysterious beauty brought by this moment Chiwan. The clean lines in that vein echoed each other in the light, as if they were breathing, conveying the light and heat from the occult. Can I learn? After taking a serious look at Umo, Sui shook his head. Not everyone could become a demon sealer, and this most basic deed text was actually a verification, whether or not one possessed the potential to become a demon sealer. As far as the reaction of the deed text was concerned, Umo was not too good. Umo, who had already understood, smiled bitterly and stopped wishing for more, but he suddenly remembered an idea and said, a demonic spirit like this one definitely likes aura, but the aura in heaven and earth is too slow to polymerize, so he definitely prefers aura that is gathered into a pile, right? Sui was dumbfounded. The reasoning was indeed the same. Otherwise, why would those powerful demonic spirits want to kill strong people? It was because they could directly plunder the spiritual quality that had already been gathered and purified. So we can trap him. Sui froze for a moment. This method didn't seem to be reliable, but it made sense. At least it was much more reliable than trying to get into the girls' dormitory by all means. So Sui patted Umo's shoulder and said heavily, I'll leave this heavy task to you. Then, Umo himself gathered his aura in solitude in the small park, storing it in this deed. Sui, on the other hand, had to prepare himself. Continue to update ing. The more recommendations, the more powerful the update. Chapter 5, Entrapment. In the last few days, Umo was like a demon. Every day on time, when the deed was about to disappear, he approached Sui and asked him to carve it again. Sui was silent as he watched Umo's persistence. Carving over and over again would not expand the storage capacity of the deed. It did not gather more and more. This amount depended on the owner's own capacity, that is to say, the current Umo had actually saturated the deed. Any more aura could only go in and out, not a little more. Can you make a glass of water that is already full? Have another cup of water? Unless you increase the capacity of the water cup, you can only take the path of compression, but then the aura will turn into spiritual quality, not to mention whether it can be compressed successfully, that is, compressed out. There is no inheritance of the deed of the Umo. It is also impossible to carry the spiritual quality. One last time, Sui engraved it again. When Sui finished engraving, Umo was relieved and asked, "Is the amount enough?" Unable to bear to tell him the truth, Sui nodded. "Then I'll see you in the evening study hall today." Aha! But before that, Sui had to take care of a tale before he could do so. Turning over, Chao Chang had already been standing in the corridor for a while. The day before yesterday, during the evening self-study, Sui had sensed that someone was following him, only that Sui didn't choose to crash through. Because in this school, there were quite a number of family members from different clans. Those of them who understood and possessed the inheritance deed text were estimated to be not a few. So Sui did not intend to scare the snakes when he could not determine who it was. A special demonic spirit that triggered such a nightmare phenomenon was what caused the reaction of Sui's palm deed. Sui would never think that there would be another person who possessed the same deed as him, much less believe that there was a deed that could sense the demonic spirit before his. At least, on this campus, it was impossible. It was because of this confidence that Sui was not at all worried about being shortchanged. And now, Sui had already determined who that little tail that was following him was. The celebrity from the next class, Chao Chang. Hey, it's not good to eavesdrop so openly, right? Sui's gaze was locked on Chao Chang. He didn't know if this guy had inherited the deed or not, but as long as he hadn't become a true demon sealer with the deed, then Sui wouldn't be afraid of anyone. The best graduate of the military academy. That wasn't blown out of proportion. But I see you. You seem to be quite helpful. Chao Chang laughed. With that qualification of his, what use would it be if you draw it for him even more times? In the end, it was letting it be known that it was just the most basic of deeds, but Chao Chang talking like this made Sui very upset. The distance of 7 steps, Sui a sprint instantly across, a fist with a strong wind punched out, straight to the abdomen of the Dantian. However, Chao Chang is not a rookie. First step back, hands to invoke. Chao Chang didn't even dare to hold on with one hand with that wild fist wind. While being surprised in his heart, he also simply punched with all his strength. Fist and palm contact. Fist power enough to let Chao Chang slip into his class door before stopping his body, and the gust of numbness coming from between the palms, but also let him be shocked. Among his peers, can someone actually have such chi power? But how could he know that Sui, who had long been stuck at the top of the second rank for many years, could only beat his own chi precipitation? And if it wasn't for this palm deed, Sui wouldn't have wasted any time in high school. How about it? Still coming? Sui tilted his head. Chao Chang flung his arm, completely disregarding the gazes that had already attracted the attention of his classmates. He similarly accelerated and bullied his way up to deliver a whip kick, which Sui raised his arm to parry. But Sui is not Chao Chang's body. Whip leg cannot shake Sui. On the contrary, let Sui buckle his legs. Afterwards, he saw a sandbag-sized fist about to smash over. Stop. From the time Director Wang received the police call to the time he accelerated up the stairs in 100 meters, the rounds that the two exchanged ended with Chao Chang falling into a disadvantage. However, Sui glanced at Director Wang, and this punch was hard not to be collected. Watching Chao Chang face door solidly received a punch, Sui will be that clasped legs thrown away, staggering Chao Chang and the other people's support before barely not fall. Sui flicked the ash on his body and warned, "If you dare to follow me again, it won't be that simple." The furious Director Wang rushed up to grab Sui's ears, but when he met Sui's black pupils, Director Wang's momentum stalled for no reason, and he even sidestepped to give way. Sui went back to the classroom in this way. As for Chao Chang, he could only go to the infirmary. However, sitting in his seat, the surrounding bustling exchanges, as well as the gazes that sized him up, could not cause Sui to pay the slightest attention, but Sui felt a little panicked. Senses, however, did not respond to any of his abnormalities. Can only first suppress their own uneasiness? Sui in waiting to get through this time. Evening self-study, still skipped. Since it is trapping, then Sui naturally has to prepare the bait. Just based on Yumo's little amount of saving up like a piggy bank, Sui felt that it was a freshly molded demon spirit that would have to be disgusted and spit on it twice. There were times when this qualification was a heavily gap. However, in Sui's opinion, Yumo still had room to utilize his spare capacity, and the occult needed him. Inside the small garden, Sui placed some materials in all corners. These materials were bought from the black market. If not familiar with the door, generally will not easily sold to outsiders. As for what these materials were bought for, it was naturally to prepare the bait. If the bait was aura, then a container that could gather a large amount of aura and would not have an upper limit because of its qualifications. Sui could only think of the deed formation. The deed formation was also later developed from the deed text. Only compared to the profound deed text, the deed formation was more practical and functional. So to make the deed formation more conducive to use and realization, it needed materials and engraving. Out of 10 demon sealers, there might not necessarily be one demon sealer who specializes in deed formations. Therefore, a demon sealer who specializes in formation sealing is also known as a formation sealer. In addition to the deed formation, there is also the spirit formation master. The spirit formation is a kind of only need material engraving, can be copied on the air, paper, scroll formation, convenient and simple, and the use of conditions are not as harsh as the deed formation. However, spirit formation masters need to have extremely high formation talent and imagination, so that they can give spirit formations a more vivid spirit. In terms of function and utility, the deed formation was far superior to the spirit formation, but in terms of efficiency and cost effectiveness, the spirit formation stood out in particular. At this moment, what Sui was doing was to set up a deed formation out, and it was a deed formation that was specialized in gathering and storing spiritual chi. This deed formation, the name of which was Gathering Spirit, the spirit gathering deed formation, as the name suggests, was simply to gather spirit. It could be said that this was a replica of the basic deed formation inscribed to UMO, only that it wasn't used to test qualifications, but was specifically used to supply for cultivation. Many small clans would use these practical deed formations, and because they were practical, it was naturally convenient to arrange them. Sketching in the void, Sui used his finger as a pen. Fully concentrated, the dash of aura at his fingertips converged as if it had spirituality, dancing in the air with his fingertips. As Sui sketched more and more aura was absorbed. This scene, as if a firefly suddenly appeared in the dark night, you fixed your eyes to see, after a firefly, is the whole piece of firefly forest, that spectacular degree, no less than a world wave. And this, also from the side of Sui's qualifications. Even this deed formation may not be able to fully show this. If UMO was present, he would have had the heart to cut ties with Sui. I can accept that my own brother's qualifications are better than mine, but if he's too good, then it's heartbreaking. Seeing the sky filled with spirit light flying around, it seemed like a party was being held in this small garden, but there was only one main character at the party, and that was Sui, who was actually sketching out the deed formation. With the last stroke in the void, Sui tilted his head and looked at the spiritual light forming the deed formation pattern, which was already completely running under the last point. Sighing in relief, although Sui was able to draw a contract formation, but because he had not made a contract with a contract, he did not have his own spiritual quality, and drawing a contract formation was also a matter of luck for him. Fortunately, today's luck was not bad. However, only the spirit gathering deed formation wouldn't do. If there was no container to store the spiritual chi and channel it out, then the chi would still end up escaping. Thus, Sui pulled out 3 scrolls and directly raised his hand to throw them out. Each scroll spread out of thin air, forming a transparent gourd-like object, and then the spiritual chi within the spirit-gathering deed formation was sucked directly into the gourd. In this way, it was considered that everything was ready. Waiting until the 3 gourds are sucked full, UMO rushed over. Looking at the small garden's radical changes, there were 10,000 horses galloping past in his heart. Ordinary people can't see these auras, and naturally they can't see these chi formations, unless they are the ones who have the chi text, otherwise they are gifted. Was UMO gifted? Obviously not. That was because the effect of the deed formation that Sui had engraved for him was still there. At least the deed formation wouldn't disappear before the aura had completely escaped. You damn lied to me. In the face of Yumo's indignant feelings, Sui could only express his innocence, and then purposely took out a thumb gourd that was too small to be transparent and cute. Handing it to UMO, he then said with an encouraging look, "Fill it up." Then the bit of aura gathered by Chiwen was inputted into it. Yumo's original gaze that still had expectations froze. Not even half of the damn thing. Throwing the gourd to Sui, UMO squatted alone in the corner and drew circles. "Stop drawing. You can't curse me without aura. I'll curse you to have bad luck." Sui held his forehead. "This guy is for real. I'm crying my eyes out." "Alright, since the bait is ready, Let's just wait for the big fish to take the bait. Hearing this, Umo only grumbled and moved over. Then Sui waved his hand and dispersed the deed formation. While the deed formation dispersed into a miraculous scene of diffuse aura, Umo's deed text couldn't be seen without the aura. However, Sui didn't care. What was there to see? Throwing out the 3 large gourds, Sui also purposely stuffed the small gourd in front of Umo. That look was simply knife Sui's heart. Don't care, how big a deal. Umo had to comfort himself. The candy would be there, the deed would be there, and the aura would be there. But then again, Umo looked at Sui aiming the mouth of the gourd at a corner of the girls' dormitory, and was a little unsure, asking, what if the demonic spirit really takes the bait? Like looking at a fool. Sui twisted his head to look at him. What else can be done? Of course it's to fight. Just cannot say so. Can only perfunctorily said, wait for the cell phone to you. If you see the situation is not right, you hurry to send out this text message. But we can't fight. We will shake people. Sui weighed his own reserves, a time also a little bottomless, in case it really cannot do what to do. Now that it's over, it's useless to think too much. After editing the text message, Sui threw his cell phone to Umo. The content of the text message was, Sui, the location is Muyuan High School. Come to the rescue. The 3 exclamation points also made Umo feel huge unreliability. This big night, can people receive your text message to save you? What's more, it's a person called Uncle Hua, who sounds like an old man. Sighing, Umo still put his cell phone away. He could only believe it first. Coming, the deed in his palm was hot, and there was a gradual change to a burning state. Sui estimated that he was about to have heart palpitations. With a cross heart, Sui opened another gourd, now with 2 gourds as bait at the same time. Sui didn't believe that this big fish wouldn't take the bait. However, the Devon stayed on the burning sensation and refused to palpitate anymore. Sui is afraid of this demon spirit is cautious. So froze one can get on the helpers did not shout. A Umo does not give Sui dragged back even if the high incense. But even so, this demon spirit still refuses to bite the hook. There is no other way. The 3 gourds all open, without reservation. All 3 gourds opened their auras, and in an instant, they were so dense that Sui almost thought that a spiritual quality would be created under this level of aura. But fortunately, without external pressure, the spiritual quality was not that easy to produce on its own. Moved. Useful. Sui's heart secretly rejoiced. He was already able to capture that hint of aura left over from the nightmare from his perception. Mysterious but giving off a strange feeling. That careful trial and error, like a child who was often beaten. For a time, he did not adapt to this kind of aura that was at his fingertips. But these auras were too important to this demonic spirit. Red light flashed in front of his eyes, and with the capture of the palm deed and perception, Sui pounced out the instant the demonic spirit appropriated the spiritual chi. Jumping up a full 2 meters or so, his right palm spread out, revealing the deed in his palm. This deed seems to be pieced together by extremely scattered parts. Each part is self-contained seems to be originally not a system, but because the core of that echoed. Umo, who knew some of the canonical books of the occult, could tell at a glance that the peripheral parts were the symbols of gods and ghosts from various sects. Although they could all be called deeds, they were completely devoid of the idea of a deed. It was as if it was a practical tool that had been dug out of some marginal material and replaced with a concept that existed, far from being an inheritance. What was before Umo's eyes at the moment was the beauty of being harmonized into a whole despite being extremely discordant. Because of the existence of the kernel, even if the surrounding area was pieced together, it still had the absolute status of unification, making it a whole. It's beautiful. The beauty was only the core, leaving aside the surrounding area. This core was simply a masterpiece of ghostly craftsmanship. The flowing ripples change all the time. The core is never set in stone. Since one in the beginning of the world to the world of all things, is the concept of the jochi. So there are also jochi points are not a gas. Infinite harm, together with the beginning of all things, smooth reenactment of the first day. The reverse is the first day of the banishment for the thick earth to raise the day after tomorrow. In Umo's out of focus, he saw Sui's palm cover the void, but in reality, Sui struck the deed on the body of this red demonic spirit, but it could only cause the demonic spirit to emit a low roar like it was in pain, and then it decisively rolled up its aura and had to run. Sui could not let it go, and immediately rushed into the aura, and was also caught up in it. In order to protect himself, Sui only had time to imprint the deed on his forehead. What Sui didn't know was that the imprint of the Zhou deed caused the red demonic spirit to subconsciously unleash its powers, dragging Umo into the nightmare as well. On the grass of the small garden, a text message had been sent out. One more chapter. Chapter 6, Red Mist. The last thing Sui could do was to place the palm of his right hand on his forehead, and at this moment, the demon spirit's true form was revealed in front of Sui's eyes. The scarlet body was like an illusory existence filled with mist, flooding Suyi's consciousness in an instant. Dream. The teenager slowly awakening on the grass was none other than Suyi. The sun shines brightly, the breeze brushes past, the grass is boundless, as if everything is beautiful. It was just that this beauty was like a nightmare in Suyi's own eyes. Is this my nightmare? Suyi looked around, as if he was speaking to someone who was looking down on him from a high position. Letting someone create a nightmare, and then using it to devour and grow himself, isn't much of a clever tactic. As if in response to him, the entire dream blew up a storm. Suyi laughed, turned his head to look at the other side. It was a child chasing a butterfly. Until the butterfly flew into the darkness of the storm, the child was about to chase into it, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Suyi. The child said in a milky voice with his head sideways, "Go back quickly, it's too dangerous here." After saying this, the child, who did not know his own situation, dove headlong into the darkness. After about half a quarter of an hour, miserable screams came out from it, and Suyi did nothing about it, only until the woman appeared. She looked at Suyi anxiously and hurriedly said, "Be careful around you." Then, knowing full well what existed in the darkness, she still chose to go in without hesitation. Time stood still at this moment. The wind stopped. The whole dream world began to disorganize, as if overwhelmed by trembling. "Only this?" Suyi calmly asked, lamenting in the calmest of tones. Perhaps the child should have died inside, so that no one would carry the weight for him. The dream world shuddered more and more, while Suyi was still muttering, still blaming Grandpa? Blame. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. It's all. The entire dreamscape echoed with the same milky voice, and the dreamscape began to be on the verge of shattering as if it couldn't take it anymore. "It's clearly your fault." Suyi's sighing voice was like the last straw that crushed the dream world, and it collapsed in a strange wail. Only the childlike voice was still stubbornly repeating that it wasn't my fault. When Suyi woke up, he realized that he was lying on a cold concrete floor, surrounded by discarded debris. Where is this? Suyi, who had never entered a girls' dormitory and had always upheld male virtue, naturally had no idea where this was. Muyuan High School was expanded from the original abandoned factory, and despite several renovations, there were still some places that were left unattended due to the perennial shelving. The place where Suyi was now was the original factory's waste disposal workshop. After it was remodeled, this place became a place for piling up debris, and basically Auntie wouldn't take care of it. Carefully measuring this place, Suyi's deed issued a burning heat. The air seemed to become sticky. A kind of fishy smell came to his nose. Looking for this fishy smell, Suyi came to the place where the workshop dumped the waste materials at the beginning. Gently pushed open a slit in the door. Countless red particles spread out, obscuring Suyi's line of sight. Not daring to make a fixed movement, Suyi raised his right palm and used the covenants in his palm to isolate these red particles. As more and more red particles came out, the entire utility room seemed to be wrapped in this red mist. As far as the line of sight could reach, there was only less than 5 meters of visibility, and this visibility was still decreasing. As the red mist was getting thicker and thicker, Suyi had no choice but to throw in a scroll along the doorway, which spread out in the red mist, absorbing a large amount of red mist in a matter of moments, but it soon became saturated. This spirit-gathering formation only took 7 seconds from the time it was thrown in to the time it was saturated. Not caring about the heartache, Suyi saw a horrifying scene in those 7 seconds. Right now, he only wanted to run. The door was rolled up, and that demonic spirit was frantically sucking in the red blood that was spilling out from underneath there on the discarded mouth. And by the looks of it, it already had extremely high purity spirit quality. Suyi's first thought was that this demonic spirit had been injured by the palm's deed, and was now healing with the help of that unknown thing. As for why it didn't just finish Suyi off, it was naturally because it wanted to make the best use of what it had. Nightmares, for this demonic spirit, were an excellent delicacy. This feature was also the basis for Suyi to be emboldened. His nightmares were not so easy to devour. However, the point of devouring nightmares made Suyi think of an extinct demonic spirit. Nightmare. It was too late to think about why nightmares still existed, and the moment the spirit formation sucked away the red mist, this suspected nightmare demonic spirit twisted its head to look at Suyi. Those scarlet eyes were like evil spirits. Chilling. The demonic spirit was also confused as to why this person had woken up from his nightmare. It hadn't had the chance to devour Suyi's nightmare yet, and especially after seeing Suyi's nightmare, it wanted to eat it even more. Thus, the moment Suyi turned around and ran, the demonic spirit rolled up a red mist and pounced on Suyi. On the other side, Suyi retreated half a step back and slammed the door to close the compartment, and then almost instinctively, using his right foot as an axis, he spun around and launched his right palm towards the window. The originally silent and incomparable deed suddenly appeared. Even if only for a moment, it also filled the suspected nightmare demonic spirit with scorn, because to the demonic spirit, the deed itself was like a curse that specifically targeted demonic spirits. That unsettling aura only made this unnameable demonic spirit hesitate for a moment, and in the next second it realized that this teenager in front of it had not been able to control the deed at all. This was indeed the case. Sui stormed out in a short moment, but failed to shake off the demonic spirit that was right behind him, as if he was deep in the mud. No matter how he moved forward, he seemed to be spinning around in one place. It was at this time that a calm voice appeared in the ears. Close your eyes and gaze, use the deed to imprint on your mind. Taking a deep breath, Sui entered into a semi-sedentary state. The deed in his palm dispersed a faint golden light, slowly disappearing into Sui's mind and soul. Opening his eyes again, Sui had already broken through the maze, but the red mist around his body had already overflowed from the workshop. However, when Sui saw the old man in a lab coat walking out beside him, he knew that this basket he had stirred up, surely someone would be able to solve it, and if not, at least he would be able to control the situation. Unfortunately, Sui hid the deed in his palm. He could vaguely sense the presence of that demonic spirit. The old man was Uncle Hua who had received the text message. Uncle Hua stared at the workshop. That demonic spirit looked at Uncle Hua across the utility room. The great threat made the demonic spirit not dare to step out of the utility room by half a step. It could only rely on this red mist as its home ground to have a hint of peace of mind. But looking at the red mist and this particular demonic spirit, Uncle Hua knew that all this was already a setup. Uncle Hua can't do anything about it either? Sui lowered his eyes. Uncle Hua was already the most knowledgeable person on the deed that he was currently known to be. If even he couldn't solve it, this would be troublesome. It couldn't be that this red mist and the black mist in the nightmare were on the same level of existence, right? Despite Sui's reluctance to believe it, it was clear in his heart that this was already the answer to the question of 8 or 9. Witness Uncle Hua in the public toilet outside the reinforcement of one seal after another, until the last will be their own deed narrowed to the fingertips like the most sophisticated matrix. Point in the seal, the entire seal with the flow of the deed and the natural operation, as if the living things in general. This is Uncle Hua's deed, called the Spirit of the Zhou, meaning the Spirit of the Zhou Heaven. It was the masterpiece of Uncle Hua's research on different deeds over the years, but since it was borrowed from a number of deeds passed down from the Zhou dynasty, it was more in the line of Zhou deeds. Uncle Hua. Seeing Uncle Hua walking towards him, Sui hurriedly got up and respectfully said, although Uncle Hua was only acting as the captain of the security team of the Su family's old mansion, only the old master could make use of this security guard in the Su family. As for Sui, it was completely a brush with face to pay for goodwill. After all, the Su family was such a lawless living treasure. The old master didn't care, and Uncle Hua was also biased to be very close to this kid Sui. Go out first. A hand grabbed Sui's shoulder, then in an instant the two appeared in the small garden. Looking back, Sui couldn't forget those red mist, while Uncle Hua had to clean up Sui's mess at his age. Sui was also quite ashamed and lowered his head, not daring to look at Uncle Hua. Come on, isn't it just that you're afraid to go home and get beaten up by your eldest uncle's ground? I'm standing next to you. How dare he touch you? Uncle Hua didn't say anything, still standing on Sui's side as usual. Sui looked up and smiled. Uncle Hua is still righteous. Stinky brat. Uncle Hua raised his leg and kicked. The slow Sui dodged it with a light avoidance. When you go home, don't say anything, don't ask. This thing you did is very risky. The demon spirit is not something you catch like this. If you don't have the ability, you have to know how to borrow power. When Uncle Hua was serious, even the eldest uncle who was the head of the family had to hang his head and listen. Sui naturally stood still honestly. This time there are merits and demerits. Well done. Got praise. Sui was about to fool around. The next second it wilted. Go back and apologize to your grandfather. Well, what about you, Mo? Sui then remembered that this was all out. Uncle Hua said inscrutably, of course, he was sent back to wherever he came from. Sui understood this. The security team must have carried him home. But early the next morning, Uemo woke up to find that he was already lying on his bed in his old home, looking at the cell phone with no signal in deep thought. He remembered that no one had lived in his old home for almost a year. Right, so how did he fly from the small garden of the school dormitory to the village? It was a good question. But the next day, trouble came. The investigation team made a surprise visit. A group of about 9 members dressed in black overcoats suddenly arrived, and even the principal came out to meet them personally. The reception was then arranged at the highest level, only it was not accepted. In the words of Director Wang, what should be done should be put in place. The rest is all about luck. Obviously people investigation team does not eat the set, but for a school, the investigation team's appearance cannot be said to be a good thing. But the school must be received with a smile on their face, full of grievances, broken stomach also have to swallow. The first thing the investigation team did when they arrived was to retrieve the surveillance of each classroom and ask questions about the people who appeared to be abnormal by name. Yesterday's spiritual quality detection was abnormal, and the source of the abnormality was Muyuan High School. A few of them were talked to individually, namely Chao Chang, Luo Hua Medical, and Yao Tianxue. Before the conversation was even completely over, some good people had already started to publicize that the investigation team would be coming. But it wasn't just as simple as someone reporting it. The face of the Chao family, the Luo family as well as the Yao family also played a key role in it. These kinds of rumors, it's hard to tell if they are true or not. Anyway, they are the talk of the town after dinner. Hearing the rumors, Luo Hua medical practitioner's jaw was stunned, and his already playboy appearance made people feel even more casual at this moment. On the contrary, Yao Tianxue was expressionless, as if she wasn't surprised at all. However, Dr. Luo Hua knew very well that the head of the investigation team from all the security companies was not small. He was a big man from the combat team, not to mention that he was a gentleman with glasses, but he was cold and ruthless when he fought, and he was known for his extreme elegance to the point of dryness. Code name, Blood Angel. As for Chao Chang, he was only acquainted with one of the older members of the investigation team, having once been taught by his grandfather. Just because of a few concerned greetings, being rumored to be like this, Chao Chang didn't say anything even though he was also disgusted. After all, that cold team leader was oblivious to the situation, so who could say anything more? On the contrary, Chao Chang was quite curious that Yao Tianxue, who was usually inconspicuous, was actually talked to by the team leader himself. In response, Yao Tianxue was indifferent. The process of two cold people, you asking and I answering, was simply formulaic. Even the group member who was the recorder felt that the group leader was really unintelligent. It's no wonder that he was kicked into the investigation team by his superiors. The Yao family, however, has never been a staunch supporter of the military. Which officer dares to say that he hasn't received favors from the Yao family? Not to mention the fact that among the several military bigwigs, there was one with the surname Yao, but this group member didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was just a group member. However, he was quite dissatisfied with those rumors, obviously being sent out by the higher-ups to do some performance, but being said to be sticking their faces up to curry favor. Who could tolerate this? Team leader, no, I can't tolerate it. Go get Sui and Tan Yuning. The team leader lowered his head and focused on these two files. The team member looked at the team leader with a bitter face, but the team leader struck his finger on the desktop for a long time before he looked up and said, "If you can't tolerate it, then go back to live in the training room." The team member immediately shivered. The thought of staying in the training room all day and night is unbearable. Hurriedly said, "Can endure, must be able to I'll go to shout people." The person was shouted to, but was cut off halfway. Can give the team member bored bad. Black boots fit on the black tight combat uniform. The girl in front of her body set off quite hot. The team member's eyes are looking straight. Slowed down half a day before remembering that he has a serious business to do. His own team leader is the old punctual. In case of late and should be punished for him to be grounded in the training room. "Excuse us, pretty lady, please, we need to get through." The team member thought that with a decent smile, he would definitely be able to leave a good impression. However, he did not expect that this beautiful woman would not give him any face at all, and said in a cold voice, "You can go over there, but these two can't." The panelist's temper came up, and he was about to properly theorize about it when he saw that the tall beauty's back was suddenly tapped, and then she sidestepped to let it out. That is a pair of hands that can be called a work of art. This person panelists cannot help but follow the field of vision open to look over, only to see such a clicked pairing as a black blazer with a white shirt, which actually managed to brighten people's eyes. If the front of the beauty is relying on the body to highlight the beauty of the people moved, that now appeared this, is to let people even if they ignore the body are impressed by the temperament of the. What's more, this figure wasn't bad. Wearing such a loose dress still had a concave and convex shape that made people think about it. And you are? The panelists subconsciously used honorifics. It was really because this aura was full of the oppressive feeling of a superior. Unfortunately, he was ignored like a small transparency. After this person in front of him skimmed over the panelist with a smile in his eyes, his line of sight landed on Sui, who was half a body position behind him and desperately trying to hide himself. Seeing that there was no way to hide, the burning gaze was firmly locked onto his body. Sui had no choice but to call out obediently, "Auntie." The woman who was called as aunt did not have the slightest bit of trouble, but instead took the initiative to lean over and laughed. What? Little Ear saw his aunt as if he had seen a ghost. Is aunt so scary? There was. If Sui were to rank the most unwanted person on campus, this aunt would be number one. How can it be? Sui smiled. "Auntie, you are so naturally beautiful. Mr. Wang Yuji said that you were born with a delicate but elegant posture. If you are willing to focus on the game of chess, it will be the world's rare national player." Years ago, Mr. Wang Yuji to retire, but also by the aunt pulled out hard to play 3 games. The mouth of all the people, was crowned with the title of Chessing. Unfortunately, the aunt did not intend to let him go, and was about to continue teasing when she suddenly heard a cry. "Yu Ning has met Sister Sumu. It was very nice to hear." Sumu stared at it. It was still a beauty. The girl is? Sui didn't wait for Talking Moon Ning to answer before he hurriedly grabbed the words. Classmate. Classmate. Yo, I said, what's going on? Turns out there's a little beauty following around. No wonder you don't want to leave home. Said Sumu on cover face, wanna cry, even a phone has not played. The old man also said the day before yesterday that you kid if you eat bad in school. Have to ask me to blame. This one the ants yo. Too difficult. It's good that you don't make it difficult for others. Sui muttered. What did you say? Sumu glared and Sui immediately changed his words. I said that auntie has been embarrassed and thinned by me. It's all my fault. I'll call the old man when I turn around. I'm sure I'll complete the task. Sumu nodded his head in satisfaction. This is what an ant's good ear is. Talking about you, Ning glancing back and forth before Sumu and Sui. It was the first time she saw Sui facing a person with such fear. The sound of little ear almost made her laugh out loud, but she managed to hold it back in front of her elders. Even though Sumu didn't look like an ant at all, Talking Moon Ning could also feel that pressure from Sui. Noticing Sumu looking towards her, Talking Moon Ning slightly raised her head, her body standing behind Sui, but her eyes did not allow a step. It's an interesting girl. I've listened to your father's lectures. It's not bad to call me sister. Sumu didn't care about the vigilance of Talking Moon Ning's eyes, took a gift from that hot beauty and handed it to Talking Moon Ning. A meeting gift for you. Very good, sister. I'm still satisfied. Talking Moon Ning took it. The emotion that was still a little twisted instantly dissipated, and sweetly shouted out, Thank you, sister Sumu. What about mine? Sui looked on with bated breath. He hadn't left anything behind. Sumu glanced at Sui and said, You're great for not disgracing the Su family. What else do you want? What else do you want? You won't ask the old man for it? Your aunt I started from nothing. In a nutshell, 2 words, no money. Fart. Sui cursed in his heart. The entire Muyuan High School is one of your assets. If you want money, there are people who are eager to give it away. If you're shouting about being poor to a high school student, do you still have the dignity of a senior? However, Sui still gave his aunt a few moments of face in front of her, and promptly stopped his mouth. Go back. There's nothing for you here. Sumu didn't care about Sui, and directly sent away. Sui's side left, and the aura of no one being allowed in dispersed. Let's go. Shao Dai. Go and meet this blood angel for a while. I'd like to see which old undead has sent to cause trouble and wants to build on my territory. The team members didn't dare to utter a single breath, secretly glad that they were fortunately ignored. But unexpectedly, Sumu's voice came out. What are you freezing for? Panelist, lead the way. Go your boss. With a sharp wit, the panelist had a hard time speaking. The world of big shots fighting and only the panelist getting hurt was reached. Hey, here it comes. It's fate, I guess. He recognizes it. Last shift of the day. Chapter 7, The Loss of the Bureau of Operations. The investigation team wants to completely seal off the school. All the students must leave the school, and they can't go to the dormitory to pack up their things. What's more, the time to return to school, which has always been emphasized by Director Wang, is to be determined this time. Things that should have been cheered, but because of this heavy atmosphere, it was suppressed raw, and many students could only secretly rejoice. Uncle Hua left after bringing Sui back to the Su family's special courtyard. Sui estimated that Uncle Hua should have gone to look for Grandpa, so no one cared about him before the eldest uncle had discovered him. Sui took off his tactical gloves and spread out the palm of his right hand, only to see a faint red aura flickering non-stop. This red aura did not belong to the source of that red mist, but came from the demonic spirit that had invaded Sui's dream world and tried to devour the nightmare. At the last moment of losing consciousness, Sui pressed the deed on his forehead in order to use the deed's stress response to leave behind a strand of the demonic spirit's breath. Coupled with the brand of the deed left on the demonic spirit, he was able to vaguely locate the position of that particular demonic spirit, being able to devour such a pure spirit quality, and also creating a small range of nightmares and devouring them. Sui's reasoning told him that this was definitely a demon spirit with great potential. Thinking back to its reaction to the violation of its territory, it seemed as if its mind was not yet fully mature, but it was alert and careful enough. Most importantly, Zhou Qi was taking an extremely unique interest in this demonic spirit. Sui clenched his palm tightly. This was an opportunity. The deed could only become a contract if the demon spirit was truly boarded, and the owner of the deed could use the power of the demon spirit to open the door to their own aura. Once the concentration of aura is too high, it is poisonous to ordinary people, so they need to be bound by the contract to be able to use it as they wish. But before that, the contract is just a symbol. Just like Sui, no matter how much you push it, it's hard to make the contract react. Just want to use the contract to form a contract is still a way with great risk. According to the military's tests, only 3 or 4 out of 10 special forces soldiers with top physical qualities were able to succeed, and failure would require paying the price of mental damage, with some falling into permanent slumber, and some even being deprived of their consciousness. Therefore, directly boarding a demon spirit to reach a contract with a deed is the most risky way among the generations of demon sealers, but it is also the most efficient. Its requirements for the talent of the contract owner dropped, and the risk naturally increased. Currently, what Sui wanted to do was to board this immature demonic spirit into the contract, especially since this demonic spirit was still in the stage of being a demon, and judging from its potential, this stage was not expected to last too long. Once it stabilized, it would be more risky to make a contract with the deed at that time. With this thought in mind, Sui slowly entered his dream. When the investigation team left with the front foot to gather intelligence, the combat team stepped in. After confirming that all the students had left the school, a dozen or so members dressed in tight black combat suits had teamed up to blockade the entire girls' apartment. While the people from the combat bureau over here were busy with their work, the investigation team could only maintain vigilance at the periphery. The team member sat on a stone pier and complained with boredom. "We can only watch from here. They get the lion's share. When will it be our turn?" The old team member on the side was also considered an old man in the investigation team, and teased, "What? Still thinking of saving money to get a wife? Blah blah blah, you old immodest." The team member was made red in the face, and said righteously, "I was fighting for our boss. Why should we let our boss suffer with us?" This boss, naturally, was Blood Angel Yang Feng. The old man pondered, and the team members together secretly measured Yang Feng's reaction. We must know that during the handover with the combat bureau, the head of the combat team was quite arrogant, and could not say anything about his predecessor, but he just bemoaned the fact that he had not been able to do so. But even so, this boss is also very calm. Only after meeting the Su family's eldest daughter yesterday, this team leader revealed some of the sharp edges that people can't look directly at. As for what they talked about, no one knows. Some people even privately rumored that the boss has a crush on the Su family's eldest daughter and is ready to climb the ladder. It's okay to listen to this kind of talk, but if it's true, then you're lacking in heart. Yang Feng to these people's wind rumors turned a deaf ear. The panelists' test is also playing water. Playing water can at least see a little splash. Apart from this body, that is the bottom of the heart without ripples. Even do not want to laugh. Just as they were waiting for the news from the combat group, suddenly a piercing alarm sounded on the communication. The spiritual quality detector reacted to the emergence of a large number of unknown spiritual quality activities. For a moment all the members of the group looked towards Yang Feng. At this time the decision of the group leader was the order they had to carry out. Keep guarding. Yang Feng's calm words, but it made all the group members feel surprised. They were not going to do anything at this time? Guarding the periphery was indeed important, but these guys of unknown origin had the potential to cause great panic. The group member muttered, "Are we really not going to do anything?" Everyone was silent. The group leader's decision, perhaps it was the right one, and Yang Feng knew very well in his heart, with the Su family around, that group of people couldn't make any waves. They would be a tumor if they stayed in hiding. That would be a tumor instead. He still remembered the woman's understatement. "I just want them to be afraid." Bait. Yang Feng looked back at the apartment building. "I'm only afraid that this then will have to allude to many more people or forces." As Yang Feng had said, almost all of the Su family members except for some younger children had gone out in their combat uniforms that day. In the large Su family garden, only Uncle Hua accompanied the old man for a walk, and Sui didn't wait for his eldest uncle's chastisement when he woke up, nor did he see his second uncle, and he didn't get his grandfather's summons. It wasn't until he asked his aunt, Su Mu, that he learned that the entire Su family had been mobilized, and the news of the combat team arriving at the apartment building. Su Mu also informed Sui. Looking at the messages on his cell phone, Sui cleared out the drafts he had typed one by one, or put the phone away. He had many questions. Where did Fan Siki go? Why was the door to the girl's apartment open last night? And who opened it? And he clearly remembered the door closed. The sound of the latch he still remembered distinctly. So how did Umo open it? After thinking a lot, Sui decided not to ask. Even if it was a game, he was already in it. Perhaps from the beginning, everyone had already intentionally or unintentionally become a pawn in the game. And the person who could play this game of chess, other than the person relaxing in the courtyard, Sui couldn't think of anyone else. As for whether or not there were other people laying out the game, Sui could only guess a thing or two from the bright side. As for the existence of the dark side, Uncle Hua probably knew a lot about it. But he wouldn't reveal it to Sui. Thinking through all this, Sui walked out of the separate courtyard, stepping on the stepping stones in the lake, taking steps towards the two old men across the street who seemed to have deliberately stopped by. Sui greets Grandpa and Uncle Hua. Late generation etiquette could not be lacking. The eldest uncle was very strict about this. Elder Su was probably no different from many old men in their 80s. The wrinkles on his face were like the work of 100 years of wind and frost carving, and that head full of silver frost also had too many stories to tell. The only difference is that the old man's waist is very straight, obviously not tall, but seems to hold up the Su family sky, and Uncle Hua is like that walking stick, from is guarded by the side. The old man's cloudy eyes looked at this little grandson, always feeling that the little doll that has not yet grown up, but is going to leave home to venture out. The bottom of his heart is more or less a little depressed and unspeakable guilt. Ear is going out? Knowing that the old man had read his mind, Sui graciously admitted. Yes. After a pause he added, as a son of the Su family, I have been sharpening my skills in the military since I was young, and now it's time for me to make some contribution. The more Uncle Hua heard, the more he wanted to laugh, and the old man even blew out his beard. The last sentence is a big no-no, then turned around and waved his hand. Be careful nah, Sui gently bowed and got up to leave the Su family mansion. Now, there wouldn't really be many people who dared to disturb this old master. The old master simply found a place to sit down. Looking at the clouds rolling in the sky, the melancholy in his heart transformed into faint spiritual ripples, spreading out in a circle. All the grass and trees that were touched by the waves seemed to be drooping as if they had feelings. The scene was very sad. You say, Ear's heart not is me? The old man inquired. Uncle Hua said, with Ear's talent, he will find his own path. I'd rather he just be an ordinary person, get into a university, find a decent job, and marry a girl he knows and understands. I have envied such a life for a long time. The corners of the old man's eyes moistened out a little bit of water, but easily refused to fall. If his not is me, old man, I don't want this body. Uncle Hua looked at the old man in silence. There were many demon sealers he couldn't look at, and very few that couldn't look at him, but there were only two that he admired. One was the military's old master Tang, and the other was the old man in front of him. The old man's idea was dangerous, because it meant that there were certain demon spirits that were going to have bad luck. A twilight demon sealer who didn't spare his body was the demon spirit's nightmare. Mu Yuan High School, the combat team, which had originally taken over from Uncle Hua, was nearing the end of its work at the moment. The leader of the team was just promoted, and this mission would have a profound impact on his future. Furthermore, being able to step on the shoulders of the Blood Angel and get the favor of the higher-ups was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had already started planning the celebration banquet afterwards, but he didn't realize that the deed of the Spirit of the Week had stopped functioning. Only when someone felt the pressure multiply did they notice that the original seal had actually failed. This directly unleashed the beast trapped in the prison, and a large amount of thick red spirit quality came crashing in. The deed formation they had managed to construct with great difficulty instantly became shaky, and all the group members were swept in at once. Group leader, don't just stand there, quickly think of a way. If this continues, everyone will be drained. Hearing the group members' reminder, Lu Jinming then realized how heavy the group leader's burden was. Usually it was he who waited for the group leader's solution, and he just had to do as he was told. Now it was his turn, but he suddenly realized that there was no way for him to rely on anyone anymore. Looking at the red mist that filled the entire field of vision, the terrifying density of spirit matter had pressed the deed formation like a balloon that had swollen to its limit, and would explode at any time with the slightest amount of pressure. Lu Jinming decisively stepped forward and shouted, "Retreat! Everyone disconnect the deed formation link in turn." What will you do, group leader? A group member asked. Lu Jinming's arms were rippling with veins, not caring about his image. He cursed, "Get lost when I tell you to. Don't come and get in the way of my chance to fight for merit." The group member who disconnected the link glanced at Lu Jinming before exiting. This usual personnel-savvy group leader always made people look down on him. Even they felt that Lu Jinming was not worthy of being the combat leader. But at times like this, he did act like a group leader, doing what a group leader should do. When the last member left, Lu Jinming smiled in relief. He did not do anything good in his life. Rao, fortunate to have a retired cadre gift, became the 10th batch of people who received a sub-deed. Has been a great blessing. Later on, the climb up and down, buried in hard work, is not as good as pleasing the superiors to come to light. Now, also have to return it. Thinking this way, Lu Jinming slowly lowered his arm, and the deed formation was completely dissolved, and he was engulfed in it. Endless nightmares enveloped him. He was in fear before his heart thought, if it is the Blood Angel here, we'll do better? And no, such a powerful spiritual quality. At least the 5th batch of those monsters can only deal with it head-on. Fear descends. But what Lu Jinming didn't notice was that the mist didn't spread out after the ablation of the deed formation. Instead it thinned out a bit, and in the center of the mist, a blood-red phantom was devouring it in a big gulp, looking blearily at the mist around it, fearing that if it ate slowly, it would dissipate as if it was finished. Sui, who was rushing here, suddenly stopped the car, took off the peep after the day are suffused with light red particles. At this time he realized that the source of the red mist in fact has long been more than Muyuan High School. This one. The city has too many unnoticed corners are unveiling its hideous side. The loss of the combat team quickly reached the authorities, yet no one responded to the loss. taking it for granted as if it was meant to be. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table looked around at the people in the audience. On his shoulder was a purple one-star badge symbolizing a senior member of all the security companies, and he was the deputy commander of the Combat Bureau, senior member Haruno. The lowest of all the people in the seats were also mid-level members. Have you all seen it? Saw what? The loss of the combat group? Or the critical situation of the Red Mist in Jianhai City? Neither. It was the downward spiral given by the Su family. Jianhai City? No. It should be the demon sealing realm of Jianyuan province. It doesn't need them to interfere. It's a warning. They paid for the loss of a combat group and got the sweet spot of at least 10 dozen members of the Dark Side organization. It was cost-effective, but it also made many of the authorities feel dissatisfied. What does the Su family mean by this? Our combat bureau's achievements in the company over the years are obvious to all, so we're still not happy about helping them share some of the pressure? A mid-level member spoke up, clearly opening his mouth for someone else. Another mid-level member said, in my opinion, the Su family is trying to be the sealed demon king of Jianhai City. It should be Jianyuan province. Someone corrected. Compared to all of this, the one-star young intermediate member who was not listed in the seat but stood on the left side of the lieutenant general pushed up his glasses and spoke. I'm more curious about what the Su family represents behind this series of actions. Everyone was silent when the commanding general spoke up. Haruno seemed to appreciate the scion quite a bit and said, tell us your opinion. Showing muscle is just a way to show strength. Using such an aggressive form to force the combat bureau to give in or even back down, their purpose is definitely not simple. This junior raised his head and leveled his eyes. I think they are laying down something. The release of the red mist meant that the demonic spirit sleeping underneath Jianhai City had already shown signs of turning awake, and this was something we all knew in our hearts. If they really had to lay down their lives to plug this gap, they wouldn't be happy about it. But looking at the Su family dominating the explicit and underground demon sealing boundaries of Jianhai City and even Jianyuan City, they were red-eyed. Their problem was that if the Su family didn't let go, the combat bureau simply couldn't stand. This was not even giving face to all the security companies. Then what do you think we should do? The latter did not shy away from the stage at all, and directly said words that made everyone look sideways. Quit this game. Just be a bystander. One combat team is not enough. 10 is not enough either. Instead of going on with the internal conflict, why don't we look at what drugs the Su family is selling? Some people were secretly thinking, some people were disdainful, and some people couldn't hold their breath. And what is the Su family trying to do? Haruno was in deep thought. Perhaps he had to go and ask that person to have an inexact answer. Dismiss the meeting. Today's first chapter. Chapter 8, I'm going to eat you. Far away in Lengyet in a field, an old farmer is carefully tending to the flowers and plants in the yard. Suddenly rang the phone to break the peace. After the old man impatiently connected, is the head of a scolding, I say you are not fed up. Every day nothing to do to me an old man to call what? Hong old man. Yuan Ye's embarrassed voice came over. Ha, it's wild boy. Rare guest. Rare guest. What kind of wind makes you can't even sit still to come to me? Elder Hong had his cell phone clipped to his shoulder, flirting as he went about his business. Yuan Yi immediately said with a straight face, it's hard for the combat bureau to do things in your absence. Hong Lao's rare old face read, and remembered that old story. Really which pot is not open which pot? This wild boy on purpose, right? Want to be angry early to die their own good on the throne is it? If you can't talk, just shut up. Wild boy. It's like this. That demonic spirit in Jianhai City is showing signs of revival. After that it was a written report. Boring as hell. It's just a matter of you guys looking after it. It's just a sign of revival. It's not like it's crawling out of the ground. Why are you looking for me? Even if it crawled out, that's not a job I can do. Hong Lao spat. Yuan Yi smiled sarcastically. Isn't it the Su family that is horizontal there? Su family Hong Lao suddenly realized. Decisively said, can't help. You take a look and then say. Yuan Yi immediately sent all the information over, which also had part of the information about Sui also passed along. Elder Hong said that he didn't care, but he still read through the information. In the end, he circled back and forth between Muyuan High School and Suyi's information, as if he wanted to see something from it, but there were always a few rings missing. He could only say, watch that doll named Sui more closely. He is very critical. In addition, don't worry about the red mist, the Su family will deal with it, and more in the Su family's oldest 4 good relations. Haruno also looked at Suyi's information. To be honest, he did not care much about a high school student, even if it is the only heir recognized by the Su family, but that is only the heir. Not to mention that Elder Su hasn't died yet. Even if he did, there's still his eldest uncle and his father. It's still early for him to take his turn, but Hong Lao said so. He had to examine up. This examination only to realize that ignored a lot of things. This information can only find Sui as the Su family recognized heir, and from elementary school to high school all kinds of deeds, but about the mother's lineage of things. But in addition to the name is not a little record. It was as if this child had suddenly appeared on a certain day, without any scientific proof. Is it possible that he was born out of wedlock? Yuan Yi still cannot believe that Sui is from the crack of the stone popped out. Even if it is from the garbage can are much more reliable. What Hong did not say is, perhaps the Su family has reached the day of generation change. That Su family's top pillar might not really want to be spared, and any move by the Su family at this time would be reasonable. No one would want to mess with a family that had a top demon sealer who wasn't going to spare his life. Sui riding his motorcycle had just crossed over the Sunshine department store near Muyuan High School. With an inadvertent glance, Sui noticed a man buried underneath a black robe. The kind of immense pressure from just glancing at him caused uneasiness in Sui. Without any hesitation, Sui decisively increased the gas pedal in an attempt to shake off this dangerous fellow. Due to the warning triggered by the red mist, very few people already dared to go out. At this moment, most people were dazed as if they were caught in some kind of nightmare, fear spreading in every heart. But the man appeared in front of Sui in an instant, his right hand dragging a bone whip full of huge barbs, vaguely able to smell the faint smell of blood from the reddish color on it. Sui did not dare to directly run over. He was almost sure that the man in front of him had the power of a true demon sealer. Even if he was not a demon sealer, he was definitely a monster. This lonely sense of destiny seems to be the romance that belongs only to the demon sealer. Sui, who was alone, stared at the black-robed man on the other side of the street, and a kind of unspeakable anger mixed with trembling fear filled Sui's heart. This was the effect brought about by the red mist, but more than that, it was the pressure of life and death brought about by the man in front of him, almost the instant he saw him. Sui could ascertain that it was an absolute killing opportunity. In the barracks he knew what killing intent was, but killing chance was indeed the first time he was alone and truly felt it. Is there no reason to kill me? Sui clenched his fists. He did not expect that he, who was not even a demon sealer, would actually be stared at by such an existence whose mere breath made a brat like him tremble. The face under the black robe Sui could not see clearly, but that unique raspy voice he would never forget. The black-robed man laughed strangely. He, I'm here to invite you to your death. Before the words fell, a bone whip instantly jerked away the red mist, surprisingly forming a completely independent space in this city full of red mist. When Sui rolled sideways to avoid it, he noticed the corner of the strange man's mouth rising madly, as if he was enjoying the fun brought by the prey struggle. He felt bad, and hurriedly stepped on the ground to do a backflip, and the huge bone spikes just brushed past his body. Sui, who had just landed, pulled out a dagger from his combat boots. The stance is also exactly from the military learned. The whole person lowered his body, close to the ground, like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to move. The strange man curiously sidled his head and said, "A dagger? How interesting." The bone whip swung up again in this excitement, and the air that was pumped emitted a burst of sound. The two people who were already in a disparity of strength. Once the strange man got a little more serious, Sui could only dodge by instinct. The eyes and ears simply could not give the correct feedback, and any judgment made under such misinformation would be fatal. So Sui let his body react, avoiding the fatal parts as the bone whip swung even more frantically. The strange man seemed to have realized this as well, avoiding fatal wounds as he swung the whip, leaving one bone splinter scratch after another in Sui's woeful dodging. Sui jumped back with the help of the dagger to pick off the bone whip. The moment his left foot hit the ground, a bone spur cut through. Sui gritted his teeth and his right foot blasted backward and stepped down. Hard bone whip do not know what material is made of. Anyway, Sui clear that he is impossible to kick broken, but with the help of the bone whip's own strength will be enough to nail it to the ground. For a short moment, the strange man seemed to produce an emotional change that was morbidly excited, as if expecting Sui to do something. Marred, Sui broke into a curse of perversion. Looking at the distance of only 30 to 40 meters from the strange man, his eyes gradually became crazy. He remembered that in that military school, in his physical fitness class, his best performance in the 50-meter sprint was about 5 seconds and 31. This was after the special physical enhancement of the military school. After coming out from there, the Su family would also provide Sui with a different kind of physical enhancement. So now Sui's physical quality had changed too much compared to then. But could it catch up to the speed of hitting a sonic boom? Sui didn't have a bottom, because what he saw was only what the freak wanted him to see. What he couldn't see was only normal. After all, only an existence at the same level as the freak could make the freak have no reservations. When Sui got as close as he wanted to the figure under the strange man's black robe, his bloodstained hand stabbed the tightly gripped dagger fiercely at the strange man's left arm that had been shrugging. But with a stabbing sound, a hideous bone whip on the back was like a viper that cut through a little bit. The combat suit was so fragile that it was like a thin piece of paper, while the back was a hideous bloodstain. Obviously it was only a little bit short, Sui thought regretfully. The bone whip hung on Sui's collar, and the strange man surveyed it as if admiring his prey. "Why didn't you kill me? Obviously, you could have just stabbed me through the back." Sui looked at the weirdo powerlessly, unable to understand what he was thinking, but the strange man suddenly twisted his head to look towards the back, and his entire body seemed to start trembling from some sort of excitement. Sui also stared wide-eyed, feeling the warm sensation coming from his palm. He couldn't understand why that thing would run over. Couldn't it sense the terrifying aura radiating from this strange man? Suddenly Sui smiled to himself. Also yes, if it could feel it probably would have run far away. When the girl's apartment's demon appeared, Sui was surprised to find that although this guy was still an unembodied entity, his aura was incredibly close to that of a demonic spirit, and even stronger, but it always gave off an incomplete feeling, as if it was lacking in something. Is it his brain? Sui suddenly laughed. This little guy's brain is not very good. The strange man looked at the instantly arriving demon spirit and muttered, is this the guy that those old things from the Central Divine Academy researched? It seems like it's still a defective product. I wonder if I can get enough of it. Saying that, he also licked his lips, and was truly treating the little demon spirit as food in general. Hey, I'm actually an incidental, right? Otherwise, if you release me, I promise not to cause you any trouble. Sui was able to see that this strange man was probably eyeing the little demon spirit from the start, but he just couldn't personally explore it for some reason. But let Sui bump into it. Wait, door, bait, prey. From the very beginning, he himself was discovered by the strange man to have probed the little demon spirit, and was even used as bait to lure the little demon spirit out, which was the food. If Uncle Hua hadn't come that day, perhaps the little demon spirit wouldn't have killed him, but this strange man definitely would. Sui was bitter beyond words. Why did you who was with Sui that day, disappear after the demonic spirit appeared and was also affected by the nightmare? Did Uncle Hua really arrive after receiving the news? Sui's mind was misplaced for a while, and every bit of that night seemed to be an illusion. The strange man glanced at Sui, seemingly with a bit of disdain, raised his hand and was about to stab Sui to death when the little demonic spirit suddenly rushed up. It didn't have a solid body, but it had a huge spiritual quality. Especially the red mist around here seemed like it could mobilize it as well. Although the spirit quality is huge, but scattered in the eyes of the strange man and a ground of gravel is not much difference. However, underneath the rubble, there was the power to distort consciousness. Sui had experienced it before, and it was the sign of a nightmare. It was just that for this kind of opponent with such a disparity in strength, Sui obviously did not think that the little demonic spirit would be able to succeed. This was indeed the case, as the strange man only fell into a momentary trance before instantly coming to his senses. However, the little demon spirit still managed to swallow Sui into its massive spiritual mass, which was truly treating Sui as its own prey. A private item might be more appropriate. At least Sui didn't feel that the little demonic spirit wanted to eat himself, but wanting to eat the nightmare should be true. Interesting, really interesting. The strange man stared at the little demonic spirit and completely ignored Sui. I didn't expect to really be able to assimilate the spiritual power possessed by that level of existence. Why didn't that group of old things experiment on me? A sense of loss of favor came over him. It was hard for Sui to imagine what the group of old things he was talking about were actually a group of people. I must eat you. Chapter 9, choosing to eat you and be the one to eat you. Must eat you. The weirdo laughed more and more maniacally. After eating you I'll be the best one. Who can replace me? Ha 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 ha. If it was said that the more perverted the laugh, the stronger it would be, then Sui was completely unable to estimate just how strong this weirdo was. There were 10 orders in the demon sealing realm, with the first to third order being the first order, the fourth to sixth order being the middle order, the seventh to ninth order being the high order. As for the 10th order, there were only a handful of them over the centuries. Every one of them is comparable to the existence of the Holy Spirit, who is also known as the spirit of all things closest to the gods. Sui knew that Uncle Hua was already an 8th order demon sealer before he retired, and an 8th order demon sealer was also known as a demon sealer grandmaster. As for this strange man, certainly not to the point of the great master. After all, every demon sealing great master is the core power of the townside, and this strange man in Muyuan High School only dared to hide his head. It is estimated that the top of the fight is comparable to the 5th order of the demon sealing master. 5th order, still very strong. At least hanging Sui and little demon spirit would not be a problem at all. Facing this level of power, the little demon spirit could only resist with difficulty, if it wasn't for the red mist that filled the city, and the little demon spirit happened to be able to fight with the help of the red mist, or else it would have already entered the tiger's mouth by now. But even so, in front of the strange man, but also just to survive, being protected behind Sui is more or less some bad taste. Once upon a time he was being protected behind. Even in the nightmare, there are people who want to protect him at all costs, but he did not want to hide behind as a burden. So in the military school he was the best graduates, have their own arrogance. He refused from the military top of the good intentions, returned to the Su family slowly incubating the most precious gift in the palm of his hand, the source of the weak of the deed. There were too many people who were surprised by his choice. If Sui chose to become a member of the military, with his talent and background, it was very likely that he would obtain the highest sequence of deed inheritance, and it was estimated that the priority was very high, and with his talent, he could still continue to improve, and it was not impossible for him to become the third or even the second batch of the successor. But he gave up, because the sub-deed will always be just a sub-deed, even if the source of that deed is from the legacy of a 10th order top powerhouse. But that's still just a sub-deed, even if you go to the source, it's still a person. Sui's unwillingness is to give up. How many people are dreaming of the opportunity to run back to be a high school student, and the same batch of graduates of the proud son, perhaps already in the big families, the military and all the security of the top organization of the various departments to sharpen it. At the time of graduation, everyone was at the second rank, just 1 foot away from being a demon sealer, and Sui was even at the top of the second rank. They were already on the way to the third rank when they received their sub-deeds, and some of them were even at the fourth rank, which wasn't impossible. Only Sui, after 3 years had passed, was still at a pitiful second rank. Even a top second rank was still a second rank. Like a mole cricket, the tired eyes mapped out the figure of the little demon spirit blocking the front. It was a reddish-brown darkness forming a ball of shape stolen from nowhere, with ugly teeth and claws. Under the countless whip shadows, the red mist was dispersed, and a whip smashed into the little demonic spirit with a terrifying spiritual quality. It whimpered and withstood all the power, being dispersed and recoalesced again and again, living like a little strong, so stubborn that it was disgusting, nor did it know how to bow down. Droplets of water slipped from the corners of Sui's eyes, mixing with the blood to evaporate. He gently closed his eyes, not to escape, but to open his mind and body, letting the spirit quality of the little demon spirit spread into his body. He needed that nightmarish reincarnation, despite experiencing it countless times, and Sui escaping from it countless times, and now, Sui decided to choose that one and only one in all the elephants. The deed in his palm landed on his forehead, gleaming, still in that meadow. When Sui woke up, he saw that the little boy was poking him in the face. The little boy asked in a milky voice, "Are you here to find me?" Sui, who was originally angry, instantly dissolved a large portion of his anger. After all, who can refuse a little puppy's cute? No, Sui still refused the little boy. "But I have the happiness you want most," the little boy said innocently. Sui once again rejected the little boy, got up and stepped towards the black mist under the little boy's distressed gaze. Only this time, it was the little boy who stayed where he was, while the woman appeared as if she had never appeared. "I wish you happiness then," the little boy murmured, then disappeared into the grass. Stepping into the black mist, Sui endured the pain and looked back, vaguely seeing the little boy transform into a butterfly, playing happily on the grass. Turning back, Sui felt that every pore of his body was desperately trying to draw in the bizarre particles in the black fog, and it hurt like hell. In this dark and endless place, Sui walked forward slowly. At first, he was able to keep walking, but the more black particles he drew, the more his body adapted to the pain. But the piercing pain in his head forced Sui to stop and think back to these three questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I am Sui, and I am in a nightmare, trying to find the one. What is the one? Sui is lost. The idea of the deed of Zhou is the all-encompassing cosmos, and the cosmos needs the one as its fulcrum. Then it needs to find this one from all the worlds. If the Zhou deed was still the deed of Zhou heaven, then it was only natural to find the unique for its successor. However, the era of Zhou had already passed, and the Zhou deed, which had once made countless demons look up to it, had also been split up, and no one had ever been able to recover it. Therefore, the Zhou deed has fallen to such a state that the only one has long since become a luxury. Even Uncle Hua once said that the path of the Zhouqi is the most difficult to start, compared to the hexagonal qi that was also split. The Zhouqi has no advantages but is not applicable to mass popularization because it is too difficult to start, because not everyone can find the unique from the ego's circumference. Sui was aware of this. Unless King Wen of Zhou popped out of some nook or cranny, the Zhou deed could only be a reference. But Sui was not willing to let it go. He had seen another kind of deed, one that could be integrated as one no matter what it came from. That was the miracle he had seen with his own eyes from that steel base when he was a child. Seeming like a hexagram and not a hexagram, Sui couldn't describe it. But Sui had found the way, or a possibility. The possibility of finding the one and only from the self-everything, or more accurately, Sui was crazy enough to designate one to be the one and only. This choice, Sui had hesitated and been persistent for 3 years. Come on, Sui bellowed, welcoming the black mist with open arms. If there was a god's perspective, one would realize that this had become the only vortex of the black mist. When Sui was in pain and hissing, he vaguely saw a gray and black intertwined back appear in front of him, and that back was none other than himself. This gray and black Sui turned around to look at Sui in the center of the vortex and said, "Are you looking for me?" Sui grinned and said, "Yes, looking for you for a long time. I'm going to eat you too." Putting his best foot forward, Sui used himself as the fulcrum to form a vortex that engulfed his grayish-black self. Before he was engulfed, he looked at Sui with pity. "Is this your choice, Sui?" Sui did not answer, frantically containing the two very different forces colliding within his body. "Why do you need to use also? Is it because I once ate you?" Sui still did not answer. "Now that I've been eaten by you, let's get even then." He then dissolved himself into Sui, and only the last remnants of his voice said, "You chose me, but not to become me. May you succeed, my friend. I will remember you, for you are my only pleasure." The storm ceased abruptly, and the black mist went into his body as far as it could go. Sui, who was left only in a body as black as ink, looked up at the sky and muttered, "Friend, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Sui lowered his head and looked at the palm of his hand being hidden from the deed, slowly falling on his forehead. Just one sentence was left in his heart: "If we are reunited one day, please remember to answer these 3 questions of mine, because I, am your friend." On the cracked street, the small demon spirit's originally hill-like ugly figure had shrunk to only half a person's size. On the other hand, the strange man there, but more and more crazy, the body under the black robe actually also in the draw red fog, and draw speed far more than the small demon spirit. The small demon spirit anxious squeak strange screams. Sui, who was originally coerced within the red mist, had long been set aside, and the little demon spirit couldn't care less about Sui even if it was hard for him to protect himself. Sui's body was covered with a flowing light like ink, which was a special kind of spiritual quality. This is a special spiritual quality. At this moment, it rewinds and converges into Sui's body, and a pair of eyes that were already eye-catching now having colored streams of light flickering vaguely. The strange man was still tearing and devouring the little demonic spirit, and although he noticed Sui's change at this moment, he didn't take it seriously. However, Sui's next move directly angered him, only to see Sui step forward and stand in front of the little demon spirit to block the strange man. The strange stance actually made the connection the strange man had managed to reach with the little demon spirit suddenly disturbed to the extent that he couldn't sense the slightest bit of it. "Look at me." An indistinct and cold voice was mixed in with Sui's gentle voice, giving people a strange feeling. However, the little demonic spirit was trembling and prostrate down, as if it was suppressed by some kind of higher frame. Even though it was separated by countless space and time or even an illusory gaze, it was still causing it to tremble. "Look at me." Sui spoke again, his cold voice weakening a bit. The little demonic spirit nuzzled its face to look into Sui's eyes, and for just a moment, the strange man roared. The connection was completely severed, but he didn't understand what was happening at all, and the huge backlash left the weirdo with no energy left to address the guy that he had just regarded as an ant. Sui extended his right palm heart and placed it right in front of the little demonic spirit, right in the middle of this stalemate. The key that could break it was someone other than the little demon spirit. Alas, a figure in white quietly appeared not far behind the little demon spirit, but it seemed as if it was unwilling to approach the little demon spirit too close, and facing the strange state of Sui, it was also a bit scornful. "Why do you need to do this, heir of the Su family? You've already achieved your goal, so let's not get involved in this mess," the white-clothed silhouette advised. "In time you will have a higher status. This district is a small demonic spirit, completely inferior to your eyes. You?" Sui slightly raised his eyes to look at this guy who had probably been watching from the sidelines for a long time and said, "Scram!" With a loud bang, gray and black figures overlapped on Sui, vaguely resembling the wrong reflection of space and time. However, the white-clothed man was very clear. He was sure that this reflection of space and time would be able to step out of this step, and once he stepped out of this step what it implied, he knew very well. The man in white didn't dare to stimulate Sui anymore, and decisively flashed to the side of the strange man to knock him out of the reflection and take him away to a faraway place. The white-clothed man who only dared to watch from afar could only pray that this little demonic spirit would not make such a choice. "That's a Cho-Chia. Bias, can anyone really find that one and only? That kind of terrifying pressure. Has mere space-time reflection already touched that realm?" The white man had too many unanswered questions, but what his teacher said, he still kept in mind. In the end it was just an experimental area, and although this little demonic spirit seemed to be somewhat special, the man in white was not willing to risk his life for it. After all, this is Jianghai City. In the demon sealing realm this is the territory of the Su family. The identity of the young master of the Su family is too heavy. Perhaps when he noticed Sui, he should have implemented the recovery plan, or else it would have developed into this difficult scene as well. The white-robed man's face was bitter and sad. This was the graduation test given to him by his mentor, and the consequences of failure would be hard to accept even for him. The only hope left was this particular little demonic spirit, whose desire for freedom exceeded everything else. His hopes were quickly shattered, and under his gaze, the little demonic spirit seemed to be confused for only a moment before decisively choosing to dully rest its head against the deed that was flowing with ink light in Suyi's palm. I used the source of the Zhou deed to form the shape of the deed, with my name. I formed the deed. The Zhou deed in his palm enlarged in an instant, and the flowing ink color unexpectedly formed a pure empty space in the red mist. The deed text with a strange timbre was spoken from Suyi's mouth, and the little demonic spirit listened in confusion. That probably means, I take his surname, he feeds me and gives me lots and lots of good food. What's so delicious? It's his dream. On the front side that the white-clothed man couldn't see, Suyi spoke, you can choose to follow me, and one day you will devour my nightmares, or let me eat you. This passage could not be understood even by the little demon spirit who repeatedly chewed on it afterward. How could this person be like this? There's no choice at all. He's really treating the demon spirit as if it's not a spirit. Also, why should you eat me? Chapter 10, Aversion. Little aversion. The storm that swirled around the entire city, in the white-robed man's opinion, was far less than the climax of the attention caused by this scene. It's just a pity that there are quite a few people who can pay attention to this place, but they are all Su family's own people. And even the rumored Master Su was also paying attention. Knowing that there was no way out, the white-robed man carried the strange man towards the Su family's mansion with a bow and then went far away. And inside the Su family mansion, Elder Su naturally knew all about Suyi's side of things. His raised hand was lowered again, and he said in realization, it's Su Muzi's student. Ah, forget it then. Uncle Hua stifled a laugh on the side. This is not something you have known for a long time. Or else the Central God Research Institute would not have been confident enough to take a top demon sealer's territory as an experimental area for the bottom line. This is that Su Muzi and Master Su's love grudge. Old story. But is the Su old master still read that point of affection? Or according to Su Mu that little girl's nature, early to kick out? This is just Jianhai City and even Jianyuan Province. The plate of the big picture of a small game. Just involved are some big names, so slightly important. Anyway, Su old man will not admit that they are afraid of losing their own little grandson of this fact. Fortunately, Sui Du passed. Uncle Hua breathed a sigh of relief. There are many times I wanted to let shadow armor out. However, he also laughed to himself. Compared to the younger days, the heart is much softer. Sui hadn't withdrawn from that strange state yet. This power to control everything made him a bit mesmerized. If it wasn't for the man in white who told him to remain vigilant at all times, he wouldn't have been able to control himself and wanted to test the limits of this power. In addition to this, Sui vaguely perceived a breath that was very hidden and seemed to have a sense of familiarity. At the bottom of his heart, he realized that it was the Su family that gave him shelter. But it was only to ensure that the rightful heir of the Su family would not be pigeonholed, like the previous situation. The consideration of whether to make a move or not to make a move would be difficult to define. Looking down at the convergence of the light of the silence of the deed, Sui can sense that there is a young demon spirit sleeping. From the mind share, Sui learned what strange people in the Middle God Institute and the so-called experiments, although it is very superficial some things, but also enough Sui analyze a lot of things. The little demon spirit was one of the experiments formed from the spirit quality left behind by the dead demon spirit nightmare, as well as a large number of nervous substances secreted by human beings in their dreams as the main material. While the weirdo was another kind of experiment, the little demon spirit was placed in Jianhai City as the white-robed man's examination questionnaire, and at one point, it wandered around in a lot of people's dreams to draw sustenance, until it senses a gourmet-like temptation, which is the source of red mist in Muyuan High School. It also settled down. Although red mist is a delicacy, the little demon spirit still likes to go to the dream world to eat some dessert. Over time it absorbed and assimilated the idiosyncratic power of the red mist's aura, forming nightmares to produce a source of fear that would nourish the red mist, and the little demonic spirit devoured the nightmares as dessert. As for the daytime drowsy memories part of the fragment, naturally this guy ate unclean, and spit out a lot. Looking at it this way, Sui was a little heartbroken for UMO. Since this game is in, it's only right that no one should quit. Sui put his hands in his pockets. The wind poured over him with a kind of loneliness that I am invincible in the world. A bit cold. Sui did not dare to pretend anymore. Searching for the traces left by that hidden breath, found a backpack. Inside was some medicine and clothes. Sui was in a strange state. Those wounds had all healed, only leaving some red blood still proving the authenticity of this battle. What a nice guy. Changing into a new sportswear added some casual temperament to the already upright Sui. However, looking at the mess all over the ground, it was really hard to imagine that all of this would be connected to this harmless teenager in front of him as well. In Sui's opinion, although he had successfully accomplished his intended purpose, Muyuan High School still needed to make a trip. He didn't know if that source in the girl's apartment had been solved by anyone, at least from the failure of the combat bureau. It was tricky as hell. A teacher at the military academy had said that the current combat bureau's team leader level of existence was at the very least a demon sealer who had grasped a fourth order subdeed. And although there was a considerable gap between this and a proper fourth order demon sealer, it was enough to deal with a lot of problems. The worst is a fourth order demon sealer. And there are also a lot of second and third order members to assist. This all failed? The more Sui analyzed, the more he could perceive the horror of this outbreak. The scope had already covered half of Jianghai City. It was said that all major hospitals were overcrowded, and many people who inhaled the red mist fell into the abyss of fear, causing no small panic. Those caught in the nightmare would also be accompanied by high fever, mental depression and other symptoms, and to be able to have such a huge influence, it meant that existence underneath Muyuan High School was enough to be placed on the S-class level of danger, or maybe even higher. So Sui's idea was to break into Muyuan High School, one of the sources, with the help of the little demonic spirit that could assimilate the red mist. Hey, little one, don't sleep. With the telepathy naturally formed by the contract, Sui called out to the little demonic spirit that had settled in the golden position in the palm contract. I'll take you out for a meal. The little demon spirit moved its body, originally not wanting to take care of Sui, but the temptation of food was too great. In addition to being partially swallowed by the strange man, the little demon spirit's body urgently needed to be replenished. In view of all the reasons, the little demon spirit jumped onto Sui's shoulder from the Jodid. The shrunken body was much more solid than its previous appearance. Under the pressure of the strange man, the little demon spirit was forced to give up a lot of unnecessary dross. No longer like a miser like meat and vegetables. But how did this thing look so much like a juvenile era with a misanthropic face? After Sui carefully reflected on it, he guessed that the incompleteness of the Jodid had caused the telepathic link to be formed with some of the memories belonging to Sui still shared with the little demonic spirit. Still, Sui couldn't help but laugh. You kid is really good at choosing this face of misanthropy. You're called misanthropy. Sui was happy. Little aversion. The little demon spirit just sensed that the ripples in Sui's heart were joyful, and accepted it without much burden by shaking his head like that. In the end, it was still young. A mature era is going to learn to struggle. It was still early. Based on Little Loth's feedback, Sui learned to use the Jodi to pull some of the spiritual quality in the red mist to wrap around his body. With the little loathsome in, Sui is not worried that the red mist will enter his body. Not to mention that he is now a proper third-order demon sealer. And even more so, he is directly refining his own spiritual quality. So it is not impossible for the spiritual quality in the red mist to be discharged even if it enters his body. Getting ready, Sui looked at the school gate not far away, only to see that there were members of the investigation team and combat team on guard at the periphery, seemingly still waiting for support. Where is that investigation team leader? Sui did not see that one and had a few guesses in his heart. If that investigation team leader was here, Sui could not really say that he could sneak in undetected. It would have been risky to go in alone. After all, even the combat team was planted there. Even if he was able to go in, who would believe that he, a fledgling kid, could succeed? As for support, Sui shook his head. If the Su family didn't bother, the entire Jianghai city probably couldn't spare any forces that could deal with this place. As for the Su family, Sui's words don't count, and the old man and Uncle Hua, forget it, so old still too old that how presumptuous ah. However, Sui also thought of a person who obviously could have solved these problems earlier but did not choose to do so. But Sui was not her after all, and could not see through her true intentions. Alas, one and all have their own little schemes. The eldest uncle wants to clean up the Su family members who are demon sealers and those Su family members who are not demon sealers. The second uncle only listens to Elder Su's words. The third uncle wants the Su family to support the military, and to become the military's booster. As for the aunt, it has been heard for a long time that she and the eldest uncle had a falling out, and went out on her own to start her own business. And Muyuan High School is only one of the apparent industries. There is also one. Now it has been heard that she is still staying at the ice cave. One, now I heard, is still staying in the ice and snow inside the wallet. Such a situation, that is, the Su family old man is still in, otherwise the Su family has long been mixed up in each other, muddling in the red mist. Sui was like a ghost traveling through it. Even those members of the combat team, when relying too much on spiritual sensors, it was also difficult to detect Sui who could hide himself. In the military academy, Sui had always been at the top of the list for concealment and anti-detection. But what Sui remembered most was the record holder of this item, the 9 swords. That achievement was a height that Sui could hardly reach until graduation. However, to deal with these people in front of him, being the top in the district was enough. Sui dodged over the retractable gate and maintained an even speed to the open space in front of the playground. With the help of the open field of view here, Sui locked onto the location of the girl's apartment at a glance, but he was unable to see the situation of the apartment in the dense red fog. When Sui got a little closer, He vaguely sensed a fluctuation coming from the reaction of a spiritual mass collision. Who is it? Sui already had an answer in his heart. But what was surprising was why this person knew the danger and still broke in to make such a big commotion. Little Aloof naturally heard Sui's heart, and grew his round mouth on his shoulder with a "oh, alright, shut up." Sui naturally understood what Little Loaf was saying, which translated to, "Take a look at yourself. You still have the nerve to talk about others." Being reprimanded, Little Loathsome raised his mouth, huffed and puffed, lying on his shoulder, and bared his teeth as if he was deflated and bit. Sui was also helpless, letting Little Loathing take his anger out. He didn't argue. If he didn't have any certainty, he wouldn't have taken such a risk to rush in. What was better than expected was that someone had helped him share a large portion of the red mist's attention. As early as the first time he witnessed this red mist, Sui sensed that they weren't mindlessly proliferating, or at least following a command pattern in response. Just like now, instead of continuing to spread outward in a pointless manner, the red mist was gathering to form a base. Once it intruded into this place to create a threat, it would be targeted. For example, that investigation team leader, Blood Angel Young Fong. He was trapped on the roof of the building at the moment, but judging by his stance, his life would not be in any danger for at least a short period of time. Sui noticed that Young Feng's fighting stance was similar to that of a four-winged angel, but his wings were completely bright red. With the help of the blood wings formed by a certain special demonic spirit, it could attack and defend. The flying stance was able to maintain a not-so-weak weaving speed even in the red mist, and even involved a lot of spatial fluctuations. This shouldn't be a sub-deed, right? Sui thought. At least he hadn't heard of such a similar inheritance in the military's sub-deeds inheritance. When Sui stepped into the small garden, the red mist that shrouded the apartment suddenly churned up, but there was no action against it. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, partly because he had the assimilation of the Little Loathsome as a cover, and partly because the red mist was unable to confirm whether Sui was of the same kind or not due to the Blood Angel's restraint. However, the Blood Angel Young Fong, who had also noticed this, was aware of this teenager. Immediately, two pairs of blood wings opened fully, becoming brightly colored. A terrifying suppression force centered on Young Fong spread into a small empty space of vacuum, and through this, Sui also clearly saw that in Yang Feng's hands there was another person with a grimace who had lost consciousness, and if it was correct he would be the leader of the combat team. So Yang Feng had come in to save him? Sui wasn't willing to believe that a person was somehow good, but he wouldn't definitely speculate on a person's badness either. Regardless of Yang Feng's purpose, taking the risk to do something out of the ordinary in itself was considered to be responsible. Little demon spirit, dinner is ready. With a light sentence, Sui mobilized the listless little aversion and immediately looked around in a lively manner. Go there. Just eat the red mist spiritual plasm in that person's body. Then come back. There's a big meal later. Aversion followed the direction pointed out by Sui, taking off into the air and transforming into a dark red shadow. Under Yang Feng's strange gaze, it passed through Lu Jinming's body, devouring the red mist spirit essence that had invaded his body in his convulsions, and incidentally also devouring the part of the spirit essence that was entangled and belonged to the subcommitment. The little demonic spirit, barely 5 minutes full, reluctantly returned to Sui's side. After Sui gently pacified the Little Loathsome, he raised his eyes and looked down at Young Feng. The two did not say anything, but inexplicably reached a tacit understanding, and with that, the Blood Angel watched Sui break into the first floor of the girl's apartment. He remembered the woman's sickly eyes, and the earnest warning, "Don't move, oh little angel, naughtiness will be eaten." So he could mess around? Chapter 11, Zhou to unify by one. Yang Feng's question. Sui cannot answer him. After all, he is a member of the Su family. How can the Su family be difficult for the Su family? Even if there is a little conflict, behind closed doors, it is still the Su family's own family affairs. Outside, the Su family is the Su family. At this moment, Sui broke into the first floor of the girl's apartment without any burden. Last time in the trapping, UMO in the end was not affected? Little Aversion didn't give an answer either. At that time it didn't care about the nightmare of an ordinary person. As for the other irrationalities, Sui was just wary, but didn't think much about it. It wasn't until the strange man stepped out from the shadows that Sui was able to sort it out. However, one thing was still true, and that was that Sui had seen the source of Muyuan High School within the utility room. Now that he appeared here again, Sui was clearly more relaxed than before. It was not just because there had already been an experience, but also the bottom line brought about by his own dematerialization. Sui came before the front of the miscellaneous room and surveyed the deed formations scattered in the red mist. A large part of the ceiling residue left behind by Uncle Hua was still able to maintain in the red mist and not be dissolved. However, the deed formation formed by the combat team was almost half dissolved due to the loss of spiritual replenishment, and only the core portion was still considered intact. After pondering for a long time, Sui attempted to step into the utility room again, but was blocked by the spiritual substance that gushed out from it. Can't get in? Sui frowned and thought. He felt that he must have overlooked something and tilted his head to look at the dim ceiling. After closing his eyes for a long time, he raised his hand and drew fingers in the air. A stream of ink-colored light overflowed, following Sui's empty finger painting strokes and gradually converging into an ever-flowing, ever-changing chi formation. If Uncle Hua were here, he would have realized that this was the most complete expression of the core concept of the Zhou Qi. If Uncle Hua had been here, he would have realized that this was the most complete expression of the core concept of the Zhou Qi. The Shou Qi, even in its incomplete form, was regarded as a model by later generations. What Sui is showing now is the core part of the Zhou deed. In addition to finding the uniqueness of the self, Sui's 10 years of immersion in it had created a mastery that he could utilize with ease at the moment. This natural talent was as if the Zhou dynasty's hundreds of years of inheritance had been added to one body. Although this was the first time Sui had taken the initiative to fully activate the Zhou deed, the process of engraving was not at all stagnant. The skillfulness of having already copied it countless times in his mind allowed this engraving to be more than just complete. And even more so, it was the momentum of the breakthrough that he had just made that was wielded to its fullest extent. Before the source of the Zhou deed was fully formed, it had already triggered the deed formations scattered around it. The power that should have been silenced in the red mist until it dissipated was reactivated by Sui's Zhou deed, and there were hidden signs of it converging into a deed formation again. As they echoed with each other, Sui was also sensing the most crucial part, and if it could be envisioned as successful, then the chances of success could be increased to 80%. During Uncle Hua's sealing, the core he used was his own Zhou spirit's deed, which was formed from the split part of the Zhou deed. Although it could not be said to be the orthodox inheritance of the Zhou deed, but both in terms of completeness and in terms of being applicable to the era, it was obvious that Uncle Hua's Zhou spirit deed was of a higher order, and Sui now want to do, is to use their own complete the source of the Zhou deed. From the red mist wrapped in the chaos of the clouds and fog define this as the qualities of the Zhou deed of one. As for this Zhou spirit of the deed of Sui can manage, Sui is confident. After all, this is the loss of Uncle Hua's control of the deed of the weak spirit, to Sui's knowledge of the source of the deed of the weak to see, as long as those rumors of the description was not swindled by a big lie, that is completely sure. Sui stretched his finger as a palm and pressed it on the contract of Zhou. A circle of black as ink ripples swept away. Even the dense red mist could not interfere with the spread of the ripples. Only when close to the source will be blocked out. Sui tried his best to sense it, but the red mist's interference was not something he could completely ignore. Fine beads of sweat emerged from his forehead, and an invisible sense of oppression surged over from all sides of the red mist. The longer the time dragged on, the longer the abnormal existence of Zhou Qi would be exposed. Even with Yang Feng on top to share most of the pressure. But how long could he hold out? Sui didn't dare to ask. And even if Yang Feng didn't do so, it was all a reasonable choice. Half a quarter of an hour passed. The power of the red mist surging exceeded the previous. Within it seemed to hide a solid spiritual quality, transformed into a giant hand coercing a large amount of red mist, targeting directly at Sui. Sui, who perceived it with all his might, could not afford to be distracted, but just shouted out from his mind, "Little demon spirit, go and swallow it." The little demon spirit that was originally responsible for wandering around, had already been excited about the surrounding red mist, and now excitedly revealed its original form. Its palm-sized appearance instantly swelled up to half a story high, and swallowed the red giant hand in a single gulp. The giant hand was gradually assimilated into the body of the little demon spirit, and losing the support of the giant hand, a large amount of red mist escaped again. The little demon spirit took advantage of Sui's lack of time to pay attention to him, and directly stuffed itself to the point of bulging. And in just a moment's time, it restored the part that the strange man had stolen, and even because of the existence of the contract, quite a bit of it fed back to Sui, only to see Sui's face ugly and dark, bad. A not small amount of spiritual quality, although after the deed array filter assimilation off most of the remaining for the moment cannot share the remaining strength of Sui is out of repair. Dam suffered a flood, rotten through. Sui's heart is in a hurry. The little demon spirit is still not sure what to do aside to steal food it, and so on must be played to death. Sui's veins were bulging and he could only pray for a faster time to find the missing Zhou spirit. Just when Sui could not easily sense the Zhou spirit, the unrestrained spirit in his body started to riot, charging through the veins. Sui was a balloon full of redness, suffocating fast. Sui, who did not dare to ignore it anymore, was about to give up when the spirit quality in his body suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. Sui could not wait to think about what had happened in his body, and while there were no worries, he urged the Zhou deed with all his might to invoke the deed of the Zhou spirit. The Zhou spirit's deed, which was ostracized in a corner of a dormitory, levitated in a murmur. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sui shouted, "Spirit of the Zhou heaven, why don't you quickly return to your position? If you don't return at this time, do you want to consume me to death? The floating Joe spirit deed was still rejecting the spirit quality that did not belong to it, when suddenly a thunderous sound exploded, and the Joe spirit deed trembled slightly and stopped resisting. With the return of the deed of Joe spirit, the rest of the fragments returned one by one. However, Sui did not intend to follow the traces left behind by Uncle Hua to restore the seal, as that would be useless. Not to mention that such a seal had already been broken. Even if Sui could restore it, it would be futile without the means of a grandmaster like Uncle Hua. Looking at the Joe spirit deed which was almost undamaged, Sui lamented that a grandmaster was still a grandmaster. However, Sui knew that Uncle Hua was not good at sealing, so his skills in this area could not be described as profound. Even the entire sealing prototype was copied, only with a seal attached to it. Sui's mind flashed through a lot of sealing formations, most of which did not come from the teachings of the military school, but a mysterious pavilion. The knowledge there was the most profound and strange that Sui had ever seen. Perhaps not as comprehensive as the military school, but definitely described as all-encompassing. And what he was going to do now was to turn to the page in his memory, the Shepherd's Dictionary from the early years of the Eastern Han Dynasty, a tome compiled by Zhang Liang in his capacity as a demon sealer. It mentioned a kind of sealing formation called the Heavenly Desolation. The original book records, the spirit of heaven and earth is born in between, to raise the spirit of all things, therefore, there is a shedding of the sky into the desert. The absolute demon spirit of the heavenly past to raise the blessing of all things. Therefore, the name is Heavenly Desolation. Only the original book is also used from the Qin deed metamorphosis out of the Han deed to build the Tianwu array. Now Sui cannot have a deeper study of the Han deed. Even if it is to understand a little more is not enough to build the Tianwu. So Sui he wants to do is to Zhou Qi tolerant characteristics, top-down compatible Han Qi Tianwu all the advantages and disadvantages, and then Zhou Qi want to do this step. Just know the Shepherd's Dictionary is not enough, but also have enough to support the canon and examples, the most important, of course, or to really master the Zhou Qi. It's not some kind of Zhou Ling, Zhou Xing, or Friday through Saturday or whatever that has evolved out of the Zhou deed. Must be from the universal self to find the only weekly deed. If not the source of the weekly deed, those parts of the split should be at least 5/8 of the convergence to be able to do. Apparently these various conditions were met by Sui one by one. He remembered that at the end of the Han Dynasty, that legendary celestial master Zhang Jiao had once hardened the heavenly Dao's deed formation into the Junlong deed. The unbelievability of it had left a great psychological shadow on the young Sui. Luckily, he died early, or else the final outcome of that heavenly world would really be hard to say. However, Sui still felt sorry for him. He was not considered a wise leader, but a good doctor who healed the world. With this mindset, Sui humbly learned a little bit. After that, Sui had seen many other examples of such treachery and even said perversity, but none of them had surpassed Heavenly Master Zhang Jiao. He had truly done it, regretting the heavens with a man and inviting the great man to his death. Now Sui naturally is not to imitate the idol to do big things. He just learn a little experience is good. After all, the Han from the Qin Qi, and the Qin Qi also inherited from the Zhou Qi. The compatibility of this is like to give the Zhou Qi update, to be able to encompass the Han Qi on the line. With the determination of the idea, Sui's fingers flipped a fragment to fall into the scattered position. The 8 directions of the rhythm of the fall of the 9 states, an empty reflection of the moon in the central states. So take the essence of the Tianwu raising the 9 states. This is Sui to complete the Tianwu deed formation, completely different from the Han deed of the bold, even a little bit of the flavor of the fine-tuning. In this regard, Sui can only say, they're poor. Grandma and uncle don't love each other. Sui will Zhou Ling upside down in the upper part of the empty space, is considered to lock the essence of the sky from the other side of the possibility of escape. This essence of the sky naturally refers to the source of the escaping red mist spiritual quality, and the empty space is directly opposite is the source. The land of the 9 states is the entire Muyuan high school land, through the 8-party rhythms with different rhythms to form a homogeneous frequency, layer by layer to weaken the red mist spiritual quality brought by the trait of the power, and finally imported into the earth into the nutrients. After doing this, Sui let out a breath, but did not dare to relax, because the core of the stability of the entire deed array has not yet fallen. Once failed, Sui is not worried about the next red mist counterattack. He is more concerned about this matter spread out is a real shame. The source of the Zhou deed that was engraved and completed slowly fell onto the heavenly desolate deed formation as Sui's palm flipped. From the outside, it was as if the complete array was covered with a thin layer of variations. The flow of the engraving was changing all the time since it was formed. Even Sui himself could not guess how many variations there were. The only thing he was sure of was that there would only be one variation that would respond to him when he was in control, and that would be enough. The deed of circumstance, transforming heaven and earth into one, covering the changes of circumstance, unifying it with one, transforming my strengths. It's done. Sui laughed. In the face of the red mist's counterattack, Sui looked at the little demon spirit that had long been poised and helpless. Go on, it's okay if you eat too much. The little demon spirit was overjoyed, and rushed towards the red mist with a six-parent pace. The joy on Suyi's face hadn't dissipated, and his heart was intensely uneasy about the scene that had to be put aside before. It wasn't that this unexpected situation would be dangerous. After all, it could be placed in his own body so silently, and if he wanted to persecute it, he should have done it as early as when he was searching for his own unique self, and there was no need to defuse the crisis for once. But such an unknown thing hidden in the body, Sui always feel again who is around their own under a sun, do not know when it will explode. Afterwards, the little demon spirit fed back many times. Sui did not see any movement even though he was suffocated into a balloon once again, so he had to digest it silently by himself. With the heavenly wasteland running, the red mist of the apartment all dimmed a bit, and it only took some time for this Muyuan High School to probably become a pure land. Although there was no way to resolve the source, Sui's heavenly desolation was a proper superior deed formation, with the Jo deed as its core. It was able to be self-sufficient, without having to worry about a situation where it would go on strike after losing the supply of Sui's spiritual quality. Moreover, with the spurt of other sources, Muyuan High School could only be considered a very small mouth. Stepping out of the apartment, Sui saw Blood Angel Yang Feng supporting the combat team leader, who seemed to have awakened not long ago, towards him, in a deserted village-like villa on the fringe of Jianhai City. The man in white carrying the strange man quietly appeared in the laboratory underneath the villa. Ignoring those experimental bodies and the pungent various types of chemical reagents, the man in white calmly walked to the person wearing a chemical suit who was studying the reagents, and kneeled down on one knee and said, "Elder sister, my experiment has failed." Failed? The voice that couldn't hear anger carried a bit of curiosity. Yes, the white-robed man bowed his head and said, "Experiment 103 was lost, and I probably won't be able to hand in my graduation answer sheet." This senior sister tilted her head and gazed at the reaction of the spiritual substance colliding in the reagent in the test tube, shaking her head. "I can't help you, you know the teacher's nature." At the mention of the teacher, the white-robed man visibly shivered. "Lend me some spirit quality." The senior sister calmly looked down at the white-robed man. There was an unrefusable forcefulness in her words. The white-robed man dripped a drop of cloudy white spiritual essence from his fingertips. As this drop of spiritual essence was put in, the reagent, which was still quite peaceful, instantly boiled, and in no time at all the cloudy white spiritual essence was vaporized dry, along with the reagent. It still failed. The white-robed man couldn't see his senior sister's appearance even through the protective suit, and could only judge from the figure and timbre that it was probably a beauty. But toxic is it? The experimental body is lost for another one is. The senior sister disgustedly threw the test tube into the recycling bucket, which was almost full at the moment. "I don't dare to ask sensei for it," the man in white answered honestly. The senior sister glanced at him coldly. "What? You want me to ask for it for you?" The man in white shivered and didn't dare reply. "You won't change your mind?" Senior sister bent down. A pair of phoenix eyes devoid of emotional fluctuations stared at him, and said softly, "Then go and take the guy who robbed your experimental body, and record it as an experimental body not on the line." An idea so marvelous that it turned one from fear to excitement was simply perversion. The man in white trembled. Right, but, before he could finish his sentence, senior sister interrupted. "What are our Central Divine Academy's concerns when we do things?" The cold voice was like an enlightenment, completely dispersing the white-robed man's inner concerns. "If this experimental body is lost again, or if it's missing something," the senior sister straightened up and pointed at the recycling bin, "it's just going to throw you in." The excitement that had just arrived was swept away, and fear filled the white man's eyes. "By the way, remember to dispose of that bucket." The man in white didn't get up until his senior sister's aura disappeared from this villa, and silently disposed of the recycling bucket. Along with it, there was also this underground laboratory. "Perhaps that boy will allow me to escape here." The murmured voice died out with the wildfire into this wilderness. Chapter 12, The Magician and the K-Card. Sui looked at the two people who were walking towards him, and his inner sense of shame had been completely pulled full. Originally, he wanted to be an unsung hero who did good deeds without leaving a name. But now, he was directly caught. These two people are close to write you are a hero on the face. This time Sui want to run also cannot run away. "Do you want to say hello? For example, what a coincidence. You two are here too? Ha ha, what a coincidence." This joke wasn't funny at all. Yang Feng and Lu Jinming don't know Sui's rich inner activities at the moment. Yang Feng looked at the unharmed and just a little tired Sui, although on the surface of a batch of calm, but inwardly it is surprised very much. As for Lu Jinming, although his ability is not enough, but his eyesight is still there. Linking the context can be obtained. The hero equals this one in front of you, not waiting for Sui to open his mouth to ease the damned atmosphere. Lu Jinming covered his chest as if he was physically disabled and said, "Little brother, I see that you have all the bones and bones, and you have stepped onto the path of sealing the demon, such a young talent. Why don't you come to our combat team? I'll introduce you to ensure that you are bound to step by step, in the future as a combat squadron leader is not impossible. Good guy." This one-liner is just like the street selling martial arts secret books as a theater group out. Sui was about to open his mouth when he heard Yang Feng faintly say, "His surname is Su." Lu Jinming, who was eagerly waiting for Suyi's reply, reacted half a beat slower and asked, "Surname what? Which Su?" "Just the Su you're thinking of." Lu Jinming fell silent and looked at Sui. "Is it really such a coincidence?" Sui shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "It's just a coincidence, worthy of being the Su family's talented young man. Ah, look at this amount of gas, this root bone, this talent, this." Spare Lu Jinming in the officialdom. At this moment is also do not know what to say good. For the Su family this behemoth, combat team? What is that? Combat squadron? What is that? I've never heard of it. The chief of the combat bureau to come. It is estimated that they have to eat a closed door to be able to do. Sui did not feel how. Su family is the Su family. His aunt did not also have to start their own business? His third uncle is not also in the military to fight on their own. Sui did not feel that he has anything special. Of course, if the old man before leaving the Su family directly to Sui, that would be another story. However, the eldest uncle is still there. Sui can only imagine himself. Seeing that there is no chance, Lu Jinming is also despondent. This time, he lost half of his life. Or thanks to Yang Feng and Sui did not give up on him, which only picked up this half-life. This time he lost, although the upper management will not necessarily blame, but inevitably need to take the blame. Lu Jinming has already anticipated his own downfall. As for the group of brothers, can trust relationship feel trust it? Wait until the dust settles will be too late. But it is Yang Feng, blocking Suyi's way, did not see what he wanted to say. However, Sui understands in the bottom of his heart. This young big group leader 80% is also the meaning of the invitation. Just in the way of Lu Jinming here is not good to say directly. Sui returned a "I understand" look, before Yang Feng helped Lu Jinming slowly walk away. Turning back to look at the apartment still shrouded in red mist, Su Ming only regretted not letting Umo see the world he wanted to see. It was very dangerous. As for the invitation, Sui slung his jacket over his shoulder, stretching his waist before lazily saying, "Who cares? Let's sleep first." While Sui was back at the other courtyard to catch up on his sleep, conflicts of different scales erupted in many parts of Zhanghai City. Among them, there were 13 small-scale conflicts in the demon sealing realm, basically caused by some of Zhanghai City's casual demon sealing masters. Medium-scale conflicts came from members of those shadowy underground organizations. Among them, there were red-listed organizations such as the Kingdom and the Black Sun. The large-scale conflict was the suppression action led by the Su family and the three major sources of red mist, in which the Su family took the lead. The Tan family and the Yao family were the backbone, combining their efforts to suppress the underground monsters that were about to awaken in Zhanghai City. On top of that, there was one person who almost caused Uncle Hua to make a move. Magician Z. Regarding the information about this person, even all the security companies that radiated the entire China region, and even the World Demon Spirit Association didn't have any specific information about this person. Every event that had his appearance was later proven to be extremely influential for several years or a decade or so in the afterlife. The most unbelievable thing was that he could always appear at the center of the event, and if he didn't actively appear, even the most advanced spirit quality sensing nowadays couldn't capture him. Only a very few top demon sealers could capture a trace of space when they were very close, and the mastery of space is a very challenging problem in modern society. Who the hell is he? Every time he appeared, he would leave behind one of the 54 playing cards in the files about Magician Z collected by all the security companies. There were already 17 numbered cards of different suits, and none of them were duplicated. Is there any special meaning? All security's brain had been tracking this guy who had suddenly appeared decades ago for a long time, but it was hard to get any useful information from the playing cards. As for those who had seen him, or even had interaction with him, they were all elusive about it. Even the old gentleman from the military was reluctant to talk about it. Now, he appeared again. Location, Zhanghai Park City. Zhanghai City. Also as one of the sources, Zhanghai Park City's spiritual quality concentration was much higher than Muyuan High School. Not only that, after the spiritual quality concentration reached a certain limit, the surrounding plants and animals were all alienated into the state of demonic spirits, and there was even a python in the metamorphosis stage at the source. There were a total of 3 large sources like this in the entire Zhanghai City. This one, however, was a team led by Sui, with the combined efforts of the 3 families of Su, Tan and Yao. The representatives of the 3 families were also almost all the number 2 figures of their respective families, and all of them had a considerable say in their respective families as well. Such a group of people grouped together. On the one hand, it was the importance attached to this one source. On the other hand, it was also a collision of the three families, and could likewise be considered as a test given by the families. Su, talk, Yao this on the three families since ancient times in Jianyuan province. Are to and fro. Marriage is also a common thing. Jianyuan province's top chair. Almost this on the three families take turns to sit, but over the years the Su family does not sit in this chair. Other families are not even dare to think about it, because the Su family produced a Su Shinbing, which is now the Su old man, so the Su family is recognized first. But elder Su didn't want to sit in that chair, which led to the fact that although the Su family had the most power of speech, it didn't have a dominant position, and regarding this point, the various families had different speculations. They also wanted to take this opportunity to test the Su family. They also wanted to use this opportunity to test the Su family to see if they could still stand up for themselves. Therefore, they can't wait for this matter to become bigger. It's best that the upper three families can't close the scene, so that the military or all the security companies intervene. I don't believe that you, Su Shinbing, can still sit still. Unfortunately, the upper three families struck very quickly, so fast that it was like a rehearsal that had been practiced long ago. When the demon spiritized python fell to the ground, Sui stepped on its head that was the size of half a playground, and slowly pulled out a blade that was flashing with a purple aura. Demon blade Yao Tianran lamented. This knife should be something that belonged to their Yao family, in that late Qing dynasty era. Under the internal and external troubles, the holder of this knife betrayed the country and was killed by the Yao family's head of the family at that time. But because of the unique parasitical ability of this knife, it was sealed by the Yao family's head of the family and warned the clansmen that people who were not simple-minded and pure-hearted should not be enlightened. It was not until Su Shinbing's father exchanged it from the Yao family's military mound and handed it over to Su Shinbing that it blossomed its true radiance. It was not until Su Shinbing's father exchanged it from the Yao clan's military mound and handed it over to him that it blossomed into its true glory. Now this sword passed to the hands of Su family Sui. Yao Tianran is also quite saddened. Not envy. He is very clear that he does not have the ability to master the demon sword. As for the Talking family's Talking Temple Bow, he was the father of Talking Moon Ning. The relationship between the Talking family and the Su family had always been close, and his relationship with Sui couldn't be said to be much better. However, he and Sui's father, Su Ning, were friends from childhood. If you don't know, Su Ning will suddenly lead to a child. Or talk about the temple bow, want to mention a mouth to set a doll marriage thing. Sui appeared too suddenly. Suddenly to even the Su family can only acquiesce to his existence and cannot be fully publicized. Do you think Sui is really Su Ning's child? Tan Sibo suddenly asked a question while he was healing his wounds. Yao Tianran was also aware of the relationship between the two of them, so he couldn't say anything more, and just said, "Anyway, this is the first time I've seen Sui being so kind to a junior member of the Su family. When you went abroad for exchange, you are not aware that Sui and the Su family's oldest had a direct fight, and in the end, it was the Su family's oldest who intervened to send Sui to the Pudu military school." Tanji Bo had naturally heard about this later, but could just one Sui mean anything? He wanted to ask again, but he suddenly raised his head to look ahead within the red mist that had thinned out quite a bit. An extremely special spatial fluctuation spread out, as if it was deliberately telling them, "I'm coming." Magician, Z, said Yao Tianran in a single word. The two of them looked at each other and were about to make a move to intercept, but they saw that Sui in front of them suddenly lost control of the demonic blade. The demonic sword, which had a purple aura, fell into the mysterious magician's hands as if it was hanging upside down. Demon sword The Z under the clown's mask emitted a mellow voice. "Long time no see oh." Sui's blood-stained coat contrasted sharply with Z's white dress, and from the appearance alone, one would think that Sui was the scary guy. However, in the view of the three great houses, the guy whose whereabouts even all the security companies could keep track of was the most terrifying one. "What are you trying to do by appearing here?" Sui knew that things had gone beyond the original plan, and this magician might become an unstable factor. "Take it easy, little ones." Z's clown mask pulled out a smile and said, "I'm just here to sell a favor." As soon as the words left his mouth, the demonic sword was thrown with a raised hand and fell back into Sui's sheath. Z, however, turned around and stepped into the source of the red mist, his figure gradually blurring to dissipation. The last scene that Sui saw was that the magician disappeared as if out of thin air, but left behind a playing card representing K. The card merely appeared, but the magician was not able to see it, so the magician was not able to see it. And this card just appeared, was a pair of ice crystal hands that appeared out of thin air in the hands. Subi knew that it was Elder Su made a move. This K card Subi could not protect. The K card appeared. Su family mansion. Space ripples, as if a greeting, but the old man shook his head, did not give a response. Only the ripples did not stop either, and continued to spread. The direction they went was Su Yi's other courtyard. Uncle Hua frowned and was about to step out, but Elder Su stopped Uncle Hua's move. He remembered the experience when he was young, when the magician was still a magician, and now he was an old man, but the magician was still a magician, when really the years are also old, but you play the world. Chapter 13, Chain Reaction. The news of the magician's appearance was confirmed by all the brains of the security company almost before the battlefield was cleared, and reached the director's desk. Director Joe was already over 50 years old, and he had to deal with a lot of official business every day. His rest time in a day was not more than 5 hours, and when the brain was not yet well built, Director Zoe's workload was even bigger than that. So for the brain, all the security company up and down are very important. Even the director of the week are always concerned about the health status of the brain. All the indicators in your recent vital signs are a bit less stable, the head of the brain members said through the video dialogue with Director Joe, who was studying the report. Especially the blood pressure is very high, but the blood sugar is on the low side. Oh, Director Joe said without lifting his head. What does that mean? The head mind's emotionless electronic voice said. It means that you've been under a lot of stress lately, and have reached or slightly exceeded the threshold we gave you. After a long time, Director Joe closed the report inside. Wouldn't I be able to save a lot of heartache if there wasn't all this crap? That's not true, Chief Brain said neutrally. The data suggests that the world doesn't operate with an individual as the fulcrum. It's usually one or more events that arise superimposed at one time or another, while iterating to an unknown next event. So there's no such thing as no stress without a broken thing. Or rather, it's you who is managing too much. Conversing with you, I'm stressed right now. Chief Joe rubbed his temples and was tempted to hang up the call. After seriously pondering how to share his worries for Director Joe, Head Brain said, then why don't I call 7 here? She's still very immature, but she's a lowly. Director Joe rubbed himself even harder and hastily stopped Head's redundancy. Back on topic. What do you guys think of the magician? Chief Joe asked. It's all in the report. Heads continued. We're more curious what Director Chow and the old gentleman think. Well, Director Joe pondered for a moment before he deliberated. The unknown transient is like a guest, yet it is familiar with and repulsed by this world, and has taken the initiative to leave a node. This node, is it a coordinate, or does it represent something? The head did not answer this question. From all sorts of speculation, either outcome would only make Director Joe's pressure gauge explode. When all possibilities had not yet been pinpointed to within 10, the head would not speak out his judgment easily. Instead, Head asked earnestly again, can you ask that old gentleman what his opinion is? Director Joe's temples could hardly hold it down and scolded. Get to work, day in and day out. You'll just find things for me to do. There's not a single saving grace. The head mind regretfully cut off the conversation and hurried offline before Director Joe could curse his head off. But since the beginning, they all avoided one topic, that is, what card did the magician leave behind this time when he appeared? When the location of the incident to Jianghai City and the Su family, Director Joe and the brains have chosen to tacitly avoid this topic, because this is really not a good question to look into. After all the security company's volume is not even 1/10 of the military, and even the military are treated with caution. All the security company can only eat this dumb loss. However, the military did take action this time. The old man said, go to the Su family. Old mansion asked, looking for that Su nerves asked, in the end what is a card on the end of the matter? A group of people were squirming in front of me. Not like that. The moment I got the order here, a major general came to my door there. The Su family. Currently, only the recalled eldest uncle has returned with a team. As for Sui, he sent someone to send back the demonic sword, and brought people to continue to deal with the remaining sources. Just from the looks of it, things had gone beyond expectations, but the results were good. This major general from the military, where he wasn't complimented in front of and behind people, but in the Su family, he wasn't on top of things. The Su family's oldest 4 are already a major general. It is estimated that in a few years or more than him, not to mention the Su family. Su Lao is still there. Sui woke up to the front of the compound hall and saw this bizarre scene. Uncle sitting on the upper seat, no problem, but the other positions empty. Only a big man in military uniform in the lower seat that is sitting. Not even a cup of tea? Still a major general. Not even giving tea? Sui muttered. Thinking about his own graduation from the military academy seems to be only a captain. It is still a few missions of merit to rise up. Seeing Sui come in, the major general's eyes flinched. Giving Sui an instinctive salute, were scared out. Don't look at the person in front of the eldest uncle coyly. Deal with Sui that is a proper instructor style. Find a place to sit. Uncle said so, but can you not point ah? Sui couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart, and immediately sat down in the center of the right side in the direction that Uncle pointed to. Here, there was something that even that major general was waiting for. The demon sword. Sui is not afraid of this thing. Follow the second uncle when not less play this thing. Shallow make up asleep to Sui, at this time is still a little sleepy, so directly in the chair to lie flat. This lying, to the evening. when a group of people came back with the fury. This major general has been left out all afternoon. At this moment, why don't you understand the meaning of the Su family? Sui came to the front of the hall and glanced at Sui, who was lazily lying down. A surprised color flashed in his eyes. Big brother, the remaining several sources have been resolved. The red mist will probably continue to escape for nearly 2 months before returning to its original state. 2 months according to Sui. This major general was already wondering, was this something he could hear? But he had heard it. Did that mean it was false? Sui did understand the meaning of it, meaning that we don't care about anything, waiting for it to naturally escape. That would indeed take 2 months. But in terms of the effect of the heavenly desolate deed formation that Sui himself had laid down in Muyuan High School, if there were masters who were proficient in this kind of deed formation, 2 weeks would be considered more than enough. Obviously Sui didn't believe that the Su family didn't have such a master, so if he really couldn't, he would let Uncle Hua take the top spot, and treat it as an exercise. Good. The eldest uncle's expression was calm as hell. Pointing at the demonic knife, he said, the old man of the knife has seen it. It's fine. Sui didn't think otherwise, and took a seat right next to Sui. The rest of the people also went straight to their seats, but neither Uncle Hua nor the old man came, and there was a Su family member standing straight behind the major general. His body was still stained with blood. The major general smiled bitterly inwardly. This really wasn't a good job. Immediately, he got up and cupped his fists to Su Yun, the current acting head of the Su family, and said, Su family head, old Mr. Tang entrusted me to ask a question. The eldest uncle directly raised his hand and interrupted. Tang Lao is the old man's comrade in arms for many years. He hasn't seen him for a long time. He would like to get together with Tang Lao. Trouble you to relay the message to Tang Lao. See when it's appropriate. Come on, come to a trip for nothing. The major general is considered to understand. Want to know no door. Take Mr. Tang Lao as a front. Then let him come in person. He came, who dares not to show him? Stepping in the twilight. This major general, who had not been so tired even when fighting with demon spirits on the battlefield, left the Su family mansion. The words were naturally sent back. Only Tang Lao's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. It was a kind of despondency, lying in a chair with the sky up and eyes closed, but the despondency of memories tumbling over. This kind of look appeared twice on Mr. Tang. Once was when his teacher, Zhang Daozheng of Longhu Mountain, passed away, and the other time was when his wife passed away. After sending off the major general, the next step was family matters. The eldest uncle first counted down the personnel damage regarding this operation. The red mist lasted close to a day since it completely erupted until now. There were 17 casualties in total, and the various war preparations had reached the level of 1 million. This was still just the Su family. The Yao family and the Talking family had a bit more losses, but the casualties were much less. Regarding the 7 fellow soldiers who died in battle, the matter of pensions will be left to you. The eldest uncle looked towards the second uncle, who naturally had no objections to this. Sui quietly listened to everyone's report, not only the report of this operation, but also the recent turmoil about the demon sealing realm, the military's attitude, and the stances of all parties. From all perspectives, the current situation is that the beasts are surrounded by the herd, and all of them are watching from the wall. If there is an opportunity, they wouldn't mind coming down and biting a piece of meat. As for those who are watching the action, if the eldest uncle wants to fight, then it is the Su family that wants to fight. The several parties that have already entered the scene. The military has already shown its position of backing down, but several dark side organizations are openly screaming in the underground world. The Su family has already entered the point of green and yellow, and is at the mercy of others. Oldest 3, tell us what you think. Facing his elder brother's inquiry, Sui sat upright and said, unite a few paths of righteousness and give the underground a change of atmosphere. Sui raised his eyebrows as a hidden murderous aura came over him. It was hard to imagine what kind of storm of blood and gore this short sentence represented behind it. Eldest uncle nodded and suddenly turned to the dazed Sui below and asked, Ear isn't too young this year. The elder's sudden chit-chat is a fatal concern in any occasion. Sui nodded his head instinctively, and the eldest uncle said thoughtfully, why don't we give you a share of the industry to go and practice on your own? Not waiting for Sui to state his position, the eldest uncle continued, or go to your second uncle to find an easy position to intern for a while is not impossible, or else you will go abroad. This last half sentence, not to mention to Sui whole confused, even Sui is a little out of sorts, big brother, but uncle obviously do not want to listen to what Sui said. Interrupted, domestic education is still more or less backward, going abroad to gain knowledge is also good, so that coming back within the group can also have some backbone. Sui's mind turned 100 times. Does eldest uncle not know that he has already become a demon sealer? Or does it mean that he knows that he is already on the path to becoming a demon sealer, and still wants to be just an ordinary person? Or maybe, it wasn't just big uncle's intention either. Grandpa's side probably had this idea as well. Why don't I pass the college entrance exam first? Sui asked cautiously. Eldest uncle didn't say anything. All the elders below were each looking at the scenery, with a look of not caring about their own business, while the second uncle expressed that he couldn't do anything about it, and hesitantly said, "If you really can't do anything about it, then just go abroad." Everyone's gazes looked at Sui. Sui had to break the pot and say, "Aren't you worried that the power of the Central Divine Academy abroad is even more terrifying than at home? At least at home, you can still take care of one or two. If I really want to go abroad, it's not a living target." Chinese God Institute. The second uncle's gaze was aghast, and only then did he somewhat ponder over the considerations of uncle letting Sui go abroad. "When did the Chinese God Research Institute contact you?" Sui hadn't dispersed his aura, and now that he was suddenly aroused, it was Sui who bore the brunt of it. If he had put it aside before the breakthrough, Sui would have been in agony, but now Sui was already able to barely withstand it. It was probably between the 5th and 6th order. Sui glanced at the demonic blade. Presumably this demonic blade had also eaten quite a lot, otherwise, the second uncle's strength would have been between the 6th and 7th order. "I snatched their experiments." Sui smiled sarcastically. It was only at this time that Sui was truly certain that his own nephew was already a 3rd-order demon sealer, and the ability to resist pressure actually far exceeded the performance of the same rank. Robbed their experiments? Many elders were dumbfounded. That was the Middle God Research Institute, a place where a bunch of perverts and lunatics gathered. Robbing their experiments? That was so cracking up that a group of elders hilariously laughed in spite of their posturing. Was it that funny? Sui didn't understand. As a matter of fact, the most famous time for the Middle God Research Institute had been decades ago, when they were a proper state-affiliated organization. However, it was also precisely because they were certified by the state that what they did made the demon sealing realm agitated, and it was rare for them to unify their voices just to pull the Middle God Research Institute off the stage. Even the entire demon sealing realm was united in power, but only to pull down the Central God Research Institute, from a legitimate organization to a private enterprise. So one could imagine how much power this group of lunatics was lurking in the shadows. "Well done, ah. No wonder the family head wants to send you away. Ha ha ha, I can't." An elder who was a bit older had experienced that era and gave Sui a thumbs up. The second uncle also had an odd expression as he said to his eldest uncle, "The Zhongshan Research Institute's roots abroad are much deeper than ours, so I'm afraid it won't work out too well to send Sui abroad." Eldest uncle also held his forehead and said, "He can mess with the Central God Research Institute today. What kind of thunderstorm do you think he'll come out with tomorrow?" Sui was embarrassed. "This is also on my head? Going abroad is also the old man's intention. If you don't want to go, you go and talk to the old man yourself." The eldest uncle threw the matter away, throwing it back to Sui himself. Looking for the old man to discuss, the second uncle had a headache just thinking about it. Ignoring Sui's plea for help, the second uncle and the other elders went to eat the celebration banquet together. Sui was the only one left in the entire lobby looking up at the roof beam. "Should we consider the investigation team? Things unless good treatment. There is also the establishment. The most critical is that the authority is high. But could the investigation team hold off that gang of lunatics from the Central Divine Academy?" Sui compared the battle strength of the Blood Angel, the Strange Man and the Man in White. High and low somewhat puzzled Yang Feng's strength. It was reasonable to say that an investigation team leader could not be higher than the combat team's strength, but Yang Feng was a special case. Sui even felt that Yang Feng's strength was more than enough to be a squadron lieutenant in the combat bureau. 5th rank, almost catching up with second Uncle Ah. Chapter 14, Master Su's Handiwork. Sui eventually went to meet Elder Su. Su Shinbing naturally wasn't surprised that Sui would come, as the purpose of him wanting Sui to leave the country was to have this young grandson come and meet him. Before he truly stepped into the circle of the demon sealing realm, he had to give this youngster a heads up. "Grandpa." Sui sat in front of the tea table. Uncle Hua was slowly making tea at the side, and the tea was the Dahong robe that Su Shinbing had often drunk over the years. "I heard that you don't want to study abroad?" The white long shirt gently rested on the seat. Elder Su lifted a corner of the teacup and fanned out a bit of aroma. This flavor was very refreshing. Sui said, "I want to continue my current studies, for studying abroad currently do not have this idea." Upon hearing this, Elder Su let out a light snort and said, "Forget about pulling the wool over your uncle's eyes. You're not going to tell me the truth with Grandpa? How could I?" Sui explained, "I'm not afraid of being scolded by my eldest uncle. He's not here. Just say what you want to say." Sui corrected his attitude, rarely putting away his cynical look, and said with a straight face, "I've become a demon sealer. Maybe this era doesn't need me to subjugate any demonic spirits, but I'm still going to do it. What's the figure?" Elder Su took a sip of tea and looked at Sui, erasing that one curse. Su Shinbing's eyes darkened, softly saying, "How difficult is that? Are you clear? It is a trouble that even you are not willing to touch." Teacup gently put down. Master Su does not intend to explain anything, or he was also a teenager. Know that for a teenager, when he wants to do a thing, everything else is not important. No matter what considerations, the best are like a pale excuse, powerless and useless. Then there is no harm for you to try. Perhaps you will be much stronger than an old man like me. Since he knew what Sui was trying to do, Su Shinbing did not intend to persuade him any further, and asked instead, however, are you not planning to stay in the Su family? Yes. Sui nodded his head and admitted, I plan to join the Bureau of Investigation. The company? Xiaozhou's place is much more peaceful, but although there's nothing wrong with you going there, there's always no Su family's heritage there. Elder Su laughed. Why don't you consider thinking about your third uncle's place? The military is also very good. Plus you are an excellent graduate of the Pudu Military Academy. How is it all a meat and potatoes? But the military is also much more rigid. Compared to the military's treatment, isn't the brain power of all security more appealing? All the members of the security company could access the system called the brain and pay different merit points depending on the questions they asked. What the brain can provide is the most efficient battle plan, the most successful promotion method, the depth analysis involving countless possibilities. If you don't have a brain, then the brain is worth having. Su Shinbing looked at his grandson oddly, with a hidden answer in his heart. At the same time, he also prayed for Director Zhou in his heart, hoping that he wouldn't have a myocardial infarction. Has the investigation team already contacted you? Although Su Shinbing was in control of the entire Zhanghai city's intelligence network, it was unnecessary to cover everything. Blood Angel Young Feng has invited me, Sui answered honestly. Well, Elder Su's eyes rippled a little. Didn't say anything, just made a few more small talk. Then let Sui go back. On the contrary, after Sui left, Uncle Hua said meaningfully, survived the March 12th incident. Yeah, that's why one has to feel sorry for it. Su Shinbing thought for a moment and said to Uncle Hua, make arrangements. Let me meet with that Director Zhou. Uncle Hua was a bit surprised, not seeing the 10 old men. Instead, taking the initiative to meet a director? But Uncle Hua still responded, by the way, I remember that I also had a time when the head used the permission to come. Let's use it all together as well, so I won't keep it for them. Good. Sui naturally didn't know about Elder Su's grand gesture. At this moment, he was thinking, should he go and rub some rice and he didn't know if there was a seat for himself at the celebration banquet. By the time he arrived, a few of the uncles were almost drunk. Those who could still stand and invite for drinks at this time were practiced in the drinking game and could not afford to be half adulterated. When they saw Sui coming, they even called out, Xiaoyi, come, come, come. When beckoning, he also did not forget to arrange for Sui, sit here, sit on the side of uncle. We must have a drink. Whether they were sober or not, a few of the people in the circle couldn't stop laughing. Forget it, Uncle Cheng, if you still drink with this amount of alcohol, beware of Auntie beating you up, Sui teased. In fact, he didn't really want to drink either, because it was hard to stop drinking with these elders. Che, Su Cheng skimmed his mouth full of concern, not caring if it was humiliating or not. He sat down and leaned his head back to fall asleep. At this point, everyone who could still leave slipped home with the wind in their sails. Sui looked at a few big men lying down, helplessly one by one back to the big guest room, but also have to set a good table for them, or if the eldest uncle bumped into, this one is not less than the family discipline punishment. Sui then instructed a few stewards to prepare some sobering things for them. After all this, Sui was barely able to eat a few mouthfuls of hot rice, and at this time it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. The night was still red even at this hour, shrouding the head like a dull cage. I wonder how many people are struggling in their nightmares tonight. Sui believed that all those in the know had enough means to anticipate the plight of life faced by normal people under this storm. Ordinary people might only think of it as an infestation of an unknown virus, but ignored its suddenness and limitations. Little aversion. Go out and take a walk, Sui added uneasily at the end, but don't spit it out again. The little demon spirit, which had already jumped into the air, stumbled, and was truly spat upon by its master to the point of wanting to find a crack in the ground. It could only whimper a few times to express its dissatisfaction. Just like a person would be picky about what they eat, so would a demon spirit, but it's rude to eat and spit it out. Sui knocked. The little demon spirit who had no choice but to obediently do as he was told, devouring many people's nightmares during Sui's shopping-like inspections. Most of these people were elderly, and if they were allowed to survive their nightmares, then what awaited them would most likely be a weakening of the spirit leading to an outbreak of physical complications. So should someone take responsibility for them? Would there be? Sui didn't know. His life had already been taken care of for him, so he wasn't even qualified to stand in the shoes of these normal people. However, as he walked around, Sui did see many members of the investigation team and the combat team wearing high-level protective suits going from door to door to test the concentration of spirit in the bodies of these people. and also contacting the relevant departments to send those with abnormal reactions to the quarantine area for care. This scene was very touching to Sui. At first he wanted to join the all-security company for his own selfishness, but now he has a different view on this special organization. All security? No matter how you look at it, it's like a big lie, but the company is actually sitting on some things. But even a not-so-small Shanghai city, all the security company to do things have to look at the face of others. Inevitably some do not deserve such a roa. The show secretary's ambition is very lofty, but the actual operation down. But it is difficult. The Central Plains family will sell the face of the company's 10-old, but the local family will not care whether you are 10-old or 18-old. As long as they do not move their cake, they will not take the initiative to cause trouble and will not give you a good face. Therefore, Joe's decades of hard work has only managed to build a few branches in the country's major and minor key cities, and set up 3 branches and 6 departments. With the military watching intently, this was already a very good start. If a different person were to do this, it would be in existence at the level of a 10th-order demon sealing exalt that wouldn't be able to do a better job than him. This was also the reason why Elder Su was willing to take the initiative to meet this junior. Merit was one aspect, talent was another, and most importantly, the ability to balance the risks of all parties. Sui took the convenience of the investigation team and went around the quarantine area. While others were not sure who this person who dared to wander around the streets was, the team members were clear. If that Mu Yuan high school director was Su Mu of the Su family, wouldn't her nephew be a noble son of the Su family? In other places maybe this identity wasn't that good, but here it was a pass. Therefore, the team members especially applied to the team leader Yang Feng to leave the team, full-time accompanied by the Su family's son. Do not dare to let him run around. The team members didn't know that Sui was already an official demon sealer, and he was much stronger than him. If he encountered an alienated animal, it was hard to say who would hide behind whom. Yang Feng was also quick to approve, and actually wanted to take this opportunity to let Sui get in touch with the Bureau of Investigation. It's better to hear 100 times than to see. He replied to the panelist in this way, and the panelist didn't understand what it meant, thinking that it was Su's son who hadn't seen anything and wanted to show him more. Sui, on the other hand, was watching from the back and understood that this was pointing him out, secretly saying, still really confident, isolation zone. The entire size of the square cabin was built within a few days. Before the red mist had erupted, this square cabin had been gradually put into use, and began to accept people with abnormal reactions in some areas. Most were sent over from the hospital side, and the most recent ones were those that the investigation team and the combat team jointly ranked out. Sui estimated that the area of this quarantine area, counting just this one square pod, had already caught up with a large stadium. In addition to this, there were various supporting settings, as well as staff dormitories, places to store medical tools and food, and so on. When were these things built? Sui also only now realized that the quarantine area was not a simple disaster relief area. The team member took out an electronic tablet and said, the preparation was half a year ago. The program review and estimate was passed only 3 months ago, and in order to cover up the purpose, it was pressed until a week ago to start construction. The deployment of personnel to construction also took only 1 day, which is really admirable. The files recorded by our Bureau of Investigation were all treated as just a piece of development area. Who would have thought that your Su family had made a big one without saying a word? As for the earlier planning, then you have to ask your Su family head. The whole project seems to be led by your Su family. Yao Talk's 2 families keep a neutral wait and see attitude. Just invested some money. Looking at the various record-breaking data displayed on the tablet, Sui also froze. What was this? Saving for a rainy day? Sui was certain that this whole thing was finalized by Grandpa, but again, was the purpose of doing this just to contain the aftermath of the red mist outbreak? Suddenly, Sui felt that even an event like the red mist seemed a bit small in the face of such a large-scale endeavor. Obviously, the outbreak of the red mist could have been prevented in advance, but he chose to use it as bait, detonating it in a situation where all the security companies and a bunch of unidentified organizations were mixed up. Just as a knockout? Such a question did not only appear in Suyi's own heart. Many people who had read the situation in Shanghai City had such confusion. Even the Su family's own people did not have a few people who really understood. Hey, do you think this is a good thing? Sui twisted his head and asked. The panelist looked at Sui like he was a fool and said, of course it's a good thing. A heavenly good thing. Think about it. How many commoners can this benefit? Even if the red mist recedes, this place can still be a shelter center. Just in case there are still similar situations that wouldn't be a sustainable use. Watching the panelist open his arms in excitement there, Sui couldn't help but smile. There will be more and more demonic spirit outbreaks in the future. How will humans adapt then? The panelist suddenly sighed again. Sui mocked. You, a panelist, are thinking quite broadly. Worrying about the world first is my side business. The panelist was unconvinced. What do you care about your son? I have an establishment. What do you care about what I think? Humph. Okay. Sui lightly laughed and stepped home. Perhaps the panelist was right. In the future, when there were more and more demonic spirits, the quarantine zone was a normalized thing. It might just be the next time that the quarantine zone was the real purpose of the zone. Old Master. Very impressive. Chapter 15, The Weekly Deed 49. When he returned to his compound, it was already 1 o'clock in the night. But Sui is not much sleepy. He has just become a formal demon sealing master. In addition to the memory of those ancient books and the demanding means, he has to have some common means. And this kind of means is called spirit style. Each demon master from the deed to understand the spirit style are different. Have heritage of the demon master is the form of roughly the same, but because of the spirit quality and comprehension of the direction of the different, sense of the spirit style is also very different, and have their own deed of the demon master, will sense the most suitable for their own spirit style, and this kind of spirit style, and is honored as the zero style. Although the zero style is unique, its power and function are not the same, and some are not even as good as the spiritual style in the inheritance of the sub-deeds. Only those deeds that can form a separate inheritance. The zero style it contains is truly powerful enough for the descendants to comprehend the spiritual style. In a nutshell, only the spirit forms created by the first creators of the deeds were known as zero forms, and what the descendants could comprehend from them could only be spirit forms. Uncle Hua, for example, had his own zero style, and Sui had once seen him perform one of them, the flower shadow. At that time, Sui hadn't gone to military school yet, but there were already waves of assassinations targeting him. And there was even a bounty on Sui in the underground world, with the highest reward amount being $30 million. Uncle Hua often followed Sui to elementary school when the bounty was placed on him, and worked as the head of the security team at Su's home, and inexplicably became the lead security guard at the school. The assassination was at the end of the school day. The killers mixed into the school in the crowd. When they revealed the moment of killing intent, it was doomed to end. That was also the first time Sui felt the art of killing. There was only one word: beautiful. The spirit quality rolled up the cherry blossoms as if dancing in the wind to make a clear shadow, so fast that the eyes could only catch the shadow of the flowers. Each piece of cherry blossom is as precise as a scalpel to pick open the hamstrings and tendons of the killers. Not more than 1 point of injury, but also not less than 1 point. But unfortunately, these killers were left behind. But the real killers knew what to do. Otherwise, Sui might be able to see the truly powerful zero style. After all, Uncle Hua himself had said that the flower shadow was the kind of zero style that looked better than it actually was, and wasn't as useful as the spirit style. However, to deal with these killers is also a big use, mainly used to warn the hidden killer. Think carefully before making a move. Later on, no one bothered with this reward. After all, no one wants to mess with a person who has a master-level powerhouse guarding him. Recalling that style, Sui had once even joked that when he was strong enough to pass on Uncle Hua's deed, he would turn the flower shadow into his own spiritual style. Now looking at the Zhou deed in his palm, he suddenly understood Uncle Hua's smile at that time. Perhaps it was good to think that Sui had this heart, but Uncle Hua would not pass on his deed to Sui. This was because Sui, as a direct descendant of the Su family, was bound to inherit the Su family's inheritance, not to mention the fact that there was an orthodox Zhou deed inheritance in Sui. What is the Su family's inheritance? Sui had never been to the ancestral temple until now. He had only seen his second uncle use it, but the feeling was not real. The biggest feeling was that it was ancient and obscure, but compared to many ancient inheritances it was already considered complete, yet not as strong as imagined. Then look at the Zhou Qi. Can be said to be recognized as the origin of the Qi, even if it is divided into parts, can also be self-contained lineage, in the long history of the inheritance. But again, because of the loss of the core, resulting in the direct cultivation of the split part of the Zhou deed would leave hidden dangers in high-level cultivation, and it was almost impossible to reach the 10th level. But even so, the Zhou deed was still the first model that many people contacted and learned from, especially the demon sealer who wanted to impact the 7th-rank sovereign master. The Zhou deed was even regarded as the original text that led to the sovereign master. Sui closed his eyes and recalled his comprehension of the source of the Zhou deed over the past 10 years. The deed of circumference. From all the elephants to find the only fixed contract into a contract, to a diffraction of the change of circumference, the change of 49, the change of the sky, the change of 3, the change of 17, the change of 19, the change of the rest of the 10. That is, a total of 49 zero formula, but the Zhouqi and the name of the change, so 49 zero formula each other and can be combined. As to how to combine is also to see the individual perception. Some people may be able to do this kind of combination, but some people cannot. In addition, these 49 zero formulas only provide a kind of realization, so the direction of each person's realization is also very different. Before Sui was in the military school, He had been under the influence of the heavenly transformation of its three, and his mind was pure and ignorant. Later on, after comprehending the heavenly transformation of its three, it was actually much easier to look at the upper transformation and the lower transformation. By the time he graduated from the military school, basically the entire first 39 transformations, Sui had pretty much mastered. Only the remaining 10 of the Gue changes, Sui had no idea at all. And it was only when he succeeded in forming a covenant with a deed that he vaguely had a concept about the Gue changes. The Guile change is the reverse of the spirit to zero change. It is the concept of reverting from zero style to spirit style to zero style. Its purpose is to let the user truly know what is zero style. Rather than simply comprehending the spirit style and utilizing the spirit style, it tends to allow the user to create a weird change that tends to be close to the zero style or the true zero style. And then to put it more simply, it's the opposite of what it is supposed to be, a change in the 49th rising change, the 59th or even more. However, in Sui's opinion, this was similar to a dream. It was all just hypothetical. This was because Sui's first tricky change felt inferior to even the spirit style. Misconceiving the concept, Sui produced such a spirit style belonging to the Guile change after devouring his grey-clothed self. When it wasn't stabilized, the range was roughly 100 meters or so around the body. Now it was only 10 meters in range. Everything that fell into this range, including thoughts, would produce a kind of misplaced feedback, roughly the same as if a person stood outside and looked. The visual feedback was misplaced, but the consciousness knew that there was no misplaced occurring. If one stood within this range, then the consciousness would also be blinded. Sui himself felt that it was quite a rib thing, with the lower limit being distorted vision and the upper limit being misalignment of the consciousness. It could only be used to assist, and against stronger demon sealers, it was basically not expected to be of much help. As for the rest of the tricky changes, Sui really didn't have any ideas. He now only wanted to take the upper and lower variations that he had comprehended and form a true spiritual style, otherwise it would be useless to comprehend them. One of the upper changes, Sui flipped his palm down and pressed it into the air. The spirit quality was like a ripple that swept away with Sui as the center, spreading with a strange frequency to a range of about 10 meters around him. Objects that were touched by the ink-colored ripples would not have any damage, but these objects would be on the same frequency. If a vase fell, then Sui could theoretically fix the vase in the air for about 3 seconds by executing this spiritual style. Of course, the vase still shattered. Sui's first experiment, this hand really pulls the crotch, and only fixed it for a little over a second. According to Sui's own estimation, against an opponent of the same rank, it would be about 3 seconds. Low rank may extend a lot, but high rank would be difficult to estimate. Like the high level of the split deed, it could be around 1 second, but for a true high-level demon sealer, Sui felt that he could not even set it, and it was considered a delay to be able to perform it. Sui named this spiritual style as fixing windwave, and the original zero style was volatile sea. In the Jochi sense of the sea sat on the surface for 3 days or no clue, until the vertical leap into the stormy sea. The moment of peace of mind let Sui subconsciously palm want to come to a palm from the sky. The results are of course tragic, and even a wave did not smoothed out. Next, Sui practiced one of the upper variations and 3 of the lower variations. The former is a single strong control, taken from the zero-style heavenly coffin, which is the way to seal the sky in order to bury the heavenly coffin. The latter is the spirit formation, which is different from the layout of the deed formation, which is born from the spirit formation but is taken from the deed formation, which is taken from the zero-style all beings as a chess game. It could be said that these are the 3 spirit formations that Sui is most satisfied with at the moment. Group control, point control plus formation. Really, control is a set of takeaway. Sui on his ability to flat A is still quite respect. It's not that he doesn't have the means to attack the spirit style, but Sui hasn't conceptualized how to use this kind of spirit style. From comprehension to molding, it's basically set. So Sui wants to wait a little bit longer. It's not too late to wait for his own accumulation to be deep enough. After repeating the maneuver a few more times, Sui was satisfied and lay flat. The next day, Sui received a notice to take online classes, and is still unsure when the school will start. However, the online class is fine, just hang on to it. Anyway, the teacher won't make fun of himself. Really can't say that he inhaled the red mist and fell ill. And the statistics do show that many students and teachers have high fever, resulting in the quality of teaching is very general. So most of the time is what class on what self-study. Senior 3 will brush the paper on the end. So Sui followed his second uncle to study. According to his uncle, since you're not going to study abroad, you'll work for the family and try to get acquainted. Otherwise, if you're stubborn like your aunt, you'll be kicked out directly to start a business with zero capital. Said is zero capital, but the Su family network is still there. Su family-owned people cannot recognize, but outsiders will not think so. So Sumu's startup financing is still very smooth, coupled with her talent, and now has become one of the top female entrepreneurs in Jianyuan province. Learning this is certainly not work. Sui had to promise first. Wait until all the security company side of the resume through the approval of the allocation. Sui directly on the slip. As for the assessment, Sui is clearly indicated on the resume. Yang Feng recommended. Su family members of these things, bolded, are conventional reminders. If this row is not enough, then Sui has nothing to say. The test that on the test, how big a thing? I have 3 orders, should be hired as a team leader when? On this side, Sui is still thinking about the pleasure of waving his hands. And over there, the Bureau of Investigation directly emergency meeting. The Investigation Bureau is at its headquarters in Beijing. Several cadres of the Bureau of Investigation received a notice of 10 o'clock in the morning. The meeting is 10 o'clock in 5 minutes to start. Lying at home. I wish I was on a business trip. At least you can directly connect to the video conference. Do not have to rush. Complaining to complain, but this will be unable to escape. The fact that the meeting was hosted by Director Zhou himself, and that it was held on an impromptu basis, meant that something big had happened recently that might affect the operational strategy for the next few years or even a decade or so. Have you heard? A staff member was responsible for receiving the cadres, and it was only after they stepped into the top floor conference room one after another that he struck up a conversation with the colleague beside him. If you have something to say, there's still work to do later. The coworker rubbed her ankle under her high heels and frowned. The employee whispered, "This meeting is rumored to have the brain officially involved as well." The coworker was stunned for a moment and stopped rubbing, saying suspiciously, "True or false? Isn't the brain not allowed to join the human decision-making agenda? That's kind of against the world convention, isn't it? Who knows? I've only heard about it." The clerk and his coworker tacitly avoided the question, one looking out and the other distractedly rubbing his feet. The top floor conference room. There were 26 seats on both sides of the square table, and 21 of them were present at the moment. 4 were traveling on business, 2 were serving as external counselors and were dealing with the European church side of things. Director Zhou was sitting at the first place, while the 3 branch directors were sitting next to each other, and the 6 ministers were sitting opposite each other. There was a situation where the 3 bureaus were allied with each other, and the 6 ministries were competing with each other. When the meeting officially began, Bureau Chief Zhou opened the electronic shadow screen on one side, and after a few seconds of flickering, it rang out, "Shui Changning, Dong Yu, Gu I don't know, Luan Yang," and the head's request to access the meeting. Agreed. Heads accesses the meeting and enters the gallery. At this time, the cadres bowed their heads and didn't dare to breathe. Doesn't anyone care why Heads is here? Bureau Zhou laughed. Care about the head? Forget it, let's care about why I'm sitting here. Zhuge Ming, the head of the deliberation department, held a script and said with a flourish, "According to international conventions, the super AI-centered brains of various countries may not participate in the human decision-making process." Some people nodded secretly, but were still confused as to why the head was here. But, many people's hearts thumped in fear of a but the brain constructed in our country, after borrowing from the initial intelligent brain, a group of academicians, including Bai Lao, proposed to use human neurons as the organization, and to connect the human brain into the intelligent virtual machine. The deliberative yuan was adopted, and the initial generation heads were precisely the proposers. And now in front of you is the 7th generation head, Genius Yu Yang. 7th generation head Yu Yang, meet your colleagues. The unique voice of the electronic voice came out, and it really couldn't calm the mood of these colleagues. So, I ask all of you colleagues to consider the heads as the same existence as us. They are a part of our nation, providing controlled security for the national brain at the cost of losing their personal freedom and other rights in exchange for the unlimited development of the human brain field. I hope that you will treat them equally. And this is the primary requirement that Director Zhou has decided to be frank with all of you after weighing the situation. Zhuge Ming's words hammered into the hearts of the crowd word by word, and those who were quick to adjust had already begun to take the initiative to report their identities to Head Yu Yang. Everyone knew that the head definitely knew each of their information, but the head knowing was one thing, them taking the initiative to state their position was another. Perhaps, striking a good relationship would even allow them to use the head's authority a bit. Such thoughts were not in the minority, but Director Zhou would not stop them. On the contrary, he hoped that everyone alive, so that the entire security company can maintain a vitality of all the security company executives. A little bit of hope or not, then it is really time to retire. Looking at these dealings with half a lifetime of colleagues, Zhou gently tapped the desktop. Do not know what to ponder. The meeting truly began when everyone acquiesced to the head's presence. The first thing, the Barren Day War Preparations. Chapter 16, The Deserted Day and the Legacy. Is the Day of Desolation here again? This first question made everyone sit up and take notice. The damage caused by the last Arakan Day outbreak was shocking. Yu Yang, make a report. Zhou knew that everyone was worried, but there was no way around it. Yu Yang, as the head of the 7th generation, had limited information about the barren sun. In recent times, the phenomenon of barren sun has appeared a total of 177 times, with an average of 1 to 2 times per year, although the vast majority of them appear in the sea country as well as Europe and the United States on the continent. But our country, every outbreak of desertion day, basically is a medium amount and above the level. Saying this, Yu Yang listed the records of 17 desolate day outbreaks over the years, the most recent of which occurred 5 years ago and was labeled as the 312 event, with a grade of S+. Due to the irregular movement of the Earth's core veins, the Earth's core energy was dumped in trace or medium quantities, which triggered the extrusion of the continental plates, resulting in earthquakes, tsunamis and other natural phenomena. As a result, the sleeping or sealed demonic spirits will wake up briefly from their sleeping state and emit a large amount of spiritual fog, forming a phenomenon that obscures the sky, known as the desolate sun. Under the desolate sun, the most terrifying thing is not the awakening of the demonic spirits, but the influence of the high concentration of spirit quality on the surrounding environment, resulting in plants, animals, and human beings may at any time produce demonic spirit mutation. And this process of mutation has uncertainty and death. Even if they are lucky enough to survive and become a humanoid demonic spirit, they will lose their consciousness and become aggressive and brutal. However, for the known spiritual qualities, the Central Divine Academy had researched corresponding vaccines to improve the resistance of the masses. However, those unknown spiritual qualities, or extremely high-density spiritual qualities, are the most difficult to guard against, and even the demon sealer has the risk of alienation. A few photos appeared on the screen, and if Sui was here, he would be able to tell at a glance that it was Blood Angel Yang Feng. The first one was of Yang Feng, who initially joined the combat group. He had obtained the 11th batch of sub-deeds. The whole person was full of vigor and had a sunny smile. During a mission, he succeeded in completing a contract with a special demonic spirit with a kind of Hanchi inheritance, and because he liked to let this demonic spirit turn into wings to assist him in battle, he has been called Blood Angel ever since. By the 5th one, the picture changed abruptly. In the middle of a ruin, under the shroud of brown fog, Yang Feng's figure could barely be seen to be there. Because of the difficulty of support, Yang Feng had to complete the rescue mission independently when his body's tolerance reached a critical level, and at this time there was a vine that quietly spread into the crowd. Yang Feng took the blow with his back but also repelled the vine demon's attack, but the wound never healed, and as the brown fog poured in, Yang Feng was no longer able to expel the spirit quality in his body, and fell into a coma after avoiding the crowd. When he then appeared on the screen, it was Yang Feng with blood-red wings and a clump of condensed reddish-brown crystals on his back. At that time, Yang Feng wasn't even at the 4th rank, but this time, not only had he broken through to the 4th rank, but he had also fought 4 group leaders of the 4th rank alone until he was exhausted. An academician from the Central Divine Academy stepped in and took Yang Feng away. By the time he was sent back, Yang Feng was already skin and bones, and his entire body was not only depressed but also silent, completely losing the vigor he used to have. The director of the Operations Bureau had given up on such a good seedling after watching him become like this. However, the director of the Investigation Bureau had asked for him, which was why Yang Feng appeared in the investigation team. To be precise, the mutated demon sealer currently has 3 states: fully demon spiritualized, semi-demon spiritualized and berserk. The Yang Feng at the beginning was in the berserk state, in which the self would become a nourishment for the demon spirit aura until death. But the Central Divine Academy saved Yang Feng and stabilized him to the state of semi-demon spiritualization. Yu Yang pointed at Yang Feng, who was taken away by the Central Divine Academy on the electronic screen. So it can be concluded that Yang Feng is an experiment under the joint participation of the 3 families. Us, the Central Divine Academy, and that demon spirit down in Sichuan province. Only the red flag of the company's logo, the white clothes of the Central Academy of Theology's logo, and the brown monster of the demon spirit's logo remained on the electronic screen. What are you trying to illustrate? The director of the Operations Bureau, Qin Kuan, was clearly not very happy. After all, Yang Feng was the one who had the accident with him, at a time when everyone was silent. The straightforward character did not want to be pointed at. Yu Yang held his eyes and interlocked his hands in front of him. Explain 2 directions. 1. Along the opening of Yang Feng, dig out this method of stabilizing half-demon spiritualization from the Central Divine Academy as an option to enhance the choices of demon sealers. Of course, most demon sealers don't care to do this, but isn't it good to have one more option that can explode into a stronger force? Especially for us and the military down there, the users of the sub-deeds. It's a bit weak. 2. Eliminate the possibility that the demon sealer might have this demon spiritualization. But the consequence of this is that the demon sealer will not be able to fight at full strength, and the risk of directly dying increases instead. On top of that, the research on vaccines should also continue to be invested in. Qin Kuan grunted twice, and with his arms folded, he didn't intend to speak anymore. At this time, the director of the Bureau of Investigation, Yuan Yu, was looking directly at Yu Yang's gaze, playing with the flavor. This is throwing the pot at me. It is really the style of the head. The previous generation of the head also so liked to share the pot. Guess what? Die early. Yo. Obviously Yu Yang had long known about the head's information, although it was incomplete, but being able to obtain a portion of it was enough to see the power of the Bureau of Investigation. Yu Yang laughed indifferently. Excluding the generation that only lived for 3 years, the average lifespan of the head is roughly only 10 to 20 years from the time he receives the nerve connection, while the no one seed is only 5 to 10 years, so I'm pretty short-lived, so I guess I won't be able to share much of the pot. Yu Yang snorted coldly and said, I'll take the number 1 program. I'll take care of the Central Divine Academy. Yu Yang nodded his head and continued. The next desolate day arrives roughly 3 years from now, and the location will probably be in the 3 places of Jiangyuan Province, Jiangxi Province, and Fujian Province. The war preparations of each place. Yu Yang looked at Qin Kuan, Coordination Bureau Director Yang Zifeng, and Logistics Minister Zhong Ban, and said, I still hope that the 3 of you will make concerted efforts. Duty calls. Yang Zifeng said. The second topic was next, matters concerning the recruitment of the demon sealing families. Director Zhou said, this conscription is to supplement the company's war preparations and guard forces, and secondly, to cooperate in tapping into the underpinnings of the ancient inheritance. Specifically, Zifeng speaks. Director of the Coordination Bureau, Yang Zifeng, displayed the recent results. Currently, most of the clans in central and eastern China have signed contracts to explore the surrounding relics to varying degrees, with average harvests. As for northern China, the Demon Spirit Association and the Demon Sealing Association have taken control of a large number of clans, with only the Han family and the Lin family clearly indicating that they are on our side. As for western China, because there are too many sealed demon spirits, the family forces there are a bit more independent, or they are more willing to trust their own forces in the west. The clans in southern China are the current center of gravity. Most of the ancient clans are converging in the south, and it's troublesome for us to even try to insert a foot into it. The 2 parties, the Demon Spirit Association and the Demon Sealing Association, have not had any good fruits in South China. That is, that venerable one's face is not even given. Qin Kuan said. To put it bluntly, it's these 2 organizations that are bullying the soft and fearful of the hard. In the south, there's Elder Su, and there's also a few old and undead fellows. Whoever wants to move this cake will have to ask them if they're happy or not. That's the truth. The words were rough. Everyone still agreed with Qin Kuan's statement. Director Zhou also nodded his head and said, Indeed, that's why we have to attack the difficulties. Comrades, this sentence directly gave the group a whole face of bitterness. Usually at this time it is divided into large tasks and small tasks. Point-to-point attack, called precision strike, specifically divided some family after the Zhou Bureau said a good news. Zhanghai Su family intends to cooperate with our company some projects. I have met with the Su old man. The specific content will be followed up by the 3 directors together. This is not a good news for the cadres who are full of grievances. With this sentence from the Su family, the entire Zhanghai city and even Jiangyuan province could open up. But why? You keenly sensed that something was wrong with her intuition, knowing that the Su family had given many forces a beating in Zhanghai city, which naturally included the company. It was somewhat unwise to cooperate with the company now, because there were too many options to choose from. Even the military was not necessarily the first choice. The company naturally wasn't the worst choice, but it couldn't be talked about as good either before it was, because the head convinced Elder Su. Zhou Bureau said. Elder Su took the initiative to want to meet a member of the head, and that's how the meeting came about. As for what Elder Su asked and how the head convinced him, even I don't know. The implication was, don't care, I still want to know. You understood. Her lowered eyes had countless thoughts tangled in them as she was trying to find one or more possibilities from countless clues to corroborate her guesses. I heard that the Su family's kid is going to enter the Bureau of Investigation? Zhou Bureau's light sentence allowed Yuan to free herself from the predicament of thinking. Yuan raised her eyebrows as if recalling if there was such a thing, and only after a long time did she say, there is such a thing. The file he gave wrote that his specialty is assisting, especially emphasizing group and single body control in large letters. I think it's very suitable for the investigation team, and if it's already 3rd rank, why not make him a team leader? Yu Yang half-joked. Yuan, who had already been interrupted in her thoughts, was worried about how to suppress the fire she was harboring, when Yu Yang crashed into it herself. Without thinking, she disliked. What qualifications does he have? How can he sit in the position of team leader? His Su family's noble son's identity is nothing to me. If you want to be the leader of the team, show your ability. You all flatter a little kid. Think I'm easy to bully? Looking at Yu Yang's smiling electronic image, Yuan clenched her fists. being put on the spot by him, saying this in front of Joe Bureau's face, but he had scolded Joe Bureau. You said with an iron face, group leader is impossible. Send to Group C to sharpen and sharpen again. Group C Yu Yang squinted his eyes, his fingers twirling non-stop. There are 5 brigades under the Bureau of Investigation. A brigade has 10 squadrons, while a squadron has 13 groups, with a group of members ranging from 1 to 20. The brigades and squadrons were referred to by numbers, but the groups were coded from A to M. Group 037C, how about it? Yu Yang said. Yu looked at Yu Yang's slightly provocative eyes and coldly said, just 037C. This time, not only was everyone dumbfounded, even Bureau Joe was a little surprised. Familiar with Yu? This girl more than 30 people, good looking, all-day face, in addition to black circles focus on nothing wrong, but just like this also do not have a boyfriend, is because the character is too straight and too domineering. Shin Kuan thought this partner will say not how it, and then ruthlessly dislike Yu Yang face, but this time it seems to be a bit unexpected but in fact, only Yu knows. Yu Yang just happened to read out the appropriate code name in her heart, just happened, after many years. Yu remembered this incident and still indignantly thought that it was just a coincidence. If it was really a coincidence, then she might really be able to let it go. As the small interlude passed, Bureau Joe continued, the 3rd relic, prepare to open it after a while. What number? The noisy voices were even more exciting than Yu finding her boyfriend. That was the 3rd relic The fundamentals of the company's establishment were those 7 original relics intact, undamaged or stolen, and confirmed to have been left by the ancient demon sealer. Unlike those family legacies and relics, this kind of demon sealer's relics meant the inheritance of a whole new system. Even if it was an inheritance that couldn't produce a sub-deed, it was enough to create a sect master or even a great sect master powerhouse. And as for a 9th-ranked demon sealer master, the owner of the relics hadn't even necessarily reached that realm. As for number 3, it was a complete relic that possessed an independent inheritance, and it was left by a grand master who specialized in elf formations. Yang Zifeng pressed down his inner excitement and asked, internal opening? This careful look, afraid to give others an earful. The group looked at Bureau Chief Joe expectantly, but unfortunately, Bureau Chief Joe did not respond as they expected. Bureau Chief Joe shook his head and said, semi-open it is. The clans that have contracts are prioritized, and those that are interested in cooperating are second. Of course, our company itself is definitely the first consideration. Yu Yang, tell us your opinion on how many people can be accommodated. Yu Yang said, the 3rd relic is a medium relic that can theoretically accommodate more than 900 people at the same time. It's best not to exceed 500 people under the condition of being able to fulfill enough exploration space, and considering the merit-based selection and the sustainable development of the relic. This side of the brain gave a suggestion of 307 people. The Summit Group suggests that for these 307 slots, the company will exclusively take up 200, open up 100, and the remaining 7 slots can be given to the military students of those few. And I think that they're interested in them as well. The crowd's gazes stared when they heard the students of the military's few. Their complexions were all much more grave. It must be given? Yu looked towards Joe Bureau. I'm afraid that the students of those few are a bit over the top. Joe Bureau naturally saw the concern in the bottom of everyone's eyes, but he chose to believe and support the resolution of the head group. This might not be a resolution in favor of the company, but for the Summit Group, it was important. These 2 topics alone took up most of the time, and the last few topics carried much less weight. Yu Yang did not pay too much attention to it, because he wanted to see all saw. The company's backbone force is indeed as Joe Bureau considered. It is time to move. Just Yu Yang's mind floating Suyi's information, but it is a little meaningful. At the end of the meeting, Yu took the initiative to apply for a little in-depth communication with Head 1 Yu Yang, but was rejected. This became Yu's goal for a long time. Unfortunately, not everyone had a merit like Elder Su's that could not be refused. Chapter 17, Group 037C, Newcomers Report. Sui was thrown into the Su group. No one cared. Hung a license plate after a morning of inactivity. The entire group has entered the state of the office on the line. Can still come to the company as a precautionary approach to pack up things later. According to Su Yi's own intention, he intended to go to the factory around, check the health make a small report or something. But unfortunately, a specially labeled email was sent to Su Yi's mailbox in time, which could be said to have invariably saved the shivering factories. The email was as follows. Su Yi, hello, I'm very happy to receive your resume. Our company is very satisfied with your resume, and after a discussion, we decided to assign you to the most suitable place. Please go to the Zhanghai City State Security Branch, and report to Group C of the 037 Squadron. Drop the company Yu. Su Yi, who still didn't know what the 3 words Yu represented, slightly embellished and translated this email at this moment. The general idea was as follows. Sui, right? Come and report. Why are there so many things to do? I'll throw you into no man's land right away. Well, Sui has a very good knowledge of his own resume, and if nothing else, this leader should mean just that. If Sui knew that he was nominated at the company's highest meeting, he would probably be more able to appreciate you and use mood. A word full of paper, roll, get out as far away as possible. However, Sui still searched the company's branch where, this search to know, and built the prison next to the open space. This is really the right place, because the company's current center of gravity down to the south, so there are 3 brigades. Most of the members are distributed in the south, of which the 3rd brigade is to come to 7 squadrons, all settled in the city of Shanghai, visible for the city of Shanghai's attention as well as its strategic significance. But unfortunately, the city of Shanghai for the arrival of the National Security Branch to maintain a nonchalant attitude, from the site can be seen, difficult to have more than welcome redundant. Sui is riding a custom-made ink-colored small motorcycle, not even greeted to skip work. Located in the fringe of Shanghai City, the company's branch covers an area of about 5,000 acres. The prison on the edge is less than 1,000 acres. In front of the company's branch is like a younger brother. According to the rumor, before the company branch came, there are still some riots in the prison from time to time, but after the company branch came, the whole prison from top to bottom are honest and decent. That is, a little bit of small movements have to beat a retreat. Fear that the investigation team, that group of sharp guys, to catch the horse foot. In fact, if the investigation team really want to mess with them, simply do not need to bother, or rather, they are not qualified to let the investigation team to bother this mind. Of course, if this prison was more famous, such as holding a certain big shot, the company still valued it. There were also those special prisons that specialized in imprisoning demon sealers, which were also under the control of the company and the military at all times. Even if they could escape, they would be intercepted by both sides at the first moment with precision, even if they were at the level of a grandmaster. Sui looked at the building of the National Security Branch from afar, probably not much different from the architectural style of those universities, only a little more solemn. There was no security guard at the entrance. There was only a robot standing guard, specializing in verifying identity. Identification passed. Newcomer Sui, hello. The robot waved its hand at Sui in a friendly manner, but Sui's mind was full of why the navigation couldn't guide him to how to get to Group 037C, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, this doorman was quite helpful, and sincerely said, the investigation team is in the west direction, and enjoys the privileges of the archive building, the intelligence room, and the separate training room. For details, please move to the headquarters of the investigation team to receive the member's handbook, and the Bureau of Investigation enjoys the right to the final interpretation of this. You don't say. You really don't say. Sui surveyed this robot and said, it's a bit interesting, but it doesn't seem too intelligent. The doorman patiently explained, I am the 7th generation intelligent robot of Hikong technology, accessing the National Intelligent Management System and enjoying advanced privileges. You can test me, but you can't slander me for not being intelligent enough. In fact, I am far more intelligent than you can imagine. Hiss, the little thing is quite temperamental. Sui laughed and patted the little thing's head, waved his hand and slipped away irresponsibly, leaving behind only the little thing that turned its head dumbfounded. It muttered to itself, in human intimacy behavior, it's called head touching. In summary, he likes me. Doll has gained another gift. Doll is happy. Happy has to reward himself. Watch an anime. Sui naturally didn't know about Doll's self-direction. He still knew from the team leader that this Doll robot was called Doll, although it was a 7th generation product of Hikong. It undoubtedly had some problems with implanting the human thought pattern, and it was considered to be a qualified failure. But the division minister didn't know for what reason he had kept him around. The entire division, in fact, loved this dorky robot. According to the rough directions given by Doll, Sui first determined where the sun was, and then just blindly wandered in the opposite direction. Anyway, it was to familiarize himself with it, so it shouldn't matter if he reported a little later. The size of the branch. Sui turned around for 20 minutes and was still blindly wandering around. The only thing worth affirming was that the greening was done really well. In the end, he caught a civilian employee and inquired before finding the exact location. The investigation team in Shanghai headquarters, and imagined very different. Sui thought it would be the kind of skyscraper or Doll office building, is the solemn Republic of China office institution Sui think can have, but never thought, actually with a library like the four-way. Each section was spiraling upward distribution. Not only interoperability and a lot of information are hollow in space. Need permission to put and receive. Sui felt that he had come to college. Hey, what are you resting there spinning for? Like a fool. A Sven-bald master wearing round-framed glasses with a thick northeastern accent shouted at Sui. What could Sui do? It was indeed as if he had never seen the world. Newcomer Sui, may I ask how to get to group 037C? Newcomer? The scholarly master looked at Sui rather fondly, as if he was looking at a great injustice. Sui nodded. This scholarly-looking senior led Sui to the elevator, muttering non-stop along the way. You say you're a nice young man, why do you want to run our investigation team? Into the 3rd Brigade even if it's not enough, or the 7th Squadron. Group C, I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. You say, the motherland good hard to blossom brilliant flowers, are so corrupted finished, you say is not it? What is it? Ah yes. Sui heart bitter smile, I have not reported it was an admonition, as if a bit of reason C group is what black hole, eat people do not spit bone. Seniors also do not care about Sui, self-centered talking also do not miss and the surrounding people to greet. Sui noticed that the seniors here are not much different from the staff of those office buildings. Should be clerical? Look good easy is the hair are lost almost. The elevator stops on the 7th floor. When the elevator door slowly opens, Sui sees a few long overhead trestles, and a few more seem to be tunnels, making it hard to see, and each trestle corresponded to a number. The number 037 Sui corresponded to at a glance. Senior pointed at the 037 trestle inside. Go on. What a good boy. Looking at the appearance of seniors shaking their heads with emotion, and then look at a glance at the stacks. He wanted to turn back now. Is it still too late? But the class are skipped. Just so Gray slipping back is also not very appropriate. Sui gritted his teeth and stepped in, entering the trestle only to find a different world. The entire stack and Sui stepped into. There is a cold female voice began to ring about the human body testing broadcast, which if there is a special indicator, is not to social death. If I were the director, I would be the first to promote this. I cannot be a person social death. We all social death is not social death. Several lasers of different colors swept over Sui. Sui himself did not feel anything, but on the other side of the Human Resources Department received a newcomer Sui's information. Sui, male, 17 years old, a member of the Su family, attended the military's all-branch institution, the Pudu Military School, and graduated with an A+ in all categories, with a tentative estimate of his potential of S grade. Discovered the source of the occurrence of Muyuan High School 3 days ago, and according to the feedback from team leader Yang Feng, was not a formal demon sealer 3 days ago. He is now assessed as a 3rd order, 7th phase demon sealer, with an unknown contract, and a suspected extinct spirit-type demonic spirit, the Nightmare. The entire information is displayed on a large electronic screen. The Human Resources Department is almost all able to arrive. Every newcomer is extremely valuable human resources for the investigation team. They have to measure their talent and aptitude, do a good job of growth planning and in the later stages of the task evaluation to the logistics department and the deliberation department, and finally by the coordination bureau to decide on the promotion or reassignment. Human Resources Division Minister Su Yang held his chin and asked, what do you all think? Deed unknown? An old-timer had obviously seen this type of situation before, but the company had grown for so long that, not to say it encompassed all deeds, at least more than 80% of them belonged to known deeds that could be categorized into various subcategories. It was also convenient to make growth arrangements for this. At this time someone joked, oops, the Su family is a family member. There are a few deeds that we have not included is also normal. Indeed, isn't it true that we also failed to form a major category for the Su family's deed of inheritance? A colleague concurred. The old-timer frowned. His already thinning hair scratched again. Clearly he felt that something wasn't quite right. This spiritual quality reaction, spiritual quality density as well as the strength of the spiritual quality, really couldn't see a fart in connection with the Su family. Then it's fine to classify it as unknown, pending a follow-up addition. Su Yang clapped his hands. What do you think of this nightmare demon spirit? A female staff member was clearly a worker in the direction of demon spirits, and she had already checked many times about this spirit-type demon spirit, which had indeed become extinct. 30 years ago, this kind of demon spirit was exterminated. The accidental death of the strongest among the nightmare demon spirits was the biggest reason for their extinction. Not only did the demon sealers want to benefit from it, but even the demon spirits wanted to devour the demon spirits for their own growth. As far as I know, there were quite a few forces that benefited from that extinction, but the biggest benefits were probably only our military and the Central Theological Academy, as well as the missionaries in the West and the liberals in North America. The female clerk paused and looked at Su Yan with the file wrapped around her. The one who could do such a thing to violate the International Demon Spirit Pact, yet it can only be the Central Theological Academy. Discuss it again. Su Yang's face was a little unsightly. A heated discussion ensued regarding the Su family, the military Pudu school, and so on, and in the end, no one came up with a suitable program out of it. Su Yang sighed. Let's shelve it for now. How the headquarters divided over a hot potato is really a collection of problems, but there was no use complaining. In the next period of time, Sui would all be an important issue for the Human Resources Department. However, they all overlooked one piece of information from the initial file, which was that in just 3 days, he had crossed the most difficult hurdle of becoming a demon sealer and had jumped several segments in a row, and was not far from the 4th rank. This might be an indication that the potential was worthy of an S-rank rating, but Yang Feng wasn't reminding them of the obvious answer. What he wanted to say was, don't overlook the possibility that not all demon sealers were on the shortcut path to becoming a contract. It was, most likely, just a front. Unfortunately, they, who were used to sitting in the office, didn't pay attention to this layer of deeper meaning. At the end of the stack, Sui saw the semi-open mission hall, whose technological content could only be described as dumbfounded plus dazzled even with his vision from the military academy. In addition to that, the entire hall was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people at the same time even in the leisure area. Several large electronic screens were updated in real time with the latest developments of the missions of each level, and almost every quarter of an hour, a batch of missions would be cleared, while the missions that were not completed would be scratched to the other side, and the specific progress of completion would need to wait for the failed group to come back and update. It's still really busy, ha. Sui received the bracelet for his identification in the service area, and followed the guidance of the bracelet before he finally touched the door of Group 037C. Each squadron was within a zone, and each group possessed an independent and fully functional area, containing independent dormitories, training areas, tactical communication areas, recreational facilities, and so on. The largest, of course, was the squadron conference room, around which the zones were elevated to form a wraparound stance in its vicinity. The 037C group, on the other hand, was in an orientation quite close to the conference room. The bracelet opened and went in, but Sui did not see the imagined harmonious and warm family, not even a person, let alone a smiling face to welcome and meet and greet ceremony. So, no one? Sui was uneasy. The door was half open and he stood in military posture outside and shouted, "Newcomer Sui, come and report to Group 037C. No one responded. So no one was really there? Chapter 18, A Unique Welcoming Ceremony. Sui kicked open the door, inwardly filled with a sense of uneasiness. However, the quality of this door is really good. A foot down actually just kicked it open, but not at all the kind of out of control smashed the wall of the sense of violence. But Sui cannot care about this. Into the eyes is the dim light of the leisure of the integration of the area. A few color shades of small sofas scattered. Electronic screen is the state of standby. Sui also noticed that there are paintings. How to say? Difficult to describe the abstract, completely unable to decipher what the author would like to express the meaning of. Maybe it was just an expression of abstraction. Stepping into the tactical area, the oppressive feeling that swept through the air made Sui somewhat delusional, as if he had really over-tightened himself. But remembering that senior, Sui again felt that this really didn't seem like a good place. Surprise? Sui gently tried. Still only a faint echo. Phew. A sigh of relief. Sui is about to sit on the 5-clawed sofa. Suddenly a black shadow from the corner of the eye swept past. Sui could not react to what is the thing. Instinctive calf force. Hard to stabilize the body shape in the air half rotation. Only to see that the sofa I do not know who just in that moment put a few scattered the nails. I really will thank. Sui cursed in the bottom of his heart. Sui, who knew what was going on, was also focusing his whole body on sensing his surroundings at the moment, but could not get any spiritual quality back, as if his periphery is really air. But if so, what the hell is that black shadow? This nail he meow and who put it? Sui confirmed that when he sat down, he was still. Well, so, is this the strength of Group C? A lesson for me, a white boy? Thinking back to his time in the military school, the only time he admitted that he couldn't do it was when he faced that unattainable record, the 9 broken swords. The rest of them, in Sui's impression, didn't make him very convincing, even the instructor. Since you guys want to give it a try, it just so happens that I also want to see how good you guys are. A game of cat and mouse. As for who loses and who wins, then we'll see underhand. The light in Sui's eyes flashed. Since both the naked eye and the spiritual quality failed to capture these people who were hiding their breath, then he could only fight for pure reaction if he couldn't catch their flaws. Instead of being used as a target, it would be better to take the initiative to sell a flaw, getting up and exposing his back completely. But such a break was not enough, and could easily be recognized. As an elite unit of the investigation team, both their heritage and experience were far richer than Sui, so they wouldn't take the bait easily, and even if it was a breach, it would only be if they took the initiative to create it. The chandelier on the roof suddenly flashed brightly. Sui had no time to investigate where the problem was. He directly closed his eyes and then, by virtue of his capture of the airflow, he crouched down to avoid the intrusion from above, and then did a cartwheel to dodge the next pursuit. The whole process was smooth and flowing, as if the attack was completely predicted. But again, in this space, The space available for Sui to move around was getting smaller and smaller. Sui, who was almost driven to the corner, was only able to see who had just struck in the dim light. Under the night blue bodysuit, this person's slender figure blended perfectly into the environment. If not with the help of the contrast of the dimming lights, Sui also found it difficult to discover the sky with the naked eye. However, the lack of any reaction from the spiritual essence also indicated that either this person had not used the spiritual essence from the beginning to the end, or his meticulous manipulation of the spiritual essence had been able to completely avoid Sui's probing. Either way, it was enough to show that this person in front of him was definitely the best of the fourth-ranked demon sealers. Just when Sui thought that he had reached the end, there was a short stick pointing at his waist behind him. Sui cursed in the bottom of his heart. How can he still play dirty? What about the promised one-on-one Real Man solo? The problem was, no one had said yes to him either. An innocent voice smiled and said, the problem is, we didn't discuss with you. Oh, hands on your head, you're surrounded by us. A child? The first thought that Sui had when he heard this voice was that this was definitely an underage brat. I was actually pointed at by a brat and said, hands over your head. Is there any justice in heaven? Sui was about to turn back to educate this little doll, when the guy in front of him suddenly flashed and stabbed over, and his bright fist with the wind made Sui's eyelids jump wildly. This punchdown is not going to break the face. Immediately left palm backward gently pushed away against the back of the stick. Backhand pinch finger erected in front of the chest. Lightly read a fixed wind wave, but the stick is pushed away. The little girl is full of surprise at a sound, but not at all fixed this speeding and gradually enlarged in Sui's ice fist. Sandbag so big Sui subconsciously closed his eyes, and thought to himself that when I'm at the 4th level, I'm going to get this justice. Lights on. Imagine that the kind of pain by a solid punch did not come. Sui first opened one eye, quietly surveyed, found a not small palm with fine skin and white flesh covered in front of their eyes, just to breathe a sigh of relief. The palm covered to the face, the entire palm covered up. Sui instantly felt unclean. He meowed. Sui cursed, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Just now to the contact, he suddenly and tragically realized that little brat was all at the 4th rank. Hoping that the whole group he pulled the most crotch. Welcome to join Group 037 CO. That kid's voice rang out again. The slap was taken from Sui's face. Originally Sui thought it was a real hand. Only after being covered did he realize that it was a silicone thing, and the elasticity was really quite good. I don't know which one. Can you make a real-life equivalent scale model? Make one for this inappropriate person. Gnashing his teeth, Sui stared at the light to reveal the true face of the guy. You do not say. So look quite good a man. Shorter than Sui, small half a head, but topped with a head of red color like fire chicken nest hair. There is a kind of scruffy non-mainstream teenage sense of vision. My name is Chio Sanner, the 3rd oldest in the group. You can call me Sanner. The non-mainstream teenager Chio-san took the initiative to report his name, and then pointed to the little girl who quietly walked from Sui's back to the side of Chio-san and said, this one is Woo-won, the oldest 5-0. Don't look at her as a little bitty girl, but that's just growing up. Ha 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 ha. Chio-sanner. The little girl like Woo-won clenched her pink fists in exasperation. It was quite cute. Sui noticed that Woo-woo's other hand secretly hid the magic wand behind his back, and suddenly remembered that the thing on top of his spine was the tool of the crime. However, it's not just about growing up. This mind is also quite girlish. Spitting after spitting, this atmosphere is still very comfortable. Sui also does not care about this special welcome ceremony. Radiating sunshine breath smile, said, hello, my name is Sui. I know. Second sister has been talking about this for many times, saying how could there be a fool who chose us? He doesn't smell good in Group A, right? Woo-won was full of concern when Chio-sanner covered her mouth and smiled at Sui. Don't listen to her. Second sister was praising you for being excellent. Sui lost his smile. He didn't have a choice. He was directly assigned here. At this time, the training room on the side opened up, and a cloud of mist roared out. The water vapor in it was mixed in with the spirit quality. Sui instantly gazed up. If Chio-sanner was replaced with this, Sui was afraid that there would be nowhere to run away from the second time he struck. Team leader, Woo-won immediately called out as soon as he saw the training room open. Chio-sanner, he bullied me. Woo-woo. The proficiency of wiping away tears in seconds after this complaint was finished, directly giving Sui a lesson. This Woo-woo don't look like a small pudding, but it really will come to be ruthless. The fog dispersed, revealing the true face and the dark shadow. Silver hair because of wet broken on the forehead. The appearance of the 5 distinct features but a little black circles under the eyes. Looking at Woo-won, that kind of doting and helpless eyes and have a kind of big long like mature flavor. Tight practice clothes pasted to the body. The scale of the muscles and the change of normal clothes after the sharp, called the golden ratio. You two just stop. Obviously the one being bullied is the newcomer. The leader of the group knocked Woo-won, causing Woo-won to cover his brain and hurt for a while. Then he looked at Sui and said, Group C leader Qin Feng, the oldest 2 and the oldest 4 went out on a mission. Now there are only the 4 of us in the base. Sui? Only after hearing this call did Sui move his eyes back from the spiritual mass reactor. Slightly out of sorts, Sui suppressed his inner surprise and responded, "It's fine. I just didn't expect that our C team is really hiding crouching tigers." Fifth order How many 5th rankers are there in the entire squadron? The 6th rank could even compete for the captain. Qin Feng also realized Sui's meaning and lost his smile. It would be a real eye-opener if you went to Group A. At this time, Wu Wuan and Xiao Saner flirted together. Yes, the 2 of us are dragging you down. It's all our fault. However, there's one more person dragging you down now. Ha ha. Being so pointed to say dragging behind, Sui can only pinch his nose and admit it. I didn't say that. Qin Feng looked like it had nothing to do with me, and said to Sui, "These 2 have only reached the 4th rank for a short while, and with your talent, you'll probably catch up soon." Qin Feng, but he had the report given by the Human Resources Department. Apart from those data available for judgment, those suggestions were all in 2 words, to be determined. From this Qin Feng also smelled something wrong. This newcomer is afraid that there are quite a few secrets in the body, but this is none of his business. The headache should be the guys who sit in the office and sunbathe in the retirement. There are several empty rooms in the dormitory. Let Xiao Saner take you there later. Qin Feng instructed and added, "And this for you." A dark blue magnetic card with the character C was handed to Sui. Under Qin Feng's guidance, Sui pasted the magnetic card onto his bracelet, and an electronic tone rang out. "You have acquired team leader level investigative permissions, including but not limited to the archive room." At the same time, the brain permissions have been upgraded to the C+ level. Sui looked at Qin Feng in consternation, but when he saw that Xiao Saner and Wu Wuan did not have a single objection despite their envious faces, he realized that the words Wu Wuan had said earlier were indeed not empty words. This was a joint decision made by Qin Feng and his second sister, who was the deputy leader of the group, and when the application was submitted, it passed even more smoothly, as if the higher-ups were happy to do it. But the contribution value should be paid or to pay. Merit points can and contribution value is not the same. Merit points is to do the task can be based on the degree of completion and scoring to obtain. But the contribution value must be after the senior judgment of the value and significance of a variety of actions and the members of the behavior of the members played a recognition of the contribution to the valuable much more. A considerable amount of contribution value went out in exchange for the leader-level authority that Sui had just joined Team C. In a sense, this was a sincerity binding. Lest Sui really run away to Group A or B. Almost the first 6 groups below each squadron belonged to the elite group, and the so-called elite group, naturally, only needed to be an elite-level unit, and also had to be an elite in order to be eligible to join. Of course Yang Feng's kind of guy who could stand on his own. Even if someone solicited him, he wouldn't agree. This also led to the fact that basically all the elite groups did not reach a state of full strength, but all the same, so that resources could be distributed more. Sui nodded his head and accepted it. Since this was what was being discussed before he came, there was no reason for him to refuse. Seeing this, Qin Feng was also sort of relieved. After all, it was the thing that Lao Er had explained. If it was done poorly and let her temper come up, it would be difficult to end it. In fact, he did not want to welcome the new team members. Any one of them get to come, may mean that in a certain day respectively. Qin Feng to understand this reasoning more than these group members, so he has been a lone wolf for a long time. More than Yang Feng alone, but Group C, too, was no longer his C group alone. With a gentle gaze, Qin Feng watched over Xiao Saner and Wu Wuan as they took Sui to see the dormitory. Then he thoughtfully tidied up the messy hall and opened a can of beer to drink alone in silence. Over here, Xiao Saner jumped out of his skin and said, "Hey, Sui, how did you feel the moment you saw the spirit style fail? Was it unbelievable?" Looking at his beaten expression, Sui reluctantly nodded his head. In fact, there were many different possibilities for failure, and to put it bluntly, it was all because Sui wasn't strong enough. So Sui's mindset was well adjusted. After all, the other party was a 4th order no matter how stronger than himself, failure is justified. But Xiao San held his waist and laughed. "Ha ha ha, I opened up the spiritual quality isolation. I didn't expect it. Ah ha 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 ha." Sui, whose forehead was covered with black lines, really couldn't figure out how such a despicable thing could be so justified and bright in this guy's mouth. Wu Wu quietly pulled Sui's ham, so quietly that he was afraid of interrupting Xiao Saner's laughter, saying, "Don't pay attention to him, he's sick again." Sui nodded understandingly and didn't take it seriously. He chose room number 11. Anyway, everyone is spaced out, Sui also with the public. However, thinking about what he didn't bring, he still had to go home tonight. When Sui came out, Xiao San finally laughed enough to send Sui all the way to the gate. Before saying goodbye, Xiao Saner instructed, "You must come back Don't look at the group leader so unorthodox a person, but he is very good. There is also the second sister and I and my wanton, although strange and weird look, but we are also very good. Old 5 or you, so be sure to come back. Looking at Shio Saner's sincere gaze, Sui's suddenly surging smile froze in midair. Nodding his head vigorously, he said, got it, long-winded like a butler. Shio Saner laughed, mysteriously said, there's a big mission in a couple days. I'm reminding you because I'm afraid you won't be able to get any oil. Sui nodded, turned back and waved his hand, straddled the motorcycle and slipped away, only leaving the doorway standing stupidly Saner and Xiaodu together, as if the image in the sunset, lonely but always have company. Chapter 19, Acquaintances in Groups A and B. Back to the courtyard of Sui, casually on the back of the book, took a few sets of clothes stuffed backpack even finished. As for whether or not to notify the uncle and the second uncle, Sui thought about it or forget it. The old man acquiescence is equal to the uncle turned a blind eye as well as the second uncle cannot say anything. On the contrary, the school side, Sui has the intention to go there. Unfortunately, the campus is completely closed. Sui even if it is turned in, there is really no way to enter the other place to go, unless the use of direct means, but this is detrimental to the image of the investigation team. Sui ultimately still hold back. In the evening, Sui still did not go back to the investigation team, because he still had one more thing to deal with. Zhanghai City was the capital of Jiangyuan province. It was far more prosperous than the neighboring cities, and likewise, the nightlife was the same, but the place Sui was going to was the real night counterpart of the night, the underground black market. Sui swiped his card to enter the Black Rock Club, and when the recognition passed, there was a drop. Welcome home. This was the club where Sui acted as the owner, and its real purpose was to cover the black market handicap in the underground. Its main business was some antique books and paintings, and when it was oriented towards the underground world, it was some ancient book topographies as well as sets or mutilated spirit formations and deed formations. Passing through the noisy crowd above the club, Sui came to the elevator on the topmost floor. Only a very few people could come here, as the elevator here could lead to the -3 floors below. Boss, the news that you're coming has been notified to Brother Black. The black market is a bit tight these days, so be careful. The black leather jacket looking down from the fence said softly. Sui nodded his head and opened the elevator, pressing the -3rd floor. -1 floor is the most superficial black market outlet, mostly some gray business. -2 floors are some forces and families will intervene in the territory. There are a lot of items related to the sealing of the demon realm flow. As for the -3 floors, it is open to the forces of all sides of the world. That is, the real underground world. As the elevator's sense of weightlessness slowly diminished, the light of the button stopped at the -2nd floor. Sensing that something was wrong, Sui, the moment the elevator door opened, a dagger silently rested on the neck of the person opposite him. It's me, Old Black. With a familiar voice and confirmation of the unmistakable scar at the base of his neck, Sui slowly lowered the dagger, taking a closer look at Old Black. After not seeing him these days, the transformation was a bit big. Tell me, what happened? Sui was supposed to go to the -3rd floor to do an errand, but the black ghost stopped himself at the -2nd floor. There must have been a reason for the suddenness of the incident. As long as it wasn't a plate being smashed, it was considered a small matter in the black market. Negro, that face looks not like a good person, but the voice is quite calm. The investigation team came. I do not know from where to get the news, said Zhanghai City under the mixed in the kingdom, and the members of the Black Sun now is checking it layer by layer. Immediately to us. You first endure. Investigation team? Yes, the broken cursed, his grandmother, do not know what the wind, just this a while are yellow off several orders. I heard the people over there say, several families have begun to pressure this black market business. Stop for a while are delayed. How many people money laundering it? A strange laugh came from the black ghost's mouth. Sui was not surprised at all. With the dim passage extending for a long time, only to see some light, here is the Black Rock Club's main handicap, a vintage-style word-in-picture store. The entire store came down, topping several stores above it, with a handful of 100 or so paintings and calligraphy hanging in a forest. If you just think this is ordinary paintings and calligraphy, then you have gone astray. Although it's not a famous painting or calligraphy, the knowledge in it is taken from a 10th-ranked venerable master called Painting Underworld. Spirit formation miniature constructed in the word painting is the venerable young practice. Later word painting is spirit formation, is zero style, no longer different. It is said that this, raise their hands and feet, can form a heaven and earth phenomena paved with the spirit of the painting. To that extent, who shall not bow his head to say, painting meditation venerable. This venerable master only received 3 disciples, also formed 3 painting meditation school. In this calligraphy and painting store, is learned from the painting meditation venerable young thought formation of the school. Rong Ling, this school's grandfather is Chui Zong Dan Old Mister. He mocked talk about not a painter. but only a will paint the spirit of the formation of everyone just. When Sui saw this paragraph, he couldn't speak. Your self-effacement is nonchalant. How many painters in later generations have cast a shadow? But Cui Lao said also good. Compared to those painting road of the great masters, Cui Lao's painting more form and less meaning. These paintings and calligraphy that contain small spiritual formations are the meat and potatoes in the black market, especially for the children of those families, as well as some ancient academies. This is a good thing with reference value and pragmatism. In the past, is out of how much empty how much, today is rare no one acquisition. However, Sui also does not matter. The skills and connotation of the spirit to pass out was to facilitate the opening of a stable point of handicap only, as long as the handicap does not go wrong. The problem is not big, lose a little on the loss of a little. Although there is not much business, but the arrival of the big boss, the store fellows are still much more diligent. These people are black ghosts when mixing black market brothers, although the bottom is not much clean, but at least than outsiders to be trusted much. Xiao Jiao, what's the situation outside now? Xiao Jiao, in the black market in Jianghai City is also considered a unique. Every dark corner of those no one cares about the wanderer, are considered to be Xiao Jiao's eyes and ears, and the wanderers, is the most unpopular group of people in the black market. They seem to be more disgusting than the black market itself in general. The small and thin Xiao Jiao, who was once a member of the Wanderers, was pulled over by Sui as a strong man. Brother E, the investigation team finished checking the first floor, and the east side of the second floor is blocked. The third floor is not known to be moving at the moment. I heard that the investigation team came and let Brother He shut down the third floor. Xiao Jiao moved closer to Sui and told him the general situation. Sui said thoughtfully, who blocked it? Xiao Jiao heatedly smiled and said, they were supposed to make a secret visit to investigate the intelligence, but I don't know why there are a few newcomers. The disguise is not too good for people to see the doorway. Fortunately, I pushed a hand, called a few batches of 3 streams door-to-door side of the discussion side of the poll, is to add a fire. The third stream is also known as the Wanderers. In the eyes of the Wanderers themselves, they are third-rate people. Those who live in the sunlight are second-rate, while those who can get a foothold in the black market are first-rate. The playful Xiao Jiao glanced at Brother He, then at the expressionless Sui, and snapped, did the wrong thing? Brother Black laughed and scolded, none of our business. Also, Xiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Sui changed into low-profile clothes and said to the two of them, you two keep an eye on it. I'm going to the east side to take a look around, and if I'm not back by 10 o'clock, I'll directly shut down the store and close it. The unknown duo exclaimed, watching Sui blend into the dark streets. Is Brother E going down there today? Xiao Jiao couldn't figure it out. He was a third-rate head who couldn't figure out first-rate things. Brother Black lazily stretched his waist and said, what the hell? You've only learned a few spirit formations? Don't ponder blindly all day and cause trouble for your brother yet. Xiao Jiao turned back unhappily, but Black Brother's words were unambiguous. To the east of the black market, all the stores were open. In normal times, this is considered a rare gathering day. The 3 religions and 9 streams are willing to come to poke around a bit. It is not good to say that there are other people look away from the treasure. These stores or the black market has a face, but those broken mess. But most of them are guys who take their chances. A bad one will fall into the third stream. Sui was not in the mood to care about these stalls that had been evicted. He could feel the fluctuation of the confrontation even when he was close. Hey, young man, also go to catch this hustle? The voice that suddenly rang in his ears poured cold water on Sui, and his dagger rolled his eyes and gripped in his hand. A Sungdama old man draped in messy long hair, glanced at Sui said, young people as the fire is big. You see, this a word a glance is not right to pull out the guy to move the reel. Really bad luck. Oh, listening to the old man's words, Sui said, you're the one who was bad luck. I do not know what the bottom. Sui said, the old man leisure is also good. Not afraid of attracting fire on themselves? I'm just a bad old man. Who will care about me? Sui coldly snorted. Ghosts believe. The ghosts in this black market are really cannibals who don't even spit. The group of people in the front, Sui knew that it was a few big family bosses in the East City, and behind them, there was a fifth-order demon sealer. If they were really pissed off, those families wouldn't let the investigation team have a good time either. However, Sui's eyes flickered as he saw a familiar person from this group of unfamiliar faces, Chao Chang, smoothly about to retrieve the information from his bracelet. Sui suddenly remembered that there was someone else beside him. Cold sweat broke out from his back. Sui quietly lowered the sleeve he had just pushed up. Kid, what's wrong with you? Nothing, my arm is a bit itchy. Oh, this elongated a bit to make Sui's scalp numb. Or old sir, you continue to stay. I go. Sui was really oozing with panic. This old man who was somehow ignored definitely had a ghost. The old man pressed Sui's arm and said without looking back, don't accompany the old man, I will see. The hot temperature coming from his palm made Sui not dare to move at all. Just such a move suppressed Sui in all aspects. The fixed wind wave was ineffective. The sealed coffin was ineffective. While the chess altar reacted a bit but not much. Sui heart bitter smile. Good control ability. Is once did not set. He was cheated. He was cheated. Forced to helpless Sui had to continue to watch the development of the situation. The old man is kind went up to explain that investigation team leader should be the deputy head of the group. Be Su what came? Anyway, not important. Their leader is good. Chow Kong Ah. But a good seedling, the military wants. You and you hard not to. Hey, I don't know what Chow Kong thinks. Anyway, he won't go. As for this side of a few our puppets, behind the station of the Hong family, you family and talk about the family. Talk about the family that play the sword is not bad. Sitting on the roof to watch the show also gave not a small amount of pressure. You analyze so well, why don't you advise? This black market can be awkward here. Losing money. The old man looked on coldly. Who let this investigation team so idle? A bit of wind and grass like a monkey scratching their ears. Annoying? Sui laughed bitterly. People do not investigate as dereliction of duty. Investigated in your mouth is idle. Really bitter. Can't fight. Wait for Group A to come up. They will come back if they can't find the Black Sun members. Said. Followed the old man's gaze. Sui saw another group of people, with a few scaly people from the other end of the walkover. The man in the lead shouted, Tan Xiaoyun, come down to talk? The man sitting cross-legged on the roof glanced at him, but still chose to stand up and leap down. The talking family had stepped forward. The people sitting in the Hong family Su family had also come out, and at one time, the 3 fifth-order demon sealers on the second floor of the black market showed up at the same time, which was considered to be a rare occurrence in a year. Account, Tan Xiaoyun said succinctly. The leader said, can't give it. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The old man sighed and shook his head. Lu Run, this child's temper is also stubborn, not willing to back down at all, at least give people face. This is good, but also have to old man me to end the scene. Listening to the old man's words, Sui sort of understands, feeling that he has run into his own hands. Kid, you remember well, no matter how capable you are, don't cause trouble for yourself. The old man loosened his hand and added, this is for you. It's considered a bit of a meet and greet gift for you, the brat of the Su family. A badge was thrown into Sui's arms, scaring him so much that he hurriedly hid it. If he was not mistaken, it was the badge representing the kingdom. Ha ha. The old man laughed happily and walked towards Lu Run, Group A leader Lu Run, as well as some of the Group A and B members. Sui also saw Yao Tianxue and Luo Hua Medicine, and that old man was the deputy minister of the Investigation Bureau Division, Dugulak. With Dugulak in the room, even the head of the talking family had to give a face when he came. But was there a leader who buried his leader in front of his juniors like this? This matter was over, but Sui was spinning the badge in his sleeve, secretly pondering, if the investigation team came here just to give the black market a hard time, then it would be the investigation team's ignorance. But the fact that Dugulak showed up meant that they did come with a purpose. Sui stroked his chin. What did this badge mean? A member of the kingdom. Dokorokulak? But he's a minister of the investigation team. And he's also joined? Is this telling me that the kingdom doesn't distinguish between factions of power and is just an organization of mixed fish and dragons? Touching the kingdom scepter on his badge, Sui turned to leave. He still had business to go down there, and since the storm had stopped, there was no need to linger any longer. Chapter 20, The Potter's Merchant. Instead of returning to his own painting and calligraphy store, Sui directly found a deep and twisted passageway to walk down. Walking in this passage, Sui could vaguely hear the low moaning sound of the third streamers. In addition, there is also the stench of rotting mixed with a variety of human smell. If the first time to come here, I'm afraid that it is not straight in, to lie out. The environment is poor, but for many people who go to the -3 underground world, they would rather go here than the open channel. On the one hand, it was the concealment of their movements. On the other hand, this place was full of people from all 3 religions, so it was convenient for them to want to subtly inquire about anything. Sui was definitely for the former because he couldn't trust these third-rate people either. He's seen too many third-rate people here, who can work both sides of the fence for some small calculations, earning $2 for one difference. It was possible that you had just inquired about someone else outside, and in the turn of your head you had been betrayed. When the pungent odor gradually faded, the light also slowly reflected in the eyes. Phew! Sui long exhaled a breath, even if he walked many times, but still back and forth almost be engaged in vomiting. Slightly comforting his stomach, Sui set his eyes on the dismal underground world. Because of the investigation team, few people were active in the underground world today. Although the demon sealing world defaulted to the existence of the third floor of the black market, but no one is willing to touch a bad luck, especially the underground world is extremely chaotic. No one dares to say that they are clean. Maybe you meet someone here. Maybe the infamous Black Sun members may also be foreign absconders. Therefore, There is only one law in the underground world: the weak should be careful, and the strong should take care of themselves, Sui briefly observed. The downtown area is basically closed. Only the center of the area of those big businesses continue to operate. Can go there, belongs to the law, applies to the latter. So they didn't catch the Black Sun members either. Sui thought back carefully. From the attitude of Dugulak, who had been watching the show, he should have expected that he would return without any success. Therefore the essential meaning of this operation was still more of a deterrent. The entire 7 squadrons A and B groups were deployed at the same time, which was considered a show of muscle for these clans. Stalking through the streets, Sui parked in the downtown area very close to the core area. This is relatively quiet compared to the rest of the downtown area. The same rent is naturally higher. It belongs to the point where Sui can afford to rent, but can't afford to rent. Scattered only 7 not too small store. Do not look at the Black Rock Club -2 layer of the calligraphy and painting store big, but 10 calligraphy and painting store a year's rent plus a piece of money also do not see so a half a year of high. In the ceramic store near the inside, Sui stopped and knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. 1 knock, 1 not less and 1 not more. Knocked. Sui stood in front of the door and waited for the inside to give a response. Each store is not just the surface of the business, but want to complete the real deal, which the doorway if there is no leader with. Afraid of the closed door is considered light. This ceramic store, ceramics good or good, but not elsewhere to buy. Sui came here for the purpose of the 3 knocking on the door, only knocking on the meaning of buy. Want to buy what depends on the willingness to sell you. The second means sell, means to sell things. Sell what also depends on the people happy to buy. Even knocking on the 2 is only to sell. 1 a meal is to buy and sell, the third is the big deal. Generally knocking 3 times, are all valuable customers. Sure enough, about half a quarter of an hour later, a small childlike doll with one hand rubbing his sleepy eyes, the other hand for Sui to open the door of the sale. Yo, sleeping so early? Sui did not see any outsiders at all. The boy did not recognize who this was at first. Once he heard this familiar tone, he knew that it was the regular customer who had arrived, and immediately complained, following the master every day. I'm exhausted, and I'm not letting anyone go to bed early? Sui shrugged his shoulders. Blame me? Humph. The boy yawned and pointed to the workshop inside, saying, the master is busy inside. You be careful. This work he is stuck for a few days. The mood is not good. Okay, Sui nodded. Go back to sleep first. I'll bring the door back. The boy rolled his eyes at Sui, and said in a bad mood, what's the point of sleeping? It's called resting, don't you understand, layman? Master hasn't even rested. How can I rest? Sui didn't care about the little boy. Anyway, how to say this little guy is complaining bitterly. It's better not to care about him. Lifting the curtain, Sui saw the old craftsman concentrating under the oil lamp, still polishing his pot model, dirty overalls and the long time not to take care of the scruff, properly in old age technology geeks. But this model, there is a kind of fat belly and thin waist feeling. There is a kind of wine pot of the sense of vision. Busy? Sui casually find a place to sit down. Also don't mind this messy workshop, also don't have a proper place to land. Just find a stool to sit opposite the old craftsman. The old craftsman raised his eyes to look at Sui and said suspiciously, why are you this little guy again? Why do you have so much to do every day? Where's the fish? It's not dead, is it? That would be a great thing. The entire 2nd Avenue River's fish will be able to sleep peacefully for the rest of their lives. This Hua leaky fish is naturally Uncle Hua. Sui's first visit to the ceramic store is also Uncle Hua led the way. In the bottom of his heart to Uncle Hua secretly apologized to Sui. To the craftsman said, look at what you say. Uncle Hua, this is not the recent leakage of too many fish. Cannot get what decent door gift is not. So asked me to look for you to see. You kid will be able to take out? You first look at the price I opened. Sui took out a photo and handed it to the old craftsman. The dim background color on the photo coupled with the fog shrouding it, made people feel depressed looking at it, and the strange bone whip on the photo looked like a poisonous snake, exuding a sinister aura, as well as the black-robed weirdo and the teenager who was in a state of distress. All strange. This is exactly the scene captured by the camera in front of the department store. As for the subsequent content of the white-robed man is missing. Well, the fish is a bit strange. It's estimated to be quite a few pounds. Looking at the color, this messy thing put together in one piece, it looks like it's something that can only be raised by that group of crazy people from the Central Divine Academy. But the weight of this fish, it's not light or heavy. It's hard to say. The old smith sized up the photo and estimated that if it was just this stuff, he was afraid that the deal would not be worthy of a third down. Sui was aware of this since, and said, I want all the information of this strange man, and all the information of all the members of the Central God Research Institute that have been in and out of Jianghai City recently. This is still a bit interesting. Do I need it now or send it to you 2 days later? This means, to raise the price, if it is to ask for it now. That is, All the information the old smith knows on hand is stuffed to Sui in a brain. This is even finished, then if it is 2 days late. Of course, it is exhaustive to what time to do what. But the people from the Chinese God Institute, it is estimated that they won't be meticulous to this point. The members of the Middle God Institute, each and every one of them had a ruthless job. It was hard to join them, and even harder to escape from them. To join them, you needed to create a work in any field that was enough to lead the field to the side, and only then could you be considered to have submitted your name, and no matter if you wanted to join them or not, they would come to you of their own accord. Therefore, these geniuses often just create a work, and then disappear for a period of time without any warning, and it is not until they graduate that they are considered to have truly joined the Nakagami Research Institute as a researcher. Therefore, the only way to get away from them was to die and convince this group of crazy people of the truth. The only truth that can convince such a group of people is absolute force and surpassing their madness. Sui naturally wanted the news 2 days later. He was not in a hurry to deal with the Central Divine Academy right now, although he always felt that the matter of the weirdo was not over. But it was not something that could be easily solved just because Sui wanted to. 2 days later, the old smith put his hands in the water basin and pulled out a few times, holding the presbyopas leisurely. The price is out. I also took it. If this fish is not fresh enough, you are shabby me. But don't fool my old man when I am old. Joke. Who dares to fool him under the eyes of the ceramic merchant? If he didn't look at the eye, light is thrown out naked. Heavy is missing arms and legs, if dirty his eyes. Anyway, Sui has not seen which guy so deaf. Estimated to look at that glance already want to bury where. Ha, then you can think well, this thing you gnaw or not gnaw down. Oh, look down on me? Sui laughed. You know the news that the magician showed up in Shanghai City 2 days ago, right? The old smith raised his eyebrows, his forehead wrinkles pressed together and said, this is really looking down on me. Which dignified figure in the entire black market doesn't know about it? There's no need for you to remind me. Then do you know which card it is? The atmosphere suddenly condensed. The old smith's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The upper half of his body slightly leaned forward. A strong sense of oppression made Sui had to raise 12% of his spirit in order to not sit on the ground. Boy, does Elder Su love you so much? Can even tell you this? Don't you fool me. You don't believe me? Bad. The old smith's heart thumped. This deal was a loss. If he believed in this, then the price of the goods would be right. The deal would be a success. And Sui could get the information he wanted without paying a cent. If he didn't believe in it, the old tinker thought that he didn't have the ability to go to the Su family to ask for proof of this, and the others wouldn't be able to mention it either. Therefore, Sui was considered to have eaten this deal to death. The old tinkerer sighed softly. Your kid followed Hualiki fishes really did not learn anything good. Light apart from extorting the elderly this pension insurance money, then you can sell it out. Want to eat fish people will not be your threshold broken. Roll roll roll. Old man, I can still speak in the underground world of Shanghai City. Out here I count how old. The old smith was so angry that his beard puckered up and said, you kid is holding back bad. Yes. Sui turned and said, K card. What the hell? The old smith violently bounced up from the stool, the wrinkled skin almost sticking to Sui's face. The smell of decay a bit strong. Spades? Sui stood up and turned around. Or hearts. Gritting his teeth. The old smith wanted to directly tear this kid's mouth apart, but after considering that the commotion would cause others to pry, he dismissed the idea. Sui's meaning is also very simple. This price can afford this goods on the line. As for wanting more, sorry, that is another price. However, before Sui left the door, he said with a bad smile, the squares and plum blossoms are not bad. Roll roll roll. I don't want to see you little brat again for half a year. Stormy old smith. The little boy is also the first time to see, although shocked, but also still behind the master secretly gives Sui a thumbs up. You are really cow-ah. Ha ha. Sui let out a loud laugh. This laughter in the empty streets, more or less a little out of place, as the saying goes, laughing up to the sky and going out the door. Is my generation not an artesian? Sui was not a member of the underground world, so he didn't care about these unattractive things. Spades or hearts, diamonds or clubs, leave it to the old smith to headache. I believe that before long, there will be many people in the guessing of this problem, because that is the first appearance of the K card, symbolizing what the significance of a lot of forces would like to know, especially this K card, in the Su family territory. As for Sui, he still remembers the strange clown in that dream back at the Aliyah, as well as his own curious inquiries, but did not expect to really get an answer. This answer was not given by Elder Su, it was from the magician himself. In Sui's mind, there was a gray clown spinning slightly. Chapter 21, Physical Examination. In this underground world, Sui only dares to trade with the ceramic merchant. To put it bluntly, he believes in Uncle Hua rather than anyone in the underground world, including the ceramic merchant's furious roar just now, so deliberately spread out itself as a kind of warning. The entire downtown area won't have any ungrateful guys to intercept Sui, because they don't want to offend one of the most powerful men in the entire downtown area because they are not sure of what to do. But there really was a roadblocker. Sui, slow down. The little kid's voice came from far behind, and since there weren't many people so Sui heard it from a long distance. With vigilance and confusion, Sui turned around to face the small child with short legs and said wistfully, "What are you following me for? Do you want to follow me?" The little child bawled before he could raise his breath and cursed, "Asshole master told me to bring a message that he wants to know. Can use a message in exchange. This message retains its value and is related to all the security companies." The last voice was transmitted to Sui with spirit quality sensing, so it was evident that this matter did not carry a small weight. "To be honest, I don't know." Sui was lying when he said he wasn't moved. The reputation of the potter's merchant was still very valuable, and the information he took out in this situation was definitely right up Sui's alley. But Sui really does not know. He just casually asked. Z gave an answer, but did not give specific Is it too late to invite him into the dream? I'm in a hurry. The little boy is not surprised to say, "That's okay." The master said, "As long as you make a promise, once you know what that thing is, must be the first to tell him." Sui, who didn't expect this to work, raised his eyebrows. This old man was thinking beautifully. A high probability of preserving the value of the investment. Easily want to set out the K card, almost all the information. To know the magician left every card, in addition to the significance of not known to outsiders, but also represents a never been recorded under the zero formula or the deed array, and the use of which cannot be used for outsiders. Sui didn't understand why the merchant was betting on himself, but with this kind of interest-free loan, Sui felt that it wasn't so bad as whoring for nothing. "Alright, I'll take it." The boy presented a piece of parchment with both hands, on which a deed formation was inscribed to bind the two who had reached an agreement. Remembering Uncle Hua's comments about the clay pot merchant, Sui decisively refused to sign. In the void and with his fingers, he sketched out an ancient covenant with a spiritual quality, then stamped his own covenant seal and gently pushed it onto the parchment. At once, the two types of contracts touched, leaving behind the one that Sui had inscribed in the void. Your guest is really good at this. This ability to make a fool of himself was an eye-opener for the boy. Alright, let's talk about things. The two completed the second transaction, and Sui hurriedly left. The countless prying eyes in the dark also gradually faded away. The little boy didn't let out a slow sigh of relief until Sui completely left the -3 floors, and a spirit talisman quietly obliterated in his palm. Inside the ceramic store, the old man at the front desk said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Back?" The little boy honestly replied, "Master guessed right. He really doesn't know," and also admitted it. Only what? Not knowing what to say, the little boy simply handed the parchment to the old man. Looking at the original deed formation that he had inscribed had disappeared. To be precise, it was melted. The old man's face was green and red for a while before he cursed. Where did Hua Leaky Fish find such a bastard kid? Even such an ancient deed. As far as he knew, the Su family had never shown this kind of deed. This deed must at least go back to before China. Quite complete. Although it's not the original deed formation, it can be used as a model to learn from. The old man was guilty of occupational disease, touching the parchment, for a moment forgetting about the fact that he was educated by the latter for a while. Putting the parchment carefully into the mahogany box, the old man looked at the young child. What should be said has been said. Aha! The old man said despondently. I don't know if it's right to follow Hua Leaky Fish this time, old man. I just want to have a good end. But it's also so difficult? The remaining light under his eyes looked at the little child, who was not restless for a moment, and a touch of warmth slowly flowed out of a kind smile. It was already considered late at night when I returned to my own calligraphy and painting store. However, there were already quite a lot of people coming in from all sides outside, and business was considered to be open. Xiao Jiao was there to greet the customers. Seeing Sui come also only said, "Guest, you are here. Brother He is waiting inside. Quickly please." Sui nodded his head and walked towards the inside. On the surface, the entire calligraphy and painting store was Black Brother sitting at the helm, and Xiao Jiao was the second in command. Sui basically wouldn't show his face. It was enough to have the two of them here. Brother He, I'll leave the following to you. If there's anything you can't decide on, go to -3 to find that merchant. Okay, then you're leaving right now? Brother He asked. Since following Sui in the middle black market to gain a complete foothold, he rarely got together with Sui and Xiao Jiao. Sui nodded and said, "There are more things happening lately. I can't be idle. You guys take care of yourselves." Brother Black nodded. "You too." Stepping into the night, Sui's heart was loaded with heavy things, but he didn't know who he should look for to be able to talk about it. Early the next morning, Sui returned to the base. Within the training room, Sui saw that group leader Qin Feng's separate training room was already in use. The entire training room was a central field plus several separate training rooms. The group leader could use the training room for free, but the group members only had 3 hours of free use per day, and extra time would require the consumption of merit. Sui, who did not have merit, thought about the fact that he was at the group leader level of authority to come, so he tried it, not expecting that he would also be able to use the independent training room for free. Group 037C, Sui, welcome to the independent training room. We have adjusted the temperature and humidity to suit your vital signs. Enjoy your training. Happy training? Maybe. Sui recalled something and took a step into the training room, looking at a training room that was not too big. Inside was a different world. Gravity field, spiritual quality reaction field, trial field and so on were all available. In addition to that, Sui also found a meditation room as well as a simulated fighting area, much richer than the military school. Sui first tested his current spiritual quality. It was around the 3rd order and 8th level, although he didn't practice much. The Zhou deed zone operation was already enough to support the amount of cultivation Sui practiced every day. This was the Zhou deed. Other deeds did not have such unique conditions. Now belongs to the period of Sui's accumulation. To know that the outstanding alumni who graduated in the same period of time are already in the 4th rank, Sui can't lag behind too much. Next is the physical quality. After all aspects of strengthening as well as Zhou Qi's development, Sui is now just initially reaching the standard corresponding to the 4th order, with a Qi strength of around 100 pounds. When Sui broke through the 4th rank, it was estimated that his Qi strength would naturally grow to the 4th rank advanced level, but it would be difficult to improve it again. In terms of Qi power, with the current technology and limits of humans, the strongest is to reach the level of Grand Master, and most of them are skill-based Grand Masters, so many demon sealers don't pay much attention to their Qi power, and just improve their reflexes, but Sui still wanted to improve it as much as possible. The overall improvement in physical quality was also beneficial to the control and manipulation ability of the spiritual quality. Sui then stepped into the spiritual quality reaction field. He wanted to test the strength of his current spiritual quality. Looking at the greenish-black spirit quality like ink on his fingertips, Sui inevitably recalled the gray-clothed Sui who was devoured by himself in the dream world. Obviously both were aspects of Sui, but it was as if they were friends with boundaries that could be separated. Sui smashed out the spiritual mass condensed on his fist. A fist force blasted into the air. A hidden sonic boom came out. The fluctuation of the spiritual essence produced data that the intensity of the spiritual essence was excessively high. If the spirit quality that naturally converged in an ordinary person's body was delineated as intensity 1, then the general 10th batch of subdeeds from there onwards had a spirit quality intensity of basically 3 to 5, while further up the line was the spirit quality intensity that branched off from the ancient deeds was roughly 5, and the ancient inheritance was between 5 and 9. As for those new deeds that could be inherited, they were also almost between 5 and 9. At present, the highest level of known inheritance, spiritual strength even after the later continuous cohesion and strengthening of the highest is only 12 level strength. Right now, Sui's would already be at level 9. If it was the complete Zhou Qi, Sui probably wouldn't be surprised at this point. In all the inheritances, Zhou Qi was the top of the line, even if in the eyes of many scholars, Zhou Qi was no longer applicable to this era. The 9th level of spiritual quality strength, indicating that there must be a link that Sui is not clear about, such as the grey-clothed Sui and those black mists that he absorbed in his dream. Whether these things are real or unreal, Sui is not sure, because this is a scene that once really appeared, only that the Sui of the other time was the child full of childish innocence. Gotta find a suitable reason for this. Sui had a headache. A high strength of spirit quality was a good thing, whether it was the power and effect of the spirit style, or the stability of the spirit formation's covenant, it all played a dominant role, but good obviously is another story. That is, the identity of the Su family is there. No one dares to ignore the heritage of these ancient families. Even if Su Shenbing at this time the strength of the spiritual quality is only between the 7th and 8th level, but the Su family has no other means to enhance who cannot say. Su Shenbing is not used is one thing, Sui use or not is another thing. Therefore, the Human Resources Department did not come to a conclusion. Not wanting to think about this problem for the time being, Sui tried the strength of his 3 spirit styles in the simulated fighting again, and got the conclusion that the 3rd order is invincible, the 4th order can fight, the 5th order is iron kneeling, and the 5th order and above can make trouble. Looking at it this way, I'm pulling hate. Fighting a group must first resolve the enemy's controlled units. Coincidentally, Sui seemed to only know how to control single strong control, group control, and ranged field coverage. High people to come to also have to shake twice. The physical test is almost over. Sui in the gravity room to boil his body. This is also a regular class in the military school. It was around 9 o'clock when Sui came out from the training room. The white hot air came out from the independent training room, almost covering half of the central open space. Sui glanced towards Qin Feng's place. Still training. the group leader is really self-disciplined. As he was muttering, Sui noticed that the door to the training area was open. Obviously someone was about to come in. He just didn't know if it was Chio-saner. Anyway, Sui felt that it wouldn't be Wu Wuan. When the door opened, he was greeted by a tall woman wearing a red coat. Her pretty face with rather bright makeup had a sense of attention that made the whole room gather. However, Sui did not feel that this was a woman that was good to deal with. The cold eyes alone could kill many people. Intuition told Sui that this was the second sister that my wrecker had spoken of. You are Sui, right? The second sister's eyes lit up. Sui himself could be much smoother than on the profile. Looking at this second sister's aura that instantly transformed into that of a big sister next door, Sui was also secretly amazed and said, "Second sister is good." The second sister nodded with satisfaction and said with concern, "You just came out of the training room, right? Really diligent. Quickly go back and take a hot bath to change your clothes. I'm going to call out to your group leader. There's going to be a group meeting later." Sui had a feeling of powerlessness that his aunt was not around but never far away. When passing by the recreation area, Sui, besides seeing Chio-san and Wu Wuan, there was also a dull boy with a round-framed eye, instead looking even more dull, skinny and thin, rather like a nerd. Simply greeted, Sui returned to the dormitory. Simple rinse, changed into a casual dress, carrying a dozen sodas leisurely to the leisure area. Anyway, the group leader came out late. This time everyone should be in the entertainment, so Sui simply how comfortable how to come, and when they arrived at the ground, the group leader really didn't come out, but everyone didn't look very relaxed either. Second sister sat in front of the electronic center screen. She did not open her mouth to speak, as if everyone did not have to make a sound necessary. The sound of Sui opening a can of soda all but made Myriad's eyes widen. Sui took advantage of the fact that his second sister was dealing with something and secretly opened another can and handed it to Wuan, saying quietly, "Why is it so quiet?" Wu Wuan contentedly pursed his lips and said as if he was a thief. The team leader made second sister angry. "Don't say anything." Understanding why the air pressure was so low, Sui returned a look of "I understand," but Wu shook his head and thought, "No, you little newbie don't understand." After waiting silently for 7 minutes like this, Shin Feng came in. "Everyone has arrived." Sui looked around. No one gave the group leader any response. Originally all set to reply back, Sui held back hard. Selective amnesia. The situation had become so obvious that Shin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and sat in the vice group leader's seat instead. At this time Sui realized that the original second sister to do is the team leader position. So look as if Shin Feng team status is worrying. Pure food chain. Now that everyone is here, let's start then. The oldest four, that is the dull teenager, opened his own portable computer to cast various information on the screen. From the teenager's skillful appearance, it seems that this is the job of the package assignment. One by one, the photos were put up. Sui didn't have much reaction on the surface, but in his heart, he had a brand new judgment on the actions of the investigation team last night. First of all, not only the 7th Squadron AB group went to the black market, C group and other groups also have some members to take over the temporary task to go. As to why only the second sister and Nerd 2 people to go this is Sui is not clear. Secondly, the entire Jianghai City investigation branch are mobilized. The Jianghai City underground connection of the underground world to be covered by the probe. Finally, they also did catch a lot of Black Sun molecules. Can only be considered a Black Sun organization advocates it, but the big fish is a knot. Second sister mentioned that this temporary mission was classified as B+ level, and several skirmishes arose in some areas. The overall operation went quite well, uprooting some of Black Sun's strongholds in Jianghai City. The real purpose, however, should be a warning after the Red Mist outbreak, hoping that these clans will be at peace for a while. Second sister labeled this temporary mission as finished. However, the members of the A and B groups of several other squadrons are mostly at the 4th or 5th rank, and even the C group has several who have touched the threshold of the 5th rank, so we should also put in our 12th degree of energy. Serious gaze swept through the crowd, and finally landed on Sui's head and said, "Our newcomer Xiao Su is very diligent, just arrived in the morning and trained in the training room, and then look at you guys, one by one, you can't wait to sleep until noon." Chio-saner and Wu Wuan clearly did nothing wrong, but still had to be criticized. Shin Feng couldn't stand it and said, "They're already working very hard, take your time, they're just..." Slowly, the second sister blocked Qin Feng's words with a cold stare. "You're practicing yourself quite well. You're almost at the 6th rank, right? Which squadron are you going to report to?" "Oh, it should be to go inside the brigade." "Right, team leader Qin? Ha, good guy." This meal even the team leader piggybacked on the downfall. Sui's knee bumped Wu Wuan, and his eyes were saying, "I'm enlightened." Happy 520. XDM. Chapter 22, Going on a Mission. Qin Feng as the position of the group leader did not dare to resist anything. Once the woman reasoning up, then you better not try to reason with her. Cannot be reasoned with. Finally, the problem has to be dumped on the head of Qin Feng, who let him with a team leader's hat still have no right to it. The second sister said in a serious tone, the company is growing and expanding its influence, so going forward, the actions and tasks are definitely going to be raised a notch. If you guys don't work hard, don't blame me for being cruel if you fall behind at that time. Hearing the last sentence, Wu Wandering's face pulled down. Alone, this special physique possessor, even if he wanted to work hard to improve, it would be a stone hitting water, barely a splash. Sui also basically understands these few people in the group, so for Wu Wu also has a deep understanding. The leader of the group, Qin Feng, is a 5th order, 7th order powerhouse, and does not possess a sub-deed that is difficult to promote. The deputy leader, Xiao Kite, is the second sister, who is also a 5th order expert and possesses a deed of inheritance. Xiao San'er possesses a kind of sub-deed that doesn't come from the company, and is now a 4th order. Second ranked, the oldest 4, Xiao Xuanliang, is the 7th batch of sub-deed holders, and is a genius of the brain area with a brain member establishment. As for Wu Wuan, just like what she showed, as one of the very few people who were born with spiritual qualities, they themselves had other defects. Difficulty in promotion was one aspect, and this special spiritual qualities would also come with some side effects. As Sui saw with his own eyes, Wu Wuan seemed to be returning to his old age, and it was difficult for him to grow up. Right now, it seemed that Sui was indeed the one at the bottom. However, from the assessment of all aspects, Sui's potential assessment was undoubtedly the highest. That was why Qin Feng and Xiao Kite had gone out of their way to take out a portion of their contribution value to exchange for higher permissions for Sui. Retaining newcomers with potential was far more valuable than directly recruiting a 4th or 5th ranked expert. Sui glanced down at the bracelet, although he knew that it was also an investment. Sui felt that there were more suitable candidates within the group, but since the item was given to him, it was only right that he should give feedback as well. For the next 2 days, we will all be doing battle preparation for this mission. Xiao Kite pointed to a ruin of a town displayed on the electronic center screen. A marginal town that had been temporarily abandoned due to an excessive concentration of spirit matter that caused the city to no longer be habitable. The main purpose of the mission is to investigate the main cause of the leakage of spiritual quality in Trinity Hospital, and the additional mission is to retrieve Trinity Hospital's research materials. Xiao Kite briefly summarized the core content of this mission, and then began to analyze the environment of the town as well as share all the intelligence of this mission. This was the first mission Sui was involved in, and also the first time that Team 037C executed a 6-man tactical layout. According to the usual staffing, Qin Feng and Xiao San'er worked in a group, and the remaining 3 worked in a group. Sometimes Qin Feng and Wu Wuan worked in a group, and Xiao San himself worked in a group. Now that Sui was added as a strong controlling auxiliary, there were a lot more pairings to choose from, because before there was only one Wu Wu as an auxiliary, so it was difficult to protect oneself while assisting the whole team. Sui's arrival solved this problem. Whether it's self-protection or protecting Wu Wu, Sui can perfectly undertake this. After 2 days of bonding, it was finally decided that Qin Feng would take Wu Wu and Xiao San'er, while Xiao Kite would take Xiao Sunliang and Sui. The town was by the sea. The sky was still slightly light when the 6 people arrived at the town, but it was dimly lit when they stepped inside. The dark blue fog was mixed with a dark green strange gas. There was an adverse reaction from the collision of chemicals, but it coincidentally leaked out. Sui recalled the information about Trinity College, belonging to the state's occult scientific research institutions. In other words, basically equivalent to the establishment of the former China Theological Seminary, except that there is the China Theological Seminary's previous experience. The state for the Trinity College's supervision is even more stringent. The recruitment of talent is also the need for all parties to unify the approval of the only allowed to be admitted to. Unlike the China Theological Seminary is completely their own standards to admit people. However, the Trinity Institute is also therefore divided into factions is quite serious. The military, companies, neutral and other families have supporters, which leads to the Trinity Institute has no substantive leader. Often each faction to do their own. Out of the problem is also able to press on the pressure, for fear of being taken by the other factions as a reason for suppression of their own. For example, this originally sunny seaside town was a victim under such a factional struggle. Sis, head northeast. This was one of the few times Sui heard Xiao Xuanliang open his mouth in the past few days. It also confirmed one of Sui's guesses that these two were indeed blood siblings. Xiao Kite nodded and walked in front, Xiao Xuanliang in the center and Sui at the back. After walking for about 600 meters, a school called Sunshine Middle School appeared. There was a sense of a deserted school in the fog, but in reality, it had only been a month or so since the leakage of the spiritual quality experiment. Xiao Xuanliang, who was operating his portable electronic tablet with his head down, raised his head and said, "The spiritual quality reaction was shown here, but it's disappeared now." Disappeared? This had many meanings. It could be that they were discovered. or that this school was the source of the spiritual quality leak, or that there were alienated demonic spirits that came out but went away. And lastly, it couldn't be ruled out that there were other forces or organizations that didn't follow the rules and got involved. Xiao Kite inquired, "What do you guys think is the case?" Firstly, other forces are ruled out, but an organization in the underground world is a possibility. Other than that, the possibility of a source is ruled out, and based on the intelligence as well as the brain checking, it's unlikely that this is the source of the leak. There was a convincing feeling in Xiao Xuanliang's tone. Then we might have been discovered? Sui wasn't sure if there were any demon sealers or survivors in this town, trying to send some sort of signal this way, or maybe it was bait. Xiao Xuanliang didn't give an answer because there wasn't enough information to corroborate this. Seeing this, the leader, Xiao Kite, decided to go in and explore. Xiao Kite took Xiao Xuanliang along with him to the school building, while Sui went to the cafeteria and dormitory alone to explore. Sui naturally didn't have any opinions about this distribution, but he still couldn't help but spit in his heart when he heard the word dormitory. What bad luck! Sui reported the location and situation every 3 minutes. The cafeteria was in disarray and could not see anything unusual. However, Sui saw a lot of rice missing from the storage room. It was reasonable to say that the storage capacity of rice and noodles in this kind of school was roughly equal. Only the rice was missing while the noodles were still opened without much consumption a few times. Rats? Sui couldn't say what the situation was, and just gave Xiao Xuanliang a mention. Then, after exploring the dormitory, Sui suddenly had a whim to go to the kiosk. After obtaining his second sister's consent, Sui pulled open the iron door of the kiosk, and the sound of it being bared had a harsh and unpleasant sound. Perhaps the disaster came too suddenly. The ransacked kiosk still had many things left, but there's no candy, Sui muttered, and he didn't know what this sugar meant. There might be survivors who liked sugar, but there wasn't a single survivor who didn't need food, and apparently there was still bread left here, excluding the survivors. Then there was only the organization of the dark side and the demon spirits. In the back of Suyi's mind, there was a not-so-good guess, especially after joining the investigation team to learn a little bit about Blood Angel Yang Feng's deeds. This guess made Sui a little lower and lower. Second sister, rule out survivors. Xiao Kite, who was mapping out a few offices in the school building, heard Suyi's voice coming from his earpiece. Apparently Suyi's side had found something. Exiting the offices, only the medical room remained. Xiao Kite opened the door and gently pushed out a large empty space with only some simple medical paraphernalia and bottles and jars, but on the innermost white sheet lay a child with closed eyes, about 7 or 8 years old, with long eyelashes, and a slight sense of tightly closed eyelids because he hadn't slept peacefully. Found it. Xiao Xuanliang looked at the test of the data. The abnormal reaction of the spiritual quality was from this child, but likewise, he also found several sudden spiritual quality reactions appearing from many parts of the school. At the same time, Suyi's voice came out. There are demonic spirits from all over the place, crawling out. Yes, crawling out. In Suyi's eyes, there were humanoid demonic spirits crawling out from the very places where the thick fog was frantically churning. On the walls, on the ground, and on the ceiling, Sui observed these demonic spirits, although none of them were very high in intensity. There were many of them, and they were surging towards the school building. They are surging towards the school building. You guys go through the back door first. I can stop them for a while. Dodge body appeared in front of the school building. Small loathsome manifested out. Long time not come out to move around have been swollen out of shape. To the thick fog is to suck a big mouthful. And then in the back of Sui manifested into dark red wings, suspended from the ground. Sui's aura gradually increased, and then the little loathsome manifested dark red wings to take Sui through the demon spirits. Whether it was the demonic spirits penetrated by little Adiosa or Sui with his spiritual quality, they always quickly surged out from other places after collapsing, and although their strength was not high, they possessed the immortality of a high-ranking demonic spirit. What is this? Mutated? Sui couldn't figure out how these demon spirits appeared, but a quick battle was obviously not realistic anymore. On the other side, Xiao Kite had already come out from the back with that child, and at the same time notified the 3 Qin Foams over there who were investigating the cause of the leak, and by the looks of it, they were probably going to bail out of this additional mission. That experimental material, if there is no accident, is this child. After getting the news, Sui also no longer hesitated, turning over his palm between the spiritual quality of the explosion. Fixed wind waves with a very high frequency instantly scattered. All the demonic spirits were contacted were fixed on the spot. However, those demon spirits that were surging to climb out were not stabilized. Noticing this, Sui only felt that he was really unlucky, encountering bugs every time, not caring about anything else. Sui retreated at a rapid pace, but a strong sense of crisis came from Xiao Kite's position, and Sui paused at a low altitude. That child woke up. What the hell? Sui didn't know about the existence of this child, much less that the child was Trinity Hospital's research material. When the child woke up, Sui also keenly sensed that the demonic spirits that were not supposed to break free from the wind-stabilizing waves all went berserk, as if they had gained some sort of boost all of a sudden. The child on Xiao Kite's back was looking at them with cold eyes ever since he woke up. At this time, even if Gowang was here, they all reacted. This harmless-looking child was the core of the demon spirits. Xiao Kite said in a cold voice, "You better settle down." But regardless of whether it was out of this child's instructions or not, the group of demonic spirits that had fallen into berserking had already surged back over. "You won't be able to get out, let alone take me away." The child with exceptional calmness seemed to know everything about the purpose of the investigation team's arrival here, and at this moment, with an undoubted tone, she said, "Put me down, I'll leave on my own." But Xiao Kite is not that kind of big sister character. In this kind of crisis moment, she will not let an uncertainty to recover the ability of freedom. At this time Sui spoke, "If you know anything about the situation, speak quickly." The child was rare and somewhat surprised when he looked at Sui, as if he saw something beyond expectation, and hesitated. "You're willing to help me?" Sui was puzzled. What kind of words were these? Without waiting for Sui to answer, the kid shook his head. "Forget it, you're too weak to deal with him." "Who is he?" the perceptive Xiao Kite asked directly. "I don't have to tell you guys. There have been several waves of people trying to take me away. In the end, they were all used by that guy as fertilizer to feed his pets. You guys better run, before he does anything." For the kid's good intentions, the Sui trio chose to simply ignore them, because it was nowhere near the point where they needed to give up on the mission. As a team with 2 5th rank experts, pulling one out alone would be enough to carry out a B+ level mission. Not to mention that this mission was also still only rated at B level. "Let's go find the team leader to rendezvous first," Sui suggested. Just as Xiao Xuanliang was about to speak, he was interrupted by the child. "He won't allow you guys to take me out of the school, so if you're planning on doing that, it can't be considered a wise decision." The comment was directed at Xiao Xuanliang, and it was clear that this particular child could also see where Xiao Xuanliang was positioned amongst the trio. The second sister looked to her own brother and received an affirmative reply before contacting Qin Feng to rendezvous outside the school. This meant that she was still going to bring this child out, knowing that there was a possibility of drawing out some unknown existence. "Let's go. I'll open the way. Xiao Su will take the rear, and Seeking Liang will follow with the child on his back." The strong aura rushed through the mist, like a hurricane stirring the surrounding auric mist away, revealing a large area with an open view. At the same time, Lao Si found several powerful auric reactions passing through in the western and northern directions, probably around the 4th rank. Xiao Kite was not much of a reaction. Sui on the other hand was bursting with pressure. How did a good novice mission instantly turn into a hellish difficulty? The pressure on Sui is also very great as he continuously casts Wind Wave many times. Fortunately, Xiao Ani is able to solve some of the demonic spirits. However, Xiao Ani, who has always been able to eat, has given Sui the response that he doesn't want to eat these things. Sui knew that his guess was not far off. These demonic spirits should be demonized people. These group leaders and vice group leaders should know about it, right? Sui turned back to look. Xiao Kite's entire body was surging with a spirit quality as light as the wind. Without using any powerful spirit styles, just the pure crushing of the spirit quality opened up the passageway to the outside. "Follow!" Xiao Kite burst out with speed, instantly crossing out tens of meters, while Xiao Xuanliang, although he was carrying a child, was only a few lengths behind after the action of the sub-deed that was specially enchanted with life-preserving abilities. Sui, on the other hand, was relying on the blood crystal biplane that was illuminated by the little loathsome to glide low in the air. This was something that he had learned from Yang Feng, except that Yang Feng's boarding demon spirit was solidified into wings. However, little adulterer could freely change its form, which was considered to be the benefit of a nightmare type of spiritual demon spirit. But when approaching the gate, a white-clothed figure slowly fell from the air, a scene Sui had seen before. Central Divine Academy. Let's have the last chapter today. I hope everyone won't be let down on 520-inch. Chapter 23, The Works. The same white logo, the same arrogant posture, the same indifferent gaze. Sui coldly gazed at the guy in front of him, although he knew that it was not the white-clothed figure from that day. The Central Divine Academy itself was like an unsettling marker. "Give me back my work." The white-clothed figure poked out a hand hiding in a wide sleeve, slender but revolting as if it were skin and bones. But unexpectedly, the demon spirits that were chasing after him all stopped moving, as if they had entered standby mode. "Works?" Sui looked at this strange scene, and then looked at that child. Which side's product is this? Trinity Academies or the Central Divine Academies? It couldn't be that Trinity Academy had intercepted Central Divine Academy, or that Central Divine Academy had intercepted Trinity Academy? Your circle is really messy. Xiao Kite laughed coldly. Who cares whose work it is? When Qin Feng arrives, no one will be able to do anything. At this time instead, the child who had been silent for a long time spoke up. "I'm not your work. Why should I be your work?" Why should I be your work? Ha! The white man saw that Chow Kite did not have the slightest sign of retreat, retracted his hand and said, "Hush, adults talk, children shut up." The child's gloomy eyes lowered, and his resentful voice made Xiao Xuanliang stifle a shiver. "Father, is the work that important?" The white-robed man called father laughed. "Isn't this what we agreed upon?" The child who no longer spoke broke free from Xiao Xuanliang's back. The sudden outburst of strength prevented even the fourth-ranked Xiao Xuanliang from controlling the child. Sui quietly appeared behind the child. His dagger pressed against the child's back and warned, "Don't move, now you're a hostage." With these words, Sui felt that he had been infected by the little one from Wuwu. The white-clothed man didn't seem to be in a hurry, and when Qin Feng arrived, the few spiritually reactive fourth-order monsters that Xiao Xuanliang had found earlier also appeared. The reason why it is a monster and not a demonic spirit is because it is no longer just a demonic spirit, but a group of demonic spirits with immortality that have aggregated to form a huge monster. Almost a single body can reach the height of half of the school building like this. Sui had an immature thought. Since these strange demonic spirits can be aggregated, then these monsters. The kid sighed. "I told you to go by yourselves. Don't bring me along. What a stupid bunch. Every time it's like this. How many people do you have to use as sustenance before it's enough?" Saying that, the child took the initiative to grab the dagger and stab it into his body. Sui's pupils shrunk slightly, but he realized that no blood appeared, and a living person dissolved into a puddle of unnameable liquid in front of Sui, dispersing in the direction of the surrounding monsters. Noticing this scene, Chow Kite shot out to block the spread of this liquid, but with a wave of the white-robed man's hand, the monsters rushed up to stop Chow Kite. Wind style, no return. Several wind blades chopped out, each blade cutting off the monster's body with precision. But the monsters didn't retreat despite the pain. Instead, they rushed up even more furiously. Qin Feng was about to charge up, but he was stopped by a white-robed man who suddenly appeared and waved his sleeve, and a huge deed formation rose from within the school. "TSK, TSK, TSK, are they all willing to invite such a group of top-configured groups?" The white-clothed man said in wonder. "What an impetuous young man. Stay inside for a while. This is none of your business." The deed formation enveloped Qin Feng and Qiu Saner, and Wu Wuan was not enveloped in it because he was hiding in the shadows, under the full strength of the top of the fifth order. The thunder was never able to break through the blockade of the deed formation. Sui fixed his eyes to see the way. This is from the Taoist 3 Qing records of the positive Qing deed formation, but it is only against the use of the only. The positive is clear, the negative is dark, only one Qi in the middle can change the clear and the turbid. So, half of the battle force was dragged in. Sui called out that he had been cheated. "Sui has passed on the recipe. I don't know if Qin Feng has received it. I don't know if Qin Feng has received it. Please reply if you have received it." Xiao Kite was dragged in, and the puddle of strange liquid that the child had transformed into had already climbed up a few monsters, vaguely trending to combine them together. Southwest. That point must be stopped. Xiao Xuanliang looked towards Sui, although he didn't know why. Xiao Xuanliang felt that this guy Sui could. Southwest? Sui looked over. That was the direction of the medical room. There was something awakening there, and it was absorbing a large amount of fog. Okay. Without saying a word, Sui flicked his wings up into the sky and swept towards the medical care room. Rushing heavenly malice emanated out. Sui hovered and landed on the roof of a building. The things awakening within the medical room were emerging outward from the walls. The final aggregated appearance was as huge as an entire school building. A complete mix of monstrous creatures. Little loathsome, you're quite good looking when you look at it like that. Sui flirted in his heart. The little loath opened his teeth and claws, as if he was quite dissatisfied with this expression from Sui. The pooper scooper. Sui lightly laughed. It's going to be a fight to the death. Opening his arms, middle finger and index finger, on each side, a large amount of spiritual quality surged out from Sui's body to form a mysterious pattern. And the little loathsome also tried his best to swallow and absorb the mist to transform it to Sui. The heavenly Tao is unkind, and takes everything as ruminants, therefore, someone with the power to measure the weight of the world. Ambush the heaven, and invite the heaven to die. Sui's mind flashed through that brilliant heavenly might, as well as that sword light that carried the wishes of the world, and silently said, "Seal the coffin, please, go to your death." The four fingers on the left and right came together, and the entire town seemed to be pried as if it was being pried, and the fog churned. A mysterious pressure came from all directions to converge on this side of the medical room, and it solidified into an ink-colored bronze coffin, with one body and one lid. Seal, the lid and the body of the coffin. Even the heavenly Tao would have to taste what it was like to be buried inside. Sui did not have this ability since, but someone else did, and even though he did not succeed, he did manage to bury the greatness of heaven in order to fulfill the wishes of man. Yellow Turbans, Heavenly Master Zhang Jiao, the 9th Order Yellow Turbans Lord, almost destined to become a 10th Order Honored One. In order to alone courage, do not hesitate to bury the sky with his body, to invite the great man to die. The sealed coffin had become a reality, and the huge monster was deathly restricted within it, as an absolutely established monolithic control. Here in Sui it was claimed that no one was exempt under the heavenly Tao, but how long it could last depended on how hard Sui exerted himself. Feeling the terrifying rate of his spiritual quality depletion, Sui smiled bitterly and could only pray that the team leader would hurry up and break the formation out. As the situation stabilized in the medical room, the white man looked over there in surprise, and was about to make a move, but was called down from the air by a wind force, which hardened his inscrutable feeling of being nothing. Xiao Kite, whose hair was spread out and flying, completely stormed out. Most of the monsters were pressed, and even had the time to take care of the man in white. Damn, how is this crazy woman so strong? The man in white didn't seem to expect this at all. He didn't have much strength himself, but his life preservation was top-notch, and his fights were purely based on his setup and so-called works. Du Chungguen, take a good look at your mom. With this hiss, the monster that had already been split in half suddenly became agonized, and whimpered in the direction of the medical room. Mom, don't be afraid. I'm coming. The monster gathered bigger and bigger, almost on the verge of catching up with the one on the other side of the medical room. Xiao Kite's gaze turned cold as she slapped this heartless white man unconscious, and from the outside, she joined forces with Qin Feng on the inside to break open the Zhengqing formation, before carrying the white man and rushing towards Sui's side. Due to the sudden joining of the monster of the children's aggregation, Sui's sealed coffin lasted less than half a minute before it faltered. At this time again bestowed down, it was Wu Wu sneaked to this side. To Sui is a wild brush, the ability that should have been a significant effect, but it is like a sinking sea without a ripple. My wanton a little anxious, but Sui is laughing. It's okay, cannot die. Sealed coffin way. Bet on their own fate bet. Sui's own fate may be very small from the beginning, but after the things involved more and more big, and then after the Jochi transforms self everything into one. Sui himself do not know what kind of fate is. Anyway, now look, quite unlucky, no longer able to hold on. Sui sat down on his butt and rushed towards the nearest Shiosaner. I'll leave it to you guys. Good. Shiosaner solemnly acted as if Sui was going to die, causing Sui to roll his eyes. The two monsters embraced together in an unimaginable form, echoing each other in the form of monsters and in the posture of humans. That emotion that was so strong that only relying on each other could put one's mind at ease made Sui sympathize a little. The white-clothed man who was being carried had a blue and purple patch on his face. Seeing this scene he snorted. What? Love her so much. Why did you kill her? I have seen with my own eyes. The way you were lying on the hospital bed with open arms thirsting for a hug. TSK. No wonder your mom is so heartbroken. But you, stabbed her hard. Wasn't it to never part? Go on. She's right in front of you. Pierce her and eat her. The white man's bizarre words completely irritated the child who had just been somewhat calmer. And the monster, with a child's form twisted out of its body, hissed, shut up, you. But the monster trembled and extended several thick spikes from its back, ruthlessly thrusting them into the monster that had awakened from the medical room. An agonizing voice distinct from a demonic spirit but close to human came out, and the child shuddered violently. I didn't mean to. No. Crying, he covered his face as if he didn't want to see this scene, but his body's instincts were frantically devouring the monster called Mom in front of him. Why do humans need to rely on research obtained from demon spirits to save themselves? Wouldn't becoming a demon spirit itself be a good solution to these painful problems? Look, not only has this child regained his health, but he has also become exceptionally strong. The white-robed man struggled to open his slightly aching eyes and looked excitedly at his work. Qin Feng and Xiao Kite looked at each other and threw the man in white to Sui and Shiosaner and said, keep an eye on him. They had to stop the child from devouring his mother. Once he succeeded, it would mean that the child would be completely demon spiritualized, and an unusually twisted demon spirit at that. The wind and thunder surged for a while, and the two fifth-ranked demon sealers who exploded in full force, coupled with their years of tacit cooperation, were able to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. The deed mastered by Qin Feng was Thunder Ripple, fully exerted by Qin Feng in the 5th rank state. The Thunder Ripple transformed by the deed was enough to cover the entire upper body, and with bare hands, it could also invoke Thunder Edition, while Xiao Kite's deed was Wind Speech, able to manipulate the wind in a small portion of the area, and with full force outburst it could produce a small-scale storm. The wind power was added to the electric current, causing great pain to the child, and these pains caused the child to quickly enter a berserk state. That sense of guilt brought on by devouring his own kind was pushed down by the berserkness, and he actually gnawed at the monster in front of him. Eat, go ahead, eat and you won't. It hurts. A blurred voice came out from within the devoured monster, and one could vaguely hear the gentle voice of a woman, only trembling from the immense pain. I didn't want to, he made me do it. The child whimpered as she surged her throat to swallow piece after piece, tearing at the gradually thinning monster. Originally, it was just several fourth-order monsters that had barely reached the threshold of fifth order after polymerization, and now it had actually broken through the fifth-order boundary after devouring it. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold as his muscular arm raised its palm upwards and an electric light surged forth. Thundering, 4Cs, Wu W? Similarly poked out his hands, the surrounding water vapor converging into a band of white stripes surrounding Qin Feng. This was a combination ability that belonged uniquely to little Wu Wu and Qin Feng. Thundering 4Cs. The two spirit styles cooperated together as Qin Feng swung his right arm down, a flash of light merging with Chao Kite Storm like the wrath of the god of thunder. The terrifying impact directly rolled up the entire school within hundreds of meters of calm. Just the aftershocks alone had to make the fourth-ranked Xiao Sanner grit his teeth to be able to withstand it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, they can't restrain themselves. Hiding at the back, Sui and Wu Wuan were unharmed. Sui laughed. You make a little more effort. Bake off all the vapor. Xiao Sanner's deed was as powerful as his brightly colored and spirited hair, which came from flames. However, because of a certain flaw, Xiao Sanner's fire only had form and quality but no meaning, but it was still good for roasting and warming. This should finish it off. Wu Wuan's trembling lips indicated that she was very restless right now. Sui looked towards the white-clothed person whose face was white and who muttered works under his breath, and said soothingly, "Who says it isn't? Work, my work, all ruined, all ruined." Ah. The man in white scratched his hair in a frenzy, in danger of falling into madness. The storm subsided, with only a small amount of electricity still running around. And gazing around, there was no trace of the monster in the dilapidated school building. Such good news made everyone except the man in white breathe a sigh of relief. But Xiao Shuliang's lips turned white as he muttered, "It's not over yet." It was only then that the crowd sensed a weak reaction from within that medical room, as if it was a newborn baby's general emanating breath, as if it could fail at any time, or as if it was gradually strengthening. The man in white laughed madly. "Ha ha ha ha, I've done it. My work, come and see. You guys, my work, this is my work. A unique work. It's called New Life." Sui directly gave the white man a slap on the face. "Wherever he came from, get lost." New Life? Chapter 24, The New Life. A soft murmur suddenly rang. Sui but do not know when the white man appeared around the other two white figures, but compared to the side of the two covered-up guys, the middle of the white man is removed the white cap, revealing a middle-aged man's slightly haggard face. There are still some redeeming qualities, but unfortunately it's a failure. The middle-aged man's words completely irritated the white man as he loudly rebuked. "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can this be a failure? He's a new student. You don't understand. None of you understand me." He didn't pay any more attention to the crazy white man. He was just here to confirm this work. For geniuses, it's not uncommon for concepts to be difficult to match. So far, it seems to be not bad. If this newborn work is not a failure, otherwise it will take a lot of effort to successfully gather such conditions again. Jiang Fan, since Jianghai City is a place that your lineage values, I can't intervene, so you can take it back later. The middle-aged man took another look at the newborn, and finally landed on Sui, and softly said, "It's a pity, if not for the Su family's identity pressure. Otherwise I really want to take you back to study." The voice gradually faded, along with the figure. Xiao Sanner stared at the remaining two white-robed men with wariness. If that middle-aged man he just couldn't deal with, so he simply didn't care. But these two were very easy to deal with at a glance. Sui shook his head and stood in front of Xiao Sanner, and said to the man named Zhang Fan, "I don't know if this is your real name, and even if it is, I guess it's hard to find out anything, but are you sure you want to take him?" Pointing at this crazy, half-kneeling man in white, Sui's face was filled with disgust. Zhang Fan looked at this teenager, remembering that gray figure that overlapped with Sui in the vortex of time and space dislocation. A trace of fear flashed through his heart. He was the white-clothed man who had used Little Aversion and the Weirdo as experiments at Muyuan High School, and was also a member of the Central Divine Academy. Unlike this white-clothed man kneeling on the ground who was not considered qualified to enter the Central Divine Academy for further training until this moment, Zhang Fan had already joined the Central Divine Academy for some years. Master's orders are hard to disobey. Sui, don't make it difficult for me, I've already stepped back once. The warning in his eyes was directly ignored by Sui, who stared at him and said, "If you take him, then please always have all your pieces ready. Don't ever fall behind." Zhang Fan grimaced. Sui couldn't see his embarrassed expression at the moment, but it was similar to what he guessed. A member of the Central Divine Academy was actually being threatened. It would be snickered at for the rest of one's life if it reached the ears of one's colleagues, so even Xiao Sanner was nervous. But what no one could have imagined was that Zhang Fan actually endured it, grabbing the white-robed man's collar and stepping back to step into the spatial displacement. "I can't help it. I'm offended." The words dissipated, Sui waited until the aftereffects of the spatial displacement dissipated before sitting down on his butt. The pressure that middle-aged man gave him was just too much. It was almost catching up with the time when his eldest uncle got angry. Seeing Sui like this, Wu Wu scoffed. "What are you pretending for? You're still paralyzed with fear." Sui didn't say anything, knowing that this was Wu Wu easing the atmosphere. But his mood was still very low, a sinner who deserved death by 1,000 cuts, being rescued in front of himself. This was indeed a thing that demoralized the will. The power of space? Looking at the place where Jiang Fan finally disappeared, Sui couldn't see how the middle-aged man disappeared. But Jiang Fan definitely couldn't do that. That's why he needed to utilize the power of spatial displacement. But of course it wasn't necessarily so, because Jiang Fan was trying to bring a little white man who hadn't been in contact with the power of the Middle Divine Academy. So he needed spatial displacement to be able to do so. The power of space was a very tempting subject for countries all over the world. The first recognized one was Magician Z. The second was the Central Theological Academy. And the third was constantly disputed. Some even suspected that the magician was the initiator of the Central Theological Academy's spatial power. And some even believed that the Central Theological Academy was promoted by the magician. But no matter what, the spatial control of the Central Theological Seminary was enough to be compared to that mysterious magician. On the other hand, holding the newborn Xiao Kite and Qin Feng returned to the roof together. Looking at the sleeping child, it was as if he had returned to his tender age of 3 or 4 years old. Go Wang was surprised. He shouldn't be the same as me, right? Xiao Kite also just couldn't spare his hands. Otherwise he would have definitely given him a violent chestnut. It was still Qiao Sun Liang who was honest, saying, according to various data analysis, he is only having a short flashback due to the instability of his own spiritual quality, and is no match for yours. Not being comforted at all, Wu Wuan sullenly followed behind. This mission was considered to be over. And as for the matter of the white-robed man from the Central Divine Academy, Qin Feng only asked a question about the seeming friendship between Sui and that Jiang Fan, without mentioning it. When he left the town, the mist formed by the escaping spirit quality had faded a lot, but that ghostly green color particle still shrouded the town, which was an internal problem belonging to the humans themselves. Even if the demon spirit did not intervene, the internal conflict between the humans themselves would never end. After returning to the base, only Qin Feng and Xiao Kite went to submit the mission report. The others directly paralyzed on the bed waiting for the mission summary a few days later. Sui sat cross-legged in the gravity room, staring in silence. Mission, the Lost Town. The core of the problem, internal disagreements within Trinity Institute led to a positively driven healing experiment turning into a product of abandonment, until someone turned his back on the Trinity Institute's philosophy, presumed to heal humanity itself with demonic spiritualization, and then rebelled against the Central God Research Institute. This person was called Gongxing, the insane white man who was taken away from the institute. In the early days of the Trinity Institute, the Central Theological Institute was still a controversial but still national-level organization, so the Trinity Institute was more like a subsidiary of the Central Theological Institute. Knowing that the Central Divine Institute stepped down, Trinity Institute had room to play. But unfortunately, the information and some of the ideas left behind by the Central Divine Institute were like a tumor rooted in almost every institute. Even after several major blood changes in Trinity Academy, they had to recognize this fact. Gongxing was the first batch of experimenters at the seaside town's convalescent institute, and the child was the last batch of patients to undergo the convalescent experiment, as well as an abandoned child. Under Gongxing's research, the child born with nerve damage resulting in paralysis of the lower limbs gradually becomes Sunny, has begun to be able to use crutches and wheelchairs to assist in walking, and his nurse's mother's attentive care is to make him feel at home in the nursing home. But this is not enough. As the experiment intensifies, patients with various illnesses begin to die of convulsions, and the program is forced to stop. In the face of the accusation, Gongxing, who was not the first person in charge, said, "Why was the Central Theological Seminary allowed to experiment with impunity in the first place? While we had to be too timid to act?" Gongxing, who had taken the liberty, was punished with a downward adjustment, and the sanatorium was abandoned and later converted into a school. The nurse adopted the child, but has been receiving Gongxing's private treatment, until Gongxing one day asked the child, willing to accept a more direct treatment, so that perhaps he can regain his life. It does not have to nurse mom to worry about him so much trivia, but also do not have to suffer from abandonment and stony-eyed. The child accepted, and on the day of the successful trial, the child opened his eyes and saw his mother, opened his arms and tried to hug her, only to find that she looked at him with disdain, as if he were a monster. When he grabbed his mom, a rampaging spike of flesh pierced him and her from behind, never to be parted. In order to cover up this experiment, the heartless Gongxing opened the original sanatorium's spiritual underground reserves without authorization. Together with the leak, there are also many toxic reagents enough to dissolve human tissue. the entire town was reduced to sustenance, blending into every floor, wall and corner of the town. So they don't die, because the town doesn't die. Mission completion, 91%. Mission evaluation, A-. Looking at the mission report, Sui also received more than 1,000 merit points, which was considered a rare settlement reward amongst the newcomers, higher than both Vengeance Sanner and Myrek. But everyone had no objections to this distribution. Just by the point of holding back the monster in the medical room for half a minute, it was enough to impress them. Afterward, Vengeance Sanner was even more doubly struck by the training up, and he assessed himself. In his place, if he were to be directly sealed in the coffin by Sui, I'm afraid he would be able to seal it up until Sui's spiritual quality was exhausted. Sui's spirit recovery speed was perverted, which made Xiao Sanner feel no sense of superiority at all for breaking through the 4th rank. In fact, if Xiao Sanner didn't have that defect, perhaps this wouldn't be the result. Sui can't do much about this. Xiao Sanner's deed is theoretically the same as his. Are not to take the deed into a contract shortcut road, but Sui spent more than 10 years before the last spell to complete the deed of the week to return to 1, and Xiao Sanner's difficulty is not so high, but only half of the success of the bar. The other half of the problem is on his own. Everyone can't help him. They can only try their best to provide him with an environment to break through the barriers. Where is the child? Sui asked casually. Xiao Xuanliang answered the question in place of the team leader. Trinity Hospital. After all, it's the raw material they designated to be recycled. Everyone fell silent. Even after personally accomplishing this task, they still couldn't be at peace with it. Why didn't the Nakagami Academy take this work with them? Go Wang's doubts began when the middle-aged man clearly recognized this work but chose to ignore it. Was it because he was a failure? Xiao Kite replied. On the one hand, they don't want to completely offend the investigation team. On the other hand, the child is indeed a failure. His spiritual strength always fluctuates between 1st and 6th rank, and at any time, there is the possibility of berserking or even completely demonizing the spirit. Oh, then look at it this way: the Chinese God Research Institute is quite principled. Sui sneered. Humph. The Trinity Institute isn't necessarily a good thing either. Qin Feng secretly nodded his head, but was stared at by Xiao Kite and hurriedly shook his head again. The mission sort of came to an end and everyone decided to go out for a get-together, which was sort of a reward after the completion of every big mission. In the picnic camp, Qin Feng was sitting by the campfire, while Wu Wuan and Xiao Sanner were fighting around Xiao Xuanliang. When the light wind blew, it duly sent a fragrant breeze, such a strong but not overly perfumed smell. Sui didn't need to look to know that it was second sister who had come. Gently patting down the grass, Xiao Kite sat beside Sui. How do you feel? Sui sipped his soda and said absently, there is a bit of disappointment, a bit of taking things for granted, a bit of incomprehension, and a bit of self-deprecation that this world is indeed like this. Oh, I mean this group of people. Xiao Kite pointed at the 4 people by the campfire, then pointed at herself, then looked at Sui and said, Group 037C isn't as bad as you think, right? A stunned expression appeared on Sui's face. This second sister was really out of her element. Yeah, a group of strange and weird people coming together adds a lot of anchor points to stay in this secretive and hard-to-find world. Sui laughed. I know that you are Su family, and I also know that you won't stay here forever. A small C group isn't enough, so we treat you sincerely, and you have to treat us sincerely as well. Oh, at least cherish this period of time with each other. Listening to these words, Sui didn't have the feeling of being poked and prodded with a sense of helplessness, and raised his cup to invite a drink. This is natural. Group 037C would always be Group 037C, and Sui was the 6th person who suddenly appeared, and the 6th person who shouldn't have joined. They were a broken but complete family. Sui was like a bystander, feeling this amicable kinship and participating in it but not daring to fully integrate. If, as Sui said, if the child could join this family, perhaps there would be another story. Can I go see the child? Xiao Kite helplessly got up and patted her skirt, playfully saying, I'll give it a try. There's no guarantee that it'll work. Sui wanted to blow some more wind. Wu Wuan hid directly behind Sui. Xiao San was so angry that he jumped up and down. Sui had no choice but to join them in this childish game. Trinity Academy's secret base in the south. Through the special glass, Sui looked at the child sitting on the edge of the bed looking at the garden outside. He pushed open the door and asked, Do you want to go out for a walk? The child nodded numbly, and this reaction also gave the observers of Trinity Hospital quite a shock. It was important to know that they only this mention of words like nurse, mother, father, and white man before the child would give back. And something like Sui getting a return from a normal exchange like this was completely out of their expectations. In light of this, they decided to let Sui push the child in the wheelchair to stay in the garden for so long. Sui looked at the child who had been staring at the fish in a daze. He knew that the child was able to walk on his own. It was just that the child himself had chosen to forget this fact. Kid, if you don't have a name, from now on, You can call yourself kid. The child tilted his head slightly and a voice came out of his mouth. Name? A warm and beautiful smile surfaced. She had once carried him away from the place that she had made into a home-like place and attached herself to him and said, "From now on, I'll be your mom. Your name is Chifan. Joe Chifan, okay?" Yes, the sound echoed in the garden. Even the water had a faint ripple. Sui left. In fact, there are still a lot of questions not asked, but after thinking about it, a lot of there are unnecessary. Children regret? This question he did not ask. Sui has his own answer. If the world in the beginning has not been gentle to you, then please close your eyes. When someone is willing to light up your world, please try to open it to see, because you are loved by the original self. The new life, too, is just a puppet piled up with sacrifices. Chapter 25, The Phantom Deed. As Shanghai City continues to evacuate the red fog, it has become difficult for the red fog to affect residents' daily lives. Supermarkets, shopping malls and schools are opening one after another. Sui also received the notice of the start of the school year when he was training at the base, and it was signed by his aunt. Thinking of Chao Chang and Yao Tianxue, who are also interns in the investigation team, Sui guesses that they will definitely be the role models for those who take leave, and it will be much less stressful for Sui to take leave again. Shin Feng had also suggested that Sui should either not go to class or not. With Sui's ability to go to college or not, there was actually not much of a problem. However, it was only a suggestion. Sui still had to go. After all, there was still a big injustice UMO waiting for Sui to answer his questions in the school. As for the issue of training, since Sui has basically reached the apex of his current stage, the training is just to make Sui's control over himself a bit stronger. Therefore, before the fourth stage, Sui had no intention of strengthening his training, but instead had more thoughts about spirit style. Ever since he had seen Magician Z and the Central Divine Academy's control over the power of space, Sui had an inexplicable tendency to always have a lingering conception of space in his mind. In all of Zhou Chei's 0 forms, there were quite a few that were related to space, and Sui was able to comprehend some of them, but it was really hard to form his own spiritual forms as urgently as he wanted to do now. Among the spiritual styles that Sui has mastered now, Wind Wave and Sealed Coffin belong to the upper change, Chess Altar is the lower change, and Misunderstanding Concept is the sneaky change. Although there was no connection between these spiritual forms and space, if Sui had some control over the power of space, it would be a great benefit to these spiritual forms. With just one hand of Wind Wave, it might be possible to reach the enemy the moment the spirit spreads, without giving time to react, so that even opponents who are stronger than himself can have a more restricting effect. Unfortunately, until the day school started, Sui had not been able to figure it out. Muyuan High School's opening season. Sui is back to the Su family. On the one hand is to uncle reported a piece. On the other hand also to the second uncle to make up for a smile. After all, greetings do not hit the runaway. More or less is not to give my second uncle face. Auntie still hasn't come back. Her house has been empty for a long time, right? Don't look at Su Mu now as a temperamental strong woman. But a long time ago she was also like a big girl rushing at her eldest uncle and grandfather to be pampered and sniping at Sui. Thinking of the possibility of encountering this unsuspecting director Su at the start of the school year, Sui's entire head hurt. After briefly chatting with Uncle 2 and Uncle 1 about the investigative team, Uncle 1 asked Uncle 2 to send Sui to school, and specifically instructed, "If you don't think it's a problem, tell your aunt that you can skip the class." Sui understood. "Uncle, this is hope that he will not be 4 in the morning. It is not easy to become a demon sealer, in the family or outside or, this learning is not necessary things." The second Uncle Sui sat on Sui's right side as usual, and the two of them didn't say a word during the whole journey. Finally, when Sui got off the car, Sui only said, "The black market side of things, Uncle Hua already know. You can do your thing. What trouble will be solved by the family?" Looking at Sui who was still standing straight, Sui laughed. "I didn't expect to have my second uncle wipe my ass when I grow up. Stinky brat." Second uncle's jab at Sui rightly ignored it, and stepped into Muyuan High School with a smile on his face. Growing up, Sui looked at Sui's back as he stepped into the sunlight and muttered, "Since when? The Black Rock Club was hidden really well by your kid. If it wasn't for your Uncle Hua watching over the black market, maybe we really thought that you were going to live this life in a common manner." He had an incomplete piece of information in his hand about the members of the Central Divine Court in Shanghai City. This was what Uncle Hua had brought fish to find the clay pot merchant in exchange for. And it was also from this time that he realized that Sui had unconsciously already had his own turf and connections in the black market. And even Uncle Hua's fish was no match for this kid. Sui had also received a complete file in his hand. There is even a free copy of the history of the Central Theological Seminary's development of the Atlas. The Atlas of the last inscription is the Potter's Pot logo, and a sentence, "Do not forget our deal." This information could not be said to have come in a timely manner. Zhang Fan's name was considered to be blacklisted in Sui's case. After briefly cleaning up inside the dormitory, Umo hadn't come yet, and Sui planned to go over to the girl's apartment to take a look. Although he was very confident in the heavenly desolate deed formation that he had laid down with his own hands, but after all, at that time, he was only a newcomer who had entered the third stage, and if it wasn't for the help of Uncle Hua's deed of the spirit of the Zhou, Sui hadn't had that intention at all. In the small garden, Sui stepped on the spot to conduct to the ground with his spiritual quality, and only after confirming that the heavenly desolate was still absorbing a steady stream of spiritual fog escaping from the source, did Sui feel relieved. However, it was obvious that someone had added a lot of auxiliary deed formations on top of the heavenly wasteland. Anyone who was able to take over a formation laid down by someone else and perfectly invoke it to assist in perfecting it would have to be at least a 7th-ranked master formation master, and have studied the writings of Han Dynasty such as the heavenly wasteland. Sui silently felt the perfected heavenly wasteland formation. If Uncle Hua casually constructed the formation between the 4th and 5th order, then the heavenly wasteland constructed by Sui was probably stabilized at the 5th order, and because of the nature of the Zhou deed it was able to be self-sustaining. Now, however, it was estimated to be at the 6th to 7th order level. This is still because Sui's technique is too rough, or Uncle Hua's technique is not smart, did not leave a good base for that master. Otherwise this master can directly build a master level deed array. Then this girl's apartment is estimated to be safer than the vast majority of places in Zhanghai City. Smiling to himself, Sui had nothing to say. He does understand a lot of things on the deed array, but the practical operation is really limited. Really, deed array, this thing is time consuming and labor intensive. If you go to engage in a big project that is not necessarily engaged in a pot of iron, without a large family to provide for, which formation masters also can't show off this skill, like the path of dual cultivation of formation and spirit style, very few people could go far. Most of them arrived at the bottleneck of a certain aspect, and only then would dabble in other fields. Sui himself knows of the dual masters. The principal of the military school is one. The potter is barely a merchant. Sui is not sure if the Su family has Sui, however, at Master Su's age. Even if he didn't dabble in array formation in his early years, it is estimated that he can also be mixed with a master now. Not to mention, Sui is not too far behind in these two aspects, and he may even be a bit faster in the array. The accumulation of those years plus the systematic learning in the military school, so that Sui has already taken a few steps in the chi formation. Unlike the spirit style which is still just starting out, the moment he thought of spirit style, Sui started to get a headache again regarding the spatial comprehension. It was really hard to top. When Umo didn't come, Sui wandered around the campus alone, mainly stepping on the spot where he was that night again. He always felt that there was something wrong. If both the Odd Man and the Central Divine Academy had foreseen Sui's actions in advance, then why was Umo not in trouble at all? Did the Odd Man have any ability to shield perception or even cognition? It made it impossible to detect it, and then stood in the shadows observing Sui. If it was Zhang Fan who had made the move, then a lot of questions could have found a breakthrough. But what about Zhang Fan's purpose for doing so? It wouldn't do him any good, and it even exposed a lot of information out. What was the role of the Central God Research Institute in the Red Mist incident? And was it merely a bystander? Too many questions clogged in Sui's chest. He needed to use the authority of the Investigation Bureau's team leader to figure out some things, even if there was no correct answer. He also wanted to confirm some conjectures. Monitoring room and the security room inside. Almost 24 hours a day someone on duty. But to work, touching the fish is always a norm. Normally, no one would think of anything unusual. With the help of the Bureau of Investigation's identity, Sui was released by the security guards, thanks to Yang Feng's group of investigators as the forerunner. He had brushed a wave of presence. Otherwise the security guards would have driven Sui away as a liar. Looking at such a surveillance split screen, Sui actually wanted to come here long before he carried out his mission. He didn't know if the investigation team had investigated this surveillance. If the investigation was backed up, then it was nothing. Sui wasn't afraid of others knowing about this violation of school rules and regulations. But if it was destroyed, it would be troublesome. Sui wanted to know that night. Did the strange man appear in the end? And what kind of state Umo was in after he was taken away by Xiao Xiao? Ever since he knew that the Central Divine Academy was behind Little Adulterer and the strange man, Sui's heart had always been uneasy. When the surveillance screen fell to the small garden that night, the screen showed Sui there, sketching into the air as if he was possessed, and apart from some unusual winds, Sui didn't see anything unusual. But since the red aura flashed and Sui swooped out and disappeared, Umo in the corner of the screen suddenly froze, then got up to face the direction of the surveillance camera, picked up his cell phone, clicked it, and then fainted. The screen went strangely quiet, and Sui saw the white-clothed figure with the strange man appear immediately afterward. However, they did not look in the direction of the girls' dormitory, but towards the place where Umo had fainted. Not knowing what had happened, Jiang Fan nodded and disappeared. But the strange man did not follow Jiang Fan. Then again, the empty little garden only had a fainted UMO until Uncle Hua appeared and picked up the cell phone. Misplaced concepts. Weird changes. Suyi's first thought was this, but he quickly overrode this guess. Not to mention whether there was anyone who had opened the Zhou Qi in the correct way as he had done, but just the spiritual style of Gue changes alone. It would be impossible for the exact same comprehension to occur. Moreover, the concept of misrepresentation only affects the judgment of human consciousness. Across time and space and monitoring can affect. Suyi is really not lifting himself up. This is too incredible. So it should be another kind of power that controlled UMO. From the moment Suyi was swept away by the little demon spirit, or even earlier, this mysterious person had appeared. But was UMO always UMO? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a pit that Suyi had stepped into without realizing it. The ability to change one's perception. This ability was just like Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly, whether it was a butterfly entering a dream or a dream transforming into a butterfly, or something else. The fact that such a thing had appeared in the small Muyuan high school was not untraceable. This kind of deed was a taboo on all the ancient records. The covenants of the 100 schools of thought, the lineage of prosperity, later generations of the so-called phantom deed, dream deed and even the Easy Lord's easy deed are all the deed branches of the easy lineage. But no matter which kind of deed branch, Suyi has never heard of any of them, and is able to reach this unimaginable point. Even if it was an illusory deed, it was only a fabricated illusion that could be mistaken for the real thing, and there were always flaws to be found. But Suyi carefully recalled that night. From the beginning to the end he only thought that was UMO. Everything that UMO did was in line with Suyi's perception of UMO, as if this UMO was completely imagined by Suyi himself. If Suyi wasn't sure that he didn't have a history of mental illness, he was really worried that he wasn't a psychopath. Although he couldn't be sure that it was the path of the easy traveling lineage. If there was anyone else in the entire demon sealing realm who could do this, there was no one else who could do it. According to the information given by the merchant of the clay pot, a researcher from the Middle God Research Institute named Joy had appeared in Zhanghai City a long time ago, and every time she appeared, the scope of her appearance was almost always centered around Muyuan High School. Is that her? Joy, who had joined the Central Divine Academy 7 years ago. Suyi quickly suppressed this more and more disorganized thoughts. He was about to wind himself up. Every member of the Central Theological Academy deserved to be treated with caution. At the end of the video, Suyi also had another question. Did Uncle Hua not see it either? Or did he see it but didn't intend to tell himself? In that case at least it proved that the person behind the scenes was only acting as an enabler and had no intention of entering the game, and naturally didn't have a murderous heart towards Suyi. Suyi also did not destroy the video, since the destruction in Do Not Destroy may be a trap. Then rather than take the initiative to send up to be used as a knife, Suyi think it would be better to take a step back and be a waste of time on the side first. He didn't want to somehow get caught up in the storm again, especially if he was involved with the Central Divine Academy. Walking out of the guard room, Suyi looked at his cell phone. The message was still there. So, is this also what I sent to Uncle Hua? Without an answer, Suyi silently walked towards the classroom. Chapter 26, The Middle School of Divinity. Suyi, who was bored, spent the entire evening study hall in researching information. The only thing that had distracted him was the fact that Tan Yuan hadn't come for some reason. Considering the impact and aftermath of the red mist, this time the start of school was not mandatory. Suyi felt that in the next 2 days, he could pay a visit to the Tao family. The information given by the claypot merchant was indeed worth every penny. Not only did he give Suyi a copy of the Central Divine Academy's movements in Zhanghai City in the last few years, he even revealed some of the internal composition of the Central Divine Academy. Unlike the Trinity Institute, which had adopted the system of building separate hospitals, the Chinese Divinity Institute had only one president as its absolute leadership core. And the project aspect was also very different. Trinity Courtyard was a collective project, often formed after problems had already arisen and the headquarters had asked them to solve the problems. The Central Theological Seminary is to have the initiative much more. They are to their respective strengths as the core to build team members, put forward theories and form the project. Only some of the dean personally issued the project will need to bid on their own. It can be said that the Chinese Academy of Divinity is a group of geniuses with their own obsessive pursuits, enjoying the best resources, and doing the things that best suit their hearts. 1 house, 3 presidents, and 9 groups were the basic structure of the Central Theological Seminary. This 1 house is the president, 3 long is 3 chairmen of the board of directors. The division of labor is different. 9 groups is a kind of generalized name for the internal group team of the China Theological Seminary. In the early days there are really only 9 groups or less than 9 groups of the appearance, but nowadays, it is unknown how many formal members and graduate students there are in the seminary. Some people have lamented the establishment of the Chinese Academy of Divinity to do things is still considered semi-transparent, which is separated from the establishment of the Chinese Academy of Divinity, basically is the king of the mountain. Free very much. Sui focused on Jiang Fan's information. Jiang Fan, a graduate student in the 15th year of the Central Theological Seminary, had joined the Central Theological Seminary for more than 5 years, but hadn't produced any works. According to the speculation of the Merchant of the Clay Pot, it was probably a painting in the 12th year that attracted the attention of one of the chairmen of the board of directors of the Central Theological Seminary, who was also regarded as a kind of boile, and introduced it to the head of the special group of alienation, that is, Jiang Fan's current mentor, Su Muzi. The picture of that painting was also in the profile. It was an oil painting with the name Fairy Tale. Below was a golden yellow wheat field, and on the field were attentive harvesting farmers wiping off their sweat, while in the distance, the village and the smoke from the cooking fires seemed to be arranging rewards for the farmers for their hard work. Going just this way, it seemed to be quite a wonderful painting, but it couldn't be said to be colorful. Strangely enough, the background of the entire painting was a blood-red abyss, which vaguely had the implication of devouring the painting. This sense of impact had a kind of psychologically distorted aesthetic. However, Sui was still unable to obtain an explanation from it. Could such a painting alone impress a council chairman? If the chairman of the board of directors was good at this, Sui suggested that he should go to a mental hospital to sneak around, and he might be able to get some even more twisted masterpieces. Unable to see the way out, Sui had to put it aside for now. The rest said that Jiang Fan entered Zhanghai City 2 years ago, and purchased real estate in a deserted area. Other trivial things Sui browsed through, found that this guy is probably a bit obsessive-compulsive disorder. Buy things in a supermarket. Drinks only green tea. Meals do not want cilantro and onions. Once you find out that you have to ruthlessly pick out. Sui, who couldn't stand to watch, scrolled down directly. When the 4 words Muyuan High School appeared in the line of sight, Sui slowed down. It was a renovation of Muyuan High School a year and a half ago, in addition to repairing some roof leaks, but also with a patch of paint. Outside, brushed shiny. Sui remembers very clearly. It was also that year that all the dormitories were air-conditioned, and no longer divided into air-conditioned dormitories, a division that was complained about. It was also the year that Jiang Fan was involved as a technician in the construction team. The area he was responsible for, coincidentally, was the girls' apartment, and coincidentally, he proposed not to renovate the utility room that was no longer in use. In other words, after this, Muyuan High School had already become the source of the red mist. Only due to the devouring of the little demonic spirits did the red mist not spread. But why was it Muyuan High School? Sui thought of something, but for that person behind the scenes who was suspected to have mastered the deed of the easy traveling lineage, Sui had deep scorn. In addition to Jiang Fan, Su Muzi's information also mentioned some, but they are all old, and Su family also dabbled. This kind of thing Sui is not good to think about. What? Anyway, Su old man has not fallen. Surely it is his old man's headache to go. The information about Joey is even less. Sui also did not report any expectations. On the contrary, the middle-aged man who had been on a mission before and had only appeared for so long was actually in this. His name was Bai Shan. Bai Shan was an official member of the 3rd generation of the Central Divine Academy, while Su Muzi belonged to the 1st generation. Bai Shan was originally an expert in neural connections, and in a mine explosion, he used a not yet mature technology to rescue a miner, causing the miner, who had inhaled some kind of spiritual quality that escaped from the mine explosion and produced a mutation, to mutate again. The second mutation was something that even as the leader of the mutation specialization group, he was rarely willing to do. The first mutation was still just a process of unstable transformation from human to demonic spirit, a process that was dangerous but within a controllable range. Even demon sealers could now stabilize and control this power, such as Yang Feng. But what the secondary mutation represented was the uncontrollability of the secondary superposition. It was completely impossible to predict the direction of the next mutation, and that was most likely an existence that no demon spirit was willing to accept. But Hakusen did so, and succeeded in letting the miners survive, in the form of human beings, but the spirit was heavily contaminated. This accidental work is called a black hole. It means that the spiritual evolution of human beings is like a black hole. You know it's dangerous, but you still can't help but explore it until you fall deep into it, and then you are swallowed by the black hole or become a black hole. White Mountain. This name was a real name. Sui had once seen this name on a report. As one of the first neurosurgeons to go to the border, the name Bai Shan stood out. He had been the chief doctor of Guohong Hospital and had won many awards, but after a certain day no one had ever reported on him again, and just a few days ago, he had appeared in front of Sui. So, was this the charm of the Central Divine Academy? Or did it mean that geniuses like this would also go down the path of isolating the world because the world couldn't fulfill them? Sui felt that he might have thought too narrowly. The Central Divine Academy did not isolate the world. It was the world that rejected the Central Divine Academy. Unable to argue out a reason, Sui stopped thinking deeply about this issue. When he returned to the dormitory at night, when he saw Umo, Sui was just playful as usual, until the night was deep and quiet. Umo, do you still remember what we all did that night? Sui stared at the bedboard on the bed, not caring if Umo was asleep or not, and suddenly asked. Umo, who also had something on his mind, of course didn't fall asleep either, and replied, of course I remember. I remember that you went behind my back and secretly gathered up 3 gourds of so much spiritual chi, and then left me high and dry, and then went to trap the demonic spirit by yourself, and that demonic spirit seemed to be red in color. I didn't get a good look at it, the aura was too thin, so it had to be sensed by a deed in order to exist in perception, and powerful demonic spirit possesses spirit quality with extremely high purity, just like ordinary people can also see the red mist, then the demonic spirit is powerful to a certain extent, it will also be seen by ordinary people. And little aversion belonged to nightmares, which were a bit more illusory. Since Umo still remembered this, Sui was at least relieved, which meant that the Umo beside himself during the trapping process was not a figment of his own imagination, nor was he being controlled. However, Sui turned to ask, what about after I was captured by the little demon spirit? I don't know. I thought you passed out just like me. I woke up in my old home, such a remote place, and I don't know who's so capable. Umo's heart was cold when he thought about the so many days he lost the internet. As expected, Sui recalled the weird scene in the surveillance. It seems that after he disappeared, Umo's cognition was modified and was dictated by the mysterious person to send out that message, but he himself was unaware of it. Umo, give up occultism. Umo, who had raised his interest, wilted and muttered, why do you say that too? My mom, my uncle, and they all said the same thing, saying that I'm not doing my job and reading some extracurricular book every day. You think so too? That's not true, but the more you delve into the occult, the closer you are to that world and the more dangerous it will be. I mean, you're a nerd with no hands. It's better to live in silence. Sui then brainwashed. Think about it. You get into a good university, and walk to the marriage hall with Fansiki as a childhood friend. How nice to be happy. What? Fansiki, that tigress? Umo's voice was a few decibels higher, flatly refusing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of concern is this? Sui is also helpless. Actually, I know that you are doing me a favor. From your words, it's obvious that either you are in trouble or I am in trouble, but I wish I could see more than just the metal in front of me. Sui had to ask, then, after you have seen such a horrible demonic spirit, do you still have any ideas? I want to write a book, include in all the demon spirits, and then draw it into an atlas, like the Shanhaijing. It will become a classic legend of the occult. Umo thought freely. Name, how about the name Demon Spirit Notes? Not good. With your current eyesight, it's estimated that you won't even be able to walk out of Jianyuan province. Not to mention Umo. Sui didn't think that the company's efforts over the past few decades would be able to include all the information on all the demon spirits. So it's only with the power of the internet. Umo laughed. Build a forum, I'll be the forum master. How about giving you a vice forum master? No. Fansiki would definitely not agree if she knew. So let's give you a vice forum owner. Or you can be an administrator. Whoever makes any small moves you can directly kick him off. Sui also smiled. He suddenly felt that this could really be a good idea. What about a name? Let me think about it. Mysterious Forum? No. This one seems to have it. The forum owner is a professor, come to think of it. How about Terror Forum? It's suspected of spreading terrorist information. It won't work either. Then what to call it? Sui, you also help think about it. Then let's call it the Demon Spirit Forum. Simple and hassle-free. Umo felt that this name was too random, but he couldn't think of anything better, so he could only say, then let's call it this. Vulgar is vulgar. The night that the Demon Spirit Forum was established was also accompanied by its first post being passed down. Chapter 27, Demon Spirit Forum. Since it's called the Demon Spirit Forum, let me tell you a story. A story about a town that was forgotten. If you write it up as a post, maybe there will be Taoists who will come to support it. Sui omitted part of the information and told the story of what happened in that town. The town was a seaside pension town with no special name, because the scenery was good and the climate was good. Many old people were willing to stay here to retire, so this town roughly had so many kinds of people. Old people, nurses who took care of the old people, doctors, children, and teachers. The main characters of the story are also called by these names for the time being. The old people have been living in this town for a long time. They are very kind and get along well, even when they are faced with the new team of healthcare professionals who come to communicate with them. After seeing the advanced technology and medical methods out there, It seems that everyone is becoming more and more trusting of the medical staff, even when they want to collect some samples and data. Until the doctors were not satisfied with the current results, they wanted to test some more advanced technology to create a disease-free and long-life town for the old people in the town. But the old people felt that there was no need to do that, because the doctors had done enough, and the old people's lives were getting better and better. The old people really do not understand. Why try some high-risk technology? Why try risky techniques just for the so-called high returns without the pain and suffering? The originally happy town was divided under this contradiction, which also indirectly led to the division of the medical team. After a period of stalemate, most of the members were pushed back by the old people's various suspicious glances and chose to leave the town. However, a small number of the medical staff integrated into the life of the town and even married and had children here. The once bustling sanatorium is now deserted, and people have gradually forgotten what it used to be like. But when the disabled children who had been raised by the nursing home appeared in front of the old people again, they became angry. They wanted to drive these unwanted children out of the town, and they made life difficult for them in every aspect of their lives, because in their opinion, these children are the products of the so-called new technology of the medical staff. In order to protect these so-called problem children, the nurses who know the truth choose to adopt them and work hard to give them a normal life. Even with the kindness of the past, there is still no stopping the malice that has spilled over into this town. In school, troubled kids are the unwanted, the ostracized. In apartments, they're the things that get pointed at. On the road, they're the eyesores and the punching bags. Maybe problem children are supposed to get used to this, but the nurse mom who raises them hides in a corner and cries under this invisible pressure. For a change, they opened the dusty door. The old people used to scare the children, saying, "Behind that door there are demons bred by bad people who will eat people." It was long and gaping and mutilated, but there was nothing behind the door, only barren grass and cold. When the trial began, the doctor's father asked, "Are you sure you want to undergo such a trial?" Even the old men, who had half a foot in their coffins, refused. The children, who had not yet grown up, were brave enough to be the first pioneers. During the trial, the children imagined that they would no longer have any physical disabilities, and that they would be able to go to school every day, holding the hand of their nurse and mom, and happily greeting their classmates after school. In such a beautiful dream, they became victims. The doctor's father watched with regret as they dissolved into a puddle of foul-smelling liquid and looked over to the next child, a child who was paralyzed and immobile in his lower limbs. "Are you coming?" The child clutched the nurse's mother's hand, trying not to look at what had happened to his companions. How he wished at this time that it was his eyes that were crippled, or maybe it was his sense of taste. If it had been just himself, the child probably would have cried out in fear. But it was better to die than to drag the nurse's mother down with him. If he was hated even when he lived, he would probably still be hated when he died, except that he would never have to care again. The child agreed. During the experiment, the child had a beautiful dream, the same dream the kids had. He was running through the grass with the bright sun behind him, and he was running towards his mom nurse who was sitting on the grass waving at him. They hugged each other in the dream, and the child, who was in so much pain that he was convulsing and contorting outside of the dream, had to hug the nurse's mom as well. If an old man were here, he would probably exclaim, "Monster." The monster child dissolved into the same liquid as his companions, but after absorbing them, he struggled and twisted into shape from it, and with the thick arms that extended from his body, he embraced his mother nurse, wrapping himself around her as if he was afraid she would abandon him. It wasn't until the pain that pierced both of them brought the child to his senses that it became clear to him what had happened. The only people left in the nursing home were him and the nurse in his arms, who had been stabbed through the chest. The panicked child desperately sought help, but his father, who was a doctor, refused to respond to him. Completely bereft of his spiritual support, the child desperately tries to instill in his mother the energy that sustains him, the energy that keeps him alive. He doesn't realize, comes from his dead companions and the children he has transformed into spirits. When his own spiritual essence was not enough to awaken the nurse's mother, he lost his mind and opened the underground laboratory by instinct, destroying the originally closed spiritual essence memory, causing a large amount of spiritual essence and chemicals to be released at the same time. The child, who had already stabilized his form, dissolved again, and the large amount of spiritual essence caused him to repeat the molding. Soon, the escaping spiritual essence and chemical poison gas rushed towards the town. All the old people became angry and violent, and after inhaling the poisonous gas, their bodies gradually dissolved in place, but the high concentration of aura allowed them to reassemble the materials that had already dissolved into the surrounding things into their bodies, turning them into the monstrous monsters they hated the most. The child who awakens doesn't care what happens to the town, and puts his mother in the school nurse's office where she works. He prays for his father's assistance, but the father wants the kid to eat his mom and sees the kid as his perfect creation, a new life. In the end, the child, who refused to be a work in progress, falls into a deep sleep, which is the only thing that can make him stop his desire to devour. Soon afterward, a group of paraprofessionals enters the area. After Sui finished telling the story, Umo couldn't help but ask, "You're telling this as if you've experienced it yourself. It can't be true, right?" But Umo denied it himself. "It must be a fake. Such a big thing doesn't see a news." Laughing softly, Sui slowly asked, "How about putting this story into the first post of the forum?" Umo hadn't actually thought about how to run this forum that still only existed in the program. Since Sui said so, then he thought it would be good. Maybe such a story could be used as a gimmick. Okay. Sui then went on to ask, "Then what do you think each character in this story represents? Old people, doctors, nurses, children, problem children, teachers?" After pondering carefully for a while, Umo maintained his rationality and said, "The old people are like assholes who only enjoy welfare but are not willing to pay. The medical staff are probably some kind of scientific research workers, except that some of them are still relatively restrained, while some of them are more aggressive, and are presumably triggering something that leads to their expulsion. The children are probably the perpetrators of violence in schools and cold violence. The problematic children are the victims, teachers, the redeemers, I guess." To this, Sui did not make much comment, but only reminded, "You left out a nurse. Isn't she with the doctor?" Sui shook his head. "In my opinion, the old people are human beings. The doctor is a moralizer with a dangerous tool. The children represent the malice of everyone in the town. And the problematic children are the perpetrators even if they are the victims. And as for the nurse, she's a tool that carries the original sin." Umo digested this for a while before asking weakly, "This isn't true, is it?" "Of course, this is just a story." Sui continued, "You might as well post our insights. Maybe it will spark more discussion." This proposal was adopted by Umo. "Sui, is it true that I can't become a demon sealer like you?" Umo had been immersed in the occult for so long, he was more or less aware of the existence of the Chi One and also the demon sealer, and apart from not having seen a demonic spirit with his own eyes, he was actually considered half of the circle. Even Umo guessed that the so-called monster in that story should be the demon spirit, and the energy is the spirit quality. It does if there isn't any luck. In the demon sealing realm, there were both positive and evil paths to become a demon sealing master. However, either path would not be able to get around the deed texts, which were firmly controlled in the hands of the major clans and officials. Even the inheritance of loose cultivators involved factions and organizations. It could be said that it was almost impossible to become a clean demon sealer. Even if one was gifted, it was impossible to create a deed out of thin air. Learning and borrowing to form a new system would in turn create a series of interest issues. So the best way for an outsider to become a demon sealer was actually to join the officials. Most of the sub-deeds, although worse, were realistically possessing the power of a demon sealer. Sui comforted, "Even if you can't become a demon sealer, you may not be unable to come into contact with the official bigwigs if you can go far enough in the occult. At that time, you will also be considered a meat and potatoes. Mysticism nowadays is also considered to be a systematic inclusion of the history of demon sealing from ancient times to the present day, even if it is not as real and reliable as those family records. But the abstract storytelling techniques can be easily accepted by most people. On the other hand, mysticism tries to expound on covenants and spiritual qualities, as well as demonic spirits and spiritual contamination in a modern and scientific way. If it really succeeded, perhaps occultism would also be truly incorporated into the realm of science." Umo also recognized Sui's words. The field of occultism was a fertile soil. Few people opened it up while few explored it to a deeper level. And it could be said that most occult researchers were at a level where the gap was not too big. This was an absolutely irresistible temptation for many young people. That's it. The two people with their own thoughts gradually fell asleep, and they didn't know if they would still be able to talk as openly as they did today when tomorrow came. Demon Spirit Forum Creation Application Passed. Forum Owner Umo. First post, the town that was left behind. There is an egg at the end of the story. Inputting your own comments about each character of the story will produce different story endings based on different inputs. And this egg was the ability Sui had given to the Demon Spirit Forum with the help of his brain authority. Similarly, the generation of the Demon Spirit Forum was also recorded into the brain in the first place. As the head member of the brain, it was logical that he shouldn't be affected by such a small matter. But Yu Yang was paying attention. This small distraction was captured by the other members. What's wrong? The previous generation's head member's consciousness accessed in, and along the traces of Yu Yang's distraction, he also saw what happened in the Demon Spirit Forum. "It's just a forum. Did you see anything?" Yu Yang shook his head. "It's because I didn't see anything that it's surprising." The name Sui was not a fixed note on Yu Yang's list. He was like a virus full of uncertainty, causing Yu Yang to be concerned for a moment or two. However, it was true that he did not see anything in that moment of distraction that there was anything wrong with the Demon Spirit Forum, and from the various deductions, he just got a forum with universal science and popularization of the occult. But it was such a conclusion without any uncertainty, coupled with the name Sui, that made even Yu Yang couldn't help but have a headache. Let's see. That night, Sui and Umo returned to the dormitory and checked the news from the forum. Umo was in a somewhat apprehensive mood, knowing that the sudden alert sound of his tablet in class had startled his teacher, and Umo, a good student, had never done anything to disappoint his teacher. This is the first time. Forum browsing records show that just during the day there are more than 700 people who have browsed the Demon Spirit forum, more than 300 forwarding, and more than 500 comments. Love to eat cilantro, forum greatly. What kind of netherworld stories are you doing here? Dare to come to some young world ones? The light of the right way of the human world. I think these old people are really selfish. If they don't do it, they don't do it, and they still kick people out, really. The bus doesn't allow the seat and still morally abducts them. Nameless Junior, hey, the one upstairs. Why don't you go be a guinea pig if you're so articulate? Nothing else to say, if you ask me. The character of the doctor is just nuts. Totally a base of a big boss behind the scenes. God said one more time, this kid can't do it. If I were him I'd be even crazier than he is. How can you just say you're sleeping? Not counting. Reopen. Little Pudding, what does this ending mean and why did it trigger death? Going through the records, Sui noticed a few interesting comments. The first was Little Pudding's death egg, an all-consuming ending where the team of teachers forming the missionary team was engulfed by the monster personified by the town. There are a variety of triggers for this ending, but they all ultimately focus on the children. No one but the doctor's father, who witnessed the truth, can say with certainty that the murderer is a child. So once that conclusion is confirmed it triggers a rampage, which feels like the brain kind of gives the game its character. On top of that, there was a side post made by a senior member of director who after joining the forum members. First of all, towns like this are real throughout the history of the occult. Secondly, I personally believe that the doctor is some contemporary researcher and scholar who actually came into contact with the demonic spirit field, and in a desperate attempt to develop technology from it that could benefit mankind, triggered an unforeseen disaster. The catastrophe created the town that was left behind and gave the children in question a power beyond that of mortals. What is known in the occult as a non-solid energy, a psychic quality. This psychic quality is intensely uncontrollable because it is not acquired or developed in the traditional sense, but rather resembles an implant or graft. In the end, the point of the nurse is the one that maintains a child's sanity. So don't be a deadbeat, fellow forumites. UMO was looking at it with a TSK, almost certain that this was a scholar of the occult, and thinking that he actually had such a scholar on board right at the beginning. UMO was practically bursting into smiles. Sui didn't care about this. Looking at the comment that a person named Yuer Yang had just posted, the world's mold is in the eyes of man, so it is determined by man, and the world of man is not in the eyes of man, so it is not only by man. This sentence, Sui has a deep understanding, and far away in the capital city of the brain chief Yuyang, is lying quietly in the chaotic data branch line composed of the long sky days. He thought, perhaps let the demon spirit forum become less certain is not it in line with the expectations? Chapter 28, Fourth Order Spirit Formation. It had been nearly a week since the start of the school year, and UMO had been soaking in the Demon Spirit Forum almost every night, organizing and uploading his own occult research findings over the years. To Suyi's surprise, UMO had only seen the source of the Zhou deed appear once, but he had actually been able to link up a system of deeds with the Zhou deed at its core. Sui had never even seen any of the deeds that extended from the source of the Zhou deed, but UMO froze with his excellent brain and turned out all these things that were left in the nooks and crannies of history and made detailed divisions and introductions, although most of them favored speculation and deduction. To be able to do such research was enough to show that UMO's intuition in this area was a talent. During this week, the number of registered forum resident members had reached 1,000, and there were even 100 senior members. Sui looked at the discussion threads, and for the first time, he had a different view on the unrealistic goal of getting most people to accept the demon spirit world. However, if he wanted the demon spirit forum to grow to that point, there was still a long way to go. These days, Sui had also picked up a few small quests online in the quest center through C+ level permissions, sort of ridding the neighborhood of harm. There was one more mission this evening, and the tasks at hand were basically considered all completed. The reason Sui was so diligent in doing missions was naturally to accumulate merits. The company's merits were naturally of little use in other units, but within the company, they were the most valuable currency. A large number of items in the redemption center are clearly marked as redeemable with merit, and of course they can also be redeemed with contribution value. However, who is free to redeem these things with contribution value? One contribution value was equal to 100 merit points, but merit points were often available while contribution values were rare, so contribution values were almost never used to exchange for merit points. The items in the exchange center are naturally divided into grades. 100 merit points or less is the first grade, 100 to 1,000 is the second grade, 1, 000 to 10, 000 is the third grade, and further up is the items that can only be exchanged with contribution value. What Sui was looking at now was an item in the third grade. The empty vector, obtained from the third relic, was an arrow with a certain amount of spatial power, because it is a matching bow. So the empty vector is also very few people are willing to exchange. Now there are about a dozen in stock. Exchange price, 3 empty vectors 1,700 merit points. The settlement of the last mission. Sui got more than 1,300 merit points. A week of small tasks down there are about more than 500 merit points. Now there is still one last small task can be submitted. This empty vector was the most cost-effective item for Sui to realize the power of space. To realize the power of space, there were naturally better things in the company, except that it wouldn't just be 3 grades that could be exchanged, but at least there had to be enough contribution value to do so. Unfortunately, Sui has only joined the company for less than a month, and he has not been able to participate in any large-scale collective actions, not to mention the contribution value. Sui looked at the 0 contribution value and silently opened the mission information. The last small mission was still to clean up demonic spirits. This type of mission was the most common type of mission both in ancient times and nowadays. The location was a small district in the East Ring Road, and according to the intelligence, someone had already encountered this demonic spirit. The blurry display on the photo only shows a roughly humanoid-like form, and those who don't know would think it's some kind of psychopathic murderer. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to determine what that thing was with the naked eye, but an ordinary person with a spiritual mass reactor could at least determine the demonic spirit's true existence and location. For demon sealers, the strange powers of ordinary people had long been something they were used to. Traveling through the night, Sui's loose-fitting coat and hat covered his figure. Although it is only 8 o'clock in the evening, but the street has not many people, so it seems that this neighborhood is particularly spooky. Generally in old neighborhoods, security guards are more symbolic than practical. Even if one waltzed in, there wouldn't be any problems. However, Sui still cast the guile changes misconception, misconfiguring all the concerns within a certain range of his circumference into something that Sui had never appeared before. This was still learned from the means of that prosperity lineage. Just dabbling a little, Sui raised his head to look at the highest building. Eyeballing to the very top floor must also have 23 meters or so. Take the elevator all the way up to the 8th floor. Sui grasped the window of the stairwell and leaped to the top of the building. Bright moonlight to Sui's ink-colored coat lit up some of the colors, but could not illuminate the darkness in the corner of the district. Sui took off his hat and swept his eyes across the entire neighborhood. The spirit sensation was still stable within the neighborhood, indicating that the demonic spirit still had not left the area. However, Sui was unable to determine the location of this demonic spirit within the neighborhood. This was the characteristic of demonic spirits that were extremely stealthy. In this regard, it had to be the spirit formation that was good. Casually throwing out a pair of calligraphy and painting under the moonlight suddenly dispersed into a burst of spiritual light, dispersing towards the entire neighborhood, yet echoing each other. When all of them were in place, from Sui's perspective, all of the spiritual light was connected into a formation. At the center of the spiritual formation was an exotic beast, Shi, which was imitated by the spiritual quality. The brave animal absorbed the moonlight and became brighter and brighter. Stepping on the formation diagram paved with spirit light as a floor, the brave used his powerful sense of smell to lock onto the location of the demonic spirit. In the north, a demonic spirit covered in black aura walked out from the corner. As the demonic spirit appeared, it was no longer difficult to suppress Pixie's ferocity, and all of the spiritual light from the spirit formation converged on Pixie's body, making him more and more solid, and vaguely spreading out the ferocious might of a Fey beast. Roar, stepping on the star astral, followed by the moon condensation. The star and moon brave engraved by Xiaozhou's own handwriting, completely revealing the unruly and untamed posture. Sui didn't think to dictate to a spirit formation that didn't belong to him. Since this brave was so ferocious, it was just right to take him to test the waters. It was only a 4th-order spirit formation. Even with the help of the moonlight condensation, it was still difficult to maintain it for too long. So the more ferocious beasts, on the contrary, the more suitable to become the core of the low-order spirit formation. While fully utilizing the aggressiveness of the spirit formation, it didn't require too much manipulation by the engraver. It was simply a good fighter that saved effort and heartache. The brave man rushed towards the black aura demonic spirit. His unicorn horn picked upwards and toppled the demonic spirit in midair, and a spiritual impact that aggregated spirit formations and moonlight all bombarded the demonic spirit's body. But the demonic spirit did not have any painful color. Even if you can obviously feel the demonic spirit some collapsed black chi, but the demonic spirit as if it did not feel anything in general. This strange reaction made Sui cautious, and a bad guess appeared in his heart. Little aversion. Sui raised his hand in the form of a drawn bow. and the little anomaly on Suyi's shoulder jumped up and transformed into a scarlet longbow that appeared in Suyi's hand. Drawing the bow to the full moon, Suyi lightly drank. Moonlight Pixie, return. A roar rises up to the sky. The ferocity of the brave obviously does not allow him to bow down, however. When the brave's greenish-white pupils collide with the Jochi that surfaces in Suyi's eyes, they instantly become honest. Although he was still a bit reluctant, this was after all only a fourth-order spirit formation, and it was difficult to give the brave more spirituality. Stepping on the star deity, the brave ran to the moon. Using the moonlight to condense the vector, the greenish-white arrow landed on the scarlet longbow, giving a strong visual impact. Loosening the bowstring, the arrow crossed like a shooting star, pointing straight at the black chi demon spirit. Suyi took a big step and leapt out. The longbow instantly transformed into blood crystal wings that landed on Suyi's back, violently lifting his wings and swept towards the demonic spirit. The arrow had just arrived, and Suyi had already followed. Fixed wind wave, a spiritual ripple that was even faster than the arrow was the first to reach the demon spirit, hardening the demon spirit that wanted to hide in the darkness and fixing it in place, allowing the arrow to directly pass through the defenseless demon spirit's body. The black gas was bared and turned into black liquid dripping down. Steaming, Suyi's single finger fixed the demonic spirit in place. Along with the arrow that was penetrated by the arrow reappeared as a brave soldier. Only the body was obviously much more illusory, and was dispersed by Suyi with a wave of his hand amidst a low roar. This piece of calligraphy and painting was considered exhausted. To know a fourth-order spirit formation painting in the black market can also be a hot commodity. In the company at least also have 1,000 as a unit of exchange value. Now it was burned out, and Suyi was not distressed at all. But let Xiaojiu paint a few more. A small task to consume a fourth-order spirit array of calligraphy and painting, equal to burn at least 1,000 merit points. It can be said that Chiu-san came to the straight call loser, but Suyi is clear. This fourth-order calligraphy and painting in the black market can only reach the value in the company is actually that thing. A large company. Suyi do not believe that there is no seventh-order formation master. His disciples almost monopolize the company's third-order to sixth-order market. It is not worth Suyi will be hanging this thing to the exchange center to go. Besides, a homegrown spirit formation master. The principle is just a matter of dipping a pen in ink and spending some more time. It's just atmosphere. Looking at the dissipation of the brave, this guy has to have the appearance of the fourth order of advanced. That is to say, Xiaojiu from the fifth order is not far away. When he gave him the inheritance, the highest is actually to the sixth order or so. As for the inheritance of the patriarchal level, Suyi is not enough to qualify to take it out from there. However, what surprised Suyi was that the two outbursts of the fourth-order spirit formation at full strength actually only hit this demonic spirit hard, although the reward for capturing it alive was a bit higher. But with a demon sealer's strike, it would be difficult to leave it alive unless its strength was crushed. Suyi was even ready to prepare for the spirit to escape after the death of the demonic spirit, but he didn't expect to be able to kill the demonic spirit directly. The wind wave can suppress this demonic spirit, which means that it has not yet reached the fifth order, and the fourth order spirit formation can't kill it. Doesn't it mean that this weak and frail demonic spirit actually has at least the strength of the fourth order? Suyi reconfirmed the mission. It was indeed just a small mission of the third rank. Putting away his doubts, Suyi gathered the remaining spirit light from the fourth order spirit formation on the black liquid that the demonic spirit had dripped down, and realized that the spirit light was gradually being dissolved. Not at a fast pace, but it was indeed being dissolved. It really is Black Sun's tactics. It seems that there are still members of Black Sun lingering in Zhanghai City, stowing the demonic spirit inside the turquoise blue square box that was specially designed to isolate it. Suyi uploaded the findings and intelligence here to the mission center. If Suyi's deduction was confirmed, then the mission center would reassess this mission, and also make up a certain amount of extra rewards. Suyi looked at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock, so he estimated that he would be able to catch up with the evening study hall on his way back. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Director Wang on his way back. Yo, what a coincidence. Director Wang also came out to use the restroom? There were only 2 roads back to class, so it was a coincidence that they bumped into each other. Director Wang narrowed his eyes and laughed. What? You, young Master Su, still have to run from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor to use the restroom? Is it that the 2nd floor smells better? It's full. It can't be helped. See through not to break. Director Wang came over and whispered, what is the relationship between you and Sudong? The whole school senior are rumored crazy. Quickly tell the truth. The bottom of the heart is not happy a sound, so you simply do not care about what I slipped out this big night to go. Sui said, you guess? Director Wang raised his foot and wanted to kick. Anyway, can not kick is out of anger, but a thought and put down. Not good temper. Go. Go back to study. Just pretend I haven't seen you. Okay. Happy Sui greatly returned to the classroom, during which there are people quietly asked. The matter of essence came to a trip. You are not in. He did not find you trouble? Sui returned, a small matter. A few thumbs secretly stood up. Sui was very flattered. Or Director Wang has eyes off. Afterglow swept over Tan Yuning's position, which had been empty for a week, and there was no telling when someone would come to clean up the dust. Sui thought, she's quite the clean freak. Half an hour after submitting the mission report, Sui received the mission evaluation. Series of cleanup tasks. Overall evaluation, C+. Mission settlement, 700 merit points. 3 contribution values to be determined. For the suspected black gas, demonic spirits created by the Black Sun were tentatively recognized as suspected, and they needed to wait until Sui made a trip back to the Bureau of Investigation to sell these demonic spirits to the company before they could be sold, which was considered the spoils of war for the demon sealer, with the company enjoying the priority to acquire them. Seeing the 3 contribution value, Sui's eyes lit up. It seems that the provision of this kind of information should also be one of the sources of obtaining contribution value, only that this amount is also much smaller, or to be determined. It was estimated that it needed to be determined that it was a demonic spirit created by the Black Sun before these contribution values could be issued. If what Sui found was a true Black Sun member, that value, just thinking about it would make Sui drool, not to mention the 3rd grade, or even the 5th grade Sui wouldn't necessarily look at it. Unfortunately, it is still a matter of whether Sui will be able to send out the information alive if he bumps into it. However, Sui has a small calculation. If it goes well, maybe it can really be sold at a good price. As for who to sell it to, Sui calculates and thinks that it is better to finalize the information first. He exchanged 3 empty vectors in the exchange center, which he also needed to go pick up tomorrow. One was needed to realize the power of space. He kept one for himself, and the other he planned to give to his second sister, Xiao Kite, so that she could decide for herself who it was appropriate to give it to. This thing came from the 3rd relic, and according to what the claypot merchant said, the core inside the empty vector could be used as a kind of credential as long as it could be analyzed. The matter of the 3rd relic, Sui put it aside for now. The perception of spatial power was the focus. When dealing with the Black Chi demon spirit, he had slightly used the spatial aspect of his comprehension, so that the windstorm that should have spread from itself as the origin, used the power of space to span to spread 5 meters away. Practical was true. It was that Sui was not yet able to corral the spatial fluctuations caused by the spirit quality. Air vector might allow Sui to make a substantial breakthrough in this direction, and Sui felt that he was not far away from the 4th rank. When he initially mastered the spatial power and opened up his spiritual style, he would be able to formally impact the 4th rank. After school, back to the dormitory, Sui had a sudden thought and uploaded the name Black Chi Demon Spirit. Demon Spirit Forum. Black Chi Demon Spirit, a dark creature shrouded in black chi, not found to be intelligent enough for the time being, but possesses the instinct to avoid harm. 4th order. Still wanting to add something? Sui realized that from the beginning to the end, this demon spirit hadn't unleashed any abilities, and dissipation counted as one? So Sui added, no special abilities have been found for the time being. Its spirit has the ability to initially dissipate other spirits, suspected to be an artificial demon spirit. It didn't take long to upload it, but Yueriang followed it up with a post below. This is a product of the Dark Side organization, isn't it? And the Altar Master is really great. The implication was, you've got a lot of guts. You dare to send it out openly and transparently. Sui laughed and didn't care about this, naming this so-called dark creature as Black Chi. Perhaps in the future there will be more and more people to understand the Black Chi, and then find the Black Chi no. 1 inch, Black Chi no. 1 inch, Black Chi no. 1 inch and Black Chi no. 1 inch, Black Gas no. 2 inch. It's really something to look forward to. 2 shifts today. Chapter 29, Prohibited Items. Sui took a vacation the next day. Of course, the good thing is to get to the sooner you can have a profit. However, this is the first time Sui went to the redemption center to pick up something. Like the 3rd grade of things, basically you people in the front desk, there will be specially trained professionals. Notification to pick up. The 2nd grade is not too bad. At most it is packaged a bit of mystery, but rarely will enter the basement to get things. This is not. Newcomer Sui just on the hand will have the opportunity to see. The chilly basement, coupled with the condensed air from who knows where, gave the entire basement a sense of being at the North Pole. Following the professionally attired young lady all the way forward, the perimeter was filled with items sealed by various special glass. With a slight glance, one could tell that there were at least 3 layers of seals within, and it was unknown what items they were. Most of them were boxed, and only a small portion of them that couldn't be stored in containers would be revealed. For example, Sui saw a pair of armor with a sense of age. The traces of war on it still remained, and there was a faint aura of murder across the seal. There is another thing that attracted Sui. That is a parchment wrapped things. Do not really see. Just this one parchment is enough to attract Sui. but unfortunately there is no way to observe it up close. It was the young lady who wrote Lufia on her license plate who noticed Suyi's stop and explained, "These are our company's prohibited items, commonly known as S-rank items, which can only be exchanged or borrowed by 7th rank and above demon sealers. This one in front of you is an SSS grade item, a Doom grade prohibited item that is a combination of two things, a dusty suicide note and a pen. It is said to be passed down from the ancient times when a great general, who had fought countless battles but fell in front of the last battle Cheongjing Pass, used his spine as a pen and his flesh and blood as a millimeter, leaving behind this Doom-level prohibited item. Later generations used this pen to break through the Cheongjing Pass, and only then were they able to suppress the unwelcome bad luck on this item. Of course, the details of it are hard to verify, unless there are still people who can harness this item." After listening to the introduction, Sui however had a strange mentality, as if the bad luck was resonating. Lu Feiya walked all the way to the introduction, until it reached the front of the underground warehouse. At least hundreds of top beam cargo containers appeared in front of Sui. On shelf 7341, Lu Feiya removed 3 empty vectors in a long silver box. "This is the B+ item you are taking, the empty vector." Lu Feiya's professional smile made Sui a little unnatural, but fortunately, he would soon be able to get out of this dark place. After exiting the exchange center, Sui placed the empty vector into the storage on his wrist guard and headed directly to the group space. Everyone was there at this point, and lately, apart from some small tasks, there was nothing big that required a group outing. This was all naturally because of the information given by Sui. There was information about the opening of the company's number 3 relic. For the sake of this relic opening, the entire group had gone into a frantic mode of extra training. Nowadays, Sui was at the 9th level of the 3rd order, Wu Wuan was at the 3rd level of the 4th order, Qiu Saner was at the 5th level of the 4th order, Qin Feng and Xiao Kite, as well as Xiao Xuan Liang, did not have any significant improvement. Handing over the empty vector to his second sister, Sui asked quietly, "Who is second sister planning to give it to?" The information given from the clay pot merchant was that the empty vector, as an item excavated from the 3rd relic, was a means used by the original owner of that relic to test the disciples under his discipline. In other words, possessing the empty vector might possess a chance to take the test. As for what this test was about, the clay pot merchant didn't give it, and Sui himself didn't bother to guess. Anyway, he only wanted the air vector to realize the spatial power, and everything else was just an add-on. Then is there anyone else who knows about this news? For one thing, the 3rd relic was the first time it was opened. For another, it was estimated that the company would also strictly control the amount of air vectors placed. That is, it was not easy to say how much could be placed within their own estimation. Sui, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that this news had not yet been released and took 3 air vectors in advance. When the news was released, the information would not be worth the price expected by the clay pot merchant. Second sister pondered for a while and hesitantly asked, "Qin Feng and I definitely don't need it. Qiu Saner's own problems urgently need to be solved. If the relics have a solution that can solve this problem of his, then it's also earned. As for Wu Ravage and seeking Liang, do you have any ideas?" Sui could see that the second sister was not counting herself as an empty vector. Liang is a sub-deed, right? According to the seniority within the group, Sui calling out to brother Liang was not a disadvantage, but Xiao Shu and Liang didn't like others calling him that, so all but second sister called him Liangzi, and Sui called him that as well. Yes, then give it to him. He should need this opportunity more than Wu Wuan, even if it's a sub-deed given by the brain. But if he doesn't enter the core members, this sub-deed is estimated to be at the end of the 5th rank. Might as well let Liang give it a try. Regarding the hidden secrets of the Qiao family's 2 siblings, Qin Feng should know the most about it, while Qiu Saner and Wu Wuan didn't dare to care about it. Sui was okay, but he also didn't intend to mention which pot was which. It was naturally better to be able to solve the issue of the sub-deed. Alright, let's do this first. Xiao Kite handed the empty vector to Xiao Xuanliang in front of everyone, and Xiao Xuanliang looked at Qin Feng and Sui, then twisted his head to look at Qiu Saner and Wu Wu, and saw that everyone had no comments before he mumbled and accepted the silver box. After the distribution was over, everyone went back to their boring training, while Sui knocked on Wu Wu's training room. "What are you doing?" Wu Wu had a wary look on his face. Looking at Sui, he laughed and said, "Nothing, I'm looking for you to say something." "Wait first." Flying closed the door, even uneasy like locking it, for fear that Sui suddenly came in. Only after a while did the reluctant Wuan let Sui in and said suspiciously, "You're not a spy sent by second sister, are you? If you're messing around like this, our brothers won't be able to do anything anymore." Sui gasped and laughed. "I'm not okay. It's not just eating snacks and watching soap operas. Look at how nervous you are." Being poked and prodded, Wu Wan jumped up violently to cover Sui's big mouth. But a meter 5 or less than the small man jumped up as also smashed to Sui's shoulders. Was poked and prodded, Wu Wan exasperated. "Sui, you two fools, if you will not speak, don't say it." Well, not to come to visit for the second sister. Sui coaxed for a while, but it was not as good as a piece of milk candy. After eating the milk candy, Wu Wuan laid down into the five-finger sofa and lazily asked, "Say it, what are you doing here to find me?" Strongly resisting the urge to bring up this guy to beat him up, Sui said, "Don't you want to participate in the examination within the relics? Possibly the inheritance?" My wanton small hand waved. There was no swagger at all. Instead, he wanted to be pinched twice. "Do you look at me like I'm someone who can get an entrance ticket? The third relic is just open, and the quota won't be my turn. Think about it, two idiots. Not to mention the others, our Bureau of Investigation alone has so many squadrons, and one squadron has 13 groups, and if you look at the Operations Bureau and the Coordination Bureau, holy, it's all Pact." Exaggeratingly spreading her arms wide, Wu Wuan shook her head and said, "Forget it, sister doesn't have the heart for it." The realized Sui, however, said, "Oh, it's useless to want but not be able to get in. That's what it means, isn't it?" "Yes, it's like this." Suddenly awakened, Wu Wan's eyes widened, pointing at Sui's nose. "I didn't say so. Oh, you don't slander me. I don't want it." Ha! Sui didn't believe this mouthy little one. She cared about the problems on her body more than anyone else. What if the third relic could really have a solution to the problems on her body? Even if it was just a little bit of hope, she wanted to try hard to give it a try. But again, within this group, she loved this place more than she loved herself. So when everyone was fine with second sister's decision, naturally, Go Wang wouldn't want to say anything. After all, her problem was just growing up. But Sui knew that not growing up wasn't much of a good thing for Wu Wu, and wasn't even too willing to accept it. She also wanted to wear dresses high up on the ground and wear six-parent makeup to be showy, instead of walking everywhere someone couldn't help but pick her up and kiss her twice, not knowing that it stinks. This empty vector. Here, do you want it? Sui pulled out the one that belonged to him. Wu Wuan's eyes were glowing, but he resentfully retracted it and asked, "Are you that generous?" Sui took back the empty vector and said, "Lend it to me for a few days. When you get the qualification to find me, no credit." "What's with that?" Go Wang skimmed his mouth and watched Sui walk out, obviously not getting anything into his hands, but suddenly had the motivation to throw away snacks and soap operas. "Keep your word, second idiot." Sui didn't hear Go Wang's whisper. He was just making a decision that he felt was right. For him, the so-called inheritance never belonged to him. The existence of the Zhou deed would cause all inheritances that couldn't be compared to it to be sucked into the one and only. And unless there was some special inheritance, Sui wouldn't consider inheriting any other deed. However, Sui did have that category in his memory, but it was a memory from a long time ago. It seemed to be called something like Six Harmonies? Was it that Six Harmonies deed? Sui does not know, but that deed is the most domineering Sui has ever seen. Unlike the Zhou deed that encompasses all things and has a natural beauty, that hexagram is the shock of the world's power to not be in order to become a harmony. Unfortunately, he didn't learn it. This is very embarrassing. Sui returned to his training room, and after meditating for a while, he took out the empty vectors and slowly realized them. There was a deed present on each air vector, and although there was a difference in the deed, the inner quality of it was still the same, so Sui did not have to refer to the other two air vectors. The silver box's isolation was opened, and the unique spatial aura of the empty vector radiated out. With his fingertips close to it, Sui could clearly feel a slight spatial fluctuation, which was very weak as the empty vector was still in a dormant state. Only with enough stimulation from the spirit quality could the air vector explode with enough spatial power. There should be a limit to this outburst, and it was estimated to be anywhere from 4 to 6 orders depending on the fineness of the internal covenants. The higher the outburst, the greater the loss would naturally be. This one in Sui's hand, the limit should be at the 5th order, but it was somewhat depleted, but it was enough. The palm circumference deed lit up. The unique cultivation environment enveloped the empty vector into it. In Sui's thinking space, the dark surroundings in addition to the bright silver-white light, there was an extra arrow emitting a light silver color. That is, the empty vector. The silver-white light dots represented the spatial power that Sui was now able to draw. When Sui was able to coalesce these light dots into a ball and spontaneously draw the spatial power, at that time, Sui would be able to say that he had been initiated into the spatial path, and that he was at the highest level of the threshold. This was also the starting point that Zhou Qi had given Sui, but he still had to work hard. Time passed little by little, and when the empty vector was depleted to the extent that there were only about 3 times left, Sui regretfully withdrew. An almost full state of the empty vector, that is, in the hands of the 5th order also have a few big battles to be able to use this kind of loss, and now Sui is just a realization on the consumption to this point. Can imagine Zhou Qi is how much money to smash the loser thing. No wonder the inheritance is so difficult. Sui spat out a sentence, but the air vector's use of spatial power was pretty much what he had already realized, and it was only a matter of some practical exercises. More empty vectors would not allow Sui to have a substantial breakthrough. One would be enough. Putting away the empty vector, Sui did not intend to give it to Wuwang now. He had to give this little girl some motivation to do so. Happy water every day was not going to work. Walking out of the training room, Sui realized that there were several calls from special numbers on his cell phone. This phone is the exclusive number of Black Brother in the underground world, which means that something might have happened over there in the black market that requires Sui to personally step in. Or rather, Brother Hei's 5th rank couldn't manage to reach something that required Sui's identity as the Su family's eldest son. After leaving the company, Sui dialed over. Brother Black, what's wrong? Last night, the 3rd floor of the underground of Zhanghai City, the Core Circle's Zhongyang Club spread the news that it was going to hold a gathering for all the black market clubs, and almost all the clubs with 4th ranked and above powerhouses in attendance received invitations. And naturally, the Black Rock Club was the same. But this invitation was not given to Sui, but to Brother Black, which was intriguing. The meaning of Hei's call was also to ask Sui what it meant. Sui's side just arrived at the school, remembered not long ago in the Su family lobby. The eldest uncle and the second uncle, that conversation. How the cleansing of the underground world of the dark side of the organization. Sui cannot care, but this aftermath, it is estimated that the disturbance of the entire -3 layers difficult to sleep peacefully. So, this was to trip himself up? The Su family's tradition of hardly touching the underground world industry was almost a family rule in the eyes of outsiders. But when it came to Sui, he didn't care about this, because no one in the Su family told him about this either. Thus, it was interesting that this one Su family member suddenly intervened and the Su family didn't care. Many other areas of the underground world were watching the fun, and the underground world that had been suppressed some time ago had finally decided to make a counterattack. Only the means and object of the counterattack, how to look at it, was like picking a soft persimmon for others to see. Then Black Brother, you go. They invited on the Black Rock Club. You are also one of the bosses of the Black Rock Club. They invited on the Black Rock Club. Off my Su family, Sui, what matter? It doesn't make sense. Although outsiders didn't think so, they didn't dare to say anything. At the club aggregation held that night, all the 6th order clubs were present. There were 12 in total, almost dividing up the business of the entire Zhanghai City clubs in both the bright and dark side. But there was coincidentally one more in this 6th order club seat, and this seat also had a label thoughtfully placed on it: Black Rock. 5th order club Black Rock. When was it promoted to the 6th order? Chapter 30, Blood and Bone Fighting Lingyun. This question does not only appear in the bottom of the hearts of the people under the 6th order club. Even Brother Black is sitting in that seat with his scalp tingling. In the end, they are doing it to the Su family. In the end, they are doing this to the Su family. If the Su family tube, that is completely interfered with the underground world industry, the big deal is a pattern change, the entire underground world to cut half to the Su family. But the same, Su family is also on the blacklist of the company and the military. Then everyone is in the same boat. But if the Su family doesn't care, then don't blame them for taking the Black Rock Club. Since you, the Su family's Grand Duke, have no power, how dare you put down roots in the underground world? This news reached Sui's ears already the next day's noon. Sui is nothing, but how in the world Black Brother stayed up that night is not known. But think it is also like sitting on pins and needles. Do you want to talk to the family? Brother Hei's suggestion was directly rejected by Sui, not to mention whether the Su family cares about their side. If this matter is made clear, Sui is afraid that the old man will directly smash his Black Rock Club. When Uncle Sam entered the military, the old man almost hit the military naval headquarters base to go. It's one thing for the old man to turn a blind eye, but once he puts it on the table, there's no one in the Su family who can protect Sui. This 6th order club's hot potato. Sui is not to take it. Not to take it is not. But the 6th order club, natural in the underground world -3 core circle, has a department store like stores. This Sui is still very greedy. On the surface of the club industry, Sui does not matter. This underground world store is really fragrant. Unfortunately, without a real 6th order sitting in the town, any benefits are false. And Sui also understands that these 6th order clubs are also not any oil lamp. Do not want to take the identity of the Su family's eldest son to press people. These clubs are estimated to still have a backstroke. This is not. Black Brother went to the 3rd floor that day to collect that store. This store is rented out, now only changed a main tenant. The original serious 6 order club store suddenly changed into a 5 order club. Although the essence of the store tenants are not different, but more or less some diaphragm is not. Hey arrived at the store. A small management Zhang greeted with a smile. But once I heard that Black Brother is to come today to pass the household. Small Zhang instantly face changed. For his Black Ghost old brother, we cannot wait a little longer? It has to be today? Today happens to be the day of rent collection. But after today, Xiao Zhang is too lazy to care about how the Black Rock Club rent collection. But now cannot. Now past the household. This year-end rent money will fall into the BlackRock Club. Not to mention what the stores think. Even the old landlord will not let you easily pass the household. This old owner, coincidentally, is the leader of the Sixth Order Club's Shanghai Club, which was also the initiator of that party. It is said that there is more than one Sixth Order Demon Sealer positive level Demon Sealer within this Shanghai Club, and the major shareholder of the Shanghai Club is not a Shanghai local, but is from outside the country, and I heard that there are certain forces standing behind it as well. Hey, today or not, it's not up to me. Our BlackRock's boss gave the word. I, the odd job man, mustn't be diligent? Black this half-joking look, but to Xiao Zhang scared, a tender-skinned handsome face white. At the time when Xiao Zhang was in a difficult situation, a person walked out of the store which was 21 layers high, long shirt and green coat, coupled with the wind and sun some dark face. The faction at a glance is like a mixed martial arts line. This step of the aura vaguely dark with the wind momentum. Just a glance let Black as a great enemy. To know Black in the Fifth Order can also be the top of the layer. Can let him so strict wait. At least is the top of the Fifth Order this layer. Master Lin, how is it that you personally came As if amnestied, Xiao Zhang simply want to give this Lin master up. Hurriedly stride forward. Compensated with a smiling face. How to bother you to collect rent this time? Master Lin laughed and looked at He and said, Shanghai, as the largest Sixth Order club in Shanghai City, naturally has to be a role model as a latecomer ventures out. This etiquette that should be in place should still be there. This must be the boss of BlackRock, right? Xiao Zhang smiled bitterly. It was so hard to wait for the savior, but he didn't expect to still embarrass the atmosphere here. Brother Black smiled slightly. Although he hadn't seen this Master Lin at the party that day, he didn't believe that this Master Lin didn't know who he was. However, he said this way and asked this way. Isn't it implying that He Yen doesn't know how to be courteous and disobedient? And even also has the implication, without the Su family, you He Yen is nothing. Our boss is recently preparing to celebrate the birthday of Elder Su. He doesn't have time to deal with this errand. This bit of industry you Qinghai can't see. But I, BlackRock, can't? Although Sui was indeed quite greedy, but this could not be known to outsiders. The corners of Master Lin's mouth twitched. To celebrate Master Su's birthday? Is this a warning to us not to make a move on the head of the Teiyu Yukai? Just this sentence kind of sealed the Master Lin next also want to ironic words. So Pretense said, then can here first congratulate Master Su added birthday 1 year. As long as Master Su promised, then all the clubs in the underground world who dare not send a congratulatory gift? Humph, holding Elder Su over me? How many years does he have left to live? But Lin Wen really didn't dare to speculate. God knows how strong these old-timers really are, especially an ancient family like the Su family. They weren't surprised by what kind of underpinnings they had. In case it would be possible to make Elder Su live for a few more years, it would not be impossible. He sneered in the bottom of his heart, but on his face he didn't show the slightest bit, saying, I'll definitely pass on the message on behalf of you. What about the closing? Lin Wen, that is, Lin Master is very quick, directly invited, go, let's go on the face to talk. This thing I do not understand. Someone above the handover. Let's try to get it done today. The transfer is indeed not easy. After all, it involves so many stores, but at least today is considered to be finalized. Black and other Lin Wen went away after rubbing his eyes. Today is not less look at things. If it wasn't for the fact that the second floor couldn't be left unoccupied, he should have pulled Xiaojiu over. In this regard Xiaojiu was more like a shopkeeper. Unexpectedly smooth. Black, who had slowed down, had some anticipation for today's situation, but wasn't the storm a little smaller? Unable to decide, Black dialed Sui's side of the phone, and after a burst of busy sounds, it was connected. Sui ducked into the toilet cubicle to listen to Black's description and laughed. That Master Lin is called Lin Wen. He was a member of the General Lin Hall in earlier years, but later rebelled out on his own due to some fellow disciple matters. However, he should have the 6th rank. Earlier years it was the top of the 5th rank. Qinghai is still willing to smash resources. Black was not surprised. Judging from that aura, it was the 6th rank that did not disappoint. So what do you think? Well, they are explicitly not going to give us nor themselves a chance to embarrass themselves. Wait for tomorrow. The ones looking for trouble are probably coming. There has to be some tossing and turning anyways. Sui hung up the phone, returned to his seat and looked out the window, pointing his finger on the desktop. The next day, Black, who didn't go back for the night, woke up with dark circles under his eyes by the door looking for trouble. It was early in the morning, and the stores had only just opened. What's the noise? Hei's aura immediately suppressed the group of store owners, even if they are not strong enough. But in front of Hei, it's just the same thing. Seeing that Brother Black came down from above in the elevator, Xiao Zhang knew that Brother Black definitely didn't leave last night. Brother Black, there are a few troublemakers. It's not good to open this business. Xiao Zhang does not need to point. Those few troublemakers can obviously distinguish. If Xiao Zhang pointed, that is to take black as a fool. Ah no, as a blind man to see. 3/4 order little guy. A body of muscles and bones is practiced solid. This body of non-mainstream dress at a glance is not mixed with the underground world of people. Where did you come from? Black Brother's voice like thunder exploded in everyone's ears. Only small Zhang Kam froze did not cover the ears. Although the 3/4 order outsiders were intimidated, their mouths were still hard. Che, a big store in the underground world. What? Not even a 6th order one? Without the Green Sea Club? Who's afraid of you? Today, I'm going to rob in the open. So what? Being laughed at by these 3 idiots. He appeared at the side of the 3 with a flash of his body, kicked out one, picked up and threw out another one, looked at the last one standing dazedly in the same place, and said, "Are you going to roll out on your own, or am I going to throw it out for you?" With a dry surge in his throat, this little guy ran out cleanly. In just now, he realized that his spiritual essence actually didn't react at all, and the things that were prepared didn't react halfway at all without the spiritual essence urging them on. To know that their 3/4 order dared to come to smash the 5th order's field, that naturally came prepared. With this hand, do not know how many 5th order pit, but now is not even qualified to fight back, is really suffocating to the extreme. One could only say that today was a long insight. Even if they were the same 5th rank, the 5th rank and the 5th rank were still different. Driving away the 3 people, Black frowned and looked at the empty outer street. There seemed to be a gaze sweeping through the several floors of households on the opposite side of the street, giving him a very different feeling. At least it was different from those 3 idiots. It's not over? Realizing this, Black also dismissed the idea of going back to make up another sleep, directly boldly to the stores before a stop. No matter what you come from, as long as it is not serious to buy and sell, all have to peel a layer of skin to do so. A wave of 2 waves are not finished, several batches of people down to be considered to stop for a while. Near dusk, Black Brother is about to go back. Anyway, also almost to the store closing place. This time there should be no one to pick a fight, right? When he was worried about what to do tomorrow, a gust of wind made Black's footsteps lurch. Unhappy look appeared in the Black Brother face. Turned back to look at this uninvited guest. But this uninvited guest is not someone else. It is yesterday's Lin Master. Lin 1. Master Lin is not here to drink tea this time, right? Lin 1's coat lightly flung, laughed, naturally not. Watching the Black Ghost you fight for a day. Some handage, Black Ghost you as the Black Rock Club's card face. Should not refuse it, right? Negro face gloomy, together with the big morning heart palpitating that gaze is from this guy. No time. Knowing that he is the 6th rank, even if the probability is that he was recently promoted to the 6th rank, that is not an existence that Black is happy to fight. Point to point is fine. At most a few days of light injuries to recuperate. But if it's not, then the fight has no measure. That is, it can survive. In case there are still looking for trouble tomorrow, who will step in? Counting on Xiao Jiu that burns money waste? Black Brother shook his head. This he cannot take, even if there are so many people behind watching it. Lin Wen secretly said that this is stable enough, but this is not something that he can pass by saying that he's not available. There are people behind him watching too. After doing this, he still wants to go back to the General Lin Hall to learn about a piece of the past. Offended, cupping his fists and saluting, in Black's effort to turn back to thank his guests, this Master Lin's toes tapped and he scurried out as if he were an arrow out of the string, and struck a hand blade across the side of Black's ghost, but chopped empty, fixed the shape of the Master Lin eyes flickering. Just now he clearly spirit quality locks the Black Ghost. Even if it was blocked he is not surprised, but was dodged over the a little shame. The Black Ghost that reappeared was like switching places with Master Lin, appearing on the outer street. Master Lin do so can be really unkind. Not afraid of losing the face of the General Hall of Lin? Negro deliberately did not say is the face of the Qinghai Club, because on the meaning of Su Yi's words, I'm afraid that the relationship between this Master Lin and the Lin General Hall is intriguing. In the Green Sea Club is not estimated to be what long stay people. The face of the slightly changed Lin Master but instantly converged, laughed, Your Excellency jokes, now only the Qinghai Lin one, which off the General Hall of Lin what matters, Qinghai? Oh, waiting for his Qinghai Lin one, now you Qinghai still dare to explicitly make trips? But unexpectedly a voice came, Master Lin has already unloaded his position at Qinghai. Today's matter is Lin Wen's personal behavior. It has nothing to do with Qinghai. He sneered, while Lin Wen's face was extremely pale, but annoyed as he was, this errand Lin Wen couldn't do without it. 5th order blood bone deed and 6th order Ling Yun subdeed. The two people pinpointed each other. For a while in terms of skill actually fought equal, even because Lin Wen was 6th order reason. In terms of physical quality, obviously the Black Ghost polished better, or to say to themselves hard enough, Negro's kind of way of beating up his body. Sui shook his head straight when he looked at it. I really didn't think that Negro your skills were this good as well. Doesn't Master Lin have a better one? Why don't you use it? This better one was naturally Master Lin's specialty, the Lingyun body steps and two-handed blades. Since the beginning, Lin Wen had only used one-handed blades, and the black ghosts hadn't even seen a shadow of the body step. If this Lin Wen with Lingyun body step and two-handed blade, these people watching the early should be dispersed. A black and a white two shares of spirit quality impact constantly. To the entire outer streets stirred up the storm constantly. If not all the buildings of the underground world are special Dita ray shelter. Really bad to say cannot be in this kind of impact under the intact. Good boy. A 5th order and a 6th order fought a match? Xiao Zhang is considered to have opened his eyes for the first time to see such a fierce person like the Black Ghost elder brother. This is nothing, just moving muscles. This Lin Wen has not made it. Test this S bottom only. Really fight to the end. Or Lin Wen win big. Don't look at him to promote the 6th order is not stable. There was a store old man lighting a pipe and opening a god's perspective. Looking down from the glass, someone said disdainfully, this Lin Wen is a look-alike. When it was in the general hall of the Lin outside the hall assessment was defeated, not willing to admit before rebelling out, not easy to boil into the 6th rank, but also that, on the contrary, this new master household, TSK, this hand do not know where to come from the mess, is hard to fight and hard to catch, the body bone is boiled really hard, on the stage talk, off-stage fight life and death, this world, really a harm, Negro wrong body and e-top, directly to the forest master noon meal almost top out. A mouthful of old blood swallowed. Forest master gaze slightly cold. He did not expect that to learn so miscellaneous, but the body is really strong, so that the exchange of injuries go on. The first top is certainly Lin Wen his own. 6th order is stronger than 5th order, but not to the degree of qualitative change. Especially he Lin Wen is not yet counted as the top of the 6th order level. Skills are not up to the level of 6th order masters. The gap is not so big. The white spiritual quality surrounded Master Lin's body. The cloud pattern became a flow of air circling. Some people on the stage sked. Lingyun body steps. If it reaches a high level, this body step is enough to step into the air and ride, although it can't reach the level of Lingyun. But if you are a 9th order master or a 10th order venerable, then no one cares whether you are walking or Lingyun. All to this point now. Finally move the reel. Chapter 31, Killing the Chicken to make an example of the monkey. Sitting on the 6th order, under the cloud pattern, Lin Wen's confidence doubled. Although out of the mix or to gnaw on the old bones of the Lin General Hall, but this thing is really good to use. Speed and burst instantly high a big grade. Black Ghost obviously cannot keep up. Hand blade as a white aurora borealis fleeting. Simply do not give the any back to the space. Even for this injury is also within the range of tolerance. But so cumulative, it is not the bones and muscles. In the intensive offense, Lin Wen had the upper hand. And for a while many on the stage fell to Master Lin's side. There were even open bets. And the bets were mostly on Master Lin's side. Even the man who mocked Master Lin before had the good sense to bet on Lin Wen, and said on his lips, worthy of the Lingyun body steps, it's really not ordinary. It was that old man who had instead placed a small bet on the Negro. What's the matter, old man? You have to go against me? Not just answered your sentence. To wit the money is not good? The money in the black market is not the currency circulating outside. It's silver dollars, because it contains spirit quality, so it's also considered a kind of hard currency in the demon seal world. The old man didn't pay attention to him. Or rather didn't see eye to eye with him, because he looked out. The black ghost body traces, that is the etching bone blood scripture. This thing is a 7th order master level flesh inheritance, but also is really harmful. No wonder this is called destined for a short life. It is this inheritance, not by the black day that gang of believers took away. The old man has such a trace of doubt in the bottom of his heart, but there may not be no other inheritors to leave a fragmented part, the so-called bone blood meridian, with the pain of the bone to raise the bone body. With the itch of the blood-feeding blood body, the more long battle the more blood courage is very much. 5th order fight 6th order. Also really a little say, the old man thought. The fact is also true. The black ghost body black gas and blood gas surging. He will not have much spirit style. Basically all is to strengthen the body of the spirit style. Moves are also 7 patchwork out. Sui had given him a lot of choices back then, and he chose this remnant. Back then for no other reason than because he could fight. A 7th ranked clan master level flesh inheritance. Of course it could fight. More than being able to fight, the black ghost licked the blood from the corner of his own mouth. A strange expression of enjoyment that made Lin Wen find it a little hard to accept. This was simply a great spiritual blow to the enemy. Combined I fought for half a day. Thought I was invincible, but in reality it was a scrape right. But it really isn't. The injuries on the black ghost's body are already too much for him to suppress at the 5th level. But the result of etching bone blood scripture cultivation down is the vast majority of immunity to pain, and will also fall into epilepsy to enhance their strength. Forced to do so, Lin Wen didn't even dare to use his two-handed blade. Facing A.'s desperate fighting style, the two-handed blade could bring more striking power, but it also meant giving up most of the defense, relying purely on the mobility of the Ling Yun body steps to evade, or simply exchanging injuries for injuries. But Lin Wen couldn't afford to exchange. He still wanted to go back, squarely back to get back everything that belonged to him. So Ling Yun became slower. Or rather, it wasn't that Ling Yun body step was slower, but when his user didn't have the air of confidence and overriding demeanor, Ling Yun itself became a laughing stock. A red light flashed in the black ghost's eyes, seizing an opening in Lin Wen's cluttered mind. Possessing his body and bowing at the waist, a briefly stored power punch palm blasted directly at Lin Wen's abdomen, and the impacted Lin Wen's entire upper body bent down in an attempt to alleviate the impact. Unfortunately, the black ghost will not give him a chance to slow down his breath, raising his arm as an elbow strike. The already bent waist completely bent down. Exhale a mouthful of cloudy air. The S-body blood slowly faded. He did not intend to fight to the end. These injuries are already serious enough. He believed that this Lin Wen, if sensible, will not continue. But the blood instantly spread out in the air in a perfect arc. Not a single drop spilled onto the S-body. The stun was just like that when someone took Lin Wen's head off in front of his face. The old man lifted Lin Wen's head that still had a somewhat pained expression, shook his head inside. Still not decisive enough. No wonder that year it was that kid that won and you became the bereaved dog. Think of it as cleaning up for the General Hall of Lin. Then smiled gently at the black ghost. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go nurse your wounds. This body is really good. If I had this body when I was young, I wouldn't have to. Alas, do not say. Su family, that boy's things I have to give him to do a good job to go. Goodbye, kid. All have been so adult. Black ghost. Still be called kid. Really let people laugh. But no one can laugh out. That is a sixth order demon sealing master. Put aside the ancient times that are able to lead a fourth grade official when the pawn, but now is being born to take off the head. Even a little defense cannot do? The people on the stage are dumbfounded. Just with them to watch the people, suddenly out of the blue, to do such an easy thing. Give them the impact, not more than a diagnosis of terminal illness to light. When did he appear? Negroes cannot understand. Their own shot to close the hand in the middle. Where is the gap? Thinking of Lin Wen, who had bent down to cushion the blow, they realized that at that very moment, even before the elbow strike, the old man had watched from the sidelines. Without a sound, he closed his hand. He removed the skull. It was as simple as that. 6th rank? Or 7th ranked grandmaster? The people on the stage may not be able to feel it, or even think that this old man is just a head picker. But the black ghost, as the authority, is clear. The top of the 6th order are afraid to be light. But the 7th order seems to be also should not, because this is the underground world. The 7th order cannot directly in the 6th order turf hands. This rule is true that some people have ignored, but most of the 7th order is guilty of doing such a thing. And the old man had left with his head in his hands, and they couldn't find an answer. As for why the old man did it, he had already said that the words of the Su family's kid should only be Sui. Looking at this body that died horizontally on the outer street, the black ghost actually didn't feel much, but at the bottom of his heart there was a little bit of discomfort, and even said that there was a little bit of coldness. Xiao Zhang, send someone to clean it up. The black ghost left the 3rd floor without looking back. All he wanted to do now was to let the pain of the bone-eroding blood meridian cover him. Shanghai Club. The old man lifted Lin Wen's head and threw it to the ground, not throwing it in anywhere, but seeing it everywhere. This is out of order. Old man, isn't it? A rather young man stepped out from the shadows, looking directly at the old man with no stage fright at all, as if the one on the ground wasn't even his own. It was also true that it was General Lin's hall, and it was none of his Qinghai's business. How out of order. Old man, I am now the 6th order. No problem, right? Besides, the rules of this underground world are not set by you. How do you know if they are out of order? The law enforcers haven't come to arrest me either? The old man's righteous demeanor made the eyelids of this major shareholder of Shanghai, who had always been lighthearted, jump wildly. The entire underground world of Jianghai City had just been suppressed by the Su family, and the law enforcers themselves were still having a headache. So who would have the leisure to shut you down? This reasoning really can't be said. The major shareholder said, you've also killed the person. The gift has also been delivered. Please go back. There is no place to entertain you. I still have things to say. If he wasn't afraid of the old man's strength, this major shareholder didn't want to endure it at all. Speak quickly. I'm afraid I want to try your sword. Is it still that sharp? The major shareholder's 6th order senior aura pressed down. The old man twisted his waist and said with an ouch. Flash to the minions, flash to the minions. The aura of the major shareholders also have no way. Helplessly said, you stop. The small family of Shanghai. cannot withstand your tossing. Line. The old man skimmed his lips and said, the Su family, that boy said. This Jianghai city did not turn the sky. The crawl on the crawl. If you have to move. That also into the big deal for you to move place. The eyes of the major shareholders flinched, took a deep breath before laughing. What a big mouth. What a big gesture. The old man hemmed and hawed and said, I wouldn't dare to move him. If you have the ability to do so, knock more. I'll watch the fun. The corners of the mouth twitching large shareholders do not want to talk back. You do not go, I go. Twisted his head and disappeared. Boring. The old man similarly disappeared. But the Green Sea Club was not stopping. An emergency shareholders meeting was held. Last night the Dark Knight Hall. As one of the several open bounty organizations in the underground world, the Dark Knight Hall used posting as a bounty, regardless of the identity of the inviter. But the person who responded to the posting was recorded quite meticulously in order to ensure a high score of satisfaction from the inviter. Sui had posted an invitation in the Dark Knight Hall, and the person who responded to the posting was that old man, Dong Chongyang, a 7th order master level character, ate a bad stomach in his early years. His strength fluctuates. For a while it is the top of the serious 7th order. For a while it is the top of the 6th order. Anyway, the circle said that this guy made it. At least someone should be posted. Sui about the South Bridge East Corridor. The old man dressed as a beggar in the South Bridge near the romantic atmosphere around the destruction of people. So not disgusting. If not by virtue of the post of the Dark Knight Hall, Sui is also very difficult to determine that this old man around the death is rumored to be famous Dong Qingyang, nicknamed the Eight Roads Master. To put it bluntly, it's just a broken thing in a sect master that comes out of nonsense. However, at least he was a 7th ranked sect master. Face still had to be given. Elder Dong? Playing? Sui patted the beggar old man who was teasing a young couple. The old man didn't even return his head and said, scramble. I don't know to whom he said it. Anyway, Sui didn't take care of it. The pair of young lovers slipped away as if they were amnestied. The man didn't even bother to hold hands and run away. TSK, scum. Appraisal completed. Sui and the old man came to the same conclusion, which makes the old man heart. But a look is Sui, this beautiful face. Instant cold face said, which family boy? Too close to me. Good guy. You have a rancid odor. Sui has not disliked it, but the old man disliked on. Su family. Sui, Dark Knight Hall's post. You did not throw it. Thinking of this person's deeds, Sui casually joked. Did not think the old man embarrassed to scratch his head and said, I was eaten. The flavor of this thing is not bad, is worse. Meaning, Sui could not find any suitable words to reply. In the end, the sale was finalized. The old man to take out the 6th order experts who went to the store to cause trouble. The rest do not have to take care of. So there is the store in front of the scene. The old man later also gave the Dark Knight Hall a laughable evaluation. The sale is good. The guy is also quick. All happy. Is not hard enough food. Now the young people or meticulous point. As for why the old man did not lay a black hand, the Dark Knight Hall is also very curious. Because the reputation of this in the Dark Knight Hall is really not good. However, the old man really wanted to, but unfortunately, the identity of the Su family was too big. The old man still did not want to die so early, especially behind Sui there was an aura that locked him if anything, not to mention that he was now the top of the 6th order, or even the top of the 7th order masters were not necessarily able to lock him. This meant that behind Sui stood a great master who made him smack his lips when he thought about it. The old man later realized that Sui was quite to his liking, or at least an interesting person, unlike that black ghost kid, who wasn't as lively as Sui at all. That said, did that bone-eroding blood scripture really have nothing to do with Black Sun? The old man who ended the mission was a bit suspicious, but that was Su Kid's business. What does it matter to me? Old man Dong. Sui didn't know that the old man had so many thoughts. After closing the Dark Sun Hall's post, he asked behind him, Uncle Hua, did the old man say anything? That's not true. Just asked where I was going. I said I came to see you. Uncle Hua, wearing a Chinese lab coat with his hands behind his back, walked out. Fortunately no one saw or thought it was haunted. But are you sure you don't want the Su family to intervene? This deal is done at a loss. If no accident, Shanghai just lose a little resources. Want to promote the top of the 5th order a lot. They can soon train another. And Dong Qingyang guy 8 wipe his mouth and run. Which cares about you? Facing Uncle Hua, it was Sui who was rare, to be honest. The Su family is the Su family. And the Black Rock is the Black Rock. It's not good to mix it up. Oh, then how do I count? Sui laughed. You taught me. This kind of thing can be done by a small 3rd rank of mine? Uncle Hua cursed the brat on his lips, but in reality, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Uncle Hua, I'll ask one more time. The last liquidation. Did you catch these dark side organizations of Black Sun? The two of them took a walk, and Uncle Hua didn't hide it. Of course, there are a lot of small fishes and big fishes, but there are always the ones that missed the net. Oh, Sui looked towards the tributaries of the South China Sea and said, "So what if someone harbors a Black Sun member?" Uncle Hua looked like he didn't understand the meaning of Sui's words and said, "The small fish will be punished with 3,000 strokes of the cane, and the big fish, I guess there's no one in Jianghai City who can harbor them." Sui understood, and went back to the dormitory. Now the situation. The black market is considered to be stabilized in the sixth order of the territory, but Sui is not ready to remodel, to keep the current scale on the line, but asked Black no matter what the cost, must be in the downtown area adjacent to the core area of the ceramic store near the Smash Out a store too, or open the calligraphy and painting store, but only to sell fourth order and above the calligraphy and painting. Of course, now only fourth order. Finally Black smashed out a store across the street, enough to use up a year's worth of rent money that he had just received in hand, more than 100,000 silver dollars it. As for why do so, Black Ghost did not ask. Small 9 is quite happy, and the opposite door of the child also play open. So the underground world ushered in a rare period of peace. Chapter 32, Grand Opening. The news that the calligraphy and painting store was going to open in the downtown area on the third floor of the underground, almost a day or two's work, was made known to everyone. Sui, who was far away from Wuyuan High School, had received many congratulatory text messages and phone calls. For that matter, not a single family in the entire second floor of the black market had dropped their congratulatory gifts. And the gifts from the Talon and Yao families were quite a bit higher than normal congratulatory gifts, especially after the core circle made a mess. None of the sixth order clubs said a word, and the fifth order clubs that shot coldly behind their backs didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Looking at this scene, Sui felt that it was impossible not to go. Originally, he did not intend to go to the black market, and recently he was busy with the promotion of the fourth order, so he did not intervene much in the black market, and it did not matter if the new store opened with or without him. However, the gifts were sent too much, and they were all aimed at Sui, so he had to give face to them. On the day of the opening, Xiao Jiao also put up the new store sign, Jiao Calligraphy and Painting Store. 5 big words in the opposite door of the sale of 4 big words directly opposite the door. Not too high, not too low, not biased. Xiao Jiao was quite satisfied with the look at their own calligraphy and painting store. When Sui asked him to learn the method of engraving the spirit formation still want to do 3 streams, Xiao Jiao said, "Do. Why not do? Not only do we have to do it, but we also have to do it so that the entire Jianghai City black market is famous for the third rate. Now, it's kind of famous." The name of the store sign was hand-carved by Xiao Jiao, which is his most proud work today. From afar, this store sign could naturally emit a unique fluctuation, attracting many people's eyes. Sui patted Xiao Jiao's head and calmly said, "It's still early, this is just where it is." He. The giggling Xiao Jiao scratched the back of his head and was not annoyed. Far from the core circle of stores so big calligraphy and painting store, soon piled up with congratulatory gifts, wave after wave of forces to congratulate. Alone remember the name or remembered a long string. This kind of scene was naturally watched by the claypot merchant. When he opened his store, not many people knew about it, except for Uncle Hua who sent a fish over. Very few people congratulated him, but on the contrary, here in Sui, it was really a good time. The little boy was full of envy. "Master let's no longer open a branch, with your fame is certainly more lively than them." Humph, blew his nose and glared at the claypot merchant coldly grunted, "Obstructive thing. Open what open? What's there to open, besides costing money? Your master has no money." The inexplicably lying child gasped. "What? Your money can still be brought underground? You little asshole." The claypot merchant made a gesture to draw out his chicken feather duster. The little child made a face and ran to the door in a huff, and coincidentally bumped into Sui coming to invite these two. "Let's go, 2 of you, please go and have a seat." Smile put out. "Pottery pot businessman just want to refuse. The child is fast talking. Good. Through the door know your old lively. My master hard mouth. In fact, also want to go out to sneak around. Right master?" Tao pot businessman face a stiff. Sui relief. "Tao old what big scenes have not seen. I'm this small fight. Can have Tao old reward light is a great honor. This horse's ass." Comfortable pottery businessman immediately put on a new coat and walked in front. The boy secretly gave Sui a thumbs up at the back, meaning, "You're good. My master's stubbornness can be pried by you. This kung fu is really home." Sui was dumbfounded. This little boy didn't know that your master was actually accompanying you. Occasions like this, to put it bluntly, Sui is to take advantage of the situation, but it is just a bright and openly masculine. So the potter's merchant, although not happy but will not say anything. After all, this store is Sui's own money to buy. Who can still say nothing, but Sui to invite? This meaning is different, Tao Lao promised or not. For Sui is not important, because he has been expressed to all the people who want to express to come to congratulate the meaning of the expression to. So Tao Lao give face is good. Sui cannot psychological burden, do not give face is also understandable. After all, the blatant borrowing power. Really talk about not superior. If there is no little boy, Sui thought, this old man is estimated to be shrunk in this small store all his life. Thinking this way, Sui suddenly surfaced the figure of his own grandfather. What about him? If there wasn't this large family, perhaps he wouldn't have to. But no matter what happened has already happened. The past is irrevocable. The present cannot be commented on, and the future does not necessarily have a happy ending. Putting aside these thoughts, Sui introduced Tao Lao and Xiaotong to the group. In the Jianhai city black market, almost all know such a figure, but no one really dare to say with this ceramic store to climb what friendship. For Sui to open the calligraphy and painting store in this is not at all busy lot. The crowd heart more or less have a point. No one thought to climb the friendship, because the real key person is still the one who can invite this person. So the little boy ran to play with the little 9 pottery pot businessman picked a comfortable tie-shirt chair leisurely trip in. Next to the special wait for the third-rate fellows, brewing Sui from the eldest uncle to the good tea. By 3 o'clock in the morning, finally a club person came. Ching Hai, Zhong Yang, Cat Shun. As the fellows informed one by one, these clubs, which usually made money day in and day out, arrived one after another. However, Sui looked at this situation. The major shareholder of Qinghai was in the center and Zhang Yang was on the left, obviously in a lopsided manner. As for the cat owner of Cat Shun, he lost his congratulatory gift and didn't know where to run away. Qinghai Su Ziyang, I come to congratulate Black Rock Club on its grand opening in the underground world. The major shareholder Su Ziyang. This name Sui did not recognize, but looking at this major shareholder is quite young, that is, 24 or 25 point appearance. Suit board square. Looks also cannot pick any faults. Many thanks. Qinghai major shareholder can come to support the scene. Is also fortunate. Su Ziyang raised his eyebrows and stared at Sui. Big boss Su's behavior is really extraordinary amongst people. If you didn't have the Su family backing you up, would you, a tiny third rank, have the qualifications to hang out in the underground world? Fortunate? You don't even need anyone else. I can pick off your entire Black Rock Club all by myself. Sui rightly pretended that he didn't hear this guy's connotations, and introduced himself to the several club power holders. Come on, let me introduce to you, Tao Lao, that is, the ceramic store across the street's Master Tao. A few people who were blocking Tao Lao hurriedly made way for Tao Lao's figure. Old Tao? Not to mention Su Ziyang froze. The other few club power holders were also a bit confused. They hadn't heard of the figure of Tao Lao in the underground world, but at the mention of the ceramic store across the street, everyone's faces turned as hard as eating dirt. Su Ziyang was even more eager to curse his own mouth, and hurriedly said respectfully to Tao Lao, who was lying on the eunuch's chair over there with his eyes slightly open, so it's Senior Su Shana, I didn't know that you were here, and I didn't have the first time to pay my respects, which is really a great deal of impoliteness. In this way, turn around and I'll immediately have someone send a thin gift. What do you think? The other clubs were pretty much the same eyed, all looking at people, all the way down the line. Tao Lao was too lazy to pay attention to him, but it was the little boy who happily said, then you must remember to order more delicious and fun. Don't send any impractical stuff. Su Ziyang saw Tao Lao uttered a sound, and instantly understood that this little boy was probably very close to this one, and solemnly said, this is natural, it will definitely be delivered tomorrow. Sui was happy, not caring about them. His eyes turned around and found that Cat Shun's cat boss was there surveying the hanging paintings and calligraphy. Cat shopkeeper is also interested? This cat shopkeeper is a cat lover. It is said that his club is a serious chain of cat cafes. Want to become a member must prove that you are a cat lover, at least have a cat. Senior members are required to adopt stray cats of the top cat lovers. Even this dress shows a flood of love, and a lazy cat breath. Well, I have nothing to do, casually look at. Interest cannot talk about. Just a little curious. Do you have that kind of portable spirit array? Can be scaled into a small card or what necklace collar? Can provide positioning and long distance navigation would be better. This cat shopkeeper with round framed glasses. As soon as he opened his mouth, there was a kind of meaning that could not be separated from the cat. Sui thought about it. Isn't this something that can be done with a cell phone? But on second thought, it might be that he wanted to add some protection for the cats. After all, the activation of spirit formations could rely on the spirit quality that was pre-stored in, unlike the deed formations and spirit forms that needed to be used now. That's fine, but we'll have to talk to our chief spirit formation master Xiaojiu about the specific idea. Xiaojiu was called over, and these two chatted for most of the day, and in the end froze and finalized a not-so-small contract, which was considered to be a true opening. The Qinghai Club was the last of the several clubs to go. Sui sent off the guests. This small section of the road was only him and Su Ziyang. This distance for Su Ziyang, there are hundreds of means to make Sui must die. Boss Su was really relieved. Su Ziyang's eyes flickered, and in the end, he turned helpless and said, Qinghai has no intention of making things difficult for the Black Rock Club, but the Su family has indeed gone too far. Oh, what kind of words is this from the major shareholder Su? Sui pretended to be surprised and said, Zhanghai City is the territory of the Su, Tan, and Yao families. It won't work if you want to reason with them. It's like me running to your North Road to open a handicap. Can you be happy with that? As soon as these words came out, Sui could clearly feel a murderous intent coming, but Sui laughed. The Northern Dao won't want to be the sword, so you don't need to put on a fierce look. As for which of the 13 halls of the Northern Way or which halls are standing behind you, I don't care. But this is Zhanghai City. If you don't submit, then fight. If you can't fight, then don't push your luck and lose the face of the Northern Dao halls. Su Ziyang looked deeply at Sui. He now realized that this teenager in front of him, who was only 17 or 18 years old, whether it was his eyesight or identity, was not something he could easily speculate. Ziyang took note. If there is a day when Black Rock becomes bigger, I still hope to leave a few thin faces. This time it was Su Yi's turn to be a little surprised. He thought about the various attitudes of the Qinghai. A little bit of a tough attitude. Sui thought it was fine. After all, behind him stood the North Road. North Road 13 halls. That is the entire Central, most closely allied. From the beginning of the Tang, how many storms in the Central Plains passed? The North Road 13 halls were these 13 halls. Visible its deep roots, the influence of the far. Its volume is much larger than a Su family. Even if the three big Zhanghai together, the volume alone that is not spelled. The Dark Night Hall is one of the 3 lower halls, while the Lin General Hall is the upper 5 halls. The upper 5 halls are recognized as the strongest 5 halls of the 13 halls, but the lower 3 halls are not the worst, but the weirdest, most evil and most scary 3 halls. This kind of concession was something Sui couldn't figure out either. Elder brother Su is so optimistic about us? Not me. Su Ziyang shook his head and said, someone from the North Road has greeted. The North Road will be withdrawing from the industries in Zhanghai City one after another, and the province of Jianyuan can also be recovered on recovering, and the higher-ups said that they are also happy to send a favor to you. Sui was stunned. Watching Su Ziyang leave, an indescribable feeling smothered in his chest. This day, what's wrong? It seems to be a bit cold. Looking up at the top of his head, there was only the cold virtual sky. Returning to the calligraphy and painting store, Tao Lao and Xiao Tong had already gone back. 9. Where's your black brother? Sui was busy with all these things before he had time to ask about this. Today out of the morning when he came he had seen the black ghost. The rest of the time he had never seen it. Xiao Jiao was a bit hesitant, and was kicked in the ass before he snapped. Black brother is a bit seriously injured. I guess healing there on the 2nd floor. You watch the store. I'll go find him. Hey. Arriving at the 2nd floor, Sui pushed open the cultivation room that Black Ghost himself had remodeled, and an overwhelming scent of blood made Sui frown. Blood-red heat filled the entire cultivation room, and in the large pool at the very center, there were blood-colored hot springs that churned with heat waves. In the middle, a blurry figure was trembling all over, seemingly enduring great pain. Sui walked to the edge of the pool, his black overcoat drumming from the heat waves. When was this? The silhouette within the pool didn't seem to be surprised by Sui's appearance at all. A dull low growl came out, and only after releasing the pain for a bit did he repressively open his mouth. This is the path I chose for myself. Looking down at the blood pool, Sui coldly said, so you joined Black Sun? Is the bone-eroding blood scripture that tempting to you? When Sui gave the remnant book, it was because he really only had the remnant book, and this remnant book was naturally able to be cultivated to the 6th or even 7th rank. However, the defect of the remnant book was also very big. That is, there was more than enough to explode, yet it would continue to consume one's reserves until the deficit was so great that it couldn't be replenished. Therefore, Sui didn't think that he could compete with the 6th order with the 5th order's defective bone-eroding blood scripture, unless he had obtained the complete book, and the finished book had no more inheritance besides the Black Sun. I was originally a dog's leg of the Dark Side organization, being kicked around. You are giving me a chance, but I also have my own choices. Negro's voice grew smoother and firmer. In the beginning, he was the one who was spread by the Dark Side organization to Zhanghai City, and what their head in Zhanghai City cultivated was the bone-eroding blood sutra. So Black Ghost was originally a tool raised by Black Sun, only that this tool met Sui, favoring Sui to save him once, and favoring Sui to put the bone-eroding blood scripture in front of him. The remnants of the book he had cultivated to the 5th rank. Such a talent Black Sun would not miss, even if he had ulterior motives. But Black Sun never worried about this. Sui frowned without saying anything. He also didn't know that heartfelt idle chess in the first place would get himself into this situation. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. Could he still feel at ease to keep him in Black Rock? The two people stare at each other through the mist of the blood pool. Sui can't see the Black Ghost, but he can feel the ruthlessness and determination. The black ghost doesn't know what Sui is thinking, but he feels cold, just like when he was kneeling and crouching down at the bottom of that person's feet. The person's overlooking gaze is also so cold, only there is also dislike and disdain. Do you think I'm relieved? Sui sighed. He couldn't give himself an answer. Simply let the black ghost choose for himself. The black ghost felt that coldness dissipate. He even thought that Sui had come to deal with himself as a hidden danger. From the moment Old Man Dong removed Lin Wen's head, the black ghost knew that there were some things that could not be hidden, and he also knew that Sui had the ability to deal with himself as a hidden danger at any time, any place. But he didn't run. He didn't know where to run. To Black Sun? I don't know. If I really become a believer of Black Sun one day as well, be sure to kill me. Good. Sui turned around and left. All the way he was lost in thought, but he was never willing to let himself make a decision. He was ultimately an unqualified chess player. Even second uncle had to admit that most of the chess players who thought they were chess players were actually not fully qualified. The black ghost sank to the bottom of the blood pool, suffocating sensations coming from all sides. Sometimes, no matter what role people play, they will always have a thirst for independence of personality. This thirst may, most of the time, be unacceptably selfish. So, since you can't get rid of it, just be yourself. Chapter 33, Relic Qualification. Sui, who arrived at the school, didn't return to the classroom at the first opportunity. Instead, he laid flat anywhere on the green of the playground. How long is Elder Dong going to follow me? This order is already finished here. The prescription is also given. Shouldn't you go check the goods? Sui looked up to the sky and spoke to the air. If anyone saw this, they would probably mock this as a fool. But when the wind picked up, an old codger suddenly appeared on Sui's face. And that face full of folds really made Sui have a kind of spicy ice hard. You little doll. Not tough enough. Dong Lao pouted to the side and sat down, saying, if I were to say that it's only clean to dispose of it directly, otherwise that club of yours sooner or later, it will have to be labeled with a seal. What? Elder Dong wants to give some guidance? If it were anyone else, Dong Lao would have to spit at him for being a waste of space. Even he was not as good as an old man. However, when it came to Sui, Dong Lao felt that this kid was ridiculing himself. He immediately said, whether it's the Su family or the dark side, I'd have a headache if I got involved in either one of them. You're a good kid. You've got two of them at once. No matter what you are playing, fall short of okay, if knocked to the right point. At that time the person who still have a hard time is you. Aha. Sui half dead responded. In his heart, he was calculating, if the Black Ghost really joined the Black Sun, could he get some information about the so-called demon god of the Black Sun organization? But how to ensure that the will not be brainwashed? These questions were like bubbles clogging up in the brain, making it difficult to breathe. Having to give up considering these things, Sui turned and said, for your old man's problem, a pair of anti-Qing's prescription can only briefly let you return to your normal state, but if you take it for a long period of time, you will surely be resistant to it, so it's not a cure for the problem at all. I have a solution here. You want to hear it? Oh, Dong Lao glanced at him, pretending to have little interest, but in fact, his ears were almost plastered. Not interested? Then I won't say anything. You kid, can't you see that old man I'm reserved? No wonder I'm still a single dog until now. Sui's eyes looked up and down at Dong Lao, the dwarf plus old codger, and said disdainfully, I see that you're also a pure old baby, not much better. Poked to the sore spot, Dong Lao wilted in place, which was also a knot in his heart. Seeing this, Sui said, Anti-Qing is a subdrug of the Taoist three Qing medicines. In addition to that, there are also two pairs of Zhengqing and Shanqing. If you have the ability to gather all of them, with Anti-Qing as the main medicine, you can thoroughly stimulate the accumulated medicinal properties. It is able to cure you of this trouble without any surprises. The old man's eyes glared up, exasperated. Easy for you to say, the Taoist is blind to give me this precious thing? Shouldn't you kid have it? Anti-clearance how you got it. Old man I don't care. Anyway, your Su family is also a big family. I'm not surprised that you still have the positive clear, but I don't believe the Su family has the upper clear prescription. The skeptical Dong Qingyang eventually dismissed the possibility of Sui having the three clear pills. Indeed, but you can go to the Taoist family to become a Taoist boy. It's just right. Flirting with a sentence, Dong Lao directly exploded. Immediately lifting his hand was a majestic spiritual quality that smashed down for no money. Before Sui had time to run away, he was smashed solidly. Poof! Illusory cherry blossoms flew. Where was Su Yi's shadow in the original place? Sui, who appeared on the building's pathway, let out a sigh of relief, waved his hand towards the playground, and regardless of Dong Lao's mood, he ran into the classroom in a puff of smoke. This kid, was it spatial power that he just used? Dong Lao wasn't deeply involved in spatial power, but he wasn't a layman either, and judging from Su Yi's performance just now, this was feared to have formed a spirit style, Che, still tender. As Elder Dong left, Sui sat in his chair and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest for no reason, as if he had been blasted with a hammer like a boulder in his chest. Ginger is still old and hot, powerless to spit out Sui that night or false skin. The company's headquarters in Beijing. Director Zhou looked at the several reports placed in front of him and let out a cold laugh. These few pricks finally can't hold it in? This is because they feel that they've held it in the 7th rank for long enough and want to see what the landscape of a grandmaster is this like. Yu Yang echoed a sentence. Today, several large provinces such as Jianyuan Province, Liaodong Province, and Shanzhong Province had discovered personal trading signals initiated by members of the Kingdom Organization. Moreover, it was geared towards the entire Chinese demon sealing realm, not just limited to within their kingdom anymore. The kingdom's unique trading system was something that was well known, but expanding this system to the entire domestic demonic sealing world was something that was a first since the kingdom's establishment. In particular, the initiators this time, without exception, were all of the 7th rank. Ever since Yu learned of this matter, her expression had not been relaxed, and she said in a grave manner, "These few people are still within the range of being able to resolve this, but what if this is not just of their own volition? There are a few truly great masters standing behind them. I'm afraid that they must also be taken into consideration. Yes, an 8th order great master can still be dealt with. What if a 9th order demon seal lord, or even more than one?" Director Zhou's tone was filled with worry. These demon seal lords are numbered, but having come to this point, they either have no way out, or they are thinking of putting up a fight. The military at least has a front line for the demon seal lords to spread their wings. Our rear, we can't withstand the rampage of any demon seal lord. Demon seal lord. These 3 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on everyone's heart. Why was the company unable to truly unify the demon sealer clans in the rear? The demon sealer lords would always be a problem that had to be faced. That is, these ancient clans would always have so many 9th order demon sealer lords, or even 10th order demon sealer venerable masters. But the company hadn't been able to truly possess a demon sealer lord so far. In the end, the bottom line was too thin. What then? The director of the operations bureau, Qin Kuan, slapped the table and got up to drink. Fight. We have to fight even if we can't. I want to see which side these clans are on. If we fall, the ones who come out to clean them up will be those ruthless people in the military. Director Zhou slightly calmed Qin Kuan's agitation before calmly saying, "Everyone still remembers the opening of the 3rd relic to these families, right?" The crowd nodded thoughtfully, only to hear Director Zhou's big game. He said, "Then let the news out to liven up this deal. Since the kingdom wants to be in the limelight, let's add fuel to the fire for all to see." Yu then proposed, "Why don't we also get involved and set up a qualification test? Whoever gets the intelligence or items to hand in, another assessment points will be counted, and the specific tasks broken down into points items will be handed over to the Coordination Bureau to finalize after the Investigation Bureau perfects the intelligence system. How about that?" Yu Yang, who hadn't interjected much, took the initiative to ask, "How do those families count? You ask me?" Yu glanced at him, the head of the hall asking someone else, "Is he trying to show off his IQ?" However, considering that Director Zhou was still there, Yu still restrained herself. Still, Director Zhou answered this question, "There are only so many quotas. We don't care how they are divided within their families, but if you want a quota, you must also follow the company's rules. Intelligence, items, the degree of combat against the kingdom's trading, all of them are counted for them on a family-by-family basis, and the slots are awarded proportionally, accepting unsolicited applications." The rest of the ministers, big and small, sucked in a breath of cold air. This was to really pick a fight. It was also unknown how many clans were willing to make this pitch, and how many clans watched from the wall. As for those who explicitly ignored and secretly participated secretly, then they could only be scratched into the blacklist. That's it. Meeting adjourned. The next demon sealing realm was all swept up in a storm because of these individual messages. Sui, who had received the news, took the first time off to return to the base when he learned about the relic examination. Regarding the recorded transactions of the Kingdom Organization in recent years, there were more than 100 pages of PowerPoint, not counting those that were not recorded. On average, there were 3 or 4 times a month. There are also large-scale transactions, but they are all old things, with limited reference value. This time, what they are targeting in the investigation branch of Zhanghai City is mainly this transaction initiated within Jianyuan Province. Because of the manpower, it is estimated that there will be quite a number of clans involved in it. Zhou Saner also made it a point to inquire from Sui, "Hey, is your Su family engaging in this? I'm an outsider, how do I know about this?" It was not that he didn't tell Zhou Saner, but Sui really wasn't clear about it, after joining the investigation bureau. In a sense, it was also considered to be carried out from the family's internal affairs, so to say that he was an outsider wasn't bad either. Okay, the two who whispered again focused their eyes on Xiao Kite's tactical board. Their goal this time was to collect all intelligence information and transaction-related items. It was best to destroy more than one transaction node, so as to get a large number of assessment points. On the Investigation Bureau side, the quotas were awarded in proportion to the points of the entire group, as well as the Coordination Bureau, while the 6 departments and the Combat Bureau used individual points as the criteria for fighting for them. Based on past contributions to the company, the Investigation Bureau was allocated 50 slots, the Combat Bureau 61 slots, the Coordination Bureau only required 27 slots, and the remaining 6 departments shared the remaining 62 slots equally. Within the Investigation Bureau alone, there were a small number of thousands of active investigation team members, so if the situation was good, there would probably be 3 to 4 slots, and if it was bad, they might not get their turn. Like those groups at the bottom of the rankings, there were almost no slots. They were fighting more for the high rewards and contribution value of this collective mission. So the competitors of Group 037C were basically the ADC groups of other squadrons. After carefully comparing the basic information of each group, my rec had the pressure of the world coming to an end. Although they weren't necessarily stronger than Group 037C, they basically had a lot of veteran members, and it was really unique to have only the head and deputy group leaders who could hold up their end of the field like them. Among them, the 2 groups that received the most attention from Chow Kite by name were Group 037A and Group 051C. These 2 groups perennially occupy the top 5 of the overall task evaluation list, and the group leader is also the top of the 5th order of the Demon Sealer. Said that Xin Feng from the 6th order is also a lot closer to the water, but although most of the members of its members are also 4 or 5 orders, but the water of the deed of separation is more. The rest also had a small but lean group like their 037C group. Sui looked at the information and suddenly remembered that Yao Tianxue seemed to be in Group A, although he didn't know what she was in there for. But with the Yao family's resources, it wasn't so bad that they couldn't cultivate a Yao Tianxue. However, Sui is not in a good position to probe into the Yao family's internal affairs, as he is still suffering from his own problems, and he can't manage so broadly. On the contrary, it was the talking family. Sui had never found any suitable opportunity to pay a visit. Sui, Zhou San'er disliked Sui's arm, which called the wandering Sui back. What's wrong, second sister? Xiao Kite didn't care that Sui had wandered off. The amount of information in these things was huge and it did take a bit of time to digest. Qin Feng and I will go back later to submit some intelligence that has information about this kingdom deal. Do you have any intelligence to submit together? At this time, other than the 2 team leaders, the only one who could give the team help in terms of intelligence seemed to be Sui, a guy who was reliable. Knowing that Sui had gotten the matter of the opening of the 3rd relic several weeks ago, for such a thing to be pried into, it was evident that Sui's energy was far more than just that of the Su family's son. Oh, this is really something. Sui pulled out the badge that was shoved into his hand in the black market from the pocket of his trench coat and handed it to Xiao Kite. This is the symbol of a member of the kingdom. On the front of the badge is the scepter of the kingdom, and on the back is the symbols of the members of the kingdom. And this one is a clown, come to that. Second sister, you record it. It should be useful, but this isn't mine. There's no way to turn it in as an item. Although this item did have a record in the company's archives, each badge was unique, so any record of a physical badge would be included as important information even by the company. This badge from Dokoroku Lock, Sui felt that it was better to keep it, but bringing it to contribute to the cause, he thought that the kindly deputy director would not mind. As a matter of fact, this badge didn't belong to Dokoroku Lock either, so it was of no concern at all as to how Sui disposed of it. Xiao Kite recorded the badge on her bracelet and didn't ask after who it belonged to. Even if it was something that was born out of nothing, it was nothing in her opinion. Although the kingdom was a dark side organization, it wasn't like the Black Sun where everyone shouted at them. Sui stayed in the training room for a while, looking at his Zhou deed and falling into deep thought. A Zhou deed that fit the 10,000 images of the circumference of the sky would reveal a natural and even watery feeling in its natural flow. However, the water at the bottom of this pool was getting fuller and fuller, but it did not have any intention of expanding at all. Sui had no choice but to build his own bottom again and again, getting deeper and deeper. When there was really no other way, Sui compressed and condensed his spirit quality again and again like he did in military school, until he could not compress it anymore. But this was only a way to quench his thirst, and the delay in breaking through to the 4th rank was still a big trouble. Zhou Qi's flaws were still evident at this time. Chapter 34, Chao Defects. Sui had thought that such a problem might not appear until he was promoted to a 7th order Grand Master. After all, the fact that the Zhou deed was not complete was a well-known thing, which was why there were hardly any powerful Zhou deed sealers in the Demon Sealer realm. But as the core of the Zhou deed, the source of the Zhou deed has revealed its flaws early on, which is really a bit hard for Sui to understand. If this source of the Zhou deed was really not working, then why must Mother want herself to memorize it? The promotion of the third stage to the fourth stage was difficult to say, and not difficult to say it wasn't. For the sub-deeds, it was only necessary to improve the strength of the body and the strength of the will, and then improve the sub-deed sequence. But for the inheritance deeds, the third order was officially becoming a demon sealer, while the fourth order was known as a demon sealer leader, meaning that a fourth order could hold a team of one person compared to a third order demon sealer of the same inheritance. Compared to the third rank, the fourth rank is to channel the spiritual mass transformation into one's own constant underlying savings. Taking the group leader Qinfeng's deeds, thunder patterns as an example, at the third stage, the deeds can only be distributed in the chest, while at the fourth stage, it occupies the entire chest, and at the top of the fourth stage, it is even more densely covered in the entire upper body. The quantitative guide of each Qiyuan is different. Like Chao Kite's Qiyuan, the wind speech is reflected in the scope of the control of wind power. As for the Zhou deed, Sui does not have any elders or typical examples to refer to. A lot of things are from the Zhou deed of their own sense out. If they can go through, the natural is a clear path. Therefore, the requirements for enlightenment are extremely high, and the path of each Zhou deed demon sealer is completely different. The lack of a complete Zhou deed makes Sui, who doesn't have any ideas, have to refer to the way of other deeds, and try a little bit of groping to try the possible directions, but the result is not satisfactory. Then, according to the most common way of deep excavation and expansion of the spiritual pool, it seems that there is not a satisfactory result. Sui raised his palm and stared at it for a long time. If the complete Zhou deed is as natural as encompassing all, then as the source of the Zhou deed, what is missing is the branch that serves as the complete part of the remainder, possibly the fulcrum of the next layer, like the deed formation. Each branch is a separate pool of spiritual matter, but can be dispatched by the source of the weekly deed. There was a general idea, but the actual practice ran into trouble. It's like having the answer, but what you have is not an answer sheet, but a blank sheet of paper. You can't just write on it without even a framework. It's very easy to have a big problem. Sui easily had a direction, and all of a sudden it was blocked again. Without those missing parts as a template, how is this kind of pivot going to be built up? He remembered that the Su family had included a few pieces of the Zhou deed's missing deeds, but it didn't seem to help if it was only a small portion. As for the company's redemption center, it was even more impossible to count on it. At this time, Sui raised his wrist and used his C+ level authority to pay merit points to his brain. In the last mission accounting, the merit points were issued, but the subsequent contribution values were still being checked. However, after redeeming the empty vectors, Sui wasn't very rich anymore. Brain, query the part of Zhou Qi that has about quantum change guidance. Looking at the branch that had the content exported about the Zhou deed, Sui sighed at the brain's research on this ancient deed, but the numbers that followed behind, those zeros really made people have no desire. The brain has been issued a long time ago, but for some of the lost or mutilated deed deduction, although cannot be directly used for cultivation, but the reference research is still enough. After paying 300 merit points, Sui did not immediately get a reply from the brain. Brain, Yu Yang is dealing with a large amount of recent intelligence about the kingdom organization. Suddenly a similar to the posting of the attention of the prompt sounded, the second and third in the form of a strained ideological look at Yu Yang. This look as if to say, boss, we understand, we did not hear anything. The social death of Yu Yang is not burdened at all. In any case, he is clear, never like Shao Qi. Then the head of the authority in the network friends countless. According to Shao Qi's statement, she is in the fight against sin. Of course, there is also the Sea King. Calmly clicking on the prompt, Yu Yang saw an initiated message, and then sent a half-chopped paper over. Turning his head, he continued to devote himself to his work, and after continuing to put in work, the atmosphere returned to silence and uninteresting time. Sui's side was still trying, and his brain gave a feedback. A paper with tens of thousands of words was placed in front of Sui. The first author of this paper was still the former academician Chen, while the second author was Yu Yang, who seemed to be academician Chen's student. With the guidance of such a paper, Sui not only gained an in-depth understanding of the specific theories about quantum varying guidance, and dozens of practical operations and their advantages and disadvantages, but also had a brand new knowledge of some of the concepts of Zhou Qi. Quantum change conduction, in ancient times, was monopolized by the major families, but it was these families that possessed the quantum change conduction method, and the success rate was far from reaching an ideal level. The best was also more than 80% success rate, and this was only the promotion from the third to the fourth order. In modern times, the direction of research for this tends to be universalized. That is, it is specially built for these laymen who have a bit of talent but no path. This paper showed that the success rate was almost as high as 95% or more. Sui focused on the part about Zhou Qi. Although it was all theory, it brought great inspiration to Sui. Academician Chen and Yu Yang had some differences on this point. They both believed that the Zhou deed was a deed that encompassed all things, but academician Shan believed that it should have the inner core of the deed as the center of gravity, with the rest of the deed as a hierarchical level of assistance, gradually spreading outwards to reach the state of the sea. Yu Yang, on the other hand, believes that the Zhou deed, if started from the demon sealer himself, should first take himself as the starting point and seek inward inclusion. From a professional academic point of view, Sui could not understand the fight between these two gods of internal medicine and surgery. However, standing in his own position, Sui had to say that Yu Yang's idea was the one that was suitable for the demon sealing world, compared to how to encompass and change the surrounding magic with Zhou Qi. The demon sealers were more willing to increase the weight of their influence on the world by starting with a strong self. The phrase starting with oneself was also very much in line with Sui's way of opening the Zhou deed. Therefore, Sui decided to spread out the entire spiritual pool to all parts of his body as a pivot point. Since he did not have the assistance of a complete Zhou deed, he thought it would be okay to use his own internal organs as a pivot point. The good thing about this is the strengthening of the body, which can be enhanced as one's level rises, and the bad thing is the radiant and destructive nature of the spirit quality, which can easily cause irreversible effects on the muscles, which is also the true meaning and value of the existence of the deed. This is also the true significance and value of the existence of the deed. But what if every spiritual quality that escapes is inscribed with the deed? Sui, who had his mind opened, excitedly experimented with himself, and engraved a miniature version of the Zhou deed on each one that escaped from the spiritual essence pool. However, Sui did not proceed to inscribe the next one, but let the spiritual quality of this one has been inscribed with the deed to swallow more spiritual quality, until saturated. After saturating this spiritual essence, Sui threw it out from his dantian, not caring where it would slip to, and started working on the next one. In this way, until the evening Sui barely drained the spiritual quality pool. Need to wait for recovery, but the results are good. Sui has been able to perceive his body's scattered distribution of dozens of tiny independent spiritual quality, and already with the help of Zhou Qi each other produced a wonderful connection. This connection makes Sui do not have to worry too much about these spiritual quality will run blindly. Their irregular movements, although still not clearly predictable, were echoing each other from an overall perspective. By the time his entire body was filled with such spiritual qualities, Sui felt certain that he would be able to advance smoothly. But what he didn't know was that from the time he started swallowing multiple spiritual qualities with one spiritual quality, it was the Seventh Order patriarchs who would have to drop their jaws when they came. They had been crawling around in the Seventh Order for so many years, and all they had done was this one thing. Just in comparison, Sui's spiritual quality at the third rank could not be compared to theirs, who were already at the Zhongshu level, in any aspect. However, it had to be recognized that Sui had already paved a straight path for his 7th rank. The next day, Sui came out of the training room, looking like he hadn't slept, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After having a simple breakfast with Qin Feng, who woke up early for training, Sui rushed back to the school, and the first thing he did was to take a leave of absence to go back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. While he was catching up on his sleep, the investigation team came to Muyuan High School again, only compared to the scale of the last time. This time it was a lot more low-key, with only Yang Feng himself coming, facing an investigation team leader. Although he himself said that he was only here to do some personal business, the entire Muyuan High School leadership hierarchy still treated it with caution. It was really the Red Mists incident that had caused Muyuan High School's reputation to be somewhat polarized. What is the reason for team leader Yang's visit this time? Director Wang would like to receive this team leader Yang Feng well, and this good relationship that there is any news in the future can also give a greeting is not. Like today, this is very passive. Yang Feng, wearing a dark blue long coat, looked up from the first floor to the third floor and frowned. Where is Sui? The knowledgeable director Wang hurriedly said. He's in the dormitory catching up on his sleep. He went out on leave yesterday and also didn't come back for the night. Did he commit something yesterday? Do you want to talk to me first? He is still a child after all. A child? Yang Feng gave director Wang an odd look. Although it's a good intention I guess, but the child in your mouth can already be a proper demon sealer, and is working as an officer in the investigation team just like me. He is a child. Then isn't it that all of us who lick blood from the mouth of the sword haven't grown up fully? Director Wang knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he wanted to take Yang Feng to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, Yang Feng raised his hand and interrupted. No, I'll wander around the campus. I'll find him to talk about things when he's rested. You can go back. Still want to give Su Dong report. Director Wang heard this meaning. Also do not understand this investigation team leader Gord sold what medicine? Intends to look at it first. Cannot be a little bit of wind blowing grass to bother Su Dong? That would appear to be the director when the quite incompetent. Although Yang Feng said he didn't need to be accompanied by Director Wang, but Director Wang still arranged for 2 good students to lead the way. Only Yang Feng is what people These two students walking around only to realize that there is less people around. The two people, you look at me and I look at you. Frozen could not say a word to bring people lost, but at this time in the small garden, there was a gentleman in a long blue coat. He looked into the corner of the girl's apartment with a deep gaze and a bit of unnoticed sympathy. Yushan County in Jiangyuan Province. It was a county-level city with a population of about 200,000 people, situated on the coast of Jiangyuan Province near the south. A jeep swiped the card at the toll station and drove into Yushan County, and inside the plain jeep, there were 4 people: a man, a woman, a half-grown child, and a patient wrapped in white bandages all over his body. A man, a woman, a half-grown child, and a patient wrapped in white bandages, passing by a paradise. The half-grown child cried out, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Do you think it would be okay if I bought it, Knight?" The man called Knight didn't pay any attention to him, but the woman on the passenger side gave a flirtatious smile. That revealing and coquettish gesture daintily said, "Jin shall want that is not a matter of words. The numbness of the bones, so that the little gold less itchy sweat. Convergence of the unrestrained smile, smiled, strawberry sister don't hold me up. To me scared out of sweat all. Still fall so." Flirtatious eyes swept a glance at Jin Shao, and immediately Jin Shao revealed a wave of infatuation. But with a cold grunt from the front seat, Jin Shao returned to normal, lowered his head and did not dare to look at the woman in the passenger side again. The woman secretly sighed a boring, twisted her head to look out the window at the street scene. Forlorn eyes completely no longer just that seductive charm. The car returned to calm until it drove into a private hospital located in the most luxurious part of Yushan County. They will be full body wrapped in white bandages of the man sent into the inside. Paid a huge amount of medical expenses, but also do not care about the follow-up things. Once again drove into the street. In the darkness of the night, no one was sure where the car had come from and where it was going. Perhaps just as the name of the night, lonely and cold, forever high overlooking the earth, 1,000 oddities. Let you drunkenness, charm the crowd, or red dust, disease and suffering, cannot control the night's ambitious work. But in the end, night is just a synonym. Chapter 35, The Mysterious Crystal. When Sui woke up, it was already more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After opening his cell phone and scanning it, Director Wang started bombarding him with messages from 4 o'clock onwards, even more worried than his family. However, this also indicates that something must have come to his door. Otherwise, with Director Wang's recent gesture towards Sui, he would rather have Sui sleeping every day. The college entrance exams and all that. Is it possible that it's even more of a headache than things like inheriting the family business? Director Wang didn't want the Su de Duke to think of Director Wang as a person with a bad impression one day, so Sui's recent frequent vacations were all but guaranteed. So much so that Sui was a bit embarrassed. Simply wash up. Sui recalled and that young Feng team leader a few times to meet, once in the office face-to-face exchanges, to talk about what impression, have to say, is to think that young Feng, this person is very cold. The second time was in the apartment. That was also the first time Sui realized that the existence of the original investigation team leader level can be so strong. Later on, Sui joined the investigation bureau and learned about the past of this blood angel. So, what is he looking for me for? Sui, who was not at all psychologically prepared, had to look at Director Wang's request to go and meet this honored guest for a while. The top platform of the bell tower. In Yang Feng's vision, half of Jianghai City at dusk looked like it was plunged into a dim swamp, with countless interlocking lights in it as if it were a struggling beast, and no matter how hard it tried, it was never able to get out of this predicament. No matter how hard they tried, they could never get out of this predicament. Until time passed, the whole city completely fell into the darkness. It's true that the view from here is good, but we don't need to climb so high. Sui climbed all the way up here, and inevitably spat out a sentence. However, after moving his muscles, Sui realized that his control over his entire body was easier than before. Yang Feng, who did not turn around, let out a light laugh and said, "I didn't expect you to not only join the Bureau of Investigation but also mix into Team C. What are you talking about?" Sui argued. "What do you mean by mixing? It's obviously by strength, right?" Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Yang Feng pointed at that distant nightlight and said, "Why can't there be only one kind of light in this world? If humans can completely obliterate the existence of demonic spirits, isn't it true that we won't become what we are now? Why do we need a demon sealer when the demon spirits are all dead?" Sui didn't bother to debate with Yang Feng. It wasn't up to him to decide whether demonic spirits existed or not. Even if he wanted to extinguish demonic spirits, he would definitely have to extinguish everything that was closely related to them. Could humans really abandon all of this? Besides, it is clear that several times in history, the ones who were almost wiped out were humans. Then why did you become a demon sealer? Even going so far as to intercept the Central Divine Academy. Yang Feng and Sui both calmly stared at each other. Both of them, whether it was height or strength, Yang Feng was slightly better. But in this weird atmosphere, There was a kind of air of incompatibility. One person like the ocean is deep. One person is since the abyss is unfathomable. The little loathsome jumped out, climbed on Suyi's shoulder and flailed at Yang Feng, obviously not liking Yang Feng's mentioning of the 3 words of the Central Theological Seminary. The confrontational atmosphere only lasted for a few seconds before it was broken by Suyi's indifferent voice. What do you care about me? Really nosy. However, if Yang Feng hadn't been nosy, it wouldn't have been so easy for Suyi to set up the heavenly desolation that day. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. I want to end the existence of demonic spirits in this era. Are you willing to join me? In the face of Yang Feng's invitation, but any other demon sealer might have agreed. After all, becoming a demon sealer itself was an existence that was antagonistic to the demon spirits, and ending the era of the demon spirits was the great task of the successive generations of demon sealers. You really look up to me. Sui sat on his butt on the platform and said quietly, you're doing this but you're going to move a lot of people's interests, and when the time comes, it's hard for anyone to say whether you want to end the demon spirit or simply want to hinder the progress of the era. If people like you were thrown into ancient times to champion imperial power, it would probably go a little smoother. But even imperial power would need external troubles in order to stabilize those ancient clans, and those clans would also need demon spirits in order to prove their worth and reassure the emperor. So yeah, you're giving yourself a hard time by doing this. Yang Feng did not ripple because of these words from Sui, and asked himself, then what if it's a 9th order demon sealing lord, or even a 10th order demon sealing venerable? Sui raised his head in surprise and looked at Yang Feng. Only this time did he really realize the obsession within this guy. But Sui still shook his head and said, the history of the 10th order demon sealing venerable few also have more than double palms of the number of times. Even the Tang dynasty is the most powerful time. At the same time have 5 demons sealing venerable. Not also failed to stop the demon spirit on the Tang dynasty launched a disaster. Even the Tang dynasty deed are 10 not survive. How sad. But today's demon spirits have either fallen into slumber or had to start from scratch. They're nowhere near as powerful as they were back then. Since the beginning of the Ming dynasty's demon sealing and banning rebellion, all the demon spirits in the entire eastern region of Asia that were at the SS level and above had been hit tremendously. Comparatively, the Ming dynasty had also paid out a great deal of its imperial dynasty's qi in countless amounts of reserves, so much so that it still failed to fend off the internal worries later on. Later on, the entire demon seal realm took decades to recover its vitality. If you're here to convince me to join you, then you'd better hurry up and change someone else. I think that Chao Chang is quite good and meets your requirements. Sui felt that Yang Feng didn't come for this, but his intuition told him that if this matter didn't hurry to dispel Yang Feng's thoughts, then there might be more and more troublesome things that would follow to find him. You should also know about the news of obtaining qualifications for the 3rd relic. When Yang Feng really stopped mentioning the matter of letting Sui join, he turned to ask, I have an intelligence and mission here about the kingdom organization. Interested in joining together? The blue tunic was buried in the night, as if it was the color of the indifferent beings on the throne of the night. Is this a good thing you don't have any friends? Sui spat out a sentence in the bottom of his heart. He knew the accomplishments of each squadron of the Bureau of Investigation. A group like the 13th group which was at the end of the line was basically an errand runner for some fine tasks. To put it bluntly, it was for the Bureau of Operations. To be able to have a group leader like Yang Feng, it was all because Yang Feng couldn't think for himself. So counting on his own group members, it would be better to find some trustworthy people, and obviously, Sui was almost equivalent to being trustworthy to this extent in Yang Feng's case. What about the mission split? Sui didn't bother to ask why he picked himself. It wasn't hard to conclude from those words just now that Yang Feng was really trying to convince him. The subsequent kingdom intelligence goes to you, the mission contribution value goes to me, and the merit points are divided equally. As for the loot, case by case, you can mention it now if you have an opinion. Yang Feng was anticipating that Sui wouldn't refuse. Even the mission split was taken in advance. However, the 3 words contribution value made Sui raise his eyebrows. This matter was a little bit not too simple. Unusual tasks, not to mention the contribution value. Merit points are not necessarily how much can get the contribution value of the task, not necessarily the most difficult, but must be the danger factor exceeded the standard. When he hesitated to take it, Sui received a message. Xiao Kai had sent a message about the current point situation. Group 037A was the undisputed number 1 in the entire 3 brigades, followed by Group 051B. The 17th place only just managed to see Group 037C. If it fell out of the top 25, it would basically only be 1 or 2 spots, or even just 1 or less than a point. Alas, Sui sighed slightly in the bottom of his heart, looking bitterly at Yang Feng. His heart slandered. It can't be that this kid has even anticipated this stuff. Or else by what right is he at the mercy of others? This information is all mine? Receiving Yang Feng's affirmative reply, Sui inevitably asked, You don't want to go to the ruins? Although he still didn't know the success of the mission, but based on the 3 words of contribution value alone, Sui felt that even if this information was given to their 13 groups, they would at least get 1 to 2 places. I'm not interested. Sui patted his button and got up, reaching out his hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The 2 gazes of one above and one below interlaced, laying down a short contract under the witness of this night. A few hundred kilometers away from Jiangyuan province, Jiming is a city full of regional characteristics. Countless nationals have left their homes and settled here from thousands of miles away because of the trade and commerce characteristics of this place. Sui was on the airplane in the morning and only arrived in Jiming City in the afternoon. According to reason, if Sui was on a business trip, which was a mission for the mission center, he should have taken the company's own special plane to get there faster. But considering that this was a private mission in cooperation with Yang Feng, he didn't mention this. As for how Yang Feng got here, Sui couldn't care less about that. After finding a bed and breakfast, Sui threw his bag away and chatted with the pretty female owner of the bed and breakfast for a few moments before being dissuaded because of the strong flavor of the dialect. Good thing a mouthful of Mandarin can still go all over the world. In the same driver's pull, Sui only to a relatively cheap student price, taxi to Chongyang County neighborhood. When he arrived, it was already night. Sui did not care about resting and directly called out the little loathsome, rushing at full speed to where the vein was located. In the information given by the clay pot merchant, Bai Shan, a member of the Chinese Divine Academy, the patient he rescued at the beginning seemed to have come from this vein of mines that had gone wrong. And what this had to do with the kingdom organization, one still had to meet this Yang Feng person before asking. When Sui arrived, he saw a black SUV parked not far from the mine, and immediately felt that Yang Feng was definitely a careful person, and didn't even think to take him with him when he had a car. Although he said this, Sui still quietly pinched the 4th order spirit formation in his hand. Last night he purposely went back to the calligraphy and painting store to get a few new paintings. Firstly, to be close to him, and secondly, he was also less assured of Yang Feng. Carefully approaching the mine, a black figure suddenly flashed out, if not released that familiar spirit quality in advance. Otherwise Sui really couldn't help but fix the wind wave to throw out a spirit formation. So careful? Yang Feng rarely joked, but Sui couldn't laugh, and gruffly said, just entered Chongyang County. The depressing atmosphere spread out. What exactly happened here? The black turtleneck sweater highlighted Yang Feng's jaw. He gazed at the mouth of the mine ahead with an unspeakable fear. What's wrong with you? Looking at the distracted Yang Feng, Sui spoke out to pull this 2-man team's battle force bearer back. Nothing. This is where the mine exploded back then. Back then, no one cared about mining such a copper mine, but something went wrong, and even when a 7th-rank sect master level figure came to investigate, he failed to find out anything. This matter, even if it was suspected to the demon sealing realm, was ultimately not followed up because there was no substantial evidence. Rather, it was the matter of Dr. Bai Shan, who had taken the initiative to come from Guohong Hospital to save the patients, joining the Central Divine Academy that caught the attention of all parties at the time. The military even went to great lengths to leave that secondary mutation patient behind in order to hammer the Central Divine Hospital. No one knew where this secondary mutation patient was now, and whether he was still alive. It doesn't look like there's nothing here. And the rich demonic spirit aura is so thick that it's almost pointing at my nose and cursing me for being blind. Sui didn't believe in the Demon Spirit Association's argument, whether there was anything or whether he had to personally verify it. Hell knows whether the Demon Spirit Association had secretly made any dealings in the dark. Yang Feng had no opinion on this and took the initiative to ask, do you want to go down and take a look? This was sort of a question to Sui. His small body really couldn't withstand the tossing and turning, however. Under the stimulation of such a rich demonic spirit aura, he actually found that Zhou Qi's speed of self-running was half faster than usual, which was a rare gain. Even in the red mist, there hadn't been an increase of this magnitude. Come what may, since there's no abnormal reaction from the spirit quality, that means there shouldn't be any demonic spirits slumbering here. Sui felt that if there really were any S-class or above demonic spirits sleeping, even the Demon Spirit Association wouldn't dare to let anyone just mine it. At least on this point, they were still quite consistent. Yang Feng didn't say anything, he just walked in front. A bloody field spread out, hard adding some color to the dark mine. After entering the mine, the demonic spirit aura was even more overpowering. The two of them walked to the bottom of the mine, which was already the deepest. There were about 200 meters from the place of the explosion. During this time, Sui observed with the help of the mining lamp, whether it was the traces of excavation or the degree of damage to the geology. It was considered a good level, so it could be seen that this team of miners was also battle-hardened. Mining in a mine is inherently dangerous, and the mine explosion is just considered bad luck for them. What's wrong? Sui noticed that Yang Feng had stopped. This hadn't even reached the end yet. Yang Feng, who noticed the abnormality, slowly approached the rock wall in front of him, and after he snapped off a part of the rocky soil and debris with his hand, he revealed a part of the crystal that was half embedded in it. The moment he saw this crystal, Sui was sure that the abnormality came from this crystal. There was no spiritual reaction, but it possessed a strong demonic spirit aura, and Sui pinched it and tried the hardness. Except for the pain in his hand, it was of no use at all. This thing is hard as hell. Throwing the purple crystal back to Young Feng, Sui then found a few more, but without exception, there was no extra harvest, so there was no way to talk about where this thing actually came from. On the contrary, when Sui mounted the crystals together, there was a unique sound like wind chimes tinkling and undulating when they collided. After a bit of discovery, Sui touched the two crystals together, and found that the two crystals actually had a kind of surface ablation signs, and that sound was the sound of a bunch of crystals flowing with a kind of factor inside after the surface had melted. So it should be these absentee miners who mined and found these things. As for the explosion, I guess, Sui didn't continue with his speculation. The two continued forward, but rarely saw such crystals again, until at the place of the explosion, the path that was supposed to be the end of the road suddenly extended a large chunk of it, and both of them knew it by heart. The vast majority of these crystals have been mined away, or rather, this is not a copper mine at all. Disappointed, Sui carefully retained the remaining crystals. He had a lot of doubts. Why must use the explosion to hide this crystal mine? And why not seal the place after mining? Could it grow again? These questions Yang Feng also have the same doubts, but their purpose is not this. The explosion should be another factor, but the cause of the secondary mutation is estimated. Yang Feng shook the crystal in his hand, and Sui understood what he had to say. But outsiders only think that there was such a miner who was saved by Baishan, not realizing that there was actually another miner who survived. Only this miner was mainly burned, with his entire body burnt to a degree. It was probably disliked by Baishan, so he didn't take it seriously after he was saved, and he was always left in the special ward of the third hospital in Jiming afterward. Sui frowned and asked, "A patient with secondary mutation also dares to be admitted?" "No, he doesn't have a secondary mutation. He can't even be considered a primary mutation. This is also the main reason why Baishan would dislike this work, right?" Yang Feng turned, but 2 weeks ago, he disappeared. To be exact, it's been 2 weeks since he was confirmed missing, and everyone in that hospital either didn't know that there was such a person, or they all acted as if this special patient who had already disappeared still existed. "Then you didn't say so earlier?" Sui then realized that this special patient of the third hospital in Jiming was the focus of this operation. This patient, on the other hand, had gone strangely missing. Chapter 36, Jiaming Third Hospital. From Chongming County, the two of them set off early the next morning for the Jiaming Third Hospital, which houses special patients. When Sui chatted with the owner of the bed and breakfast, he learned a little bit about the hospital, and most of the comments were praises. Of course, there were also some general comments about the high cost of medical care, which was unavoidable. The boss said a lot of good things, but Sui was only puzzled by some inexplicable rules. For example, after 12 p.m., patients or their family members were not allowed to move around or go out on other floors. The reason given was that they were worried about affecting the rest of some patients. In addition to this, there were two other regulations that caught Sui's attention. One was the prohibition of late-night snacking, and the second was that electronic devices and noise were not allowed to be carried on the upper 3 floors of the inpatient department. There was also some bizarre rumor that there were unclean things in the third hospital that would come out at night or something like that. Sui rightly took it as a joke. Sitting in the passenger side of the SUV, Sui also asked Yang Feng what he thought, but Yang Feng's answer wasn't much different from what he guessed. On the top 3 floors of the hospitalization department, it was estimated that it had been transformed into a ward for special patients, and the smell of the food and the electronic equipment and noise would greatly affect these patients, which was why it had been explicitly banned. The navigation directions were getting closer. This third hospital, located in the fringe area of the city, had the best surgical specialists in Jiming City, so even if it was a long way to travel, there were still many people willing to come here for surgical procedures and consultations. Sui and Yang Feng had only picked up a parking space from the underground parking lot when someone was already waiting outside. "It's great that you two are here. We've been looking forward to the company's bigwigs coming to give us a visit to guide us on safety. If there's anything wrong, you must correct it." The hospital's director Jean, as the special ward's external contact, expressed excessive admiration for Yang Feng as soon as he came up. When he came out, Sui purposely dropped half a body, in order to be treated as a team member, or an assistant, so that he might be able to avoid some surveillance efforts. From the parking lot exit to the inpatient department, there is obviously a shortcut to the hospitalization department, but this director Jean led them to take the main road. After entering the inpatient department, he also used his privilege to monopolize an elevator, and swiped his card in front of a group of people to go up to the top of the first floor. Sui and Yang Feng exchanged glances, and each other had a number. This way the deployment of control is considered to be the path of the two of them all captured. If they did this in front of so many people, any one of them wandering around here would be pointed at, and they would naturally become the center of attention of the crowd, so it was easy to find them. Unfortunately, if it is against the general plainclothes supervisory team leaders, may be good to make a vary, but for the two of them is much more funny. After the elevator slowly came to a stop, Sui felt a few strands of indeterminate spiritual quality fluctuations. It was like sound waves intermittently. When it was weak it was a bad signal. When it was strong it was like thunder and drums. You guys are really quite bold. Daring to shelter anything. Sui noticed that there were only a few wards on this floor, each of which occupied a size equivalent to 2 or 3 wards below, and all of which had special markings, such as the first ward Sui saw, Ward 03, which had a sign with a red circle. Its significance was also self-evident. Director Jean smiled bitterly. This is all the meaning of the higher-ups. I'm a little person who can only do my job well. No. Little person? Jean Manhwa, you are the immediate family of the dean. How can you be considered a little person? Facing Sui's ridicule, Director Jean was a little flustered. This was something that few people knew. The two of them didn't even have the same last name. The 3 words, company, instantly took on a different weight. The leader is joking. Director Jean smiled a few times and stopped talking, as if the one Sui was talking about really wasn't him. In terms of what he saw, this hospital's treatment of these special patients was already considered top-notch, and if there were 1 or 2 more demon sealers with good strength sitting in the hospital, then there really was no major fault to pick. The 3 of them also went in to take a look around. Mostly patients who had been infested with spiritual qualities but were promptly contained. Although these means of containment had effectively stopped the infestation of spirit quality in the patients' bodies, they had likewise indiscriminately prevented the patient's own self-healing ability and resistance. In other words, they were a group of vulnerable victims. Until now, they were all considered normal, and when they approached Ward 06, which had the most significant difference in the reaction of the spiritual quality, Director Jean suddenly spoke up. 2 of you, the ones in this room may be a bit spicy to the eyes. Why don't we change them, or just go to the upper floor? Yang Feng, however, didn't care. Even though there was a black warning sign hanging on the door, he ignored it. Sui patted Director Jin's shoulder, signaling him to follow. Unexpectedly, when he entered the door, he saw Yang Feng's grave appearance before he dropped his gaze inside the ward. Unlike those patients in front of him who were like semi-protected and semi-experimental in nature, this patient had basically lost the need to be protected. The entire bed had been covered with purple vines, and they were extending outwards. However, the hospital seemed to have arranged some measures so that even if these vines wanted to extend, they could only be confined to this bed. The purple vines were covered with red flowers of different sizes, and when they were closed, they showed a delicate and colorful cannibalistic appearance. Being eaten, naturally, is the source of this vine, lying in the hospital bed of the patient. Look at this disemboweled look. Belly under the belly should not be what organs, can only be the root of these vines, otherwise it will not develop into this way. Phew, it's indeed spicy. That said, is he still alive? Sui was sure that the sudden strong and weak spiritual quality reaction came from here, and it was manifested in these flowers, but strangely enough, it was when it was closed that the spiritual quality fluctuation was the strongest. I don't know. At first we were able to try to confirm whether he retained his self-awareness through some spiritual means. Then during a sampling session, the flowers suddenly swelled to the point of swallowing a staff member in one gulp when they were touched, and we've rarely stimulated him since then. Director Jin's words were presumably believable, but there was definitely something else he hadn't said, which Sui and Yang Feng both knew by heart. It usually eats meat, right? Yang Feng didn't open his mouth. Director Jean had almost faded him out. This opening directly gave Director Jean a nervous, stammering look, or nodded and admitted, why don't you just remove it? You guys can inhibit it from spreading. I'm sure it's not too much trouble to dispose of it. This is the style of the company. Once a hidden danger is detected, the first choice is always to dispose of it. Team leader Yang looks like the style of a company executive. After all, it's still useful, and it's also what the higher-ups want. Director Jin's cold sweat came down. The excess meat on his slightly obese face trembled slightly. Yang Feng snorted coldly. If not, this hospital does have someone to cover, or else directly on the hands will not be nonsense. Considering this mission, he still held back his own surging blood chi. Asked, that whole body burned minor. In which ward? Directly go there. Oh, that's fine. Director Jean was a bit surprised, but still led the way ahead. After the 3 of them left, the flowers and vines of Ward 06 suddenly gathered into the patient's body, slowly closing along with the belly. The topmost floor. There were more empty wards here than Sui thought, and it was unknown if they had deliberately put up such a show in order to hide something and didn't want the company to know. Inside Ward 017, Director Jean led Sui and Yang Feng inside. The entire room was decorated in warm colors. Even the lights were orange, reflecting the entire ward with a warm feeling. But there were no patients at all. Not in the bed, not in the bathroom, not in the balcony garden. But Director Jean balked and said, "Two of you, this is it. The smell might be a bit punchy. Do you guys want nose clips?" Flipping out 3 black nose clips from his pocket, Director Jean asked tentatively. Yang Feng and Sui refused with a sullen face. Without that patient here at all, there was no source of the foul odor. So why bring nose clips? Favorably, everyone here treated everything as normal. In their thinking, this patient was still there. Do you guys want to go feel around and see if there's anyone else there? Sui's suggestion was however rejected by the medical and nursing team members including Director Jean, who were not allowed to touch high-risk patients, especially patients like this one whose entire body was wrapped in bandages. This was troublesome, and Sui didn't know what evil had struck them. One by one, they had become like this, but when he thought about it, Sui sucked in a breath of cold air. Who said he hadn't run into one? He had really run into this situation once, but the difference was that Sui only had cognitive problems for that short period of time. The situation in this hospital, on the other hand, was much more serious than Sui's. By the time the dean of this hospital appeared, Sui's face was ironic, but only when he felt the strength of this Dean Xiao did Sui's face ease up a bit. Dean Xiao let these people go down, leaving only a 6th-order assistant by his side. The two of you have seen and understood the situation. Let's call it a day. Looking at the kind-faced Dean, the words he uttered were not polite at all. Yang Feng's blood was surging, and he refused to give face at all. If this matter doesn't have a statement, don't blame the matter for stirring up to the top. How will the Demon Spirit Association end up at that time? Without Yang Feng's words, Sui really didn't know that the third hospital was actually led by the Demon Spirit Association. Dean Xiao laughed coldly. It's really not your company's turn to worry about this matter. You guys nowadays are still going to go and deal with the matter of the kingdom deal, and you're still in the mood to mind your own business. Then what if the person who lost to the hands of the kingdom? A chill erupted suddenly in this empty hospital room, and the purposefully placed warm-colored lights paled in comparison. After a moment of confrontation, Dean Xiao, mindful of the implications of this matter, still said in a deep voice, regardless of who was involved, "This is a matter for the third hospital, and we ask that the company stay out of it. We can stay out of it, but the information we must have." Sui opened his mouth to be directly disliked back by Dean Xiao. On what grounds? On the basis that there is still a central divine academy behind this matter. The atmosphere froze at the end of this sentence. Even Yang Feng was a little surprised at Sui's assertion, but it was Dean Xiao's reaction that he actually didn't deny it. How do you know? The speed at which this matter was suppressed could not be said to be fast, otherwise the Bureau of Investigation would not have taken action only now, confirming that the Kingdom organization was involved. The Bureau was only determined to probe the bottom line of the Demon Spirit Association. However, if it was confirmed that the Chinese Divine Academy was involved, not to mention the company, the military would not sit back and watch. Sui's gloomy expression swept over the passageway where the group of medics had just left, just by their group cognitive error, producing hallucinations. I've only seen this kind of ability in the hands of the Chinese Divine Academy. This is not a cognitive error. This is the means of the illusion contract. Dean Xiao pointed at the light and said, the caster combined the spirit style of the illusion deed and a special deed formation to reach this ability to induce cognitive bias in people, and the solution is to just turn off that light. Guessing what Sui was going to ask, Dean Xiao said, in order to keep this news from getting out in the open, and also to avoid some trouble from the outside world, for these medical staff, there's no need for them to see these things so clearly. Despite the explanation, Sui still took the initiative to probe into the lampshade after the lights went out. After removing it, he realized that the bulb inside had been replaced long ago, and in its place was a piece of slowly burning yellow paper with a deed inscribed on it, which Sui could vaguely still recognize part of it. The deed of prosperity. So what if the original of this deed formation is the inheritor of the easy deed? The fact that Sui recognized these deed texts did not mean that this Dean did, but someone from the Demon Spirit Association did recognize it. So Dean Xiao did know that there was some relationship with the Central Divine Academy, but he couldn't say with certainty that it was the Central Divine Academy that was involved. These two statements had completely different meanings. You recognize it? Dean Xiao's surprise was no less than knowing that Sui had once encountered the matter of the illusory deed. Knowing that many of the patriarchal elders in the Demon Spirit Association had expressed that they were not sure of the origin, or that it was recognized by an ancient scholar who had been delving into the deed's text for many years. Why didn't I, Su, recognize it? At this time, Sui naturally pushed everything he could onto the Su family. Lice are not afraid of itching, and there was no problem with such a small matter. The dean who was disliked was half convinced. He knew the name of the Su family, but was the Su family really that old? This question, Not to mention him, Sui himself is not clear. He is also purely blind splash of water. In line with the truth of the dead friend of the road, push to the Su family on the right. Half believing is the best. Since this was already the case, Dean Xiao told the original story of the incident. 2 weeks ago, the Kingdom organization had already begun to have people infiltrate into Jiming City to conduct small-scale member transactions, and it was still considered to be compliant, so the Demon Spirit Association had only hammered away at it. But the underground world suddenly rumored that there was a news about an ancient deed, which directly caused the entire Jiming City demon sealing world to explode. The Demon Spirit Association sent Dean Xiao to go and find out the truth. It was also at this time that the Kingdom organization went dark and lured away a 6th Order member and 2 5th Order members who had stayed behind. When Dean rushed back, not only were the people lost, but even the people had to collect their corpses. 1 6th Order and 2 5th Order, all died horizontally in the wilderness. The murderer, Kingdom Knight, his kingdom badge, the reverse side of which was a cloud of dark purple night. Chapter 37, Clues. According to Dean Xiao, they later tried to intercept and prevent the kingdom's members from leaving the country, and although they succeeded in capturing some of them, they were only minor characters used to build up momentum and hide. After this incident, the Demon Spirit Association and the kingdom had to add one more thing to their relationship, but in the end, it is just a small loss. This kind of patient is gone, although there is still value, but the useful information that can be collected is really not much. Perhaps the kingdom was also stepping on the Demon Spirit Association's mind, and only then did they make a decisive move to make them have to eat this stifling loss. But why did the kingdom take this patient captive? Is there anything special about him? Sui's query did not receive an answer from Dean Xiao, and this time, the intelligence could only be point blank, which was also a concession given by the Demon Spirit Association. Of course, if Sui hadn't recognized that it was the prosperity deed, he might not have even been able to get this piece of intelligence. Although he got the information and solved some of the confusion, more confusion followed. What was so special about this patient? What was so worthwhile for the Demon Spirit Association to invest in a failure that even White Mountain had discarded? Sui turned the crystal in his hand. He thought that it was probably on this crystal. Even if it was a failed product, it was already enough for the Demon Spirit Association to utilize. After all, they really couldn't snatch a successful product. As for what the Demon Spirit Association got from that burned patient, it was unknown. And what the kingdom was going to do with him, Sui hadn't figured it out even now. However, this trip alone, harvesting the information of the prosperity deed, as well as the intelligence was already earned. As for whether the Demon Spirit Association will pay attention to himself, Sui does not particularly care. In Jiangyuan province, it is not his turn to speak to the Demon Spirit Association. Where to next? Sui crossed his legs on the frame in front of the windshield, half squinting at Yang Feng, who was concentrating on driving, controlling the speed of the car at 90 up and down. Yang Feng then spoke. There's another clue. A chemical factory in Nanming, Jiangyuan province, where we may need to handle it. Oh, Sui pondered. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as handling it. The western suburbs of Nanming, an industrial park, seemed to have been deserted for a while. Even wild cats and dogs could wander around. This industrial park, not too long ago, was found to have picked up gold, as well as gold figures and gold statues, but within a few days it suddenly turned into powder and scattered all over the place. According to Yang Feng, Sui could understand this ability of the so-called turning stones into gold, but what did this have to do with the kingdom? Did the kingdom lack money? This was something that I was afraid of laughing my ass off when I said it. Yang Feng, however, asked seriously, then what if this ability is not just changing into a substance like gold? Countless question marks appeared on Sui's brain, which really did not give Sui the whole thing. Could it not be that it could also change into all the elements in the periodic table? They took away Jin Sanyuan figure, what I'm not sure, but the clues given to the indeed. The kingdom members easily cheated the Jin family's young master Jin Sanyuan away. Yang Feng pointed at the cafeteria building and added, that's where Jin Sanyuan was last seen. The Jin family, Sui had heard of it, a family that wasn't native to Jiangyuan province, and made its fortune just after World War II. It mainly invested in light industry and some heavy industry, and there was their family's golden eagle logo in many places. Sui did not first focus on what Jin Sanyuan was doing by appearing in the industrial park.